In every story there are main characters on whom all the attention is focused, while no one pays attention to the secondary characters. They are always around, but no one cares about them. In the body of such a minor character ended up our protagonist Kim Ha-jin. Interesting fact, he is the author of this novel in the world of which he found himself. At first glance, this story was the most ordinary and started like thousands of others. Dungeons and monsters appeared all over the earth. Everything was plunged into chaos, and humanity was on the verge of extinction. Korea had become the worst place on earth. But as always, there were heroes with incredible powers, who began to defeat the monsters and destroy their lairs in the dungeons. Hero guilds appeared, and with their help, Korea became the most prosperous place on earth. To train the strongest heroes was founded an academy, the Cube. In this story there was a protagonist and his adversary, but our hero became neither of them. Immediately upon entering this world, the author has seemed to gain some sort of super-hearing power. He can hear the people of the crowd sharing their opinions about Kim Soo-ho's rise, both in positive and negative light. But their opinion isn't of a concern to our protagonist. It's the fact that he can hear everyone loud and clear, despite sitting so far away from them. As Kim Soo-ho's promising results are brought to the table, the headmaster of the Cube is impressed by his results. She's even more impressed by Soo-ho's age, as he's managed to achieve a successful track record at the age of 17. The name Kim Soo-ho runs amok in the author's mind. Soo-ho is supposed to be the main character of this novel, and the world that the author created. He's the one who is supposed to lead the ruined state of the world to an era of harmony and peace. Since he is the typical hero, he possesses a hero's kindness, as well as a striving heart for good. But what's even more interesting is a dark secret that Soo-ho has been guarding with his life, keeping that part of himself locked away. With him aside, our nameless author focuses on Soo-ho's rival, the guy who is supposed to oppose him in the story and give him some competition. Entering the stage, the second-place cadet is revealed to be Shin Jong-hak. He's a confident, dare I say rather arrogant guy. He's your average trust fund baby because his dad owns one of the best companies in the country. The author highlights that Jong-hak's talents could potentially give the main character a really tough time, especially because he later ends up turning into a villain and an evil character. At the current stage of the world, all of the important characters are just cadets. But in the near future, Jong-hak's constant comparison and inferiority complex towards Soo-ho ends in his demise. He becomes evil in order to oppose Soo-ho in the hopes of overcoming him. Like opposite forces of both light and dark, Soo-ho and Jong-hak stand against each other in the future, while standing shoulder to shoulder in the present. Both main characters of the novel are right before his eyes. Once again, the author is most certain that this is the same world of the novel. Which begs the big question. If those two are the main characters, then what role does the author play in this story? Is he also important? Well, he thinks that if he's starting out in a novel he wrote, he should have a name at least. His thoughts are disrupted by another student, who calls him Chundong, and asks if he got any sleep last night. Okay, the author now has a trillion questions to ask. He can't even believe that he was called Chundong just now. The chubby fellow confirms that he's the only Kim Chundong that he knows about. The name Chundong shoots down our boy's expectations tenfold. He was at least expecting to become some kind of important character or have some important role to play like in most transmigration isekai stories. But this Chundong fellow is so random that he didn't even write in the novel. Not even the author remembers writing about a nobody like his own character. So this hotshot thinks something will be different if he just sees his face, because maybe that will help his memory a little and make him remember things better. The burning question plaguing his mind is, just who is this Chundong guy at all? The funniest part about this hilarious situation is when the author realizes that his face is nothing more than a question mark. He's not even important enough for the game to render a special face for him. Faced with this puzzling situation, the author experiences a shock and tries to come to his senses. He gains a realization at last. There's nothing more than discovering your face is a damn question mark. But check this. Chundong is not even a character he intended to place in the novel. His character has no special appearance, doesn't have a unique name, and basically doesn't even exist in the significant landscape. Rejected by the world of his own creation, the author faces despair, realizing that not even the crowd is focusing on his faceless features. It's like he's an NPC character, a nobody that no one even cares about. Inside the cube, he's the most normal person and will likely never even interact with the main characters or influence their stories. If you thought you weren't the main character of your life, think again. Then imagine this poor guy's situation. He's nothing more than a mob, even worse than a mob, just a placeholder to fill up a seat in the game. Defeated, the author shrinks, realizing that he's nothing more than an extra character with no worth in the novel. Now for a little background on how he ended up here. The author received a surprising email one day. He was being offered a remake offer for the novel he wrote. The returned hero, Kim Ha-jin's fantasy novel, is a story that he's barely continued after facing an extreme writing block of more than half a year. You ever feel like you start something but you can't find yourself finishing it? Yeah, that's basically what's happening to this guy. Hajin wondered what the email meant. He figured that his fans wanted him to remake the story a little, especially since Hajin stopped working on it. The dude was already facing so much guilt for delaying his fantasy story, and as an author, he thought that it must be a prank or maybe even a weird request from one of his fans. So, as a responsible author, he typed up a response and sent the mail. This little and seemingly insignificant event then altered his life forever, transpiring the events of the current story, where he unexpectedly ended up in his own creation. Back to where we left off with our question mark. This faceless freak is starting to adjust to his unique appearance after bearing with it for 2 weeks. 14 days have already passed and nothing has changed. He retains the same facial ambiguity as he started. 2 weeks have confirmed to him that his current life isn't just a dream, but rather he's actually transported inside the novel. Every word inside the novel is Hajin's personal creation, and now he walks in the midst of the characters he helped create and bring to life. The Kim Chun-dong character is one of the many extras in the novel, despite Hajin possessing this guy's body. As expected, Hajin tried many ways to string together information and conjure an explanation for how he ended up in this shithole. But his research went down the drain, because he doesn't know how he ended up here or who was responsible. What's more, he's wondering how he's going to ensure his personal survival in this world, especially since there's no hope of returning to his home planet. Hajin estimates that it's going to take a decade until they reach the point in the story when he stops writing. But this thought just eats him alive. The horror of surviving for a whole 10 years in a foreign world as a nobody is terrifying to Hajin. His faceless appearance also doesn't help anything. Hajin grieves for the life he lost and doesn't want to get stuck in a novel that didn't even reach its own completion. An exhausted Hajin once again decides to think of ways to undo the process of his transmigration. The only loophole, or perhaps exit route he sees, is him catching up to the events of the main story. After all, there's a chance he might be freed. The author thinks that if he just holds on until the story completes halfway, he should be good. It's not like he can do anything else to help salvage his situation. So this question mark looking NPC decides that it's what he's going to do. But in order to achieve his goals, he's going to relive as a high schooler again. Let's shift our focus to the cube and explore what's so special about it. It's a man-made island harboring the best hero cadets to lead the future generation. It's like a mini society of 50,000 residents. The city is a standing example of innovation and advancement, reflecting the top-tier magic and industry skills of mankind. The cube is single-handedly the reason Korea is considered a superpower in this novel. Standing before the Hero Training Center, Hajin reflects that it's the main stage in his novel where everything relevant is supposed to happen. It's a beautiful blue structure where heroes train with special skills. The superpowers in Hajin's novels are called gifts, and just like you'd expect, every hero has them. However, only the best of the best, the top elites, are granted qualification to become the cadets of this facility. The same goes for Chundong, whose body Hajin is possessing. This boy is also supposed to be a cub cadet, meaning he's probably got some skills going for him. The problem is, Hajin has zero knowledge or idea of this guy's abilities, so it's kind of like starting from scratch and not knowing your powers even exist. The author is at least confident that Chundong might have some connection to the training center. He's hoping to find whatever resources he can to use to his advantage, as that is the only way he's got a shot at surviving the terrifying school and its fierce cadets. Hajin enters Class Veritas, a classroom considered the center of the Cube Training Center. This place has everyone, the good, the bad, the cute, and the ugly. There's Jonghak and even the main character of the novel, Suho. Soon, most of these characters will have their own objectives and run into different events, which will cause many things to happen. Hajin takes his seat and feels disgusted by the fact that he's got to survive 10 whole years with this same class. To top it off, he doesn't even have a damn face to greet them with confidence. It's the worst outcome imaginable for the author. After class, the students return to their dormitories. Hajin is no exception and doesn't really know how to describe his day. He can't even figure out how he was able to focus in class when he first went to high school. Suddenly, a delivery box grabs his attention. This is quite unexpected for even the author, as he never wrote about a delivery system in the game. As he's unwrapping the box, various thoughts come to his mind. He wonders if this is supposed to be Chundong's personal belongings. To his utter shock, it's Hajin's own laptop. But this doesn't make any sense to even him. An object like this shouldn't exist here. The laptop kickstarts and a system screen begins syncing him. Hajin drops his laptop in panic and finds the system screen alerting about his synchronization with Chundong. The system downloads all of the necessary settings and presents him with a bunch of stats like strength, intelligence, and even things like luck. What's more, they're the exact settings that Kim Hajin wrote himself. Many questions strike his mind, but before he's able to collect his thoughts, his body morphs as the synchronization finally reaches its completion. The screen goes blank before alerting Hajin that he has achieved setting intervention ability. The faceless Chundong's body transforms into Hajin's real body, completely resetting his stats. Hajin's reality has been reset once again. This time, what he sees in the mirror is an actual face, instead of the mockery that he received by seeing a question mark appearing. But this is where things get even trickier than before. Tens of system screens are popping up out of nowhere and Hajin doesn't know what they mean. The system confirms his synchronization process. He wonders if this has something to do with a special process called enlightenment. You see, enlightenment is an awakening that happens once a person surpasses their limitations. That's what it's called in this world, and Hajin knows because he wrote the ability. After the enlightenment ability, one's gift, superpowers, skills, are all transformed into a digital format. This way, the person can access them with ease. The real kicker is the growth experienced by his body. Hajin will be allowed to become way stronger now that he's received a taste of enlightenment. In normal words, Hajin can see his status window, which has a bunch of different points and talks about his abilities. One of his powers is the observation skill, which is pretty basic. The same goes for his second skill, reading. He also has stats showing up for him, although they're not remarkable and pretty tame. Hajin decides to inspect each status screen one by one. The most interesting one is the synchronization tab, which transformed him from Chundong to his original body, causing a reset. What he sees on the screen is beyond his imagination. While he doesn't get how things change this way, Hajin is convinced that the synchronization caused his face and appearance to change. There's also the fact that his personal stats are way weaker than Chundong, who is supposed to be a cadet of the school. But instead of stats, he gets points to compensate for his shortcomings. Anyway, with that out of the way, Hajin fixates his attention on the unique authority screen. Apparently, he has the ability to create new objects by spending his SP points. By doing so, it will consume his SP bar, but it can help unlock a world of new possibilities for him. SP or story points will only be obtained as the plot progresses and his importance increases. What's unique about this aspect of the novel is that Hajin doesn't even remember writing anything about story points from his side. The author is soon to catch on that he must increase his importance in the novel so that he could influence the story and gain story points as a consequence. He's starting to piece together his objective in this world. The reason he's getting access to his laptop as well as the status screens is because this man is supposed to go through hell fighting monsters and eventually influencing the main storyline. It's not an ideal outcome, so Hajin is already in the mood to curse the heck out of his own creation. But just as he's mouthing his frustration, another screen prompts him, surprising the author. It's supposed to contain hidden information about something. Stuck in this rut, Hajin is frustrated that he has to interfere in this world so that he has a sliver of a chance of returning to his old one. He gets up and starts running his fingers on his laptop. Since he doesn't have a choice, Hajin believes it is better to act now rather than wait for the story to reach the point where his novel stopped. There's also no guarantee if he will return to his previous world if he does reach that point. The writer thinks that even if the undisclosed information is irrelevant to his goal of returning home, he could still find an important clue to navigate through his current world and make things simpler by helping him interact with the main characters. In order to achieve his goal, Hajin's only option is to fight and become strong. He starts investing his points so that he could outlast the story and whatever is supposed to unfold. Speaking of leveling up and increasing points, Hajin explains how his novel doesn't really have the concept of growing one's stats freely. The leveling up shit show that happens in every other novel doesn't happen in this one. The only method is to spend points, making them invaluable to the users. The best way to spend one's points is to concentrate all of their attention on luck. It is the only stat that isn't limited and always reaps some effect. It helps with money, bonus, and even relationships. The best kind of stat one could ask for to help with one's daily life. It's like a cheat code, basically. But for stats like luck, points can't be used to raise its effect, which makes Hajin wonder if he can somehow influence and manipulate his luck stat by converting his points into SP points. To test his hypothesis, he decides to give it a shot by confirming the transfer of 10 points. As a consequence, they're converting into 10,000 SP points. Hajin decides to spend 9,000 SP points into his luck stat, allowing it a boost of 9. The mysterious luck ability activates and kicks into effect, slightly bumping his luck stat by a point. This means his luck passive stat affects even itself, making it a really valuable investment. Hajin then focuses on the protagonist's stats. Suho's magic power stands at a powerful 9 and is capped at that level. Hajin has just surpassed that barrier by increasing his luck stat to 9.1. As for the rest of his story points, he decides to focus on perseverance to help him survive the harsh training of the facility. Thanks to Hajin increasing his luck stat, it also helps with significantly boosting his perseverance ability when he boosts it with points. He's already feeling grateful for its effects as the investment is showing promising results. Suddenly, the system glitches and issues him a warning screen. His tampering with probability has caused an error to occur. Since Hajin was basically cheating the system creates a restriction to prevent this loophole. He can no longer manipulate his abstract stats with story points. The author is a little peeved that he was hit with a restriction like that, because otherwise he would be too overpowered. Hajin realizes that he has hit a wall with his gimmicks. But still, he managed to increase both luck and perseverance to a high level, which should be enough for him to overcome many obstacles in the story. A thought crosses his mind. He gained 10,000 story points for being a novice. Those points can be used pretty sparingly. Hajin wants to put more thought into what he's going to invest them in, so for now, he decides to keep them aside. The next morning, he shows up in his class. Their professor gives them an introduction. Kim Soo-hyuk will be acting as their instructor for the next year. He's globally recognized as one of the most capable heroes, notably standing in the intermediate grade 5 rank in the association. Concluding his introduction, the man alludes to his point. He mentions how the institution known as the Cube isn't just a fancy place for the cadets to enjoy as they please. Its most reliable indicator is the student grade, which means failing to achieve them and uphold them to a standard will end up with the cadet getting kicked out. It's also not easy to just maintain one's grades, as only half of the cadets will even manage to survive the program without bailing. The institution strives and cultivates the next generation of heroes, so their category for judgment will also be harsh. The instructor commands Tay students to get up and follow his lead, as the first schedule will talk about deciding on a main weapon for each cadet. Entering the weapons room, the students are left speechless, eyeing down on all kinds of beautiful yet terrifying weapons. Their amazement is cut short by their hard ass of a teacher, who reminds them that this isn't playtime for them to enjoy and commands the students to pick a weapon at once. He also advises them that after choosing a weapon, they won't be able to switch from it for at least 6 months, which means if you make a mistake now, you'll be stuck for half a year with a terrible weapon. Kim Soo-ho, the protagonist of the novel, is drawn towards a sword and finds himself satisfied holding it. One of the girls decides to pick a bow and arrow, believing that she's fit to become an archer. Then there's a girl with blonde hair who prefers a rapier for precise strikes. The other students also choose different weapons like whips and other things. The author, Hajin, is contemplating how most of the main characters are simply choosing weapons without giving it a second thought. But instead of focusing on what they're choosing, he has to ultimately decide one weapon for himself. As he lays down his options, Hajin believes that he has to be careful because even the slightest misstep could become a problem for him. His current stats are seriously low, so he can't compare to other cadets when it comes to weapons like spears or swords. The same goes for defensive shields. To make his selection process simpler, Hajin decides to carve out a bunch of conditions for his weapon selection. The first aspect he is considering is that the weapon has been used in his previous world, and the second factor is that he should be able to adapt to it with ease. When it comes down to those two factors, Hajin finally decides to choose his weapon. His selection in particular draws the attention of the rest of the students, even their teacher. Their teacher is bewildered, and particularly addresses Hajin, asking if the gun he is holding in his hand is really the weapon he's going to select. It's funny how this man said, "I'll handle things the American way and bring a gun to a knife fight." Hajin receives a stare from his teacher, who is confused because he remembers the cadet listing himself as a sword user back at his academy. Deciding to come up with an excuse, Hajin states that he changed his mind. It's a surprising reason for his teacher to accept, who can't grasp why Hajin would decide to switch his weapon of expertise right when he entered the academy. The teacher confirms his choice as the student chooses their own fate in the cube. In a wave of frustration, he advises Hajin to remember that his responsibility for choosing his fate rests with him. Suddenly, the author's super hearing ability kicks into overdrive. He hears murmurs of the other students making fun of him for picking a gun. None of them can comprehend his reason for using a firearm in an academy that is supposed to bring up elite heroes. Some of them even wonder if they should advise him during combat practice, taking him for an attention seeker and nothing more. Despite the crybabies making fun of this man, the author explains that guns are actually reliable even in this world. They're the best weapon for ordinary people who don't have access to magical superpowers. The bullets used in this world are of a special kind. Magic bullets have mana imbued inside of them, releasing a destructive shot that's even more devastating and wrathful than normal bullets. However, those are the only advantages of a gun. The reason they're seen as a terrible choice and neglected for their use is because they don't have the ability to grow in power. This is demonstrated by Kim Horak, who effortlessly smashes a bullet with his bare fists. The author further adds that the limitation of the magic bullets rests in their destructive power, which is always fixed no matter who is using the weapon. The second reason relates to their build. They have a weak origin and formation. This world differs from the real one, in the sense that myths and legends are actually materialized. These myths and relics are given form and made into weapons, causing the wielder an immense advantage in battle. The older the origin, the greater is the formation, overall boosting the weapon's grade hierarchy, which is the most crucial factor for how effective it is. Because of that, nobody among the cadets tries to pick weapons that are modern and newly created, since they have weak origin points for being made in the modern era. Older medieval weapons take more preference and are generally stronger. Instead of relying on the destructive power of the magic bullets, they rely on their personal skills and even skyrocket their growth using the weapon's power, surpassing their limitations. But everything Hajin mentioned so far is basically useless for him. He's got nothing to benefit from, and he's definitely not the protagonist of the story. He doesn't know how a sword works, and believes his skills with a melee weapon will be far worse than the other cadets. Internalizing his thought process, Hajin believes that he chose a gun for a good reason. He knows how to use it, and it will effectively help him earn story points, because simply using the gun is bound to help him stand out among his peers. The more important he is to the story, the more story points he will earn. That's what he's hoping for. Now that he's done figuring out what to do with a weapon, his next concern comes with obtaining talent. Talent is an ability special to this world, so special that it's considered a superpower. Every person is supposed to have only one talent or superpower, but there are some individuals who are exempt from this rule. There's the protagonist of the story, Suho, who hasn't manifested his talent yet, and already possesses the skills of a sword saint. The scene shifts to Suho, who catches up with Nayun to train. His dense protagonist dialogue earns him Nayun's anger, who doesn't get how a dude like him ended up at the top of their class. Suho changes the topic and mentions that there's another top student beside him in class. At first Nayun is confused, but then she remembers he's talking about Hajin. That guy's name alone turns her face into a sour expression. It's because this Hajin student is a joke for being called the top student in class. Nayun can't fathom how he's taken seriously when he's carrying a tiny dick pistol with a small range. She figures that the guy probably gave up on becoming a hero and stuck to stupid weapons. Nayun wonders if this is Hajin's strategy to drop out somewhere in the middle of the year. But hearing those words, Suho can't help but criticize her for being rash about the situation. Nayun doesn't get what he's yapping about and stares at him with a puzzled expression. She lashes out on the guy for wasting her time instead of training. While they're yapping about Hajin, he's out here dozing and wondering if he will earn SP for people talking shit behind his back. It's a really good question. What do you guys think? Tell me in the comments. Back to our boy. Hajin reflects that the protagonist of the story, Suho, is supposed to become the greatest hero ever using his one gift, which means gifts are also equally important to Hajin. He doesn't want to waste the opportunity of purchasing his first gift. Using his manual, Hajin writes himself a Deadeye gift. It's an ability to help him wield long-range weapons with precision. As a consequence of him writing down his newest power, 10,000 SP points have been deducted from his account. The system is so advanced that it edits everything else on its own, providing him with numerous perks of the skill he just wrote, like bullet time and others. The skill is handy for not just his gun but all weapons involving range, which means Hajin could also use bows now. To top off the benefits, it's a growth-type skill, so while it seems terrible at the moment, he could always nurture it and grow his skills. It's a valuable investment in the long run. Hajin figures it's best to go with what he has, and with his preparations finished, he feels ready for what's to come. With the only gift he has, all that's left for him is to bet everything on it and survive until the main story reaches its end. The scene switches over to their class. A teacher is explaining strategies regarding how the cadets should deal with towers and dungeons. The funniest part is for Hajin to realize that the explanations he wrote in his novel are now appearing in the textbooks of this class. Imagine taking a class of materials you wrote and created. Hajin is having an easy time just enjoying the lecture since he doesn't really have anything new to learn. He's actively deploying his observation and reading gift to help him. More information about these two gifts is provided. Observation allows him to observe everything in his field of vision. He can see through things and even read stuff from his laptop without having to waste effort. The teacher instructs them to review the contents of the lecture since their written exam is supposed to begin soon. Nayun gets fired up in frustration. She's bored to death and really can't stand the lecture. Suddenly, Class Veritas is interrupted by someone who instructs the cadets to show up at the plaza. Hearing this, Nayun is excited she gets to escape the boring lecture. It's finally time for practical training, a subject that our boy Hajin isn't looking forward to. Arriving in the training arena, the teacher explains how everyone should already know about the contents of the class. First, they will make teams of 4 cadets each, consisting of 2 warriors, a sharpshooter, and finally 1 support warrior. Further, these teams will remain the same until their mid-semester exams come around. All teams are supposed to be balanced between the high-ranking and low-ranking cadets for a fair competition. The instructor tells them to go and find their teammates at once. Hajin glances at the status board, shocked to note that he's neither in Suho's team or Nayun's. Worst of all, he's stuck in a team with the one person he didn't want to pair up with. The person in question is Yeonha, drawing a surprising look from his face. Things are unraveling exactly like in the novel. Many main characters were written down specifically to interact with the main character of the story, causing events to transpire and forward the story. However, among those characters, Yeonha is the most special. She dons a beautiful purple hair and is simultaneously the top favorite cadet of Korea's best guild, the essence of the straight. What's more, she's the successor of the Yu family, so her family background is pretty strong too. In the original novel, Suho is supposed to oppose Yeonha at the beginning, but eventually he gains her trust and they become friends, later becoming the supporter of the team. For this same reason, it's crucial for Hajin to grow closer to Yeonha, because interacting with her will allow him to get even more story points, helping him become important in the story. With a determined expression, Hajin is prepared to do whatever it takes to attract Yeonha's attention and involve himself with her. Yeonha's team members come and greet her. Apart from her and Hajin, there's Hosung and Hazuki, making them a team of 4 just like planned. Since Yeonha is a thoughtful and calculating person, she contemplates speaking with them at first, but ultimately accepts because they're her teammates. What's funny is that she boasts a blooming and formal attitude with her teammates once she decides to talk to them. Both of her teammates are weirded out, but Yeonha turns her attention to the final member of the group. Hajin makes his presence known by coming forward and approaching her. While he's a little scared, he knows that Yeonha will have a sour relationship with him if he's not confident in carrying himself. Hosung interrupts his train of thought and immediately calls him out for being the hotshot who chose a gun as his weapon. The dude is busy yapping around carelessly, not knowing that their teacher is about to slap the shit out of him for chatting ignorantly. Hosung receives a jump scare from their instructor, who roars at them to get moving with the monster hunting mission. The directions have already been provided to each team through their smartwatches. Our team gets their move on and paces in the grain field. Yeonha checks her smartwatch, indicating that they're close to their target. She wants her team to buckle up and prepare for what's to come. Further information regarding the monster will be revealed when they arrive at the location. But while they're easily sprinting ahead, our poor boy is suffering out here. He needs some David Goggins level of motivation because this man has never run this much in his life. Despite his stamina stats being above average, he could barely keep up with his team. To make matters worse, it's not like these guys are special. They're the average standard recognized for a cube cadet. Yeonha and the others stop, realizing they've arrived at their target's location. This part of the map is called the 8th coast of the training zone. Ahead is a boat where a monster is supposed to appear. Speaking of our creepy crawly, the black hump octopus makes itself known by devouring the boat with its giant tentacles. Before confronting the monster in a head-on battle, Yeonha believes it would be best if they shared a battle strategy and worked on what they should do. The monster they're facing is a low intermediate grade creature, and its physical attack is known to be very weak. The real problem is the humps pointing out on the creature's head. It's explained that the black hump octopus detects danger and shoots out baby octopuses to attack its enemies. These small babies are no joke. They're bloodthirsty motherfuckers, and every single one of them is dangerous enough to turn humans into mummies. Hasung suggests they immediately target the throng of baby octopuses when the fight kicks off. The girl Hazuki believes they're going to need a sharpshooter to handle the small octopuses with his gun, so she thinks Hajin would be best for that. However, opposing this idea strongly, Yeonha claims that she's going to be the one to handle the baby octopuses instead. She wants the rest of her team to save their abilities after she's done, because Yeonha thinks they'll need to annihilate the monster in one hit, since it has super fast regeneration abilities. Yeonha's sudden dismissal of Hajin's contribution strikes him as odd. He immediately figures out that she's just ignoring him and doesn't even believe he's worthy to be a part of this training. Yeonha asks if the rest of her team is ready. She marks the beginning of their operation, leaving our boy a little annoyed by her damn attitude. The black hump octopus unleashes its destruction by destroying the boat, while Hasung uses his battle axe to draw the creature's attention towards him. His loud stammering sound is enough to catch the octopus and lure him close to the shore. Enraged, the monster blitzes towards Hasung and unleashes itself. Poor guy is scared shitless by its sheer size and runs the heck away. Hazuki is prepared while our boy Hajin is also nervous holding a tiny Glock. The only determined fighter among them is Yeonha, a whip user who is ready to strike down the monster at once. Just like they discussed, the black hump octopus senses danger and immediately shoots out many baby octopuses from the top of its head. This causes Hasung to panic, because he realizes that he's the one being targeted. The murdering babies are headed straight to bite his ass down. Before they could make a Gojo Kit Kat out of him, Yeonha steps up like a queen and uses her whip to cut the bitches down. She stands majestically before the monster, impressing the likes of her teammate with a display of her power. To top it off, Yana's combat capabilities alone render her the 7th strongest cadet inside the cube among the newbies. She allows Hasung the chance to run away while she's holding the monster by herself. Yana manipulates her whip to strike the monster, causing the octopus to go berserk and strike her down with its tentacles. Yanha quickly dodges its attack by evading, but right as she's in the air, a baby octopus is sneakily about to attack her from behind. Hazuki alerts her to care for the octopus behind her back. Before Yanha can react to the creature, it is shot down by a long-range weapon, baffling her. Only one explanation makes sense. It's Hajin's gun who saved her just now. Seeing him save her annoys Yana, who finally acknowledges his name. Let's take a little detour and discuss what SP points are capable of. Like previously stated, they can be exchanged for stat points. They also increase when Hajin's importance among the main characters and the story rises. Since he's supposed to be nudged in as an extra, nobody, standing out and gaining popularity is a tough thing. The main characters already fill up the story after all. So the only other option to gain importance is for Hajin to interact and help with the story of the main protagonist. That's what he did by saving Yonha's life just now. His shot shocks each of his team members. A distracted Yeona reminds him to know his place since she wasn't expecting him to take part in the operation. But while she's distracted, the giant octopus shits out more of its fun-sized models for them to deal with. Yonha prepares to fight them, but some of them are even targeting Hajin. It's not a tough fight for the author, who can read their attack patterns with ease. Hajin closes his eyes, concentrating his full attention to performing his best in the given moment. He activates one of his skills called Bullet Time, which was one of the gifts that the system created and edited for him. Using it slows down the perception of time for 3 seconds, easily allowing Hajin to become John Wick and shoot these ugly bastards with ease. After locking his aim down on each of his targets, the dude embraces his American rights and goes all guns blazing on these fuckers. By the time 3 seconds are up, Hajin has shot every single one of the creatures with his gun, even the ones that were targeting Yonha. The duration runs out, unleashing his bullets to fly away and zap each of the octopuses to paste. Now, Yonha senses the opportunity to strike the giant octopus's head. Unleashing her whip, she binds the humps and commands her team to strike. Hasung and Hazuki make their move, unleashing Magic Liberation Strike and slaying the monster in a powerful joint attack. The black hump octopus is defeated at last, with its ugly brains hitting the shore. An exhausted Hajin crashes down, in typical anime character fashion. After that, their team's collective results are calculated, allowing them a clearance time just underneath 1 hour. It's far from the best, but it still earned them 16th place in the ranking board. With that, the first monster round has been cleared. The total time spent eliminating the monster lands them the 16th spot among the 100 teams. Yonha is shocked to see this. Their fight was recorded via a drone device for monitoring purposes. They can use that data to analyze their mistakes and improve in the future. While 16th place is an accomplishment, to Yonha, it's a terrible score. She was looking for something higher. She's even more jealous that Nayun casually acquired a higher score than her in individual and team performance, ranking her the 4th out of the 100 teams. While she intended to increase the gap between their families, Yonha can't believe she's so far behind her. Then there's Jonghak, the arrogant punk who seems to have a liking for Nayun and keeps staring at her from afar. Now pissed, Yonha gets annoyed and approaches Nayun with her unbridled rage. But in a funny turn of events, she acts all buddy-buddy with her like a fake friend. She tries to extract information regarding Nayun's performance and her team. The girl is still annoyed that they got 4th place, since she was looking forward to beating Jonghak at the minimum. Yonha confesses that she earned 16th place. Her expression is a calm and stoic face on the outside, but on the inside, she's chewing her brains out, angered beyond hell. But Nayun is rather amazed that she acquired 16th place with a loser like Hajin on her team. After all, she thinks he must be the reason they were stuck behind a low ranking. But Yeonha knows the truth. The reason she was treating him like shit is because they took 50 minutes to travel to their location because of our boy's shit stamina. If only he was faster, they could have arrived in 10 minutes and completed the mission faster. But apart from that, his performance has been impressive to her. He significantly helped in the monster battle they faced. Yana keenly remembers how he shot down every single one of the baby fuckers with his gun before they could even reach them. Yonha ponders if an achievement like that is even possible with the use of regular magic bullets, since Hajin's accomplishments seem effortless and strong. All of a sudden, from having no interest in him, Yonha is now curious about the man's true identity. As for our boy Hajin, he's just gotten done working out. I bet he must be steamrolling himself to get better stamina after what happened back there. The author explains that he forgot to check his alarms ever since he started training and wonders how much he gained points. Since luck is always helping him out at max potential, his accuracy for defeating the monster has shot up dramatically. His gift has also experienced growth. Now every single shot will be considered a bullseye target. Hajin's senses like eyesight and hearing have also sharpened, and overall story points increased by just 27. Remembering what happened with his performance in the monster round, Hajin reflects that luck must be playing a key role then too, helping out with his SP points. His overall plan to involve himself with Yonha is going well so far, helping him with the points he needs. His physical stats have also increased thanks to his training. Strength, endurance, and health have all experienced a boost, which is further amplified by his luck stat. Since Hajin has already worked on his stats to this degree, he believes that he should conclude his training session for the day and head home. Back at her dorm room, Yeona is busy reviewing the footage of their fight in the monster round. She's specifically drawn to Hajin's crazy shooting skills, as he was able to shoot 60 bullets in the span of 3 seconds with a single handgun. For reference, Yeonha tries to play around with the idea of shooting 20 bullets a second. It just seems impossible to her to do that with a handgun, which makes her wonder if it was an automatic pistol of some kind. She comments on his physical stats too. Hajin's agility is great, but his typical health and physicality is lower than the rest of the cadets. To top it off, he switched weapons out of the blue at the weapon selection. Yeonha's sharp senses are telling her that something is wrong. She doesn't even remember this guy from the military academy either. While she's contemplating, Yeonha receives a message from Jong-hak, who she seems to find as a love interest. She tells him that she's busy analyzing the footage. Yeonha wants to see if she struck gold among her team since she obviously plans to take over the top guild in Korea in the future. But Jong-hak is surprised and doesn't think anyone among her team is noteworthy or special. More importantly, he wants to know about the mysterious shooter, since his performance is the only one Jong-hak is curious about. With a smile on her face, Yeona is excited that her crush is displaying an interest in her after all. Yeona comments that he's doing just okay for his rank, which, by the way, is in the 900s among the cadets. Jong-hak is surprised and wonders if Hajin got lucky. Yeonha reflects on this comment and wonders if Hajin's performance was really a fluke, and if he really did get lucky. The scene ends there, so let's talk about a new subject. The guild building known as the Holy Grace of God. Here, the vice captain is obsessed over Suho's stellar performance. His footage among the rest has captivated Sunga, the vice captain of the guild. She comments on Suho's perfect and precise movements, as well as excellent swordsmanship unlike anything seen before. Suho has achieved such perfection that it seems like he's playing around in a gentle dance. There's also his wrathful cutting force, slicing away the very space in half. All 3 top guilds in Korea currently have their eyes set on this young talent. They're hell-bent on recruiting him for his powers. Seunga is among those people, as she wants to recruit him as soon as possible, especially since he's currently a free agent. Her next topic of interest is Hajin, as shocking as that sounds. She's surprised that the boy uses a handgun of all weapons. Her assistant confirms, stating that he sparked an interest in the guild community. Many people reviewed the footage since Yeonha was a part of his team and they wanted to view her performance. The hot topic on the forums is how he shot 60 rounds with a non-automatic pistol in 3 seconds. It doesn't make any realistic sense, because even if they accounted for his extreme agility, Hajin's gun wouldn't be able to survive the brunt of so much recoil in so little time. Since his talent is surrounded by a wave of mystery and allure, some people have started calling him unorthodox. The vice captain also comes to learn that he switched his main weapon from a sword and transitioned to using a handgun right after coming to the prestigious institution. Sunga recognizes him as someone who has achieved enlightenment, the same phenomenon in which a person manifests their talent or special ability. It's of course impossible to know from the start what talent will be manifested. Because of that, some cadets prefer to switch weapons right after manifesting their gifts, since it doesn't match what they're currently using. However, this kind of situation is known to cause a rift in the cadet's career, setting them back by at least 3 years in terms of performance. That's why the military academy usually encourages the students to become involved with numerous weapons and master them instead of relying on a single one. Sunga can't grasp the fact that the boy became an enlightened warrior at the age of 17, but she thinks his talent is limited if it is only related to guns. Still, she thinks he's worthy enough to be reviewed as a candidate. Seunga quickly changes her mind and decides that it would be best to allow Hajin's talent to manifest before they attempt to recruit him. She wants to see if he's really capable of achieving her expectations as an unorthodox. It's Wednesday, which means a training session is going on. Suho is facing another student in an equal clash. This part of the training program is called the anti-personnel training. It's usually executed by 2-person groups, where only training weapons are used, allowing for easy results and little to no injuries. However, for Kim Hajin, he's being roared at for performing the worst. Poor guy has the shittiest luck in the world despite his passive skill. He's the only student who had to face his teacher instead of another student, and as a result, he lost 18 times straight. The real issue with this training is that training guns aren't ready to be used, which means using a real gun is obviously going to cause injury if he faces another student. That's why the instructor himself has taken responsibility to face Hajin and handle him. Poor guy is suffering and calls for surrender, but his pathetic whining is ignored by his teacher, who prepares to chuck a fist in his face. Before his punch reaches Hajin, the warrior evades a critical strike that crushes the ground. His teacher is shocked that he dodged the attack. Hajin proceeds to dodge another 2 punches from him, leading the instructor to realize that while he seems like a trash student with shitty posture, he's actually got a godly pair of eyes for tracking his attacks. Clairvoyance. Yet another skill Hajin obtained as part of his Deadeye gift. This sharpens his senses and allows him to detect a target's movement path, helping Hajin loosely evade every attack. It's true that he can see the attacks, but the worst part is dodging with his own body. The rest of the students view his performance and chalk it down as clumsy and lazy. The gang may be making fun of him for being a loser. It still helps boost his story points by 40. So in a way, he did manage to get what he wanted. But he hates the fact that people are making fun of him. After the exhausting training, Hajin relaxes by taking a refreshment. When he turns to his right, he sees Yeonha passing him by. She shares a look of disgust on her face, almost as if she views him as an inferior nobody. It's funny because he's the author who wrote about her personality in the first place. He's in an experimental mood today and decides to call out Yeonha's name before tossing her a drink. She catches it with her reflexes, and confusingly asks if he's taunting her to a fight. Bro's riz is so bad that she's out here thinking he's literally trying to attack her. Hajin explains that he's just trying to extend his gratitude to Yeonha for helping them advance in the training session. In his head, this experiment may be simple, but it's an important one. He wants to see just how much story points he will achieve in a simple interaction from one of the main characters of the story. After all, he tends to gain 40 from the side characters. Yeonha tosses him his drink back and reminds the idiot not to address her so casually. A first warning that he shouldn't take lightly. While she turns away, Hajin has a smile on his face because he's already gotten what he wanted. As Yeonha is carrying her bag outside, she is puzzled to find that her bag is heavier than before. Detecting the subtle change, she opens it up, only to find another can inside. Our smartass author was sneaky enough to plant a second one inside of her bag, earning Yeonha's hatred. She wants to smash the can, but remembers that a simple innocent can didn't do anything wrong by itself. When it comes to Yeonha, she loves ordinary food like burgers and Coke. However, she is never seen purchasing the product for herself because of her family's reputation. This experiment relied on Hajin exploiting this part of her personality, a part that no one else should know about. What's more is that he didn't really earn much points from a small conversation, once again motivating him to take action in the events of the main story. Since he already knows what's going to happen next, Hajin believes the National Weapons Museum's demonic human ambush is soon to take place. Demonic humans are evil entities who have made a pact with a demon. They're granted a significant amount of power in exchange for their souls. This way, the demons use them as their tools to do their biddings. The incident to happen in the future will be caused by a demonic human who is currently hiding in the museum with the goal of eliminating a particular target. Eventually, the demonic human is defeated by Suho and the rest of the main characters who also happen to be there at the event. Through this event, Suho gains the recognition and validation of the other main characters. The main protagonists will be Suho and Nayun, who are going to fight against the demonic humans. The villain won't be too difficult to deal with, since this happens right at the beginning of the novel and is effectively Suho's first enemy. Knowing what will happen ahead, Hajin is already thinking of ways to intervene in the event. While he's figuring out a way to join the museum, one of the instructors shouts at him for standing pointlessly outside the dorms. Hajin decides to take his laptop and leave. During the same time, he receives an important system message yet to be revealed. In this institution, there are clubs that are used for extracurricular activities within the academy. Cadets can register themselves in a gathering where they form their own independent activities. Among those clubs are academics, martial arts, and even simple hobbies like painting and other instruments. Hundreds of clubs exist inside the cube. Perhaps the greatest benefit is that they not only host a space for personal development, but also allow the cadets to connect, network, and know each other better. So it finally came the day where Hajin decided he was going to join a club of his own. At the cube gate, Hajin makes himself part of the travel club, where he is greeted by Han Hyun, the club's president. He's excited to welcome many club members from the first years. In fact, when receiving the applications for the first time, Han Hyun couldn't believe what he was reading. He's been blessed with amazing cadets after all. Han Hyun welcomes them aboard once more and highlights the goal of their club. The goal is to rest, which sounds simple enough. They can access a portal up to twice a month to travel outside of the cube. For their first ever orientation, Han Hyun states that they'll be visiting a nearby location. That location is none other than Seoul, the capital of Korea. The author processes his thoughts, realizing that a trip to Seoul should be easily managed if they just made groups of 2. So far, nothing has changed from the novel. Hajin glosses over his objective for the day, which is to take part in the first main story arc, called the Seoul Weapon Museum. When he's there with some of the main characters, Hanjin will attempt to manipulate the story from his side. The club president instructs them to go on ahead and draw lots, which actually catches Hajin's attention, as he never intended the group formation to be this way in the novel. Still, it doesn't bother him, since this guy could care less and move on his own when it comes to his group's partner. Lo and behold, you'd be surprised, but he ended up pairing up with Yeonha of all people. Yeonha, being herself, emphasizes with caution that they should just move on their own. Hajin is okay with that and leaves her to her business. Before leaving, Yeonha turns around with a lethal look on her face. The face that screams, "I will fucking kill you if you ever talk to me casually one more time." This being his second offense, Hajin receives his final warning as Yeonha isn't planning on letting him off next time. The guy simply accepts his fate and moves forward. The scene shifts to the National Weapons Museum, which is supposed to be the center stage for the first arc of the story. It's the largest exhibition hall of weapon replicas across the entire country. While it's a remarkable place, Hajin is breezing through the crowd with disinterest. He spots Nayun to his left, who seems to be obsessed with a particular weapon. Since Nayun is close by, Hajin realizes that the main protagonist of the story must also be near him. Suho is just up ahead observing a weapon on his own as the main protagonist of the novel. Hajin attempts to spark conversation with him and asks if he's checking out the seven-branched sword. He also introduces himself at the same time, which reminds Suho of who he is. He keenly remembers him as the sharpshooter who joined the travel club. Hajin reflects on Suho's personality, as he was written to be strong and handsome with a good heart. Oftentimes his very own readers left the author hate comments for making an unrealistic and cheesy character. Damn, I guess haters keep hating. All of a sudden, Suho claims that there's a gun exhibition close by, and he's interested in checking it out with Hajin. While Hajin accepts his idea, he thinks their meeting at the gun exhibition won't even happen because of what's to come. From out of nowhere, the museum goes red and a transmission sounds the warning of monsters appearing right outside the museum. The appearance of monsters strikes fear in the hearts of the civilians. Their excitement turns to horror as they all begin to panic and frantically start looking for an exit. The people push each other around, ignoring even the children and simply acting recklessly. In this state of panic and chaos, one person punches the glass with his fist, gaining everyone's attention. His sheer power alone stops them dead in their tracks. Even Suho is shocked when he finds out that Nayun's the one responsible. She tells everyone to calm down as the museum's reserve hero will be here soon to combat the threat. Using this opportunity, she snags the bow from the exhibition and reminds everyone that they'll just be living targets for the monsters if they rush outside. But her reckless move causes the security systems to go off, entrapping them all in place inside. She tells everyone to grab a weapon, since they need a way to protect themselves until the real heroes show up to confront the threat. Suddenly, Nayun senses the presence of a dangerous man in the distance and prepares herself. This man radiates a dark energy of red. His face and violent aura confirms that he's a demonic human who is responsible for this devious plan. Hajin reflects that this demonic human is called the Dog of Lucius, who becomes a villain that is pivotal for Suho's growth in the story. The demon unleashes its claws, preparing to cut Nayun down. But right as he's distracted and focusing on what's ahead, Suho uses this moment to jump him from behind with his seven-branched sword. His sword is about to slice the demon clean, and the events of the main story still haven't changed. It's destined for Suho to defeat this demon with ease. But for some shocking reason, Suho is wiped away in a devastating attack. His body suffers a terrifying blow from the villain, and flops to the ground, right before Hajin's eyes. The author is expressionless and speechless. This wasn't supposed to happen after all. Suho's body is on the ground, just a few moments away from Hajin, who can't figure out what happened. Clearly the story he wrote himself wasn't supposed to happen like this. Suho was supposed to win, and even though he would have struggled in the beginning, he still has the power to completely annihilate the demonic human. That's what he thought was going to happen, but it didn't. Suho's easy takedown causes Nayun immense worry as she screams his name. Coughing blood, he's barely capable of standing. Hajin knows that his condition is in grave danger, and he certainly doesn't have enough time to recover from this monumental setback. The demonic human approaches Suho with his menacing energy, preparing to finish him off. Nayun struggles to come up with a plan and speedily launches her arrows right in his face. But this guy is such a tank, he eats that shit in the face like it's his lunch. A confused Nayun relentlessly tries to shoot him down, but nothing works, as he seems to be invincible against her arrows. Knowing that none of her arrows are having any effect on him, Nayun's face succumbs to despair. Her confidence wavers, and she simply can't fathom what's happening. What's more is that the demonic human isn't even using a special talent or skill to block her arrows. No, he's just taking it with the brunt of his body. That's just how strong his physical stats are. Hajin senses danger for Nayun, as she's being approached by the enemy. The demonic human releases its claws, aiming right for her face. It seems like the end for Nayun, right until Suho jumps back into the fight with a kick in the face. Thankfully, he was able to get up with Nayun stalling for time. Before they can even catch up with each other, Suho is sent flying, barely being capable of blocking the dark energy wave with his sword. The demonic human then surprises Suho by entering a transformation state, engulfing himself with his shadowy aura. His strength becomes so overwhelming for Suho that he is taken down immediately. Nayun starts shooting the demonic human from behind in an effort to delay Suho's demise. Turning his attention back to her, the monster releases a giant claw targeting Nayun's face and smashing her into the wall. Everything that Hajin is witnessing before his eyes is the definition of a disaster. He's horrified by the reality that either of them could die at this point. Now that he's seen 2 instances of his novel going against the script he wrote, Hajin can't figure out what's causing things to change so much in the main story. He kicks open his laptop in an effort to help salvage the situation. Hajin gathers his bullets with his wavering confidence, realizing that he won't be able to injure the demonic human with his mana bullets at all. Even if he uses them for a critical hit, it's just going to be difficult. Still, since this world was created by him, Hajin is confident that most of the important settings shouldn't change. And knowing that, he plucks away at his keyboard, modifying the attributes of his mana bullet to fit his purpose. He increases the attack power to 6 points, and spends a total of 100 story points just to make the modification possible. Loading his magazine right back into his gun, Hajin prepares for the fight and emphasizes the importance of having heroes with versatile skill sets to overcome the situation. Attributes and affinity alone allows him to climb to greater heights. As Suho and the demonic human are locked in a stalemate, this gives Hajin the perfect opportunity to take his shot. Knowing that the demonic human boasts a dark attribute, Hajin uses the only attribute that will exterminate darkness. He calls for Suho's name and shouts at him to move out of his way. Commanding the use of the light attribute, Hajin created the white light bullet. He releases a single shot that confirms the hit with the demonic human's body, and releases a blue beam of light. That one bullet completely destroys the demonic human's arm, rendering him a great deal of pain while at the same time freeing Nayun from his grasp as the dark energy evaporates. Nayun falls to the ground, while Hajin thinks his contribution is enough, now that the enemy is severely injured, allowing Suho enough time to finish the fight. His body is shaking from the use of his ability, as he places the rest of his hopes on Suho, entrusting the story's protagonist to finish the fight with a final attack. Suho charges his weapon and covers his body in an aura of blue. He activates the Sword Saint's magic power, which is so strong that it can throw anything in existence. The ultimate slash definitively ended the fight as Suho destroys the demonic human with one move. The monster is defeated as his body hits the floor. An exhausted Suho is barely clinging on, which is the same for Nayun. He catches up with her and asks if she's okay. Distraught and angry, she whacks his arm away. Hajin recommends that they leave her as she is, since her brother will soon arrive to comfort her in this situation. He knows this because it happens in the original story, but his carelessness got the better of him, as he received a shocking stare from both of the main characters. After all, an extra character like him shouldn't know anything about their lives. Nayun's voice flickers as she tries to interrogate him, but her condition gets the better of her, so she stops. Meanwhile, the monsters just outside the museum are shot down by the vice captain and her dual blades. Thankfully, the situation outside is resolved and the monsters have all been killed. She asks about the situation inside the museum and learns about the demonic human who was instantly killed, thanks to the cadets of the cube. Wanting to know more about them, she asks for their names. The vice captain is shocked to learn that Nayun, Suho, and Hajin were all involved in the incident. She rushes right to the museum because all she cares about is meeting Suho right now. Her excitement makes her wonder what she should discuss with him. Hajin is coming out of the museum when he suddenly runs into her. Curious as she is, she tries to inquire for Suho. Hajin is already one step ahead of her, and tells the vice captain that he's inside the museum. She goes inside but at once experiences a shock, because this random cube cadet seemed to know her intention of finding Suho in the first place. Yet another blunder caused by our believable author. The dude is catching a break at a park, and reflects that he didn't expect Sunga to run into him like that. He wonders if the situation is relevant to the story changing in some ways. To collect his thoughts, Hajin tries to take it from the beginning. He considers himself as nothing more than a foreign extra character, and deems his current importance as insignificant. The story has been progressing smoothly without any problems so far, so it's impossible that he was directly involved in altering its route. But then the realization finally hits him. He forgot about one thing, and that one thing is the fact that this novel also has a co-author. I bet you weren't expecting that plot twist. Hajin explains the current version of the story is a remake of his novel. This version is based around the email he received from one of his fans at the beginning of the story. That's why stuff outside of his expectations happened in the main story arc. However, if that is the case, then the predictions he was operating under so far will now all be useless. This thought terrifies Hajin because he won't know what will happen next. He checks his laptop. There's a message regarding a critique. The message reads that there weren't any main threats in the story, allowing the protagonist to easily swat away any threats and achieve a smooth victory. This kind of development will just risk the readers getting fed up with the story and getting bored. That's why, from now on, every single boss character in the story has become significantly stronger than from before, regardless of the fact that it may create an unpredictable and chaotic story setting. Their instructor calls both Hajin and Suho after the incident for a report. He has briefly explained the situation and doesn't want to go in depth regarding the specifics for now, placing priority over their well-being first. A curious and worried Suho asks about Nayun's condition and comes to learn from the instructor how she applied for a medical leave and left with her family for the time being. The instructor advises both of them to follow suit and return to their dorms as well. Saying that, he leaves them be, allowing Suho the chance to speak with Hajin as he calls out his name. The blue-haired protagonist wants to inquire further. He wants to know why he said what he did to Nayun about her brother. For a moment, Hajin seems puzzled, but then he remembers his words. He tries to talk about it but remembers the mail he received from the co-author and for some reason chooses to stop and ask why it matters to Suho. The protagonist is obviously not a dumbass and feels rather annoyed that Hajin is playing the part of an idiot and taking him seriously. In his state of annoyance, he decides that they'll talk about it some other time. Let's deep dive into Chae Nayun's character. The author explains that she graduated 4th from her year in the military academy. She's currently enrolled at the Cube, recognized for her talents and her connections to the Chae family. She's the daughter of Shinhyuk and the younger sister of Jinyun. Both are recognizable names to Hajin, who is conducting research on her right now. What he doesn't get is why she reacted in the way that she did when he brought up her brother's name. Suddenly, Hajin reads a news report involving Jinyun's condition resulting in critical health after a monster operation. As a consequence, Jinyun was left in a coma. The operation that led to his demise is one that Hajin knows about. Fiend Suppression Operation. Firestorm was supposed to be an event that allowed Jinyun to build his reputation by neutralizing the threat. This would help Jinyun improve his relationship with the main story's protagonists even more. For the young Nayun, the only thing that sparked joy in her eyes was seeing her older brother's success as a hero. However, the event has completely changed now, and it's different from the author's wildest imaginations. Jinyun is the one who caught up in his demise, leading to Nayun's trauma. Just then, he receives another mail from the system, notifying him that any further modifications to the story will immediately be revealed to Hajin as soon as he points out the changes from the original story. The system also relays that Jinyun's brother, and the supporter of the protagonist, Kim Suho, has undergone significant changes in this iteration of the story. We're given a sequence of what went down. The gravely injured hero was barely awake after suffering a brutal strike. The co-author recognized that the protagonist already had way too many supporters, which is why they made the chances necessary to ensure some of them were taken out. Poor Jinyun had to be one of those people. 4 years in the past, just after being appointed hero for the first time, Jinyun ended up becoming a demon seed. Yes, it's much more terrifying than Hajin's wildest imaginations, as he could never have predicted such a horrifying plot twist. The scene cuts to Nayun's place. The radio transmission is talking about the sudden monster attack that occurred at the National Museum, reporting a casualty count of 7 with 50 people injured from the incident. A devastated Nayun can't bear to hear the news and turns the transmission off. She sulks in her bed all by herself, while her worried father comes shouting her name. Nayun sees him and wonders what he's doing out of duty. Shinhyuk doesn't give a damn about his work and asks about her health. Since she's at the hospital, he wants her to have a full checkup just to be sure. But Nayun pretends to be fine and just alright. She's trying her best not to make her father worry, and even thinks he did too much on his part by coming to visit her. But of course, he's still a worried father who cares for his daughter, despite her claims of being fine. Nayun addresses her father and requests wanting to see Jinyun at least once before she's discharged from the hospital. Seeing her fragile state, her father approves his daughter's request. Let's go back to the Jinyun's demise and explore what demon seeds are. Demons are supposed to be the most powerful entities in this world, more powerful than even the fiends or humans. They possess a unique yet terrifying ability to target humans and turn them into demonic seeds. The humans who have been marked demon seeds eventually go through a period of incubation, no different from a parasitical state where the parasite is feeding on its host. Before long, the demon seed completely takes over their body, turning that person into a fully transformed demon. This means Jinyun's condition is much worse than anticipated, and he's going to one day become a demon. The incubation period usually lasts for half a decade before the transformation kicks in, and it's been 4 years since the event happened, meaning Jinyun's condition is nearing his end and he'll soon become a demon. His little sister is on her way to see him in his room. As she enters his room, Hajin reflects that there's only one solution in these situations. Before the demon inside someone's body fully manifests and takes over the human, the only way to prevent a gruesome fate is to kill them. That's what Nayun intends to do as she stands before her brother's unconscious state, preparing herself to speak to him. At the same time, the author thinks that it's just going to be impossible, since no one seems like the candidate to pull it off. To kill Jin-yoon before he transforms into a monster. Not even a mercenary would agree to take on such a dangerous target, as Shin Hyuk is supposed to pass down his position to the next heir, Jin-yoon. The germination process also advances without any physical changes, effectively stopping intervention from outside. The biggest problem is, the demon lurking inside Jin-yoon will be way too strong and overwhelming for the story's main protagonist, Kim Soo-ho, to handle. Hajin also believes that if actual heroes tried to stop a demonic Jin-yoon, many of their lives would be lost dealing with a powerful demon like that. In order to prevent that dark future from coming into existence, Hajin wants to do whatever it takes to stop Jin-yoon's germination, especially since the heroes are necessary in the future events to come. As Nayun sits before her brother's unconscious body, Hajin gets a chilling sensation and a crushing sense of defeat. Because he has realized what he has to do in this situation, he has to be the one to commit the heinous act of taking a life, as it will prevent the darker future to come. Nayun speaks to her brother, talking about the near-death incident she had in the monster attack today. She never fought a fiend so powerful before, and believed that any ordinary cadet wouldn't have been able to stop that monster. Annoying as it is to admit, Nayun remembers Hajin being the sharpshooter who intervened and saved their lives. She ultimately decides against talking about him, and comes to learn that she has overstayed in her visiting hours. Nayun decides to leave, hoping to return to her brother soon. But as she's leaving, Nayun stops dead in her tracks, feeling a looming sense of dread coming up her brother. She had tried suppressing her memory, but there's no way she could forget about Hajin's words. With such cold eyes, he said those words, which she interpreted as him bullying her in her state. Nayun's eyes flare up in determination and anger, remembering what Hajin said. Let's go to the Tower of Heroes and see what Vice Captain Sunga is doing. She's out here viewing unauthorized documents on her own, risking her position and potentially getting in trouble. Sunga is interested in checking the records regarding the museum's attack, which is exactly what's concerning her assistant since she's doing something illegal. Anyway, Sunga learns from the investigation that many traces of light attribute magic were discovered from the body of the defeated demonic human, which also means that the people responsible for taking him down must have been capable of casting the attribute in the first place. The thoughts of a light attribute mana user sparking up from out of nowhere is exciting for the vice captain, since this type of hero would be an easy fight for the fiends. They're all dark attributes and light mana is their biggest weakness. Sunga wants to recruit this mysterious hero and can't wait to collect the new talent. Observing the footage files, Sunga vividly remembers there being only 3 cube cadets at the museum, which means only one of them must be a light attribute user. There's the obvious regarding Suho and Nayun, since they're already active on the hunt for both of their talents. But the vice captain is most curious about the 3rd cadet, who they have yet to know about. To her shocking realization, the final cadet is none other than Kim Hajin, the same boy who bumped into her at the museum before leaving. Speaking of our boy, he's busy typing away at his laptop, kind of like me right now. The author expresses his new enlightenment. It turns out that no one in this world can visibly see the laptop he's working on, which is why he's easily capable of looking through the story's path without really worrying about the other characters observing him. As soon as he came to learn about the invisible laptop, Hajin went the extra mile into adding another feature. Immediately, his laptop alerts him about the changes in the story. In the training center, Rachel is giving Demian a really tough time. This chick has handed him nearly 20 L's back to back, to the point he's begging for someone to trade partners with him. The newest feature Hajin is related to detection and alteration. If something changes within 30 meters from the original story, Hajin will be sent an immediate alert, and this would further help him identify unusual situations in time. After all, he can't simply wait for the co-author's messages, or rely on himself to detect everything detail by detail. Using this method, he has made sure to stay on top of any unexpected situations. But while our boy is happy about the feature, he certainly didn't expect a terrifying bloodlusted Nayun popping up from behind. Distraught and angered, she requests a sparring match against our boy. Hajin stares at her and simply declines, as it wouldn't really benefit him to fight her. Nayun calls him a coward for backing out and immediately points him blame for bringing up her family out of nowhere. The rest of the students wonder if a fight is about to break out. Hajin explains that he isn't participating because of his bullets, since they could deal her some serious injuries in a training session, and he doesn't want to be a part of that. Nayun takes this comment as a mark of condescension, only getting infuriated at him more. The training instructor arrives just in time to interrupt their argument. He roars at Nayun for trying to fight with the cadet Kim Hajin, especially because he's the only student without a training weapon. Considering the potential risks and injuries involved, Hajin is strictly prohibited from training with other students. Naeun storms off in anger, leaving Hajin to realize that it may be far too late to issue an apology at this point. I mean, what he did was a stupid move as the author, but nothing can be done now. Hajin emphasizes that he has a different priority in mind, which is why he's been training like hell to get even stronger, as evident by the bruises on his hand. That priority is none other than killing Naeun's older brother, which is also why apologizing to her seems like a fruitless case. If he gets close to her now, it's going to ruin everything between them later and cause Naeun an even worse betrayal. The scene cuts from there and transitions to another club orientation. There are many students who have gathered here. The club president is Yoon Hyun, who leads the Verity Study Club. He outlines the main goal of their club, which is to conduct monster analysis and specialize in tactics research. Their goal is to meet together and engage in active discussions regarding monsters. While he's giving out the orientation speech, many students are simply charmed by his presence and allure. This charming character possesses a unique quality to capture everyone's attention without fail, but it's all a facade, and the only one who knows this is the author. Hajin internalizes that Hyun is using the power of a demon. He circles back to the first half of the story, which involves the Institution Cube as its center stage. Various events like cadet disappearances and monster invasions are supposed to occur at this level, and this guy Hyun, the leader of the club president, is actually a slick bastard who is manipulating events from behind the scenes. His looks are just deceiving. Hyun is responsible for forming a pact with the demon Lilith, and in exchange for earning her powers of enchantment, he became a fiend. Because of Hyun's true dark objectives, Hajin explains that he joined the study club for a reason. Among the cadets, Yeonha seems to also be unfazed by Hyun's charming appearance. The club president decides to showcase the students part of their usual routine and how they conduct analysis. A hologram of the upper intermediate monster called Monster Tyrant is brought up on stage. This monster first appeared right out of the explosive event that caused the invasion of towers and dungeons in their world. Until now, it has remained undefeated. Hyun highlights that any information regarding the higher-tier monsters is critical and invaluable to the institution, since this helps them make plans to subjugate monsters. More so, by just acquiring information about a monster's vital points, they can sell it for billions. A playful Hyun decides to pick his target from the audience and asks Yeonha for her opinion regarding the creature's vital points. Yeonha counters that its vital points haven't even been discovered, and she's right. But Hyun still thinks her opinion would be valued, as that is what they do as a fun activity at the club. As his closing note, the club president invites them to attend the after-party to share their opinions regarding the creature's vital points. With the speech settled, Hajin comes to speak to Yeonha, asking if she's interested in going. In response, he's just casually ignored. Bro tries again, but this time shouts at her just to get her attention. Yeonha stops to confirm that she will attend the after-party as it might help her out with some information she could use. Figuring out her intentions, Hajin blurts out and asks if she's going to use that information to lead her future assault team in her guild. This remark catches Yeonha's attention. The Straits of Essence Guild is a powerhouse with its rich history. When the monsters first emerged from the gates 50 years ago, Yeonha's clan founded this guild, which is the reason it is one of the most influential guilds in the entire country. Hajin further impresses and shocks Yeonha with his sharp knowledge of her guild's dealings. In recent times, the vice guild master seems to be the highlight for the guild, to the point that he's threatening to take over the position of the successor in line, Yeonha herself. Hajin questions if that's her main goal, to attend the after-party and acquire information. Annoyed that he's still beating around the bush, Yeonha inquires about his intentions. Hajin surprisingly offers her the deal of her life. He's willing to throw in the mountain tyrant's weakness. His sudden offer swindles her and catches her off guard. Hajin thinks it's just necessary on his part, since Yeonha has to prove to her guild that she's really serious about her business and capable of leading the guild. Hajin explains that there's a small blue mark hidden on the monster's heel, and prioritizing the attack there will help immobilize the creature momentarily. He further adds that he's not so generous to hand this information for free, as he's looking to obtain something from Yeonha's guild, a prized weapon from their essential armory. His weapon of interest is the Desert Eagle. This man is pulling out all of the stops and going full American at this point. Yeonha asks to check if he's got any proof for the mountain tyrant's weakness, since he should have some notes or documentation backing his research. To this, he smiles and bluntly confesses that he doesn't. It's a ridiculous thing to admit and say out of nowhere without any research. Yeonha's face goes blank because she realizes that he is probably bullshitting her and wasting her time. She furiously storms off, but Hajin reminds her that she'll regret not using his advice if she thinks he's lying. There's the obvious issue that she might not end up taking his words seriously, but at the same time, if Yeonha really believes him, he'll have found himself a new ally. What's really funny is that Yeonha goes outside and contacts one of her guild's handlers. She issues a message for the assault team assigned to take down the mountain tyrant. Stuttering in shame, she tells her team to target the blue mark resting on the creature's heel as it might be its vital point. This confirms that Yeonha used Hajin's advice on a whim, even if he didn't have any proof. Hajin reflects that he may have put in a wise investment because Yeonha is destined to become the king of Seoul someday. Kim Hajin faces off his worst villain to date, a loan payment invoice. That's right, playtime's over because this dude just got hit with 300 million won. The terror in his eyes is enough to tell you everything. This guy can't even fathom how much he owes. He's hit the upper limit for student loans off the bat. This makes Hajin just what kind of miserable things Chundong does in his life to require all of that money for himself. Well, his problems have become even greater. Hajin inspects his bank account's balance and realizes that he's left with 3 million to his name. That's a fraction of the amount he owes to the institution for borrowing so much money. At this rate, bro literally has no shot of going back to his real world. Instead, he's going to be stuck here doing jobs until the end of his life, just to pay off this humongous debt. Hajin scratches his head and realizes that he needs a job, which is a relatable feeling for some of you watching this video, I hope. Now, in this world, there are 2 ways to actually make some money, fast and big. The author explains that the first method is through stocks. Bro is out here trying to become the next Warren Buffett. But here's the thing though, since the inception of towers and dungeons emerging all over the world right now, they are often sought and conquered by the guilds composed of heroes. Now, shares of those guilds are often listed on the stock market, allowing those shares to be traded throughout. Hajin's got the knowledge of all the guilds that are going to be listed. Once again, he's the author, so he knows this kind of stuff for no reason. The real issue is that he's got to acquire some level of capital to invest in the stocks, which means it's not going to be an immediate golf for now. The second option is the field, which Hajin believes is his only option for now. Field hunting is a unique way of earning money. The field in question is known to be a danger zone filled with monsters. Different from the typical towers and dungeon events, the fields have a large variety of monsters, which then you could hunt and earn a fortune from. It's kind of like quest hunting and then selling the corpses of the monsters you just hunted. However, the real obstacle in Hajin's case is really himself. His personal stats are shitty, barely better than the average male. So in his current state, his confidence is wavering, because he's unsure whether he could safely head into field hunting with his current skill set. The author reflects that it would normally be quite wasteful to extinguish his story points just to upgrade the training pistol he has. So he wants to find another way of upgrading his weapon, or buffing his stats. Suddenly the door rings and a voice calls out for his name, alerting him that he's received a package from Cadet Yeonha. Remembering her name, Hajin wonders what this could mean, especially since Yeonha isn't HTE type to engage with him. He opens the door to check things out anyway, and what he finds is a small box. The cadet opens the box only to be shocked by what he sees. And that's how the scene shifts to the Wonju field zone of the Gangwon province. Kim Hajin has made his way to his first field hunting event by traveling through the portals. Donning a rather clean outfit, Hajin receives best wishes from the receptionist and internalizes how cadets are well respected no matter where they go. He heads outside the portal station and into the Gangwon province. This part of the province is usually considered a low-danger area, and it quickly rose to fame and tourism from many adventurers traveling from other countries, earning them the province its newest moniker, the International Metropolis. One man shouts his request. He's looking for a party member specializing in magic so that he could enter Chiak Mountain. There's many people just like this guy, and Hajin calmly breezes through them observing what they're doing. He sees one of the employees confirming the defeat of 3 hobgoblins. Seeing this, Hajin realizes that it might be profitable for him to sell the monster loots using an agency as it would make the process smoother. He tries scouting for an agent around the area, when suddenly one man calls him from behind. This man seems to have sensed Hajin's goal and asks if he wants to hunt monsters. The cadet confirms and learns that this nervous wreck is actually an agent. He shows his business card to prove his identity. Hajin wasn't expecting him to be so anxious, however. Suddenly, the author reads the name of the agency on the business card. It's led by Park Soo-hyuk. This guy is the big shot that will one day become Suho's personal agent one day, which means that while he may be nervous, he's certainly got the skills to recruit the best of the best. He will become the CEO of Korea's top leading agency eventually. And it's strange enough that Hajin is running into him so early in the story. Right now, he's inexperienced and new, which is why Soo-hyuk is acting the way he does. Hajin takes special intrigue in their agency and forwards his hand. He's ready to have himself recruited by their agency. In his mind, Hajin knows this is just the start of the story. So many characters have yet to uncover their full potential and bloom into the characters they're supposed to be. He's basically investing in people right now by forming early connections. A sudden thought comes to his mind. Since this guy is supposed to be Suho's agent in the future, Hajin wonders if stealing him is really the right thing to do in this situation. A little while later, as they're making their way to the monster zone, Hajin asks if the agent is doing well on his own. We then see that this dude is just exhausted, like he's never done this much cardio in his life. He's probably at the verge of having a heart attack, which makes sense since cadets are physically stronger than agents who usually use vehicles to track them. As they approach the danger zone, the agent spots a bunch of hobgoblins' tracks. Hobgoblins aren't the hardest to beat, and a pair of them can lump nearly 400,000 won, so it's a good offer according to the agent. However, that kind of money is still not enough. Hajin reflects that only one of his mana bullets costs a whopping 200,000 won, which is way more expensive than he would like. So he's looking forward to earning something more than just striking down a bunch of goblins. Fixing his sights on a target, Hajin points to a boar monster just below the cliff and asks if hunting it would be fine. The agent immediately becomes worried since this is a steel boar, a monster that is known to be immune to bullets, as they're not strong or sharp enough to penetrate its skin. Hajin takes his words unseriously and happily goes ahead without a care in the world. In response, the agent is literally left speechless, since from his point of view, this is like signing your own death wish. Hajin emphasizes that he carries a pretty solid gun on him. Bro is literally saying his strap can put down anyone. More importantly, there's a reason he's so confident. Hajin just received a new gift from Yeonha in exchange for the precious information he traded. Lo and behold, this man pulls out the Desert Eagle in all of its glory. This beautifully lethal gun is further assisted with a brand new feature that he added by spending a few extra story points in the mix. The agent is against provoking the boar and warns our boy to be careful, but Hajin is pretty daring and doesn't give a damn. He locks in the target and releases a single explosive shot. That one shot literally cuts past the monster like a precise laser beam, putting it down in an instant. The sudden kill shot shocks the agent as he falls down in disbelief. The system informs him about the special feature that Hajin added. Every time he marks a kill with his weapon, its destructive power amplification is doubled. Do you know how insane that is? This man is going to become unstoppable with that ability. Hajin is quite satisfied with what he pulled off with his new weapon. Seeing Hajin's exceptional weapon as well as his shooting skills, the agent is left impressed. The boy has little time to accept the compliment and merely targets his next kill before releasing a powerful shot. The agent questions what he killed this time around. Hajin explains that he saw a black pelican from afar and decided to shoot it down. It's amazing to the agent that he can see this far with such accuracy, to the point he could shoot things in the air. Kim Hajin confirms with confidence in his abilities, playfully remarking that he possesses eagle eyes after all. He tells the agent that he'll go down the cliff to take care of the monsters. The agent runs after him in a hurry. With a black pelican down as well as a steel boar, they've acquired 2 heavy monsters back to back. Hajin asks if he's capable of safely transporting them back. Soo-hyuk explains that it would be rather convenient to pay the dispatch fee and call the logistics crew. He even calculates a budget for the amount they'll receive after taxes. Hajin is simultaneously impressed by his keen attention to detail, which will soon become the agent's reason for national fame. He shakes Hajin's hand in confidence, and the two of them hope to work together, extending their partnership in the future. The agent recalls Hajin mentioning that it was his first experience in field hunting. From that, he wants to know how the boy is going to spend his money once he receives it. Like a true businessman, Hajin expresses that he's going to buy stocks, completely shattering the man's expectations with his answer. The fledgling guild called Packhorse Masters was originally founded by a demonic human or fiend. In the original story, they play a big role. Sitting at his laptop in his room, Hajin reflects that the guild isn't the thing that should be worrying him. It's rather the upcoming dungeon assault. In the main story, the Packhorse Masters Guild raid the Devil's Lair dungeon. Right after this raid, the stock prices of this guild go crazy out of the water, climbing up by nearly 1,000%. That's why he's happily investing his money in buying their stocks early so that he can reap the benefits of the boom later. It's the easiest and most efficient way to make money after all, thanks to his foresight about the future. Spending 3 million won, he completes the purchase and wonders if there's some other place he can find information regarding stocks. Hajin couldn't figure out much on the internet forums, so he thinks a sketchy website like the Violet Haze might be of some use to him instead. Come to think of it, Hajin remembers something. He remembers the Masked Syndicate, who became responsible for playing the part of the main villains in the second half of the story. Just like their name, they're a criminal organization without much information about its members. However, since he's the author of the novel, he knows their exact identities as well as their hideout. Hajin figures that he might be the only one in the world to know about them. While these guys are nasty criminals on their own, they still despise fiendish humans like they're even worse. Hajin wonders if he can strengthen his connection with the leader of the Masked Syndicate, which would somehow help him take down Chai Jinyun someday when he is resurrected as a demonic human. Figuring out his options, Hajin believes that there should be a vacancy in the organization, meaning he has a chance to act. As he's conducting his search, the laptop screen suddenly shuts off, surprising Kim Ha-jin as he draws his face near in worry. This is a terrible thing that's happened to him. The laptop was his only way of returning to his previous world. Losing it would set him back immensely. Fortunately, it turns back on, relieving him to some degree. 1 whole month has passed since he got into this world. The laptop is receiving a sudden update. Bro was hit with the Microsoft update and nearly collapsed, thinking he'd lose his work. Anyway, let's cut to another scene. At a restaurant, a couple is sitting by themselves, attracting the attention of the people. It's the disinterested Jong-hak and the delighted Yeonha. Jong-hak starts the talk expressing his annoyance. He doesn't want to take part in polite and noble meetings like this. Yeonha pokes fun at him and thinks he's only gaining benefits from partaking in this meeting. After all, he's talking to someone who is destined to lead society one day. She asks about his grades and learns that he's doing just okay. Yeonha mocks him for not pursuing first place. But the thing is, Jong-hak believes his grades are just okay specifically because he's in second place. Bro is winning but has really high standards for himself. Interrupting their meet and greet comes an unexpected guest. It's the dazzling Na-yoon, Jong-hak's crush. This guy literally springs up from his chair and breaks his personality just to gain her attention. Seeing him jump up like that with so much interest turns Yeonha off, since she really likes him. Jong-hak checks on Na-yoon and asks if she's doing alright. Na-yoon expresses that she was fine, but while their bickering is going on, Yeonha is getting irritated at being ignored. All of a sudden, Na-yoon brings up Kim Ha-jin's name and catches Yeonha's attention. Yeonha turns to Na-yoon and inquires about him. The girl explains that during the demonic human incident at the National Museum, there were only 3 cadets, and one of them just so happened to be Ha-jin. The demonic human got the better of them and crushed both Suho and Na-yoon, so much so they couldn't beat him until one man stepped in the fight out of the blue. Kim Ha-jin annihilated the fiend's hand with his shot, and Na-yoon was there to bear witness to the impossible event. She couldn't believe how he could pull that off with a training pistol, which leads her to wondering about his real motives. Yeonha is in deep thought when Na-yoon decides to ask more about him. She wants to know what Yeonha thinks of the guy, especially since they were teamed up together in their first training. The girl flinches to respond. It turns out that she did a background check on Kim Ha-jin because of her own suspicions. She learned that he's just an orphan who joined the Cube and owes a staggering debt of 300 million. But apart from that basic information, it's not like she knows anything out of the blue about him. What's more, she can't figure out how he came to know about the Mountain Tyrant's vital point, something that not even the top researchers or analysts knew at the time. Yeonha remembers trying to ask him how he knew, but he was being a stubborn hard ass about it and refused to elaborate. That's why she wanted to investigate him, because Yeonha thinks he's going to become a useful asset to the guild one day. Yeonha expresses that she first thought of him as an unremarkable person. She collects her thoughts and reasons that his attacks in the training round weren't nearly strong enough to take down an entire fiend's arm just like that. So based on that information, she deduces that he must be hiding a secret ace card that he keeps hidden from others. Na-yoon whispers an interesting suggestion, that Kim Ha-jin might actually be a fiendish human himself. This suggestion coming from her baffles both Jong-hak and Yeonha in place. Even the purple-haired brat has a hard time believing a fiend would kill another fiend just like that. Na-yoon can't figure out what, but she knows that there's something weird going around Kim Ha-jin. Speaking of which, Ha-jin's laptop is acting weird and is close to reaching 100% update. Suddenly, he senses a warm sensation emerging from his wrist. The pain becomes sharper, and blood splotches begin appearing on his sleeve. Ha-jin panics as his wrist burns in painful sensations. The newest update is creating a stigma representing the creator's authority. Every time he increases his influence and the story point level evolves, his mark will evolve as well. The magic contained within the mark could be deployed whenever necessary, and after using it once, it will replenish back in 24 hours. Ha-jin experiences headaches and pains throughout his body. It's as if information is flooding inside his brain, and he's got no way of resisting it. Back at the restaurant, Jong-hak slams his palm on the table, irritated to find Na-yoon upset by Ha-jin's recent actions. During this time, Ha-jin can barely even stand and collapses to the ground. Jumping back to Na-yoon, she can't help but remember those cruel words uttered by Kim Ha-jin. Na-yoon confirms that she really doesn't like him at all. Ha-jin rests unconscious. His body gives up on him, and we see the stigma mark that he received from the latest update. The laptop receives a sudden notification for him. A new ability has been added to his observation and reading gift, enhancing its effects. Let's go to the Association Tower in Seoul. You see, right after the incident at the National Museum, Suho, Na-yoon, and Ha-jin were involved in the fight and received certificates of commendation for their amazing deed. Their efforts were recognized for their service to the city. Kim Ha-jin's wrist still throbs in pain from what happened yesterday. He's better now, but the pain is noteworthy. What's more, he's yet to figure out what its purpose is. Kim Ha-jin has the unfortunate encounter of sitting next to Na-yoon, who is madly pissed at him and tells him to shut the hell up. even when he didn't say a damn word. Nayoon is so annoyed by his mere existence that she can't handle him next to her. Hajin curiously asks if she's yet to have forgotten something he did. Then he reminds her that on that very day, he also saved her damn life with his powers. Nayoon is a little frustrated to hear this coming from him, but it's not like he isn't speaking the truth. She lashes out at him, which invites Suho to stop their banter. He even offers Nayoon to switch seats to help her out, but this stubborn ass doesn't want to do that either. After a long argument, she manages to switch seats with Suho, who sits next to Hajin and prepares himself for a talk. He thanks Kim Hajin for saving their lives, something our boy clearly wasn't expecting them to admit. Suho confirms that without his intervention, they would have lost that fight, so he became their saving grace and earned their gratitude. But our boy is a chill guy. He thinks they could have won anyway, even if he didn't intervene. See, if Hajin wasn't around to save their skin, it's likely that Suho would have pulled out his plot armor and evolved to a greater level of power just to take down the threat. That's the literal point of the protagonists in the story after all. Each time they're faced with danger, they always get back up and get stronger. The scene switches to the auditorium, where one of the most prominent heroes in the entire world is making his entrance. Donning long hair with a notable outfit filled with dragons, the man walks with a confident yet disinterested stride, commenting on how useless his current task is. This man is Yu Shihyuk, a top-tier hero considered ranked 37th in the association. In his dominant presence, the entire crowd is silent. Everyone can sense the strong aura emanating from him. This marks the beginning of the award ceremony, where Nayoon, Suho, and our boy Hajin are all awaiting. The awardees are called to step on the stage. These 3 cadets are selected for their honorable act in service of the city. The awards are granted by Shihyuk, one of the most notable heroes in the association, all for the sake of blessing the cadets for their brilliant act in exterminating a demonic threat and saving the lives of the innocents in the city. First, Shihyuk addresses Suho and hands him the reward. He sees promise in Suho's powers and comments that he's a talent worth recruiting. Suho is granted the honorable certificate just when Shihyuk makes a crazy offer to him. He wants the boy to forget the association totally and completely start working for him as a hunter for Forsaken Plains Guild. He reminds Suho that the role of a hero is just plain and boring, involving a ton of responsibility that Shihyuk himself doesn't value. However, the confident boy declined his offer, content with his choice to become a hero despite those words. Shihyuk feels like he just had the fun reaped out of him and moves on to his next cadet. In the presence of Shihyuk, Nayoon seems to be flustered because he seems to recognize the girl. Turns out this dude is actually her master. Well, that's what Nayoon would like to believe, because in truth, Shihyuk doesn't really find her a student at all. It's just that her father begged him to train her, and that's how they got to this point. His disappointing yet blunt truth kills her enthusiasm and makes our boy happy because this bitch deserves to be humbled a little. And then comes the final cadet. Shihyuk seems to really like Hajin right off the bat, because he doesn't recognize this plain-looking kid at all. The first question he asks is who he is, because that's how insignificant and plain he seems. Hajin describes the situation by comparing it to indifference. It's as if his presence is being completely ignored because Shihyuk doesn't pay him any attention like the others. The award ceremony concluded just like that, as boring as that sounds. Cadet Nayoon is the first student to be asked about her thoughts after receiving her award. Well, after the ceremony, our boy is the happiest he has ever been. He's just received 15 whopping millions as the prize money for the fiend extermination. It's great because he's gonna need everything he's gotta cover that 300 million. He sits by himself and decides on how he'll invest the rest of the money. His interest is to buy more stocks from the guild. In the meantime, he's dying to inspect the new features his laptop received right after the painful update. Upon opening his laptop, he sees a message, notifying him about the updated functions. The first is the stigma mark he received, the second is the internet activation, the last one is the tome of truth added to his observation and reading skill. The stigma mark is related to what happened to his left arm, but there's almost little to no description provided on it. It just tells him he can use magic whenever needed. While it does say that, Hajin is having a difficult time figuring his way on activating his ability. Just as he's thinking about the activation, the mark forms a crest, signifying that it is about to activate. Scared that he might blow some shit up here, Hajin wants to take these risks back at the dorm where no one else can see him. It's going to be troublesome if someone spotted him after all. The second update is regarding internet activation. Hajin hovers his cursor over the button and clicks on it. After a brief pause, the screen redirects him to a bunch of different websites, like Law Abiding Spirit, Violent Haze, Jeremy's Sword, and some others. Not only is he getting free access to normal websites, he's also getting the restricted websites for free. Of all the websites he sees, the most important one is the Violet Haze, which has everything he needs. It's the most famous out of all the membership websites, serving as a place to trade critical information, weapons, rewards, requests, and much more. There's only a few heroes that don't use this website. Because of that, the government has decided to turn a blind eye to the trading of the underground. There's a crazy access fee that is necessary to be paid just to access this website. In our boy's case, all he needs to do is spend 200 of his precious story points. He does the purchase to create his account for the time being, and the moment he is thinking about connecting to a particular page, someone calls for him. It's the beautiful Sunga, and the vice captain has caught him. She knows that Hajin knows about her identity, and she also remembers how he is the only person who disappeared from the ceremony a while ago. She came here to especially hand him the card of their guild, the Holy Grace of God. This isn't just any deal, as even Hajin believes earning this card means a big accomplishment. Sunga has a bunch of important questions to ask him, so she sits down and wonders if he's willing to entertain her with them. Of course, Hajin already suspects that she's interested in scouting him potentially, so she sits down and asks if he's prepared to help her out with her questions. Normally, Sunga looks the most kind when represented in the media, but in reality, she possesses a different side to her. Even the best of the best talents are kicked around when it comes to her. She only cares about the best of the best and deals in absolutes, leaving behind anyone that is unnecessary and unimportant. That's the true personality of the Vice Guildmaster, Shunga. Forming a connection with her at this stage is going to be tantamount to Hajin's success in the future events to come. So that's why, before she even wants to speak to him, Bro just cuts her off and coldly states that he's got nothing new to tell her. After facing this rejection, Sunga tries her best to clarify things. She wants to tell him that she's the one expressing a key interest in him, and surely reminds him that she's the Vice Guildmaster of Korea's top guild. Hajin seems to acknowledge her position and ranking, but he's dismissive of it because he knows she came here for personal reasons. He knows for a fact that Sunga is only coming here because she reviewed the footage of him using the light attribute shot. It's not like she's genuinely interested in recruiting him right now. Instead, she wants to satiate her curiosity with a bunch of curious questions. That's why this dude is playing hard to get, to make himself seem like he's got everything going for him. This way, he's going to swindle her emotions and eventually receive her actual interest instead of the fickle curiosity she has right now. This man pulls out a power move and states that he's going to take his leave at once, shocking the heck out of Sunga. Back to reviewing his Stigma ability, more information about its use is provided. When his total story points exceed a threshold, then the attention score will increase by 1 level and another stroke will be added to his mark. It also makes it clear that Hajin can activate its power whenever he desires, and after using it once, it will be replenished in the time span of 24 hours. To test his newest ability, Hajin concentrates his focus on forming a dagger via his magic. All of a sudden, the mark forms him a mythical blade out of nowhere. The dagger is actually a real deal, as Hajin moves it around and feels like it's ready to be used at once. The thing about magic is that it's a stat influenced by one's innate talent and knowledge. Since Hajin popped inside of this world without any explanations about his background, he naturally assumed he wouldn't be capable of handling magic at all. But he's happy that he's found a way to use magic in his own way, through the Stigma's powers. The last thing he wants to try out is the Tome of Truth, which is supposed to enhance his pre-existing skills of observation and reading. Hajin thinks for a moment, and decides to call out the ability's name. The ability triggers his Stigma once more, materializing a book containing the truth. The mystical energy of the book allows Hajin the ability to answer any question, as long as it is within the scope of its magic. Now how crazy is that? Even the author stops for a second to digest what he just read. To check if it's bullshitting him or not, he asks about his height. Turns out our boy is a short king standing at 174 centimeters, or just over 5 foot 8 inches in freedom units. Using the Tome of Book consumes 1 story point for every question as a cost. Suddenly, Hajin's smartwatch beeps crazily, calling for a sudden emergency alert from the school. There's a group message coming from someone who is asking for a student's location. Seeing this red emergency notice, our boy wonders what it's about. He thinks it may have triggered the second major event that is supposed to occur in the main storyline: the serial disappearances of the cadets at the Cube. This episode will involve the disappearance of 6 cadets from out of nowhere. The culprit responsible for the act is meticulous in covering their tracks and doesn't leave a single trace behind. The investigations are all useless, causing the number to only increase, as if they are all trapped in an endless game. Hajin remarks that this episode is important, because the perpetrator's final target is supposed to be none other than Yu Yonha herself. Now, even Hajin knows that things would be troublesome for him if the co-author interfered in this part of the story and edited in some changes, since they could threaten to just remove one of the main characters like at the museum incident. Our boy takes matters into his own hands to catch the criminal, but thinks that even that would be proven fruitless, since his needless interference will disrupt the course of the story forever. All he can do for the meantime is simply wait and observe for the story to go down. The scene switches to the training center the next day. Suho is replenishing himself with water when one of his friends points to the scene just up ahead. While Hajin is attempting to work out and enhancing his physical strength, a bunch of annoying bullies come to tease him and disrupt his workout. They call him a loser for being unable to lift a simple weight, despite being enrolled at the prestigious institution. They even suspect that he must have bribed his way inside. Suho tries to help him out since he has a strong sense of justice, but his friend grabs him and pulls him away. Suho can't believe that the class rep Younghan isn't doing anything to stop those guys. But Younghan explains that it's clear from those delinquents that Hajin somehow got on the bad side of Jonghak, which is why any involvement will label Suho a target as well. There's also a possibility that these guys are faking to test his reaction. Suho can't believe what he's hearing, but Younghan thinks that a dude who shattered the demonic human's arm couldn't be afraid of dealing with a bunch of amateurs all by himself. He's of the opinion that Hajin deliberately hides his true strength. But this theory is proven ridiculous pretty quickly, because our boy cannot for the life of him lift that barbell. He's just struggling out here before giving up. Even the losers think that he's just pathetic. Younghan is starting to believe that luck may have been on his side. This fake-ass switched sides so quickly. Anyway, Suho ignores him and rushes to save Hajin anyway. The rest of the cadets quickly realize that a fight is about to break out, and Nayun is eavesdropping too. Once again, their instructor comes out roaring like an angry dad. He's pissed that they're making a mockery out of their training session. The instructor tells the students to gather around for their scores for the quiz to be revealed. The sheet will be put on the wall so everyone can view the results in groups. The cadets come around checking the board and realize that a ton of them were annihilated in the quiz. In that very same quiz, only one student's name is at the top. It's none other than Kim Hajin, the same annoying cunt who couldn't even lift a simple barbell earlier. Rachel and Jonghak are respectively second and third. Hajin isn't surprised by this outcome, since he practically knows about everything in the story he authored himself. Seeing his result, a girl's rapier drops on the ground. This is Rachel, and she's utterly speechless by what she sees. She's the British princess who ranked third in the admissions. There's only one notable detail about this girl's character, and that is the fact that she never places second in any given written test, no matter what. So the fact that she's just scored second has winded her. She stares at him as if she's seen a ghost of some kind. Hajin is stunned too, not knowing what to say. Let's explore what happened back when Rachel first got accepted into the cube with her brilliant result. Her attendants were all worried for her, that she might be taking part and standing next to one of the world's best hero candidates very soon. What's more, she'll have no one to relate to as everyone in her class would be Korean. Rachel was okay with that, never feeling a sense of anxiety, and simply wanted to live up to the expectations of others, for the sake of the royal family. But today, she has felt a sense of dread, defeat, and disappointment unlike any other. She feels like she has failed her countrymen with her performance. The teacher reviews Hajin's notes in class, specifically pointing out the boy's brilliance in writing a new take on phenomenological analysis. He's even given a special mention to be followed as an academic weapon. Now, Rachel knows that the subject of phenomenology isn't just any easy subject to master. She doesn't even think it's possible for her to close their gap before midterms come around. This aloof and lost boy Kim Hajin is finessing her, when he doesn't even pay any attention to his lectures. Burning with inspiration and an aching desire to know how he studies, Rachel takes a wider interest in him. At the information office, our boy is digging up a bunch of his queries. He's finally acquired the Tome of Truth to answer all his problems, so it should help him out. Thanks to this new shiny ability, he can learn about anything in this world, or whatever gaps of knowledge he has at the cost of spending just a bunch of his story points. Especially since he has nothing going for him right now and wouldn't really make a profit. Hajin is hoping for things to get better eventually. He goes to complete agent registration, and from here, he wants to use some of his precious story points to take care of the rest. Let's talk about the second major event that's going to happen in the story. Right after it happens, the institution's position as a place of security and authority is put under fire by the people. It is no longer considered a safe zone. The thing is, even with his current powers, Hajin believes he's too weak to solo a fiend all by himself. However, he has been getting a shit ton of story points after Jonghak got annoyed with him and sent his little goons. That's turning into his benefit and working things out for the guy. Hajin wants to spend some of the points to ensure his survival for the things to come in the future. The first area of interest is increasing his weapon buffs. Since he has the Desert Eagle handgun with him, he wants to add a convertible function to the gun, allowing it to become a sniper rifle. Now, I don't know about you, but a handgun transforming into a sniper rifle just sounds cool as fuck. Hajin wonders if he's doing a little overkill with this feature, but he still ultimately makes the decision by spending 250 story points for the added feature. Right that moment, his gun warps and takes the form of a beautiful gold sniper rifle, reflecting its changes. Even Hajin is impressed by the skill, but he thinks it's too flashy for a gun and will draw a lot of attention, so he reverts it back to its handgun state for now. Next, His focus is to create a technique that's going to help him out. He has 3 slots to work things out. What differentiates the supernatural and magic-based powers called abilities from techniques is that they're considered honed physical skills that are acquired instead of given. Arguably the most important skill for a ranged weapon user's survival to prioritize any successful elimination is positioning themselves in top advantage. So right now, the technique Hajin is hoping to acquire is related to getting him the ideal position for him to avoid any mishaps in the future. He types away at his laptop, auditing the E-Technique's skills. At last, the technique's properties are there for him to use. It's a skill he decided to call parkour, and it helps with helping him become an agile monster throughout the field. This will ensure that he keeps moving and doesn't stay stuck in one place to expose his position. For this effect, 350 points have been consumed. But strangely, our boy doesn't seem to feel anything different from his body. He's at least confident that he scored some changes, although he doesn't feel them. Suddenly, his smartwatch receives a notification. It's a group message, and this time, people are looking for Sung-yeon, the girl who has become the second victim of the perpetrator from within the institution. Hajin explains that the students who disappeared before Yeonha were actually murdered by the culprit in cold blood. This means the moment they disappear, they're as good as gone. Since he's the author, he knows about this dangerous, mysterious villain acting from behind the scenes. He also knows the persons that will be involved in the disappearance. Faced with this morally gray situation, Hajin wonders if he should really be turning a blind eye to what's happening right now for the sake of the story and his personal benefit. That's an interesting question, though. Tell me what you guys would have done in the comments below. Would you be pragmatic or ethical? These kinds of thoughts are weighing heavy on the author who is trapped in a tough situation with no right answers. The scene shifts to the outdoor training ground under the cube's premises. The instructor leads the announcement for each cadet and explains that they're going to be part of a special practical training session. The cave they see just up ahead is actually called an artificial dungeon, and it was created thanks to the magical wonders of magic tech. This place is inhabited by illusions of the real monsters, so in a way, it's the best form of training possible to train the cadets to fight against real monsters in the future. That's why the cadets will be participating in a mock dungeon assault mission today. However, the instructor intently reminds them that they shouldn't take the exercise lightly just because it's training, or it may come at a cost to them. The thing about the artificial dungeon is that it's immense in size, which is why the 2 groups called Veritas and Cultural will work together in order to effectively dismantle it. One team from each unit will merge to form an assault team to tackle the dungeon. The instructor tells them to make their own teams from here on out. There's countless chatter of the students trying to link up and communicate with each other so they could form teams. Among them is also Team 8, consisting of our boy Hajin and the rest of his allies like Yeonha, Hazuki, and Hosung. From the cultural unit, they have Jaden, Jingyu, Sujung, and Jinsha, making it a team consisting of 8 cadets total. In the artificial dungeon, there are many terrifying traps waiting for them. Some of these traps were deliberately planted by the fiends, which is at least Hajin suspects. To tackle the possibility of dealing with demonic humans, he's already prepared a bunch of special bullets for them beforehand. But even at this level, Hajin is confident in himself and wonders if he's going to survive this practical training event. Suddenly, the system begins roaring out a warning informing him about the discrepancy caused in the story. This is troublesome for the author, especially since he won't know what those changes are. The worst part is, 3 aspects of the story have been altered in one event, so it's definitely cautioning Hajin, who doesn't know what's going on or who's causing such alterations to occur. As the teams are gathering up, Hajin's biggest worry is that he doesn't know about the changes. While he's completely lost in thought, Kim Suho's teammate, Yuna from the culture unit, mocks him for being a dumbass and not paying attention to the instructor. The system informs him about Yuna's temper rising. At the same time, Yeonha gets to meet Jaden from the cultural team. But she doesn't share the dude's enthusiasm and has a dead look on her face. The system informs that Jaden's growth potential has also increased based on this interaction. Then lastly, Nayoon interacts with a specific cadet that she's seen around at the hunting club. The cadet introduces himself as Sven, donning a beautiful pair of blue eyes and a charming smile. He's paired up with her, but for some reason, his mental breakdown is only worsening, which also means he is highly susceptible to become a demon puppet during the raid. Hajin is just baffled listening to these story changes popping up from out of nowhere, and he is deeply troubled since they're going to impact the story to a significant amount. The author fixates his attention on the 2 characters that he has to keep a sharp eye on. The first of them is Jaden from Team 8, since he's supposed to be a delinquent-type character with a personality of a bully. While he possesses the qualities of a fine cadet, what's really bothering Hajin are the growth potential points he's receiving from out of nowhere. Jaden politely introduces the rest of his team, those being Jingyu, Sujun, and Jinsha. From Yeonha's side, she does the same, but she tends to misremember our boy's name, causing him annoyance. It's funny because I think she called him Lee Hajin just to fuck with him. Back to his thoughts, Hajin focuses on what he should do regarding his second topic of interest, Sven. This dude is actually on a government scholarship since he's considered an elite candidate hero from Germany. There's only one detail to note about this guy, and it's the fact that he's got the hots for Nayun. Is it me or does everybody just like Nayun? Someone needs to check if she made a contract with the Demon of Enchantment. Anyway, like the rest of the international students inside the institution, Sven came with the purpose of attaining glory and reaching the very heights of success. But that remains to be an unfulfilled dream for him, especially when talents like Nayun, Suho, and even Yonha are in the picture as the main characters. Seeing their monstrous and brilliant abilities, Sven became lost and mentally torn. He had never felt true inferiority and humbling defeat before coming to the institution. His insecurities got the better of him, which is why in his mad pursuit for power, Sven sells his soul in exchange for ultimate strength. Well, those are the details the author wrote that he's confident about. The real problem is that his transformation is going to happen during the raid. It has moved forward in the timeline, and while he's hoping it doesn't have much of an impact, Hajin is still worried. His thoughts are crushed by Jaden's sudden greeting, who squeezes his shoulder and reminds him not to get lost in his thoughts. Hajin snaps away his arm to push him off. Jaden is too quick to denote him as a scumbag and thinks the rumors about him must all be true. Hearing those words, Hajin internalizes that his reputation is at an all-time low right now. A particular rumor has taken effect in the Orbis unit, causing many people to set their sights on him. The rumors are that he's using his status as a cadet to intimidate other people, but it's one of those rumors that are manufactured from out of nowhere to talk shit about a person. It's pretty clear who made the rumors though, since Hajin knows it's definitely related to Jonghak and his lackeys. Seeing his so-called friends, Hajin is a little upset that Hazuki and Hoseung aren't even stepping in to help him out here despite being a team. Anyway, the order of the teams is decided, and they'll start entering from Team 1. In the meanwhile, Jaden tries to chat up Yeonha in any attempts of rizzing her. He goes on talking on and on about how their teams are a mix-up of being overpowered right now. They even shit-talk Hajin for being a dead weight, which is just funny. It's like all the haters gathered in one team and their victim is poor Hajin. At last, it's time for Team 8 to enter the dungeon. They pull up inside, seeing the artificial cave in all its glory. They walk together and explore the dungeon with Jaden being the most confident ahead. Suddenly, they find a place with many paths. A curious Yonha wonders which path will be the most effective to take. Jaden explains that they always have Jingyu as a ranged weapons user to rely on. Hajin breaks his silence and suggests exploring route number 6 out of the blue. His sudden interruption annoys Jaden a lot, but strangely, Yonha seems to trust his gut and actually accepts his suggestion. Her sudden approval surprises Hajin, and while she calls him useless in front of the group, she can't help but admit that he's got a good pair of eyes on him. Hajin is a little upset that she has to drag his name through the mud just to give him a compliment. He's okay with it as long as they can meet Nayun down the same route. The thing about Sven is that he might really end up making a pact with the demon lurking inside the cave. That's why the burden will fall on Nayun, and she's going to have a tough time dealing with him alone. If she falls right now, the rest of the story will be in shambles since her character is crucial to forwarding the plot. She's an invaluable piece that can't be lost. They enter Path 6, but Jaden is still a jealous bitch who calls Hajin an attention seeker. Our boy doesn't care about his insults and simply chooses to focus on the monsters ahead. The rest of the cadets can't see a thing in the dark, but Hajin seems to be fine with spotting a salamander in the near distance. He also thinks it might be some kind of dungeon switch, which could reveal some properties about the dungeon. Worried, Jingyu thinks he should try shooting a light arrow and check things out for them. With Yeonha's approval, he prepares a shot and releases it, carving a path of light just ahead. To everyone's shock, there is indeed a salamander monster up ahead. Jaden is shocked while Yeonha alerts everyone to get into battle position to strike this bitch down. Hajin, on the other hand, is anticipating something before making his move. Yeonha brings out her signature whip weapon and takes on the battle head-on. She unleashes her strong whip aimed at the beast, interrupting it, charging an attack from its mouth. I'm not going to lie, this dude looks like a Pokemon. With its mouth restricted, Hazuki and the other melee fighters pounce in to crush the monster with their powerful attacks. Since it's only a hologram, they defeat it rather easily, suffering little to no consequences from the fight. Yeonha hears the rumbling sound and realizes that the dungeon is transforming after the monster's defeat. The electric charge coming from her whip is observed by Hajin, who is impressed that she has already awakened her Eve of Awakening power. Just as they're about to move, Hajin trips on a pebble and crashes on top of Yeonha from behind. At the same time, a sharp projectile swiftly misses them by the mark, which would have hit if he didn't stumble just now. Both of them hit the ground in a hard crash. Hajin's face is sweating bullets because he knows he's dead now. Yeonha tries to ignore his bullshit act and tries to ignore him for a moment, but then she gets fired up and wants to beat him up. As she's preparing to beat him down, the rest of their teammates point to the arrow that nearly killed them just now. It's during this moment that Hajin realizes that when they stumbled just now, they actually avoided a lethal poison arrow. The scene cuts to Sven, who has been injured by one of such arrows, and begs Nayun to leave him behind. Carrying his heavy ass weight, Nayun shouts at him to shut up if he can't run. She still can't believe what happened earlier. An arrow from out of nowhere came flying and hit Sven from behind. She couldn't believe that it was a part of their training, so she made a run for it. Especially since this is an artificial dungeon where situations like these aren't supposed to happen. Now let's explore the giant ass demon she's trying to escape from. This lava golem is a mini Godzilla that's chasing after Nayun. No wonder she's pissed at Sven for yapping shit while being injured. The artificial cave has its training underway for the cadets. They're busy fighting the fire salamanders shooting beams from their mouths. Hajin's team is defending against them pretty well, especially the cultural unit. They defend and counterattack with long-ranged weapons. The same goes for Hajin and Yonha, who are swiftly cleaning up the mess with ease. Jaden is having fun slicing down on the monsters on his own. This back-to-back fight seems to be an easy victory for our heroes. They haven't faced a really difficult monster so far, since they're nothing more than fodder. Apart from the poisonous arrow, they don't think they have encountered any traps to watch out for, so they're fine with pushing in and exploring deeper. But something about the poisonous arrow does not sit right with the author. He even received a notification about it from the system. He can't believe that these idiots still think the arrow is just a part of training and not an actual threat. Hajin is riddled with so many thoughts, when suddenly, a strong creeping presence from behind terrifies him. A fully charged salamander is preparing its devastating fire beam, ready to launch at any moment. Hajin is utterly shocked that one of the salamanders survived and wasn't dead after they made sure it was down. The enormous fire blast is released in their path, with Yonha and the others standing defenseless. This one attack could annihilate all of them. This is why Hajin intervenes in the battle with his stigma magic, releasing his one-time use ability to cast a water barrier at once. The stigma magic releases the water barrier, protecting them from the beam's wrath. The beam is powerful, but eventually it fades against the defensive properties of the water barrier engulfing their team. Finishing up its attack, the salamander crashes as it was its final resort. But what Hajin pulled off just now has shocked the eyeballs of his teammates. Hazuki and Hosung just don't know what they saw just now. They also couldn't believe that the attack from the salamander is so powerful and a part of training. It's the real flame breath at full strength, and while it didn't fully connect with the heroes, it was dangerous. Jaden is the only one enraged from the incident, and immediately grapples Hajin for hiding his water attribute powers, especially since they needed them a while ago. Hajin tries to play it calm and explains that he's just using an effect of a magic item, but Jaden isn't going to buy his excuse. Yonha pulls in to break them off. What's troubling them is the fact that they faced a real monster in an artificial dungeon. Yonha reasons that the place is supposed to mimic a traditional or normal dungeon, which means it's likely that one of the salamanders evolved in some way, or something else caused it to pop up. She doesn't want to focus on the details of that for now, because she's confident they'll receive points for taking out a real monster later. Yonha leads the group and acts like she doesn't really care about what happened. But in her thoughts, she is much too confident that Hajin is bullshitting about the magic item excuse. The fact that he couldn't afford the Desert Eagle is proof enough that he couldn't get his hands on a magic item out of nowhere. What's more is that it's specifically a water attribute magic, and while Jonghak and Suho seem like candidates to pull that kind of shit off, a guy like Hajin is just out of the question. Yonha connects the weird coincidences involving him so far, such as the Mountain Tyrant's vital point, and the fact that he's capable of using magic. She can't figure out why he's going through so much to hide his powers, which reminds her of Nayun's initial assumption that he's probably a fiendish human. Because of her puzzled thoughts and her inability to trust Hajin, Yonha has kept a close eye on him. Let's run it back to our girl Nayun and see how she's facing her monster. The Maga Megalith is a real threat, an intermediate grade monster that seems unstoppable. They think it's a dungeon boss and even wonder if it's possible to deal with such a monstrosity, especially with a normal team. Their plan is to join forces with the other teams and lead a joint attack. There's the concern that Sven's condition is fragile too. Nayun is stumped about the poisonous arrow darting from out of nowhere. She's starting to believe the dungeon is way too challenging for a cadet level's training. Sven's condition is shown to be worse than what everyone believes. He feels like the burden of the group for letting everyone down, and with this, his mental condition worsens. He has troublesome thoughts and comes to question his abilities. It tortures him from the inside, until one voice decides to take advantage of his crippled state. The voice asks if he's seeking strength, especially since he's suffered so much throughout this time. This voice promises to give him exactly what he wants, by offering him the strength of his dreams. In exchange, this demonic voice requests that he surrender everything else. Faced with this offer, and in his pitiful state, Sven gleefully accepts the offer without thinking about anything else. Just as he accepts the offer, the demonic fiend captures his soul in its trap, causing him whirling pain. He shouts in agony as his body succumbs to pain. Nayun rushes to him and requests her party mate's attention. But all of his screaming has actually drawn their ugly old Goliath to this location. He stares at them for a casual hello before obliterating the place with its lava. The monster sways its giant fist to crush the structures. The cadets are probably performing athletic-level sprints here because they're so afraid a damn fist will crush them if they're not fast enough. The monster slams the place down, sending some of the cadets flying in place. They're stuck with practically no way out. Even Nayun has hit a hard wall just carrying Sven and can't see a way out. Before she can even recover her breath, the horrifying creature pops up with its scary eyes. Now that's a nightmare right there. No one would want to be Nayun right now. The girl can't believe what they're facing and is now convinced that this isn't a dummy. Faced against its wrath, Nayun is terrified to admit that they might just die in a place like this, an artificial dungeon. The monster prepares to unleash its attack when one mana bullet comes flying from out of nowhere, striking the monster down and penetrating the top of its head. Nayun turns her attention to the shooter who attacked the monster from afar. It's none other than our boy Hajin who has saved her ass a second time. If she's still ungrateful after this, I swear he better leave her to die. Let's go back a few minutes and see what happened between Yeonha's team. They ended up hitting a massive wall, annoying Jaden because this path was supposed to lead them to the dungeon's boss monster. Hajin confirms that they're still at the right place. In fact, they've never been closer. But he himself didn't anticipate the wall just ahead. Instead of fixating on the details of that, Hajin claimed that the monster is lurking right behind. He wanted the group to try and break the wall for him. Jaden was pissed that he's the one taking charge of the operations and running the show. Anyway, he still attacks with the full force of his sword. The result? Poor guy experiences a sharp shock because the wall has been infused with strong defensive capabilities, so even an attack infused with magic is fruitless against it. Hazuki notices something and points to the gap just above the wall. Hajin believes they could use the gap to cross over the place, but Jaden thinks it's a ridiculous idea and that he's crazy for thinking he could make it out of a 10-meter climb. Realizing that Jaden's a fool who probably can't do what he's about to pull off, Hajin decides to go first. He uses his parkour technique, strengthening his grip and making him so agile that he turns and tosses his way up, lunging like an expert until he reaches the top. From there, he avoids the group and just dashes away. Right then, the entire group hears a sudden boom coming from the other side. The dungeon is once again experiencing a sudden, unexpected change. Jaden doesn't know what's going on, but what they don't know is that the giant lava golem has been wreaking havoc. Inside, Hajin comes to rescue Nayun. He's pleasantly surprised that the stun properties of his shot just wore off and didn't last very long against this creature of bulldozing size. He calls for Nayun to run away while she still can instead of sitting idle. Things get worse for our boy since the towering monster just so happens to have found its newest target. Bro's face turns pale as he begs Nayun to save him now instead of running her ass away. Instantly, the group assumes battle formation and strikes the lava golem from many angles. But despite their heavy blows, none of the hits work against this beast as it stands impenetrable as ever. Seeing them come to their rescue, Nayun is glad and decides to get down to business as she readies a powerful arrow shot. She wants them to keep the monster distracted while she prepares her shot. A few more moments pass, and eventually Sven shows up from out of nowhere with his surprise entrance. He keeps the monster busy and distracted, allowing Nayun to wind up more of her strength. Remembering the outcome against the demonic human from last time, she swears that this time things will turn out differently. And then, Nayun releases her obliterating arrow which utterly annihilates the monster's face upon impact. The golem's corpse hits the ground as lava melts out of its head. The cadets can't believe that they were able to defeat such a ferocious monster with their combined strengths. Some of them are hoping they're getting rewarded with a good amount of points. Nayun and Sven also catch up with them. The rest of them are shocked by Nayun's sudden attack, and she calls it her finishing move. Hajin is disinterested about the rest, and fixates his attention on Sven, who has yet to transform into a fiend at this level. It's an alteration from the original story which is certain to cause future changes. The transformation will occur no matter what, especially since he has made a pact with the demon in this cave. Now it's going to be tough because there's no telling when he'll act up against the group and make the story chaotic. Nayun's attention drifts away at the boy in the distance, who is catching his breath. She takes a moment to forget about her anger towards him and comes to talk with him in private. Knowing that she owes him a bit, Nayun tries to utter the words thank you, feeling embarrassed about saying them too. Earning her acceptance is actually a radiant experience for our boy, who can't wonder what the fuck just happened. He spaces out and questions what she said, causing her annoyance as she confirms that she won't say it again for him. What Hajin can't believe is that she actually went ahead and thanked him like this. Her entire life has been riddled with nothing but tragedy. The very first tragedy trailing her life occurred when she turned 6. It was tough for the poor girl to lose her mother at the hands of a fiend, which strengthened her resolve to one day become a hero. Normally, kids were taught to have fun and laugh. But Nayun was different. She was filled with anger and abused her body to its utmost limits from a young age. She was shut off and couldn't build meaningful connections, because that would risk her being vulnerable and being open to others about her past. As a consequence, only a handful of people have earned her gratitude, and there's barely any who can confidently call her a friend. That's why this moment is so special to Hajin, because the character he wrote to only say sorry finally said something completely contradicting herself. He knew it better than anyone else as the author of the novel. Nayun goes on a tangent and questions why he's letting Jonghak's goons annoy him when he's so strong and capable in real situations. After all, just one shot from his gun was able to stun the monster in place. There's just no way the goons are a match for a guy like him, so she doesn't get his intentions. Hajin expresses that he doesn't really have a way to beat them truly. It's strange to Nayun, who has seen him beat a monster with his weapon. The boy demonstrates his new gun, the Desert Eagle, and explains that it's just a custom-made craft which helps take care of things for him. All in all, he's trying to avoid looking like a strong guy. Nayun goes crazy hearing him admit to a crime so openly. Modified weapons are actually illegal in the institution and would cause an immediate suspension. Hajin confirms that it's the only reason he uses the weapon when he truly needs it. Thankfully, he's found a way to hide this gun inside the stigma mark, allowing him to keep stronger weapons tucked inside his inventory without getting suspended every time. However, Nayun is still not buying his excuse, seeing how strong he is. That's when she curiously questions if he possesses some kind of gift related to his firearm skills. Hajin doesn't give her a proper response, but she's pretty content and leaves. She isn't going to rat him out for using the gun, but recommends he stop using it. Before leaving, she stops to touch another topic, the same topic that spiraled her hatred towards him. Hajin grows silent for a moment, and still refuses to apologize or clarify. He doesn't want to apologize and earn her a connection, since she will forgive him, which is really bad for what's going to happen in the future. Bro is literally plotting to assassinate her older brother. Of course he's not going to fuck her over mentally by befriending her right now. His target is locked in to kill Chae Jin-yoon in the future no matter what. When Nayun returns to her group, they all are dying to know if she's somehow friends with the guy. She declines quickly, but Sven seems to have caught on something with his creepy look. A sudden announcement is made to the cadets, and the dungeon training exercise is suspended at once. They want all of them to exit the dungeon right away. I mean, they caught on pretty late. They'd probably be collecting corpses if not for Hajin. Now, there's a bunch of different problems that came up during the assault exercise. The first is the fact that all surveillance cameras were shut down right after the exercise began. Then, real monsters instead of artificial ones found their way and spawned in place of the dummies. Finally, the staff didn't act until the last second when things went wrong. It was a serious incident but involved no casualties, which is why the Cube decided to launch an internal investigation instead of using the help of authorities. Hajin explains that the fiendish humans secretly lurking in the Cube's executive staff probably succeeded in suppressing the matter at hand. He knows that the investigation won't happen until episode 2 is fully concluded. Right now, what's truly troubling him is the objective of the co-author and his intentions with Sven. There's one side effect of making a pact with a demon. It causes a person emotional distress as well as an obsession. The worst possibility that comes to Hajin's mind is Sven going ballistic and killing Nayun. He wants to make sure that that future doesn't come to pass. That's why he's secretly tracking both of their movements. Hajin clicks on his messenger app, apologizes for his immoral ways to get the results he wants. The system connects him to Nayun's messenger account. There, he sees a bunch of chats like with Suho, Sven, and Yonghak. His only topic of interest is Sven himself, who is texting her out to the hunting club's event this week. In the original story, this same event is the breakout of Sven's erupted state. Just to make sure nothing happens, Hajin intends to trail them and do whatever it takes to neutralize the situation. He's also increased his stats now, so he thinks it's finally time to go hunting for the garrison dungeon. In class, Hajin receives a sudden message from his smartwatch. He doesn't know why Suho is calling him out of nowhere. Suho personally asks if our boy is free on Friday because he's been meaning to ask something. Let's talk about the Garrison. It's a mountain in the Gangwon-do province known for its spiritual effects. It's often called a training haven by the martial artists who gather from all over the country just to train there. But it's not just them. The Garrison is visited by many vagabonds who love touring the mountains for buried treasures instead of risking lives to fight monsters. Well, one of these vagabonds is the ginseng digger, Kim Yoonjun, and he's going to be accompanying our boy for this event. Hajin isn't the least bit excited or touched by Yoonjun's enthusiasm. Yoonjun's confident that he will never be able to find ginseng with how he's doing, but Hajin corrects him, stating that his purpose isn't ginseng but something else. There's lots of blabbering that really crosses odds with our boy, and he simply chooses to ignore him. Yoonjun arrogantly assumes that this kid is inexperienced, and he's kind of right because Hajin trips and falls so many times just on his way. But right then, he finds the dazzling ginseng. He can't believe his eyes. Bro ends up munching on the 7-year-old ginseng root. Thanks to the modification function, it will allow him to double his stats by 2 points for a shortened duration. What's so damn crazy about this specific ginseng is that if he sold it, he could have made 700 million from it. It still kills me why he didn't use it to pay off his debt though. Hajin stumbles and finds himself troubled to travel up so far. He thinks it's reasonable that the dungeon he's looking for hasn't been discovered yet. In the garrison, beyond its glory lies the place he's looking for. The undead dungeon. The cave of terror that the author now stands before. The boss of the dungeon is called the Death Knight, and he's a really tough upper intermediate grade monster. The ginseng buffed his stats quite a bit, but this dude is still going to destroy Hajin from his expectations. As he steps inside, Hajin expresses that he doesn't care about that because he's got different goals in mind. Just then, a scary hand emerges from the underground. Then, myriads of the undead monsters come creeping out to greet our boy at the entrance of the dungeon. Prepared to fight them all off, Hajin prepares his stigma magic, and reflects that his true intentions aren't to take down the boss monster today. The real goal is to access the dungeon's hidden stage. Suddenly, all of the skeletal monsters rush forth to attack the seemingly defenseless boy, but they'll regret what's about to happen to them. Bro pulls out his strap and literally annihilates one of the undead monsters at point-blank range. Talk about a stylish kill shot. The same happens to the rest of the undead monsters, who are easily taken down by every shot. Hajin activates his eagle eye precision ability to trail the trajectory of his shots. He then uses his quick mobile agility to leap over the monsters, only to attack them from above and score more kills. After killing enough of them, Hajin stops shooting and realizes that he's done defeating them all. However, the number of these undead monsters is bound to increase as he approaches the hidden stage. This is a clear sign that he's headed towards the Evangel's location. Now, this Evangel person is actually a witch, who is supposed to act as the boss of the Garrison Dungeon's hidden stage. This witch actually plays a role in the future. She's going to construct the Castle of Evangel, the most terrifying undead fortress in the history of mankind. She will make an abandoned school its host and wreak havoc. She's going to be really troublesome to deal with when she becomes mature and more powerful, which is why our boy is interested in taking her out while he still can. After defeating her, he's hoping to acquire 2 drop items as a reward. The first item is the upgradable equipment called the Ether, and the second one is the Seed of Evangel. Now in the original novel, both items were responsible for helping the fiend Tomer to become so powerful that he became the executive force of evil. That means if Hajin is looking to become strong at an even faster rate, the best thing to his advantage is the Ether. He approaches the door of the hidden stage of the dungeon where only darkness awaits the boy. Activating his precision eagle eye, he's able to peer far into the cave without worrying about any monsters. There, he sees a shiny dead tree with crystals emerging from it. His target is the young witch who has yet to mature and is very vulnerable at her current state. Since it's incredibly tricky to beat a fully mature witch, his only chance to defeat her is now, when she's physically incapable and weaker than her mature self. The little witch is fiddling with her spell and playing around. The sight is too innocent for our boy Hajin, who has literally come here with the purpose of preventing the doom that she will one day unleash in the future. His emotions are trying to get the better of him. As the author, he takes full responsibility and musters the spirit to kill her. After all, even the future executive of evil, Tomer, did the same. As he approaches her, Hajin reasons that the little witch is nothing more than a bit of his own creation when it all comes down to it. He is the reason she exists, and he is the reason she will die. A normal witch in her spirit form can't be taken out with bullets even if they're infused with mana. So in this particular situation, Hajin activates the power of his stigma magic and creates a magical spear imbued with light attribute magic. This should be enough to kill the witch in one strike. He's also really impressed by the aged ginseng's effects since they boosted his stats by a lot. Believe it or not, this man chucks the damn spear full force at the baby witch, annihilating her spiritual form with a clean headshot. I wasn't expecting him to be so brutal, but damn. Anyway, Hajin was expecting his previous attack to finish her off completely, but for some reason, she's way stronger than she looks. Even while immature, she managed to survive the brutal attack. The Twitch recovers her lost spiritual body with what's left of her powers. The dungeon begins shaking in a massive earthquake as the baby witch finally becomes unable to sustain her form and explodes in a wave of dust before Hajin's eyes. At last, the 2 items he was looking for have both dropped. The Seed of Evangel contains the soul of the witch, allowing Evangel to resurrect once the germination process is complete. The Ether, on the other hand, allows the owner to reinforce their weapon and upgrade their powers. Having acquired the Ether item, it buffs all of Hajin's stats by 0.6. The system also informs him that this item cannot be further traded. Back at his dorm, Hajin is glad to experience the effects of the item. His mission ended up a success. The effects of ether will only amplify his skills even more once he levels up. With all of the skills he's acquired so far, he thinks he's somewhat capable of Cube Cadet at his current level. Not to mention, he's also gained nearly 50 story points as well as experienced the effects of the ginseng. Arguably the best part of his raid is the Seed of Evangel that he acquired, which can be used to resurrect the witch at any time through germination. The Witch of Despair title may make her seem like a villain, but in reality, if Hajin plays his cards right, he could help develop Evangel into a strong ally. Now, the growing part of the seed isn't so difficult according to the author. It only sounds complicated, but all it needs is a bunch of blood to develop over time. The personality of the witch is determined by the blood of the person who is providing it, which is why it's best for Hajin to select an ideal candidate. Bro is already thinking about asking Suho and Rachel, so the witch turns out to be a little nice to him. At the same time, he just can't fathom asking from either Yonha or Nayun, since they'll cause a scene and spoil the witch's personality a great bit. It's a red flag that he's going to avoid. The real question is, how's he going to acquire the blood? Hajin puts it off for later and thinks he should take some rest, since tomorrow is the main event that's going to exhaust much of his strength. The hunting club where Sven will likely cause a scene against Nayun is right around the corner after all. The following day at the Byakpa Mineral Springs, a bunch of Cube cadets are delighted to become a part of their first outing orientation. One girl is giving a speech addressing the cadets, and decides to repeat the club activities a final time. Hajin is a part of this group paying close attention. The girl explains that the Leonidas Hunting Club will conduct its usual hunting, but she also reminds them not to treat this as a hobby. It's a serious responsibility as it works to help the public and the citizens of the province. While this is going about, Hajin is sweating bullets. He doesn't know what's going to take place and how things are going to change directions. All he knows is a simple description of what happened in the original novel. Sven's outlash against Nayun rendered her severely injured while he himself was killed in battle. Hajin wrote the story this way to allow Suho to become closer to Nayun and care for her. The really interesting part is that while people are severely focused on Nayun as the fiend's target, Yonha becomes the victim while defenseless. Hajin is extremely cautious and even terrified of the outcome, since it is much different from the original story arc he created for Sven's character. While he possesses some bits of demonic power at his current level, he's yet to manifest into a full transformational state. Hajin is hoping that it would be ideal for Sven to throw a tantrum here so that he has the best chances of taking him down with other people. While he's fixated on Sven, Nayun is bothered by our boy's consistent stares. She doesn't get why he's looking at her like that, not knowing that he's keeping an eye for Sven's every move. Nayun is also starting to feel afraid that this guy might secretly have a crush on her, which is just funny. Sven is also wary of him and tells her to be careful. But Nayun takes his warning as a joke since he doesn't pose any threat to her. Sven clarifies that he's talking about the disappearances that have been going on as of recent, implying that our boy Hajin might be related. However, Nayun has developed some form of trust in him and believes that he's an innocent guy who isn't the type to act like that. The hunting begins as Sven and Nayun go on ahead, with Hajin trailing and keeping an eye on them for any incidents. Some time passes and they're off in the forest, where an innocent deer is annihilated by a brutal demon. This brutal demon is none other than the bastard Sven, who is testing out his newly acquired demonic powers. Sven releases the animal when he hears Nayun's voice calling for him. She's hunted an animal down herself. But what really amazes her is the fact that this dude hunted down way more than her in such swift motion. Bro is standing there like an innocent freak while she doesn't know what's going on. Sven claims victory for the hunting mission, and as part of their deal, he could ask anything from her. But when it comes the time to say his wish, Bro fumbles in his feelings and tries to ask her out. While this is happening, our boy Hajin is keeping a sharp eye on them both. After all, he knows this could prove to be problematic. The Demon Seven made a pact with is called the Carnal of Desire, and as such, a person that becomes a fiend as its puppet is riddled with their own desires. That's why Sven is incapable of restraint right now. Anyway, Sven becomes the big boy and lets out his words. He wants Nayun to be his girlfriend. Hearing those words, the girl pauses momentarily, not knowing what to say. Her puzzled and startled reaction makes him wonder if she's trying to refuse. Nayun confirms that she doesn't know how to feel about dating someone she's barely known for a while. Her cold words really sting him. Hajin thinks it should be enough of a trigger to activate Sven's obsession, causing him to lash out and reveal his fiendish nature. Nayun further clarifies that she's into guys that are more powerful than her. Well, if her previous words didn't hit him, this sure will. In fact, they do. Bro looks completely dusted. And they said the worst she could say is no. Anyway, Nayun emphasizes her point and tries to leave. But Sven isn't exactly getting the memo here and asks if he just has to prove that he's stronger than her. At this point, she's getting peeved and getting creeped out by his words. All of a sudden, a demonic hand lashes out at her. Sven annihilates the very ground she's standing on. He's acting like he's being possessed by the nine-tailed fox with this tailed beast form of his. Anyway, the reason our girl survived the brutal attack is because Hajin stepped in and amplified his defense shield thanks to the ether equipment. Just as he's turning to ask if she's alright, Sven impales him with a strong strike. Nayun attempts to grab her weapon in what little time she has, while Hajin is fighting for his life as the fiend strangles him. Nayun activates magic condensation immediately and cuts one of the tentacles, demanding that he free Hajin. This guy goes completely mad and starts yapping about how much he loves Nayun and obsesses over her. His obsession causes his demonic form to become stronger. Nayun is enraged and still uses her magic condensation while Hajin is powerless. A beam of green light illuminates as Nayun manages to achieve the heights of her potential. The author explains how there are some characters in the world who end up choosing incorrect weapons that don't match their gifts. Of those characters, Nayun is at the top of the list, since her real specialty isn't with long-range weapons but magic. She materializes a giant sword out of her full strength and demands Sven to free Hajin at once. Nayun goes ahead and releases a cataclysmic attack against the fiend. The aftermath of this attack is nothing but destruction from where Nayun stands. It shredded the ground itself, impressing Nayun with her own powers. Hajin can't even believe what the fuck he just saw. He thinks the girl casted a damn lightsaber like she's the last Jedi or something. She's just as confused as him and doesn't know what happened. More importantly, Nayun is worried if he's okay. Hajin confirms that he's doing well, but her own condition is a real mess as her last attack drained her power completely. Her vision turns hazy and she collapses to the ground. Hajin rushes to her aid. After a while, the unconscious girl finally wakes up and flinches, realizing that he's carrying her on his back. She's so embarrassed that she wants to be put down at once. Hajin doesn't think that's a wise idea, and he's trying to help her out, but this girl is far too embarrassed to accept his help. He lets her go, causing her legs to give out on her as she collapses to the ground once again. Nayun is terrified as she doesn't even possess the strength to stand on her two legs. It's almost as if she's lost control of them. Bro looks at her with a baffled face and questions if this is the first time she's suffering from a mana burnout. From her winded and stunned expression, it confirms to Hajin that she's probably never even heard of it before. He explains how a mana burnout is when a person has exhausted every last ounce of their mana, causing them to become powerless. This means it's going to be tough for her to walk on her own for the next 2 days minimum. Hajin teases her and wonders if he should just leave her here. With no choice left, Nayun is forced to accept his help and climbs on his back. As they're making their way back, Hajin asks if she's still going to keep using her bow as her main weapon, since he's seen an incredible development in battle. Nayun is confused where he's coming from, but Hajin tells her that even she must have felt something inside of her. She unlocked a new ability that was previously unknown to her. Thanks to her magical powers, she could help annihilate hundreds of monsters and fiends with just a single slash. When it comes to an all-out war, Nayun's powers are borderline unstoppable with the talent she has manifested just now. That's why she's called the supreme ruler of the battlefield in the future. But for that to happen, she's going to have to give up on her precious weapon, which she has used since a young age. Nayun feels enraged because of how much he knows about what's best for her. Hajin thinks she's going to stick to the bow for a while. He helps her get close to the portal and recommends she carry the rest of her way on her own. Nayun is left helpless by his sudden leave, even begging him to stay, but this dude is just a chill guy and walks away because he's not a simp. The following day, news of Chai Nayun's assault reaches the eyes and ears of many cadets at the cube. They even come to know about the identity of the fiend Sven. Hajin merely paces through the cadets without paying any attention. He approaches a door and opens it, only to find a bunch of notable characters gathered all in one place. There's Horak, Jonghak, Yonha, and then the class rep Yonghan. The key players have gathered in one location, and Hajin is a part of them. Now let's talk about the day before the incident involving Chai Nayun. Suho asked our boy out to spare some time on Friday because he was looking for a favor from Hajin. When the author asked for more information, Suho told him that he is interested in investigating the missing students. The institution has put him in charge to lead the team from among the cadets. Since the institution hoped to prevent outside intervention, they decided to form an internal investigation at the hands of cadets from every grade in order to eventually catch the culprit involved. The representatives of the first-year investigation team are notable characters like Suho, Jonghak, and Nayun. Suho also added that the institution could have done an investigation using a personal team, but they figured the most effective way to catch the perpetrator hiding among the cadets is by using the cadets themselves. Hajin could get all of that, but he couldn't understand why he's the one being asked. Surprisingly, he learned that Nayun made a personal request to add him to the group, which is why Suho decided to take the step and invite him in. That's why Hajin ended up going. It would also help him acquire more story points on the side, which is good for him overall. Suho begins explaining that they'll need opinions to decide the case. He also wants to lay down the deductions everyone has made so far. None of them believe that Sven's correlated incident with Nayun is tied with the investigation. But just as Suho is talking about this point, Yonghak becomes riddled with rage, questioning if they're talking about the same Nayun from their class. Suho doesn't know why he's being dramatic, and believes that she'll be the next target from their class. This is backed by the fact that fiends are given orders via demons. That means the demon who formed a pact with Sven will likely keep on hunting Nayun using its other puppets. Suho then asks if the rest of them find anyone suspicious to be mentioned in the list, as it would be a great help to know. Now, Hajin himself knows the identity of the person responsible for the disappearances. However, he's trying not to interfere with the events of the story, which is also why he doesn't want to reveal the guy's identity. That's what Hajin believed, as 6 students disappeared in 2 months from out of nowhere in the original story. But what's really interesting is that 3 students have already disappeared in 2 weeks in the current timeline, meaning the plot is advancing faster, and more students may fall victim to this guy. Faced with this situation and remembering how he helped Nayun, Hajin is faced with a difficult decision. While he wants to let the story unravel at its own pace, it also means he would risk the people involved that he cares about. He no longer wants to be the person who ignores evils, which is why Hajin promptly raises his hand, claiming that he knows someone who might be a primary suspect. His name drops this person. It's the bastard Hyun, the charming fucker and the president of the study club. His sudden accusation causes the entire room to fall dead silent. Suho argues that it can't be him since they've already investigated the guy and nothing came out of him. Jonghak particularly mocks this suggestion, as it would mean that Hyun is using psychic magic to lure his victims. Hajin counters that he doesn't know if he's using typical psychic magic, but he's still doubtful. All of a sudden, Yeonha joins the discussion, taking a sharp jab at our boy Hajin. She thinks that it's rather odd for him to accuse others. In reality, instead of the club president, Yeonha believes that he may be the person most likely to be the fiend involved. Hajin is baffled by her words. Let's go back to the beginning of the novel. Right when it was being created, Hajin felt the need to add an assistant character to the main protagonist. This character he thought would be necessary to help Suho using their strong personality and complex interests. Happily adding the character back then, the author Kim Ha-jin named this character Yu Yeonha. And now let's return to the present. Yeonha emphasizes her point, counter-accusing Hajin to be the real fiend among them. Suho tries to defend our boy, explaining that Hajin has the excuse of using a portal at the time of the incidents. Yeonha explains that she's just dealing in baseless accusations, just like our boy. She thinks it's pointless to bring up the study club president's name like that when Hyun's excuse is more solid compared to Hajin's. The author tries to control the situation, but he's already lost it, as one of the other characters is enraged and suggests they all attack him and see if he transforms or not. The situation turns in the benefit of Yonghak, who has been meaning for this to happen. All the while, Hajin is struck colorless and doesn't get why he has to bear the brunt of their suspicions. He lets out a small laugh, and instead of backing down, roars at the cadet, daring him to come and try attacking him if he's really interested in eating a headshot. I'm not going to lie, I really like this side of him. Suho attempts to break their quarrel, while Hajin argues that they should consult Nayun to clear suspicions about him. He's just about to bring up how they were together at the portal when Jonghak suddenly whacks a basketball full force at him. Enraged that he brought up her name, Yonghak questions why he's bringing her up at all. Hajin argues that when she ended up getting attacked by the fiend, they both combined their strengths to beat the monster. He even belittles Yonghak and his lackeys for screwing around and not knowing the obvious details about the incident. Jonghak loses his temper while the class rep helps calm him down. Hell is breaking loose between the main characters over here. Hajin clears his name and proceeds to take his exit. But just as he's reaching for the door, the cadet rushes to pummel him with a powerful fist. Hajin senses his overwhelming presence and instantly ducks the punch that obliterates the door to pieces. Even Yonghak is surprised by his sudden attack, while the assault is shocked that Hajin managed to duck his immensely fast strike just now. Hajin is now effectively pissed and brings out his gun to shoot him down. The cadet lunges to attack him as Hajin prepares to take his shot. Both of them are stopped with a sword slash by the main character Suho himself. He thinks Horak has overstepped his boundaries quite a bit, and even believes Yeonha is doing too much instead of consulting Nayun about her suspicions first. She pauses before using her smartwatch. Hajin storms off as Yeonha learns from Nayun on a call that Hajin is physically impossible to be a friend as a suspect. Now that Nayun herself has cleared his name, everyone in the room is not only embarrassed, but also fully wronged by how they mistreated him. These bitches don't deserve his help, honestly. Hajin storms off and clears his head in the field. He's faced with a real rut and doesn't get why he's facing so much trouble putting up with his current life. At first he fell victim to the plot of the novel he wrote, and now he's out here fighting the characters he passionately wrote. Unable to carry on any longer, Hajin shrinks in defeat and confesses that he's tired of the world he's living in. He misses his real family back at home and expresses a desire to go back to his own world. Little thoughts like his expiring lease are beginning to bother him, and he wonders if he's already been listed as a missing person in the real world by now. Then there's his parents. He wonders if they're okay and if they're looking for them. There's so much to unpack that he was trying to suppress. At this moment he feels helpless and vulnerable, fragile and boxed. There's no way of going back, yet he can't help but let out a yearning desire to go back. Well, the dude is whining when the system pops up and reveals that his resilience stat has increased in response to what happened today. Hajin thinks it's kind of pointless, but he's still glad his resilience increased a little bit. He believes the person that entered this world may have taken his life by now if he didn't have the resilience to keep on going. Deciding to move past his whining, he cleans himself up like a champion, and from the same shrinking posture now stands a confident hero, ready to face life head-on again. Let's revisit Suho and the rest of the idiots who spectacularly fucked up. Younghan asks where Hajin went, and Suho thinks he's out to get some space for himself. There's Yeonha, who knows the dumbass Horak even went ahead and used his ability just now. What's more, she kind of thinks it's really sketchy how Hajin managed to dodge an attack from a martial artist while being a ranged weapon user himself. It just causes her even more suspicion over him. Well, she receives a sudden message from Hyun, who requests to see her in the study room the upcoming day. This is exactly happening like Hajin said, but as much as she likes to be suspicious, this dumb bitch accepts the offer of a person who is literally getting done murdering someone right now. Hajin is starting to understand why people say it's better to be busy when you're depressed. Ever since he joined the novel's story, he's just been so busy working on improving himself and hunting that he forgot to think about anything in detail about what he's missing from the real world. He's sitting all quiet to himself, while the rest of his characters like Suho and Younghan are visibly worried for him, especially after the phenomenal fuck-up caused the other day. Hajin is a little frustrated when he realizes he's stuck in a story of the characters he wrote. He thinks it's a good time to start investing in ways of getting back home. Nayoon rejoins the class having recovered her health, despite Jonghak's concerns for her. Suho offers to assist her since she's still not in top shape. Jonghak is a little possessive of her and not afraid to show it. Hajin is focused on Yeonha, who is sitting without a care in the world for what happened yesterday. Class begins with the instructor reminding them about the incoming midterms. After the written exam has been conducted, they'll move on to the practical exam, where they will be judged on 2 tasks of evaluation. The first task is a duel among the cadets, while the second task is going to be judged on the basis of a monster battle, using mage-summoned beasts. The instructor highlights that the difficulty for both will be more rigorous than the normal exercises they usually do. Hearing this, Hajin reflects that he's not at all worried about the written exam. The only thing bothering him is the duel. Every cadet will be given 3 nomination cards which will determine the cadets they'll face as their opponents. At first, it seems like the top students would easily crush the bottom rankers by picking them as their targets. However, the Cube institution knows this, which is why they implemented a reward grading system. This means that if a top ranker defeats a bottom ranker, they're not going to get much points from them. They might even receive negative points based on the cadets' ranks. However, not everyone seems to be affected by this rule, like Horak, who is generally a brawler and thinks with his head. He's just trying to beat up Hajin as his only target, for example. Apart from that, Hajin is bothered by another thing. Rachel has been acting a little weird around him and has been keeping close. Hajin explains that she's always been secretly observing what he's doing, when normally she's studying all by herself. He doesn't get what she's trying to do, and if her intention is to copy his assignments. Rachel darts an eye at his notes while he's happily writing down the names of his parents. This just causes the girl to get even more confused. The scene cuts to Yeonha's side, where Hyun is eagerly awaiting her arrival. She doesn't know what's this about and approaches the study room, where this charming prince is happily awaiting her. Yeah, she doesn't give a fuck and realizes that none of the other club members are here yet. Hyun insists that she take her seat since they'll be here very soon. Yeonha sees a strange scented candle that's been placed out in the open. Hyun makes an excuse that he's using it to improve his focus during studying. He talks about how she's a part of the investigation team to hunt the fiends responsible for the missing students. Hyun is also on one of the teams himself, but he hasn't seen any progress from his side, so he wonders if Yeonha has a leading suspicion of her own. She claims that no one really comes to mind. At the same time, she can't help but remember how one idiot talked about some baseless accusations. Intrigued, Hyun inquires further, and with a snap of his finger, he controls Yeonha's body, causing her to feel incredibly relaxed, as if she's hypnotized. She confesses the truth, stating that one of her classmates seems to be convinced that Hyun is the fiend, and he's using psychic powers on the victims involved. Hyun enthusiastically asks if there's any evidence to prove that. This is the part where this motherfucker slipped up. You see, Yeonha immediately catches on to the word evidence as mentioned by Hyun. He tries to play it off cool and claims that he misspoke. But he's already far too deep into her suspicions now. Yana readies her weapon and claims that innocent people never talk about evidence when suspected of wrongdoing. After all, they're innocent to begin with. Yana brings out her whip, lashing out at Hyun and demanding his true identity. The curtains have been lifted at last. This sinister fiend unravels his true nature and tells Yeonha that her turn will come soon, so there's no reason to rush. The scene ends there, and switches to the second-year student dorms. Here, Yeonha wakes up, finally regaining her consciousness, only to discover that she's stuck all tied up. Her eyes glance away at the objects placed inside the empty room. She is quick to recognize that these are the second-year dorm rooms, which means Hyun has captured her, which also means that he's the hidden fiend responsible for the disappearances of all the students. Here's the kicker. This idiot finally realized that Hajin wasn't bullshitting her. Instead of blaming herself, she prioritizes a way to get out of this rut. She tries to break free from the rope binding her hands, begging for someone to come free her. But it's of no use, as Hyun is already here and prefers she stay quiet and do as she asks. The scene cuts to our boy Hajin, who has just received a sudden message from someone at the dead of the night. It's from Yeonha too, so he can't place a finger on it. Yeonha sent just a simple number 9, which is just way too cryptic of a message for this dude to understand. Anyway, the bastard Hyun breaks away her smartwatch and mocks Yeonha for sending cryptic messages at the dead of the night in her struggling state. He also takes note of the recipient Kim Hajin, who was supposed to be the person Yeonha rebelled against. He thinks it's just inevitable for Hajin to die as well now. Yeonha roars at him, claiming that he won't get away with his actions, especially since the investigation team is going to be hot in pursuit after him. The murderous Hyun breaks her smartwatch and reminds the girl that he has no interest in staying at the institution. He's just going to kill her and leave the cube. Hearing his words, Yeonha is filled with unfathomable rage, much to the entertainment of this charming fucker. He decides to call forth the demon Lilith, who made a pact with him. Hyun wants to transform her expression to one of horror instead. Let's go back to Hajin, who is still wondering what Yeonha tried to imply with this message. There's a bunch of questions popping in his head, when all of a sudden, he connects the dots and realizes that it's supposed to be 911. Instantly equipping himself with the Tome of Truth, Hajin asks for Yeonha's immediate location. When the book reveals the answer, Hajin is surprised that she's in the second-year dorms. The scene reverts to Yeonha's demise, who is currently facing the voice of the demon Lilith. She comforts the girl who has faced so much loneliness throughout her life. Hyun's psychic powers are not enough to take her down, however, since Yeonha glares at him with a look of anger, proving that her will is strong and that she isn't ready to throw away her dignity. She resists his mind control, so he takes it a step further and brushes her hair, claiming that even the demon Lilith wants her to succumb to her spell. The girl flails as best she can to break free from the psychic spell, while the monster Hyun gleefully remarks that there's no way to escape Lilith's powerful magic, no matter how much she tries to resist it. Then from out of nowhere, Bro gets headshotted from the window. His brains hit the floor as he wails in agony. One voice calls out to Yeonha, taunting her for the situation she's put herself in by refusing to believe in his words. The wounded fiend calls out for the impudent assailant. Hajin happily adds that the bullet he used just now was tailored to his liking. This bullet won't be removed unless proper surgery is conducted, so there's no way of simply healing from it. Hyun goes batshit crazy and unleashes his demonic powers, urging Hajin to reveal his location. In his outrage, he destroys the entire room, even striking down Yeonha with his attack. Hajin thinks he's just pointlessly wasting his energy. He ridicules Hyun-woo and still doesn't know where he is. Our boy is ready to pull the trigger a second time and claims that he's sitting somewhere far. Then, he launches 3 more shots, bursting through the fiend's body and putting him on the ground. His body crashes as he finally sees Hajin's hidden location from afar. He was sharpshooting using his calibrated sniper rifle. Easy kills is why he loves long-range shots. He reminds Yeonha that he's going to waste all of the bullets she gave him. He puts more holes in Hyun and is hoping for Yeonha to cover his expenses later. This guy has literally terrified the fiend, who thinks Hajin is crazier than a literal demon. Hajin puts another hole in his back with another powerful shot. At this point, Hyun's a walking zombie full of holes. Content with his work, Hajin thinks it should be enough. He asks if Yeonha's hurt, but thankfully she isn't. He recommends she lay unconscious as the rescue team will be here soon. Her consciousness fades as she releases words of gratitude to the person who just saved her life. Yeonha wakes up at the hospital, where Suho is sitting by her side peeling an apple for her. Suho mentions that there's nothing wrong with Yeonha's physical condition, so she should be fine. She's the one bothered to ask why he's here. Suho explains that each of them took turns to nurse her back to health, and now it's his turn. Yeonha doesn't get why they're doing this for her. Suho expresses that they feel responsible for the situation caused. They were the members of the investigation team, and yet, one of their own was harmed while they focused their efforts elsewhere. Suho apologizes on the behalf of the entire group. Yonha is speechless and has a feeling Suho is stubborn. She's also formed a positive opinion of him through this interaction. However, the misunderstanding caused between her and Hajin hasn't escaped her mind. She wants to know if a specific individual came to check on her. Suho doesn't get what she's talking about. Too embarrassed to clarify, Yonha decides not to bother and stares at the beautiful sky outside. Later that day, Hajin receives a personal message from Yonha, who wants to help repay him for his actions. The situation turned out positive for Hajin personally, since he increased his story points by nearly 500. His Deadeye skill also bumped up a grade and reached grade 7. Hajin notes that it's the most amount of story points he's ever received from one action. He thinks the effort required to resolve one of the main arcs justifies the points he received. While he hasn't really used much of his sniping skills, they were good enough to put Yeonha's life out of danger. Just then, a voice calls out for Hajin. It's the agent Suhyuk, who is delighted to find out the young cadet contacting him out of the blue. The man immediately drops to his knees, begging Hajin not to resign from the contract they made. It's not that serious for Hajin though, because he never planned on doing something like that. Instead, he presents a briefcase to the man, claiming that he's interested in investing his cash in SH Entertainment. His words shock the agent. Let's unpack Hajin's thought process here. The ginseng he acquired and posted on the website returned him with a brilliant 300 million won. First, he used 250 million from that amount to invest in Pack Horsemaster stocks, and the remaining 150 he wants to invest in SH Entertainment. Considering the growth potential of the company, Hajin is confident that it's going to reap him profits just like Pack Horsemasters. The agent is too stunned to speak. He can't even find himself worthy of receiving such a massive amount. Hajin tells him that he should just take the amount for the best of both their benefits. He makes an additional request to buy a magic pouch as well as a high utility vehicle with the amount. After confirming the agent's age, Hajin tells him to be at ease with the formality and just address him casually. The agent can't accept that coming from his newest investor, which makes Hajin wonder if he should cancel the investment instead. Now that is something that puts the agent back on his toes, as he decides to address Hajin casually. They decide to take a walk by the convenience store for something. The agent asks why they're worried about lottery tickets now. Hajin is so damn smart. He knows he can't receive the prize money for the lottery without an active guardian. He wants to prioritize the best of his luck ability. Hajin wins 2 billion won from the lottery alone. To give you guys a rough comparison, that's equal to $1.5 million. Hajin is prepared to invest this amount as well and wants the agent to edit the contract accordingly. The agent tries to receive his blessing and guards it with his life, scared that someone might end up stealing the sum from him. Anyway, at an unknown warehouse, a spiritual creature materializes and tells its master that a certain group has begun making their move. The Pack Horsemasters has been listed. The leader intends to steal a particular item and disregards the rest. The spiritual creature also remarks on witnessing something strange. He has come to notice how someone is aggressively buying the Pack Horsemasters Guild stocks. At first, this person invested 3 million, then 10 million, and now a whopping 250 million. It seems suspicious for someone to have so much money without a proper name. The leader doesn't care though, and prioritizes working on their goal. The spiritual creature also reports that he saw a bunch of new pages opening up on the website. There's stuff about the Relic Search Party and the Truth Agency. Something about the Truth Agency strikes odd with him. He wonders if they should file a request to locate the target. The leader aggressively addresses Droon by his name, warning him to cut out his comedy. Droon remembers that the midterm exams are also supposed to begin from tomorrow onwards. Everyone is talking about Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. Droon wonders if his boss will infiltrate the scene. Turns out she plans to make a move, and she's hoping to find someone useful from among the group, which in this case is implied to be Kim Hajin. Some time passed, and the inauguration for the practical tests of the midterms had finally begun. Hazuki jumps and embraces her mother in kind as it had been a while since they last saw each other. During the practical week, it is explained that the cube opens up to many employment agencies like guilds and the association, as well as the families of the cadets involved. This results in a giant crowd, taking form like that of a festival. An announcement is made, confirming the cube's position as the world's leading hero academy to nurture the talents of the future. One of the top heroes, Lee Junha, is personally making the announcement, but Hajin doesn't seem to be thrilled about anything so far. He wonders if he should wait a bit longer. He acquired drones from Suhyuk and set them all over the institution for his personal investigation of finding intruders. While he's there, he accidentally bumps into a lady and apologizes for his intrusion. This woman is the same one we saw at the secret warehouse, the one who has come here looking for a talent. Seeing her face to face, Hajin's expressions are rocked because he totally forgot about adding this character who was supposed to make an entrance in the practical exams. His surprised and fidgeting expression has left him a little too open. Hajin averts his eyes, realizing that he's made the situation a little awkward. He tries to remedy the situation by saying something. Bro wants to apologize, but the words that come out of her mouth end up praising her beauty instead. The woman looks at him with a cold, deadpan stare, confirming that this idiot made the situation 100 times worse. She merely turns away without responding back, as if to say he isn't even worth the effort. The woman disappears into the crowd and requests Droon to watch out for the person she just crossed paths with, because this individual somehow managed to notice her despite her perception-blocking item. Since he's suspicious, she wants Droon to investigate him further. The author reflects that it's not only the heroes who come to welcome the cadets. Among them is the Chameleon Troop, another group inside the cube. They have the singular objective of either scouting Suho or Jonghak as one of the top rankers. Suho really doesn't fancy their belief systems, and he eventually gets disqualified as a prospective student from their IST. Then they pay attention to Jonghak specifically, and that's how the original story of the novel goes. The infiltration isn't the problem that's bothering Hajin. It's the story changes that could emerge from the alterations, causing the security heroes to also be involved. The fight won't just end in a couple of people dying, but much more. Speaking of the Chameleon Troop, the heroes get a little annoyed at being unable to find a suspicious person. One of the heroes thinks that they would get a really bad reputation if an intruder passed them right in the middle of the practical week. By the way, these two heroes are Junhyuk and Yongji, both respectively ranked pretty high in the association for their skills. They're trying to eliminate a threat before it manifests in the practical week exam. Anyway, let's talk about the suspicious leaders team. They're surprised that one boy was able to see past the siren necklace, which offers a perception-blocking feature to hide its target. The man is actually invested now, because all he sees around him are nothing more than weaklings. As for Droon, he can't figure this dumbass out, since all this guy thinks about is fighting strong people, and that's what he wants to do with Hajin. He is instructed to stay grounded and focus on the mission, since they are unsure about the boy's true capabilities or whether he poses a threat to them. Droon also tells him that the duels are soon about to commence. The second arena is filled with a large crowd, preparing to witness the first matchup of the day. The first duel announced involves a nomination ticket being used. Kim Hajin is making his way when Yonha stops him suddenly and asks if he's headed to the arena. He confirms because he's supposed to be part of the first match. A satisfied Yeonha decides to use her servant to offer him 100 top-grade bullets like she promised. Of course, he isn't supposed to use any of them during the test, but they're still up to him to use however he needs. She's also ready to lend him more in the future if necessary. As Hajin accepts the briefcase, Yeonha clarifies that she's not trying to make things even out between them just because he saved her life. Rather, she wants him to see it as more of a gift from her side. She also tells him that many people have been asking her about the person who defeated the demonic human Hyun during the previous incident. However, since she knows his identity is precious to him, she decided to keep shut. Hajin is glad and hopes she behaves that way in the future. There's obviously going to be a bunch of trouble popping up for him if people figure he's the one responsible for taking out the fiendish Hyun. Yeonha is strangely talkative today and even claims to accept that Hajin hides his powers for a reason. At the same time, she thinks he's got no shot of passing the exam without using his powers. In response to her claim, Hajin is a little baffled. She asks if he knows who's he facing up against, and the surprised look on his face is enough to say that he didn't know until now. Inside the trainee waiting room, one furious meathead is lifting weights, hoping to utterly demolish Kim Hajin in this upcoming match. The scene goes back to Droon, who is investigating everything there is to know about Kim Hajin's background. There's nothing special to note about him. He was an orphanage who ended up in the military academy. He's also a low-rank student without any special talents. The only thing about him is that he's got a giant debt of 300 million to pay off. Reflecting on what happened between the two of them, the woman questions how he broke past the perception-blocking feature of her artifact. She doesn't know how it happened, and Droon doesn't have any clue either. Jungyong, the musclehead from before, decides to meet up with the leader of the Chameleon Troop. She's annoyed that he bolted off someplace else before coming here. Jungyong tries to play it cool, but she doesn't care about him and simply asks what he was able to investigate. He claims that he didn't see anyone special from the group apart from weaklings in his way. Droon thinks it's obvious, but he wants to know if there's a particular cadet that stood out a bunch from the rest. Jungyong claims that he doesn't find anyone noteworthy. Droon explains that the first years are supposed to be exceptional this year, so he prefers Jungyong to investigate them instead. There's also the fact that Hajin's duel is just about to start. The same boy who managed to see past the perception-blocking ability of their captain. Back at the arena, the high-grade heroes are munching on food, being careless as they could ever be instead of attending to their surveillance duties. They talk about old times and family, when suddenly a man catches their attention. It's Jungyong, and he's oddly sitting there and smiling for some strange reason. They wonder if he's some kind of fan of the heroes since he's staring at them from afar. Anyway, the fight is supposed to begin. Horak of the martial arts is the first contestant to appear on stage. The one he is supposed to face is ranked one of the worst students in the institution, Kim Hajin. Both fighters stand to face each other. Since Hajin knows he's previously gotten on Horak's nerves before, he plays around and deals some heavy psychological damage. Horak's special move involves using the mana within his body to bring forth an invisible layer. This is called the enhanced protection energy. This means the guy is basically bulletproof to training ammo. And not only that, he's a walking threat to any opponent that makes the sorry mistake of standing before him. It's the first matchup of the year, and both fighters are ready to rumble as the referee commences the start. Horak is the obvious aggressive fighter who makes his fist move, while Hajin waits in anticipation, immediately activating bullet time to feel him out. Also, he's increased the duration of bullet time from 3 seconds to now a whole minute, which is just insane. This will allow him the necessary time to catch up to Horak's insanely fast movements. Well, it still doesn't save him from the dude punching the shit out of the arena and tumbling him. Even Hajin thinks he's some kind of monster. Horak is heavy on the offense and chases after Hajin, all the while obliterating chunks off the arena. The cadet finds an opportune moment and whips out his pistol at last. Hajin is able to use his shot, inviting the arrogant Horak to believe that his opponent is clueless for disregarding the defensive capabilities of his protection energy. He thinks the bullet coming his way will be easily deflected without any problems. But that's exactly what Hajin wanted him to believe. The bullet connects and causes him an overwhelming amount of pain, damaging his shoulder. A shocked Horak is as puzzled as the rest of the people watching this fight. A bullet piercing through the enhanced protection energy has never been heard of before. It's only now that Horak is starting to realize who he's up against. There's just no conceivable way for a bullet to pierce his impenetrable shield after all. The confusion causes him worry, and he shrinks his body to block the incoming bullets. However, every single one of them causes him sharp throbbing pain. Hajin feels sorry for his opponent, who assumed that he was more than capable of deflecting his bullets so easily. The truth is, these bullets have been especially infused with the mana of the stigma magic. At the same time, they boast anti-demon properties, making them a force to be reckoned with. Hajin releases more of his shots, putting Horak on the defensive and the back foot. The crowd cheers for the boy, but Horak has had enough, and in a fit of rage, pummels the arena to stop Hajin's ruthless attack. The debris chipping away from the arena causes Hajin to switch positions and evade. He then gives his opponent a warning before tossing a knife right in his face. Afraid, Horak chooses to avoid instead of deflecting, fearing that his opponent may have equipped a device on the knife. However, it was just another tactic deployed by Hajin to trick his opponent, as the knife was a fake. Now that he has Horak in the open, he shoots him down many times again, making him unable to stand back up on his feet. Hajin slowly approaches the martial artist with his gun. Horak's body trembles as the crowd is struck horrified by what the cadet is about to do next. Hajin's finger is dead set on the trigger, and he's ready to finish this fight. Hajin is prepared to take the shot while Horak is defenseless. To everyone's shocking surprise, Kim Hajin runs out of bullets at the last second. Horak may be exhausted but somehow manages to stand right back up, still as interested as before. But using this situation to his prime advantage, this guy literally throws in the towel and surrenders the fight, rendering his opponent the ultimate bitter taste of both victory and defeat. His sudden resignation even leaves the heroes stunned. The duel comes to a sudden close with the winner being named Horak. This kind of disgraceful victory is at odds with the meathead who roars at Hajin to come back. But our boy is too chill to care about him and leaves the stage. After the fight ends, the doctors are shocked that Horak recovered so quickly from his injuries despite being shot by actual bullets. As for the high-grade heroes, Junhyuk asks for Youngji's impression of the fight that went down. She remarks that the cadet Hajin was rather competent while his opponent made a ton of mistakes. If only he took the fight slowly to his advantage instead of rushing, he could have won. Despite her thoughts, Youngji is solely obsessed with Hajin's performance. There's the fact that he casted inhuman firing speed and even displayed shocking visual prowess to keep track of the martial artist and put him in check. Then there's the fact when Horak started getting weakened, his opponent matched his pace. Youngji wonders if Hajin possesses a gift that makes him a rival to any opponent he faces. She's also concerned about the bullets he used that were infused with mana. But this is a ridiculous argument to Junhyuk, who knows for a fact that even mana-infused bullets aren't strong enough to crack the durability of the enhanced protection shield. Youngji claims that they have yet to fully grasp the gifts Hajin poses to know for sure. Then there's the possibility that he might have enhanced himself. From what Youngji has seen here today in the duel, she's almost confident to admit that Hajin boasts the potential to become the greatest hero of all time. She memorizes his name because of his noteworthy, brilliant performance. As for Jung-young, he doesn't find himself fancying Hajin for some reason. He thinks the boy is too weak and just so boring with a small pistol. It crushes him that the captain told him to investigate his fight. Drun explains that Hajin possesses the power of demonic destruction, which is reason enough. Jungyang still isn't interested though, and thinks it's a useless comparison to strength. Drun criticized him for acting like a bitch just because Hajin ended up being a ranged fighter. The warrior within Jungyang believes that a true fight is when fatal intentions to murder another opponent is involved. Drun ridicules and challenges this blowhard to go and find some suitable cadets with that level of desperation. He also asks if this idiot ended up checking on Suho and Jonghak, their main interests. Jungyang claims that they're all right. He's seen Jonghak's spear in combat and finds his physical prowess to be quite commendable. There's also his aggression that puts everyone else on the defense because of intimidation. Drun thinks Jonghak must possess one ugly character for this guy of all people to like him. Then he talks about Suho, whom he considers a weird person. Suho's fight was rather interesting when it came to his swordplay, since he can dance around with perfect strokes in combat. He has very sharp and refined movements, but something about those movements didn't seem right to him. Suho ultimately won the fight, but Jungyang kind of believes that Suho is likely suppressing his true personality, as if he's someone other than what he appears as. Drun thinks that this confirms Suho's combat ability lives up to his reputation. Well, Jungyang isn't really pumped about either fighter so far. Lastly, he asks about Hajin, whose name alone is enough to get this guy's blood boiling. Drun explains that the captain is interested in someone boasting anti-magic skills after all. Jungyang still hates the guy, but while he's shouting out in the open, one guard seems to catch him, reminding the citizen that outsiders aren't allowed in the forest, so he must leave at once. Irritated to have been caught, Jungyang approaches the annoying bug and proceeds to squash him like an insect. Just a simple flick from his hand crushes the man's head as his body hits the ground. Hearing what he just heard, Drun asks if this idiot knocked someone's skull out. Jungyang is happy to confirm that he did, which is bound to infuriate the captain since it causes needless trouble for them. The scene switches back to the leader of the chameleon troop, who is reminiscing about some tragic flashbacks of her past. It seems that she lost someone dear to her and hopes to exact her revenge someday. She tasks Drun with keeping a close eye on all three of her favorite candidates. However, the one who takes the most priority out of all of them is Kim Hajin, who could help them smash the mana impairment with his special magic. Drun wonders if this is really the right move since they know next to nothing about the guy. The leader doesn't care, however, and simply wants him to get the job done. After all, she intends to meet Kim Hajin in person tomorrow. On the second day of the midterms, the arena is as lively as it was yesterday. There's a scout from the Knife's Edge Guild and even the Holy Grace of God. So many high-level people are making appearances just to scout promising cadets emerging from the duels. According to the Cube Institution's ranking system, Suho is supposed to face off against Yohei, the number 8 in the academy. Then there's Rachel fighting against Nayun, and their ranks are nearly identical to each other. It's the best of the best dueling it out against each other. The first matchup is between the girls. Hajin is playing a part as a spectator, merely observing the scene. Since he already knows what happens, Hajin explains that Rachel will utterly demolish Nayun in this fight today. This is all thanks to Nayun's oblivious stance, since she has yet to switch weapons. The 8th duel among the first years begins. Nayun thinks this is the perfect opportunity for her to switch rankings with Rachel, since they're bordering next to each other. She releases a powerful arrow into the air, which further splits in a cluster attack descending down her opponent. Rachel awaits the attack and dodges each one. However, one of the arrows is aimed for her head, so instead of evasion, she chooses to deflect instead. Nayun is stumped by her defensive capabilities, especially since the melee fighter is slowly gaining ground and approaching her opponent. The crowd goes wild in this epic fight. At the same time, the leader of the chameleon troop decides to join Kim Hajin and shares seats with him. She stares at him blankly while sitting right next to him. Bro is literally too stunned to speak. Let's finally deep dive into who she is. This chick is supposed to be one of the most wanted criminals ever, and the person who is the captain of the masked syndicate, while simultaneously boasting a powerful reputation as an underworld figurehead with multiple aliases. Her real identity is only known to herself, and just as the poor woman is about to say hello to our boy, some bitch spills a cold drink all over her face. It ruins her hair and destroys the mood. Even Hajin is flabbergasted. The man apologizes, and they end up unable to see the outcome of the match. Rachel takes the victory, just like Hajin wrote the novel. Anyway, he hands the woman a handkerchief to clean herself up. She finally gets to the topic of interest, having seen his duel against Horak. Impressed by his performance, she hands him a business card to reach her. She also wants to know if the power he used was an ability of some kind. The card she's handing him is just one of her many aliases. It reads Li Xiaofeng, but it's not her real name, because Hajin would be able to recognize it as the author. He feigns ignorance and asks if she's here to scout him as a guildmaster. Hajin tries to take the card despite the fact that it's illegal to scout cadets so early. But as he's trying to pull away, she grips it strongly, refusing to let go. The woman remarks that she's incapable of proving it immediately, but she has enough to offer to him. She's expecting him to give her a call sometime. After that, she gets up and takes her leave. Hajin is left with a puzzled impression, since he doesn't think there's any logical reason for her to come up and find him like this. This begs the question why she came here at all. Anyway, the rank between Suho and Yohei concludes, and the winner is as obvious as day. It's the protagonist Suho. That's it for today's duels. Everyone is talking about Suho's brilliant performance. At the same time, many are discussing Nayun's downfall against Rachel. Until now, no one had ever seen a Korean top talent get defeated by an international student like that. Hajin retrieves his drone in the hopes of capturing useful footage that will help with his investigation. He wants to go to his room and pick apart the footage. But right then he sees a miserable girl crying all to herself. It's Nayun, and she's a mess for suffering a painful loss. Bro remembers writing this scene in the novel. Nayun's state is in decline, but Suho stops by and helps her by comforting Nayun after her defeat. This helps Nayun to eventually warm up to Suho's character, allowing her to open up to someone for the first time. As much as Hajin wants to encourage her, he thinks useless consolation won't prove to be useful in her situation right now. He strongly believes that there are times in life where people should learn how to let things go. But that's just not the kind of person Kim Suho is, as he's stubborn and unwilling to let things go. Hajin wonders if Suho is going to be capable of helping Nayun out in this situation. This sparks a brilliant idea in his head. He decides to text her out of nowhere, praising her for her fight. Nayun reads the message with confusion while wearing a flushed face. Hajin teases her through his texts, reminding her that she would have done so much better with a sword. He thinks it's best for her to switch weapons like he did. His words oddly hit her in a confusing light. Speaking of Suho, he comes by to execute his part from the novel. But as he's about to comfort her, he sees Nayun's face filled with the anger of 10,000 lions. Instead of pitying herself, she is now fixated on hating the dumbass who is belittling her after her loss. And that's how the first semester midterms exams came to an end. Hajin was casually viewing his drone footage when he spotted something horrifying. It's Junyoung popping someone's head clean off with a flick. The sight is just a brutal mess, leading him to wonder if this dude is also related to the criminal group. From his actions, Hajin can tell he's a serious nutcase who doesn't bear a single hesitation before killing someone. What's worse is that he did it for his personal enjoyment. There are many people like him in this novel. The cities now filled with advancements make daily life comforting, but underneath them lurked the monsters who didn't have any sense of right or wrong. While these people were human from the outside, they still opposed the heroes of the world. They wield a power beyond the ordinary criminals. These psychopathic maniacs are the villains of the story. Hajin reflects that it's simply not enough to be wary of the antagonists in the novel. He's also dealing with an edited version of the novel because of the co-author, which means just about anyone could become his enemy in this world. The midterm's first test has concluded, and so that leads us to the monster testing site for the second practical exam. The cadets are all welcomed by Jin Juhwa, a mage that will supervise the competition among the cadets. Juhwa wants to summarize the exam contents before beginning. This giant stage is the place where monster battles among the students will take place. Juhwa will cast the monsters and the cadets will have to fight them. The examination is supposed to be the most dangerous training they will have gone up to this point, as the summoned monsters will be just as powerful as real monsters, and they won't disappear even if Juhwa tries to cast them away. The cadets are intimidated, realizing they're staking their lives for this one training exam. Juhwa prefers they accept defeat as quickly as possible if needed. Now for the criteria regarding their evaluation. Their performance will be judged based on how well they did against the monster. Juhwa tells everyone to take a position and do their best in the exam. 4 people will be called at one time to initiate Group 1's exam. These 4 people consist of Junho, Hazuki, Junjin, and Spencer. All of them are put on standby until the monsters are summoned. The mage tells the rest of the cadets to pay close attention to the fights. The cadets who aren't fighting will have a chance to analyze the performance of their classmates. They'll be the ones to score them based on how well they performed. They could even add their own notes on what strategies could have been deployed instead. Juhwa wants to initiate the exam, but first, she requests everyone to turn off their smartwatches. She also reminds them to offer a sincere report since it will affect the grade of their written exam. So in cases like these, not even the lazy Nayun can half-ass the report. Anyway, the monster battles finally begin. The mage casts a summoning magic to bring forth one of the beasts. From her spell materializes the first monster before Hazuki, the evolved ghoul. This strong and agile creature is quick on the draw and gives her a tough time from the get-go. The rest of the cadets mark their reports as the battles are taking place. Group 1's fights are concluded, allowing Group 2 to enter in their place. One of the cadets annihilates the snake monster. It's the class representative Young Han, who has impressively defeated the creature without any trouble. Suddenly a beam of light from above comes roaring down on another monster. It's Nayun, who used her cluster arrows to beat the unicorn monster, also clearing the test. Then there's Yeonha, who seems to be toying around with the creature she's dealing with. A few more groups pass by until it's time for Group 10 to arrive. Kim Ha-jin is faced against a unique monster, the Chrome Wolf. As expected, he shoots down the beast with his evasive tactics. Having found a comfortable position, Ha-jin believes that the fight is too easy for him, and he'll be done in no time with it. But suddenly, something bad happens, causing confusion amongst the cadets. Ha-jin looks up to ask what happened, while the hero Jun-hyuk receives a report to act on duty. He also gets scolded for ignoring his responsibility. Youngji reminds him that one of the guards was literally murdered yesterday, so this is no time to be lazing around. An emergency alert has been fired off, but Jun-hyuk asks if she's uncovered the origin of it. Youngji suspects it came from the seafloor near him. As Jun-hyuk is speaking to her, a man comes out from behind. It's Jung-young, the villain, and he's happy to take care of the guy who has become their newest obstacle. Jun-hyuk warns him that he should be trespassing into off-bound locations. Jung-young simply doesn't care and prepares to fight this guy. He warns Jun-hyuk that it will be a fight he's going to regret. But as they're taking position, the vibration grows stronger, stealing their attention. From the sea, a tall twister manifests, forcing the examination to come to a suspended state. Cadets are instructed at 1 to evacuate the site and prioritize their safety. The final group engaging in the monster battle is told to immediately evacuate instead of completing their battles. Ha-jin is agitated, leaving things halfway and questions what's causing so much trouble. The building rumbles as the monsters roam free. Ha-jin is hiding behind cover, afraid for his life since the monsters haven't been unsummoned. He calls for help, but no one seems to be around. He analyzes the situation, realizing that a mere coincidence couldn't have caused this level of madness. He wonders if it's the work of a fiend from among the mages who is secretly the perpetrator. Ha-jin lays down his suspicions. He marks out Jin Jua from his suspect list because of the mere fact the system would have informed him about it. It's clear that no one in the examination center expressed any new changes that would have caught his eye. Then Ha-jin faces a critical realization as his eyes dart around, realizing what's truly causing this havoc. Over to a different side, Rachel is confronted by a mysterious warrior. Their mere presence causes her unease. As Ha-jin collects his thoughts, he thinks it's possible that the story is causing an original event to occur, just like the existence of Kim Chun-dong, a character whom the author didn't write. Sir Lancaster is revealed to have a connection to Rachel, and is likely the culprit manipulating the scenes. The story has just experienced another major twist that Ha-jin doesn't know a thing about. Rachel confronts Alex Lancaster, a mage who mysteriously disappeared in the London incident many years ago. Rachel questions him, but in response, the man lets out a sinister smile across his face. Rachel instantly catches what happened. This man sold his soul to the demons in the name of power. She can't accept the fact that the Royal Guard's former captain could stoop so low, but Lancaster is mostly unaffected by her words and arrogantly corrects her. He reminds Rachel how he was betrayed while he served the king and his country, so all he did was adopt a new master to serve. Rachel grips her blade, recognizing this man as her enemy, and professes that she will bring him to justice. With her incredible speed, the exceptional student attempts to slash her. However, she is shocked when her blade simply phases through his body, as if it's intangible. Lancaster apologizes to her. After all, the person in front of her is nothing more than an illusion, incapable of receiving any damage. The really troublesome aspect for Rachel is that everyone is focused on the external attack, leaving Rachel exposed as no one would come to check in for her. The rest of the monsters will keep them busy. Lancaster points out how different the institution is, as her country would have thrown hundreds of people just to protect those of the royal family. Remembering the horrors of what Lancaster faced after losing someone precious, which likely caused his switch, he is even more convinced. The mage tells her that he doesn't have the time to discuss much else right now, so he'll leave her be. Rachel tries to seize him, but let's be honest, it's not like she can stop him anyway. Lancaster's body dissolves in black, but from there, a dangerous faceless assassin emerges. With his twin blades, the assassin disappears into thin air before striking Rachel with an incredibly powerful blow. She's physically shaken and sent on the back foot. The assassin continues hammering his powerful attacks, so much so that Rachel's body is receiving mild slashes throughout. This is an opponent she can't overpower in a direct flight, so she plans to wait for an opening to strike. Unfortunately, that won't happen as Rachel's weapon is swindled away, leaving her completely defenseless. The dark figure stares at her prey, now that she's left with nothing but her human body. But Rachel has a few more tricks up her sleeves as she's able to use telekinetic magic to draw her sword. The weapon comes flying back right as the assassin prepares to deal the finishing blow. But an unexpected explosion from the outside causes a distraction, stopping them both. One man steps inside on top of the rubble. Seeing this person, the assassin switches targets and decides to attack him at once. Ha-jin converts his weapon's configuration once more, and this time he pulls out American breathing style's second variation, shotgun mode. Ha-jin has eliminated the target without much trouble. Apparently he didn't even take more than a single shot. He's okay with spending 250 story points for the cause, since it was all worth it in the end. Now for Rachel, she figures out that it's actually one of her classmates who has come to her rescue. The boy offers her a hand and asks if she's okay, completely forgetting that this girl is bleeding all over the place. Hajin uses his bandages to wipe her blood, but it seems embarrassing for the princess who fidgets as he goes about his business. Thankfully, it's not as bad as it could have been. While wiping her blood, Hajin inspects the bandage and unexpectedly realizes that he's just acquired the sample of the top-ranked cadet. It's just the kind of thing he was looking for. Rachel thanks him for all the help. The mages of the institution also rush to the scene, questioning if either of them are hurt. They come down to help them out, while Jin, the mage instructor, is informed how 2 more cadets are seriously injured. Jin is infuriated and also questioning the person responsible for causing so much destruction. Let's revisit the hero at the shore. Junhyuk is met with his friend, who asks about the monster attack. Unfortunately, the monster was chased off, and not by Junhyuk, but by the works of an intruder. Junhyuk wonders what made the creature so tense and angry, and yet, the intruder still defeated it with little to no problems. Without a doubt, from the looks of his strength, the man seemed immensely powerful. She has trouble taking his words seriously, and Junhyuk agrees because he thinks the same. He's also certain that this same terrifying man was linked to the killing of the guard. With the appearance of both a high-level creature as well as this mysterious intruder, the institution's midterms have been expunged in chaos. A day passed, and yesterday's monster incident ended up flocking up in the news. The entire world raised questions, causing the postponement of the midterm exams. With most teachers drawn to explain and help with reconstruction of the damages, the classes of the students were eventually called off. That's how Hajin's class celebrated in joy, as they had 10 full days to themselves with no work to worry about. Their instructor couldn't believe his eyes. They were celebrating right when their classmates were nearly killed. But I kind of understand their excitement. All of a sudden, Hajin's laptop is hit with another notification. He learns that it's yet another divergence from the story about to take place, which is annoying enough for him to deal with. The mage known as Alex Lancaster is the topic of interest. We come to find out that he lost an important family in an incident, and his infuriated state increases the chances of him targeting Rachel. There's also his ever-rising potential to become an even greater villain, depending on how the story pans out. Thankfully, Hajin remembers Lancaster from the list of British characters he wrote. This guy is supposed to be a serious villain, but his appearance here is premature and unexpected. At this point, Hajin is regretting not adding more heroes on the protagonist's side, because the villains in this story are getting out of hand. Deep in thought, he's at least glad to have acquired Rachel's blood without any suspicions. Suddenly, one girl hits his head. Only Nayun is bold enough to do that. She's pissed at him, but it's warranted because Hajin keeps telling her to forget about archery and pick up something new. That's because he knows it's an incompatible weapon with her potential. Suho and the class rep are watching the scene from afar, realizing the 2 problem children are at it again. Suho for some reason thinks they're behaving better than before. Nayun goes back to her dorm room, satisfied that she was able to annoy the heck out of our boy for teasing her. Yet, Nayun receives a message on her smartwatch. It's the feedback report on her recent test performance. An excited Nayun is interested in checking others' reviews as well, like Suho for example. Very surprisingly, Suho wrote high remarks for the girl. He mentioned how scared and uncertain Nayun was, until she became confident, and eventually proved herself as a skilled cadet. He describes her persistence and talent to be one of her strong suits, and actually favored Nayun's decision to keep using the bow. Suho even mentions how some doubt her abilities, but the only aspect she's lacking in is her self-confidence. Lastly, he thinks that Nayun has the potential to become one of the strongest heroes as long as she keeps proving herself. Reading such words, Nayun is shaken and flustered to tears. She is further convinced in her prowess as an archer, and disregards Hajin's bullying. Nayun reads the second report, which is written from an anonymous account. This person wrote an entire essay for some reason. Excited more than ever, especially after Suho's review, she jumps ahead to read. After a small pause, Nayun's entire body trembles with anger. Her blood is boiling at the words she's reading, to the point Hazuki catches her screaming from inside her room. Filled with anger, Nayun vows to prove this anonymous bully wrong. Having placed the sample from Rachel on top of the seed, Hajin waits in anticipation. The seed of Evangel that he discovered in Garrison holds a special power. Upon being fed sufficient amounts of human blood, the seed will eventually rebirth the Witch Evangel. Hajin is a little glad that it's got the qualities of Rachel now, so the seed won't turn out to be a menace to deal with. Otherwise, he'd be dealing with a damn villain. He impatiently pokes at the little seed, begging it to just grow already. Suddenly, the author experiences a sharp pang across his body. His face grows pale because he literally can't deal with what is about to happen. The second stigma mark has just appeared on his wrist, promising him a hell of a pain like last time. His screams roar as the night comes to an end. The following day, our boy is spaced the fuck out. Even his agent sees his restless face and wonders if he's all right. Hajin changes the subject and asks about the agency's business. Thankfully, they've acquired a proper transport for hunting now, and they've also grown in customers. It's given the man some clarity compared to the stressful setting he had to face on the field. He thanks Hajin for his endless support, and Hajin decides that it's best to change topics again. Seeing a crowd gathered nearby, he asks what's going on. At first, he wonders if they're from some guild. Then it is revealed that certain heroes from the Straits of Essence Guild are making their way, causing such an uproar. From among these people, Hajin glances at Yeonha and wonders if she's also here for an investigation with her team. Surprisingly, she also manages to catch him peeking at her. Yeonha comes up to ask if he's got anything to do with the field. He politely explains that he's just here for a quick cash grab and even introduces his agent. The dude is stunned that Hajin shares a connection to a prominent member of the Straits of Essence Guild. Hajin thinks about it for a second, and realizes that Soo-hyuk being paired with Yeonha has got to be one of the worst combinations because of their opposite nature. As established before, Soo-hyuk is supposed to become the main hero's agent in the original story. When Yeonha discovers about his agency, she becomes the catalyst to investing in Soo-hyuk's company, causing an enormous growth for the business. But now, a real problem has risen. It's undecided whether or not the current Yeonha will deem Soo-hyuk's business a worthy investment. It could cause a really negative trajectory for Soo-hyuk if she doesn't. Anyway, Yeonha pulls out a surprising move and decides to join them for the hunt. It's a shocking twist to Hajin, who has 1,000 questions raised over his head. Anyway, the tense car ride continues with both of them being distant from each other. Hajin waits patiently and wonders Yeonha's intentions. The girl finally speaks, and straight up asks if he's got anything planned for the future. Stunned, Hajin requests her to clarify the question. Yeonha expresses that she wants to know what he plans to do after he's done graduating from the institution. The author reacts normally and states that he didn't invest any thought since it's so far away. Yeonha explains that it's reasonable to spend time thinking about the future, since in the third year, they won't be seeing the institution as often. The third year is when cadets are classified as trainee heroes, complicating their lives. Here comes the main point. Yeonha directly offers Hajin an invitation to her guild, reasoning that they're standing just in second place in top rankings. The Holy Grace of God being the best guild all over. However, as soon as Yeonha takes over the guild, she aspires to make it the best guild in all of Korea. She also promises him plenty of support all around, ranging from agents to weapons. Poor Soo-hyuk flinches when he realizes his job might be cooking. Yeonha confidently shares that she's presented a lucrative offer to someone who has yet to realize their potential as a hero. The boy reminds her that she can't just do whatever she wants since scouting cadets at this stage is considered illegal for any guild. It actually causes an enormous fine of nearly $350,000. But this girl is so rich she thinks it's worth the risk. The vehicle comes to an unexpected hard stop, launching Yeonha's face into the seat and giving her a nose bruise. She shouts at the damn driver for stopping all of a sudden. A nervous Soo-hyuk explains that they've already arrived at their destination, which is the monster point for today's mission. Yeonha is in disbelief and mocks him for pretending to find a monster point while being a normal agent. Soo-hyuk explains how monsters seasonally love going wild in April, causing my heroes to go and hunt them down. This is the reason many monster points are overcrowded at this time of the year. The place he selected was mainly to highlight Hajin's strengths as a sharpshooter, giving him an environmental edge on the field. To back up his agent's words, the author confirms that he's already verified the information, so there's no need to worry. Hajin tells them that he'll return after he's done with his hunting mission. Saying so, he leaves the two of them. But it seems Yeonha is also disinterested in sharing a chat with the agent and leaves quickly saying her guild members are soon to arrive. She knocks at the window, surprising Soo-hyuk with her sudden return. Turns out the agent has impressed her with his skills, so she's interested in doing business with him in the near future. 10 days passed since the midterms came to an abrupt end. Classes naturally resumed their pace, allowing the cadets to return to the institution. The curious cadets explore the results board, wanting to know about where they placed. We can see from here that Kim Hajin placed at the top of the list, which is a natural expectation as he believes himself. Right after beating Horak during the practical exam, the idiots who Young-hak sent after him decided not to bother him. So these days have been nothing but filled with tranquility and peace, the kind of peace he didn't initially receive when he first entered the institution. As he's going about his business, one punch crosses his face and smashes the nearby wall. It comes as no surprise, but the chick is Na-yoon, and she's mad and pissed because of the report Hajin wrote under her profile. However, from his reaction, it seems like the author is unaware of this report. Na-yoon isn't in the mood to play with his bullshit and explains that only he could write such a terrible report on her. Turns out Hajin did in fact write the report, and did it because he wanted to help her. An infuriated Na-yoon hounds him for constantly reminding her that archery isn't suitable for her. The cadets all around them observe the scene as Na-yoon presents him with a bet. Surprisingly, Hajin accepts the bet. His conditions are simple. If she loses the bet, then she isn't ever allowed to pick up the bow again. The stakes get on her nerves as her blood boils just to prove him wrong. Hajin emphasizes that he'll use a bow just to prove his point, but in exchange, he needs some training to equalize the bet. Nayoon thinks any amount of training he goes through won't be enough to save him from the bet. She walks away believing that she'll win this stupid bet, while Hain reflects that he's achieved a proficiency of level 7 when it comes to his sharpshooter skill. That means, if he raises his level a little higher, he's basically going to curb stomp her in this challenge. To top it off, his luck stat will help him too. The author believes that Nayoon's current struggle is avoiding the harsh reality. She thinks her skill with a bow and a sword is equal, when they're not. At the same time, Hajin knows that praising someone won't improve their skills, and the only way to get better is to get stronger at whatever you want to achieve. The scene cuts to room 303 of the Grace Hall, where the travel club's president, Han Hyun, is giving an announcement following the conclusion of the midterms. Hajin is spacing out in his thoughts, recalling how the study and hunting club were both suspended after being related to fiendish incidents. The current events of the story are also advancing at a slower, less significant pace than they were in the original story. This is reassuring since Hajin now knows which storyline to focus on. Han Hyun's announcement continues as he announces the club's next destination. They're gonna go France, and this same event will involve the gruesome murder of the Paris millionaire, adding another twist to the story. Hajin explains how it initially started with a death threat he received from a dangerous group of assassins. They told him the exact time and date of his planned assassination. The person who received the letter was a man named Vidal, known for his kind heart. The man doesn't blow his money and lives a normal life. But that's exactly where the twist happens. He wasn't what he appeared to be. Deep down, Vidal is actually called Vervet, and he's invested in a criminal secret life. Known to be the worst of the worst, this man actually rose to riches by manipulating and frauding people with his schemes. Typical crypto bro behavior. Anyway, he ended up escaping the consequences for his actions. But he could only escape for so long, until even his trails were exposed. He couldn't go to the police for help, and didn't have enough time to hire a protection group for his security. After all, they would need to be strong enough to defeat assassins. The fear of death began creeping up on him. Just when everything seemed like a grim ending for him, he found a way. Vidal ends up getting his hands on this unique method, which became possible thanks to the Cube students journeying to Paris. In the original story, Han-hyuk struggled with finding a suitable space for the cadets to stay. While they were discussing this, Vidal sniped at the opportunity like a snake and kindly presented himself forward. He invited the cadets to stay at his manor, large enough to fit every cadet. That's how the story followed. Well, it was more of a plan to shield himself from the assassins, since they would have to go up against the cadets just to kill him. Hajin's computer receives a message, informing him about a new job offer. He's excited to receive a message from his first client. The boy explores the contents of the job. The client wants him to find a scammer who caused the downfall of their family. They also attached relevant information for Hajin to locate this person down. Hajin explores the information and finds himself rather surprised. The scene ends there, and we get a glimpse of the warehouse, where a few members are rewatching Horak's fight against our boy. One of them is thrilled to find the capabilities of anti-demonic magic. Others are impressed by this year's freshman batch, specifically Hajin. Asking their captain a question, the woman mockingly asks why they're reviewing a rookie's fight all of a sudden. While she's on the fence, a different member vouches for the boy's talent. They also explored his background and learned that he doesn't have any connections to worry about. They think Hajin's fixation must be materialistic and related to money, so they're going to use their endless cash to make him join the group somehow. One of them highlights their main objective, which is to track down the traitor from their group and punish them eventually. He thinks Kim Hajin will be a suitable candidate for the job. Assuming the idea that they're going to enlist him, they face trouble assigning him a color spot. The only color left is black, which represents the strongest of the bunch, and it's also the same color of the one who betrayed them. One man decides to step it up to claim the color himself. It's the brute maniac who killed the guard. However, the rest of him rain down insults on the guy for being too much of a bonehead to claim such a color. This leaves them to cast a voting decision with the captain's opinion. Their captain decides as much and requests the group to raise their hands if they want Hajin to become part of their organization. We see a total of 8 people in favor of the decision and 2 against, which means the outcome is one-sided in recruiting him. The captain tosses her subordinate Jane a VIP party invite to Paris, which is supposed to be the location of their next mission. As the yellow member of the masked syndicate, Jane is ready to execute a thieving mission to steal a ring. The time for the France tour is here. Han Hyun as the president confirms the attendance of the cadets and explains that they'll be drawing lots for teams before entering the portal. As Yonha is the first one to approach the box, Hajin is thinking how he's never really explored Europe in the real world, but here in this world, it's all possible. If things go according to the storyline he intended, then this chick will end up in Suho's group. Yeonha's hand reaches for the box as the scene cuts off. We now see the beautiful Eiffel Tower, signaling that the cadets have stepped foot in Paris. As for the teams, everyone probably expected at least one twist, and it's that Nayoon ended up with our boy, much to her anger. She's busy harassing him while the citizens of France are glancing at the students of the reputable academy. Turns out Hanhyun's got a lover in France, and they collectively make the rest of these losers jealous. It's so hilarious how the entire trip to France was probably planned because the dude wanted to see his girlfriend. Hanhyun introduces his girlfriend as well as the team doctor for the trip. Natasha pleasantly introduces herself and greets the group. With that settled, it's time for the cadets to break off into their selected groups. They can spend the day on their own, but have to return for the party at night. With Nayoon and Hajin paired with each other, she asks what place he's interested in exploring. Since he's got no clue, he suggests exploring some restaurants, and finds it pretty surprising she's choosing to stick with him. Nayoon believes it's just the obvious since they're paired up, while Hajin remembers how his previous partner, Yeonha, just ditched him without caring about the pairing. Anyway, our boy, being as preppy as always, has made a list for them to navigate the place without getting lost. All he asks from Nayoon is to follow up with her. She reminds him that she's got a picky palate and won't be merciful. They end up coming to a really fancy restaurant, much to the shock of Nayoon. Turns out Hajin's already got his reservations ready. As they take their table, the girl is out here wondering how he landed a reservation in the first place. The author chooses not to reveal how, but it's actually because he used the Book of Truth. For the menu, Hajin tells her that it's fine if she orders anything, catching her off guard. The boy already knows she's a picky eater paired with the fact she's from a rich family. Suddenly, Hajin spots a familiar presence and becomes startled enough to get up from his seat. This dude was doing everything well, but then he just raced off, leaving the girl to herself. Sensing the danger of the situation, Hajin questions if this is yet another alteration from the storyline. He rushes to approach a couple and calls for their attention. The glasses girl is Yoon Seonga, another main character who isn't supposed to pop up in Paris. Sunga doesn't know what to say, while Hajin had to step on the gas just to catch up with her. Sunga pretends not to know this guy, even though Hajin wants her to drop the act. At this point, the system offers another story alert as Sunga's boyfriend steps up for her. Hajin decides to back off and explores his laptop. The system has given him a story modification alert regarding Jane and Seonga, forming their connection to Paris. While he's busy outside, Nayoon doesn't get what this dude is doing on his own. Hajin recalls that their first encounter was in the headquarters of the Holy Grace of God Guild. Both of them signed up as new recruits at the time, shared missions with each other, and even bore through difficult times together. They were basically inseparable best friends who always supported each other. But then, that image of friendship shattered as Jane decided to betray Seonga. In their duel, Seonga was defeated and begged for answers. Jane, the person who she took for her friend, ended up being a sadistic person who just wanted to toy around with her. Her real identity was Valoran, the yellow member of the masked syndicate. She's a villain and the queen of disguise and thievery. Right now, Seonga seems to be undercover on the hunt. Joran remarks how she looks annoyed. She shares her relief, because this moment is an opportunity for her to move on from her past. Joran doesn't want to trust the informant who told them about Valoran's eventual appearance at the party. And while Seonga is suspicious of the information, she also knows Jane well, and knows that she's likely to come to steal something valuable. After all, how could she resist the priceless ring of Homer? Valoran has the information about its keeping, so she'll do whatever it takes to steal the object. That's when Seonga is hoping to strike. Nayoon ate to her heart's content, and with that settled, Hajin asks if she's ready to part ways with him now, since she's got places of her own interest to go and visit. The truth is, he's looking for a way to get himself alone to prepare a strategy for the party. Since she's got no reason to stick with him, she tries leaving. But this conversation wouldn't be a conversation without Hajin leaving a cheeky comment. Nayeon snaps at him as usual. The scene transitions to the hour of the ball, where we see Suho and Yeonha getting all the views. The people around them wonder if these two are supposed to be celebrities of some kind. Yeonha is glad they took measures with their disguise, while the main protagonist finds it a little convenient to wear a tight suit. Yeonha offers her hand to dance with him since it would be unusual for them not to. As this is going down, we zoom out to see Hajin, who has arrived at 5:30 and has also confirmed the arrival of Seonga. So far there isn't anything unusual catching his interest. The event is being held at an old palace right in the outskirts of the city. Hajin is here to make sure no drastic changes occur from the story. Using his Deadeye ability, a surprised Hajin discovers a magic portal opening out of nowhere, which isn't meant to happen. Now when it comes to portals like these, only demonic humans are capable of opening them. What's even worse is that only powerful fiends are capable of opening these portals, which means the threat they're dealing with isn't just child's play. One of the people inside the hall is secretly acting as the fiend and maintaining the portal's activation. Right then, Hajin receives a system notification. This time, it's a critique from the co-author to explain his reasoning behind the changes. The mysterious co-author believes that an ultra-rare item like the Ring of Homer should have a greater interest from the characters hunting for it. For this reason, a fiendish group called the Fellowship of Evil Deeds have taken interest and intervened in the event. Learning this fact, Hajin remembers just how powerful the fiendish organization truly is. Their leader Kim Hakbyo is a dangerous man. They love waging war and stealing valuable artifacts, and they're involved in many of the conflicts in the world. In other words, our boy now has to deal with an entire evil organization, all because the co-author decided for him. Activating his ether spell, Hajin seems to have covered his face with a mask and intends to stop this plan from happening. Scouting from above, he checks for Valoran Jane. Speaking of that woman, she's currently choking the life of a waiter in secret. Maintaining her disguise, she passes the authorization to the safe where the ring is being held. The mission seems to be an easy success for her, as the artifact is just inches away from her. Valorine attempts to snatch the ring, when an apprehensive yet familiar voice calls out from behind. Turns out that Valorine is using Joran's identity to do her dirty deeds. She's surprised to encounter Sunga at a place like this. The confident Sunga claims that she's out here checking up on her assistant, playing the part of a fool. She steps forward and decides to hug him from behind. Valorine is losing her mind, not knowing what's happening out here. Suddenly, Sunga tightens her grip and reminds Valorine that she's not interested in being fooled again. Saying so, this chick literally pulls a suplex and pummels her body into the ground. The explosive battle catches the attention of the outward hall. People thought a bomb went off just because of their fight. Valorine lunges past the smoke and transforms back to her original body. She's actually impressed by Shunga's ability to see through her flawless disguise. Sunga is in no mood to talk and speeds up to attack her. She knows that Joran went missing the moment they stepped into Paris, and she could tell by the difference in their speech pattern that Valorine had already made her move. Impressed by her sharp eye, Valorine thinks it's only natural she's cautious because of the first time she was betrayed. Before Sunga can attack her, a whip catches her arm. It's Yeonha, and she wants them to stop wreaking havoc in the hall. Sunga asks about their identity, since she doesn't know they're cube cadets. Yeonha breaks her disguise and instructs her to lower her weapon so they can avoid chaos. But Sunga isn't planning on backing off. Her electrical energy destroys Yeonha's whip, causing her a literal shock that her weapon is no more. Sunga turns her attention to her opponent, who quickly dashes in with a piercing strike. Thankfully, she dodged it, and began counterattacking with her sword. The sheer power emerging from their strikes is blinding. Sunga is having a hard time keeping up with Valorine, but she eventually finds an opening of her own and deflects her. With her sword chipped and smashed, Valorine lays defenseless on the ground. A bloodlusted Sunga raises her sword, aiming to finish her off for good. But right as she's about to kill Valorine, Suho intervenes and blocks her blade with his own. Valorine is sweating bullets out here, realizing that she literally could have been killed just now. Shunga offers Suho a polite warning to get out of her way unless he also wants to meet the same fate. The hero refuses to back off, acknowledging that he's unaware of their reason to fight. Despite that, Suho's strong sense of justice compels him to stop the two from fighting. His words are useless against a provoked Sunga, who literally kicks him away. But when she turns to Valorine, she is no longer there. It was enough time for her to make her escape. Sunga rushes to catch her, while she happily runs off. Suddenly, a wave of black darkness comes in between the two. With both of them left astonished at the scene, one fiend has managed to acquire the ring for herself. The Ring of Homer is now in the hands of a demonic human who seems to have the combined powers of a mermaid with tentacles. Observing the scene from outside is the author, Hajin. Let's break off from here and see what Nayun is doing. Poor girl ended up getting lost, just like our boy thought she would. She's been struggling to navigate a damn map, and ends up always coming back to the same location. Nayun's pissed at her useless smartwatch and suddenly realizes that her father is the CEO of the company who manufactures them. Girl instantly retracts her statement and decides to call Yeonha for help. Unfortunately, she's unable to get in touch with her, making Nayun even more frustrated. Revisiting the hall, Sunga immediately recognizes the demonic human by its powers. Since she's also a powerful hero, Sunga demands the creature let go of the ring at once. The arrogant fiend persists in her act and states that she and her fellow demons are more deserving of the prized artifact. Hajin is still watching the scene, waiting for things to escalate. He collects his thoughts, stating how the group of fiends have acquired the ring, and what's worse is the fact that none of the heroes in the hall stand a chance at retrieving the object. Assessing the need for a plan B, Hajin makes his move by releasing a slime whip. He launches it at full speed, causing it to break the window and crash inside. The fiend is alarmed and unexpectedly caught off guard. Hajin is safely able to recover the ring from her grasp while the demon looks around clueless as to what happened. With her distracted, Sunga rushes in to make her move at full speed. The The fighting begins and has allowed Hajin the opportunity to escape unnoticed. While he's observing the ring, Hajin is suddenly attacked out of nowhere. He barely escapes a giant explosion, leaving a crater in the ground. One man steps forward with an energy blade in his hand. He's here to stop the intruder from escaping with the ring. Hajin wasn't expecting another fiend to pop out of nowhere. The man politely greets him and introduces himself as Sidious. He also shares his association with the Fellowship of Evil Deeds. The talkative bastard is rather impressed by Hajin's impressive ability to steal the ring without trouble. He doesn't care if Hajin is quick-witted and fast on his feet. After all, Sidious demands that he return the ring at once. Our boy declines, making things annoying and complicated for the fiend. So his second option is to steal the ring by force. Sidious prepares his lightsaber and lunges forth to attack. He releases a dark red wave of magic which cuts through the landscape. Hajin barely made it alive without being turned to ashes. This man is not to fuck with. He's overpowered as hell. Sidious explains that his weapon is a magic sword, a really pricey object that cost him millions. So long as the person wielding it can supply it with enough magic power, the capabilities of this weapon are limitless. He offers Hajin to simply return the ring without getting himself needlessly hurt. Now here's the thing about demonic humans. When they form a pact with demons, their mana supply goes up by several magnitudes, which means the weapon he's holding is the perfect one for a fiend, making them really hard to deal with. Hajin's focus is on the magic sword, and he's thinking of ways to somehow subdue the weapon first. Sidious confidently prepares another swing, unleashing a wave of energy again. Hajin evades with his defensive maneuvers, and he finds himself forced into a corner. Starting to feel the need to strike a conversation, Hajin tries his best to negotiate. Sidious almost doesn't want to take him up on that offer, since he's already turned down negotiations before. He also taunts the masked warrior for thinking that he could best him by buying time. Sidious has sharply assessed his abilities, and claims that Hajin is much weaker than those heroes inside the hall. He's got nothing more than a gun and a skill to evade. It's bewildering to the fiend that nobody like Hajin has the confidence to oppose a powerful fiend. With his monologue over, Sidious prepares to unleash a final sword strike, hoping to end his opponent for good. Funnily enough, the magic fades into nothingness, surprising both the fiend and our boy. Sidious doesn't get what happened with his weapon, while Hajin's standing there speechless. He offers an explanation. The magic sword is now rendered useless for the rest of the day, a fact that not even the fiend knew about. What's crazy about this is that Hajin's passive luck factor intervened, and because of that, it malfunctioned the magic sword. Of course, Sidious thinks he's just mouthing things off like an idiot, because he doesn't have the knowledge of Hajin's powers. He's also confident that he'll slaughter the human without a weapon. But Hajin is uncertain about that claim, which seems to be an overestimation. With the remaining stigma, the author channels light magic and alters the mode of his gun. Sidious charges full speed to blow Hajin away with a single kick. But right before his attack could connect, Hajin releases his shot, ending the fight. The scene transitions back to Nayun, who is playing video games instead of searching for the ball. She sees a bunch of police cars patrolling by and wonders what's going on at this hour. There's also the fact that literally no one is talking to her, making her feel alienated. Nayun is in a bitter mood and fails to understand why she's acting the way she does. All of a sudden, one boy decides to take a seat next to her. It's Hajin, who popped up right out of nowhere, startling her. He's in an injured state, and barely capable of forming a sentence because of his previous battle. The dude literally collapses before her eyes, giving her a shock. Nayun worriedly asks if he's okay, but the fatigued, battle-worn Hajin is unconscious and incapable of responding. In his dream, Kim Hajin experiences one of the events of his actual life. He had just finished his CSAT exam during this time. His parents called for him, and they were around for him. He questioned why they risked their health to come for him. Suddenly their image begins wavering, becoming hazy. At the time, the boy broke into tears, apologizing for failing the exam badly. His parents tried to comfort him, understanding of his condition. They embraced their son in a loving manner, showing him support even in hardship. Remembering that touching memory, Hajin wakes up crying his eyes out. He's on a bed, but the question is where? The worried Suho and Nayun come over to check on his condition. Nayun is annoyed she had to drag his ass all the way here because of his unconscious state. She also notices his dried-up eyes and taunts him for crying. Suho orders her to go outside while an assistant shows him support by bringing him apples. She explains how his condition reflected exhaustion, and she wants him to rest as much as he can. Hajin doesn't get why he's receiving all of this support or where he even is right now. Turns out he somehow ended up in the manor, which means they've come in contact with Videl. It's already late, but Hajin isn't hungry and refuses to join the others for dinner. His mind is flooded with the thoughts of the assassination incident, which is going to initiate its plan very soon. Hajin is glad that he's awake to see things happen in real time. The maid requests Nayun to leave along with her for the night, causing her to become upset. Suho bids them farewell and proceeds to peel an apple for Hajin. He's unsure if it's the right thing for our boy to get up so soon. The author checks his smartwatch and learns what was reported in the news. Thankfully, the report states that no one was killed and most people suffered minor injuries at best. However, there's also no mention of Valorin in the report, which means she escaped without trouble. Hajin decides to share a conversation with Suho, requesting information about the fiend. Suho explains that he also isn't an expert on knowing what happened. The monster escaped before the heroes could defeat her. Hajin takes the apple slice and eats it. As Suho is slicing the apple for him, Hajin observes his injuries and advises the hero to take care of himself. The author even sarcastically asserts that he's the protagonist of the story, so it would be a real problem for him to get injured. Hajin reflects how Suho confronted Sunga without any hesitation, and in response, she was prepared to kill him because he got in her way. It's the thankful timing of the fiend that saved Suho's life, or else he would have suffered brutal injuries. While Hajin understands the hero's intentions and the path he is supposed to follow, there's a problem and a major weakness, because those who follow the good have to make difficult choices. At the same time, the author reminisces his own thoughts. He misses his parents and wants to return to his homeworld. Suho thinks the word protagonist means little to nothing in their world, and if it was the case, then he thinks Hajin would be as much of a protagonist as he is. In Suho's optimistic and bright worldview, everyone is a protagonist. Speaking of which, Suho talks about the report that Hajin wrote from his anonymous account. He noticed that he was going unnecessarily harsh on Nayun for seemingly no reason at all. Hajin begs to differ, emphasizing that archery doesn't suit her talent. That's also the reason he made the bet with her. If she loses, she will never use a bow again. Suho offers his thoughts, criticizing Hajin's approach for forcing his way with her into quitting. Hajin bounces back with a sharp response of his own, questioning if it is the correct approach to praise people up to no good. After all, praising them all of the time doesn't make people any better or stronger. There's also the chance that they'll ignore the advice, making the process frustrating. Hajin questions if someone like Suho would be okay with accepting responsibility in that case. Suho asks an obvious question, inquiring the basis for Hajin's thoughts on Nayun's archery skills. He wants to know if Hajin is willing to take responsibility if she ends up on the incorrect path. Hajin explains that he's done research on her and studied her more than anyone else. In simple terms, since he wrote the character himself, he knows what her weaknesses are. It is the reason he can see things beyond Suho's understanding. Suho doesn't really get what he means by that, and hears a clamoring sound coming from outside. Using his special eye, he's able to tell that Nayun was actually eavesdropping in their conversation using the concealment skill. Her precision was so sharp that they couldn't detect her until now. Anyway, Nayun bolts into Yonha's room, completely flustered and embarrassed. She doesn't get what he is murmuring about. Yana wakes up asking what's caught her so troubled. Nayun tries to play it safe and tells her it's nothing. Yonha returns to bed, leaving Nayun to her own thoughts. She's trying her best to calm down and maintain composure. She also thinks neither Suho nor Hajin were able to detect her just now. Still, his careful selection of words raced through her mind. Nayun finds herself flustered when suddenly a loud scream wakes her up. An extremely agitated Yonha wakes up from her sleep a second time, demanding Nayun to shut the heck up already. Poor girl tries to explain that she didn't even make any noise this time. Both of them are quick to realize they just heard a real scream coming from outside. The scene shifts to Videl's maid, who is utterly horrified to find the man murdered in cold blood. The assassins have done their work, just as they promised. Every cadet bursts out of their rooms to see what's going on. Suho is the fastest among them and descends down by himself. Hajin came outside too with a gun in hand, and he's equally as shocked that this man jumped from the third floor. Suho dashes the fastest he can and slams open the door. There, his eyes widen as he sees the sight of Videl's bloodied body. Videl's maid is struck with horror and explains what happened. The rest of the cadets are also terrified to discover the horrifying truth. Due to an enormous amount of blood loss, Videl's state is unbearable and he's beyond saving. The butler is the first to point fingers at the cadets, believing that they're responsible for murdering their beloved master. Of course, his frustrations are understandable, so the cadets just listen without responding. The maid plans to call the police and an ambulance to sort things out, requesting the cadets to return to their rooms for the night. But right then, Hajin pops open the light switch because he already knows what happened. The rest of them are confused as to why he would turn the lights on so suddenly. Without responding, he walks up to Videl's body, while the assistant shouts at him for interrupting the scene of the crime. She demands that he leave at once, but Hajin isn't in the mood to fuck around and pulls up his Glock on her neck. Suho and the others are actually stunned. Even Nayun thinks this guy has finally lost it. Hajin finally speaks, calling the maid Natasha a liar. Hajin explains that Videl isn't even dead to begin with. After all, even in the original story, the villain Vervet didn't die here. His plan was to fake his death and eventually form a pact with fiends, rooting himself in a more sinister group than ever before. Since his fate is in the hands of the co-author editing the story, Hajin doesn't know what this guy will end up doing in the future. That's why he wants to ensure he goes down here and now for good. Hajin has the entire room silent, and he completely understands that the act of persuasion, especially in a setting like this, is difficult to pull off. His intervention may also create problems for him later down the line. But the reason he acted in this manner is because of Suho's influence. Hajin wants to believe it in his heart that he's just as important of a protagonist as the other main characters. He also thinks there's no point blaming himself for twisting the story when it has already received so many edits. Anyway, Hajin is bent on his ruling that Videl is still alive, and claims that it's just a gimmick these guys are pulling off by putting him in a state of suspended animation. To counter his ridiculous claims, Natasha uses her authority as a doctor to shut him down. However, our boy is already a step ahead of her and explains his reasoning. His first area of interest is the wound, which shouldn't have been possible to inflict onto someone from above. There's also the fact that this man is practically leaking rivers of blood, which also shouldn't be possible since the human body only has so much. But perhaps the most conclusive evidence of it all, as Hajin taps on his smartwatch, reveals that Vedel's identity is listed on the international wanted list under the name Swindler Vervet. He accuses Videl to be the same person, which is why they're doing so much. Natasha asks the butler and wants to know if the ambulance is on its way. After learning that it is, she still tries to downplay Hajin's claims and prefers leaving this matter into the hands of the experts. She concludes the discussion when all of a sudden, Hajin decides to take things one step even further ahead. This man takes out his gun and points it at the supposed corpse, shocking Natasha. She worriedly turns to him, questioning why he's pointing a gun at the dead man. Even the rest of the cadets think he's taking things too far at this point and should stop. However, this guy is ruthless in his stand and emphasizes that he'll pull the trigger on the count of 3, which would be enough to prove whether or not the man is dead. Hajin's countdown begins with Natasha losing her mind. She begs for the rest of the cadets to stop this psychopath from aiming at a corpse. However, Hajin's countdown doesn't stop as he presses the gun against the man's head, preparing to deal the shot. Natasha inquires why he's so desperate to prove things when the authorities are on their way. At last, the boy reaches his third count, and by this point, Natasha has a mental breakdown, because she can see it in his eyes that Hajin isn't going to fuck around. He will actually shoot Videl. She attempts to sacrifice her own life by leaping ahead and covering Videl, begging for him to stop. Finally, Natasha confesses that this man is actually her father, and she doesn't want anyone killing him. Well, that gives away her muse, because now everyone knows what's up. The butler is suddenly startled by a gunshot. Hajin declares that they need the help of heroes instead of the police right now. After all, they've just confirmed and caught a wanted criminal in the manor. The authorities eventually arrive and arrest Natasha while retrieving her father's body. The supposed murder was in reality a scheme played by the father and daughter duo. Knowing that everyone was searching for him across Europe due to his snide reputation, they wanted to help Videl escape investigations by faking his death. They also wanted to use the testimony of the gullible Cube cadets to make sure their case was solid and convincing. The plan was to use the revival technique right after putting him in suspended animation. Fun fact, the drug for putting someone in the state of animation is not that costly. So Natasha, who had a background working for the institution, was able to acquire it with little to no trouble on her hands. Beyond that, it was a piece of cake. She made an illusion of a chest wound, using the illusory magic of an outlaw mage. She also used a bunch of transfusion blood packs to make the blood more convincing. Now the first responders coming to the scene wouldn't really know what's going on. They'd just assume the man was assassinated somehow. The same goes for the police authorities, who were secretly paid to be on their side. During the retrieval of the body, they would replace it with a fake one and escape the investigation. After that, the Cube cadets laid out their own testimony from what they saw, strengthening Vedel's case. After all, it's very hard to oppose the reputation of a Cube cadet. Beyond that, Videl would be classified as someone officially dead, allowing him to continue his life of crime under another secret identity. Well, that was the idea in the original storyline at least, which won't happen anymore. Using the Book of Truth, the boy learns that Videl is being apprehended by the Hero Association in France. It's safe to say that he's cooked and never coming back. Hajin hums a tune, satisfied with his inquiry, and actually giving the institution a positive name in the media. Yonha comes around, impressed by his deductive capabilities, and calls him Sherlock for being able to figure out so many things. She even recommends that he start his own detective agency as a joke. The real question bothering her is the fact that Hajin seems to know about criminals a little too well. To make up an excuse, he chalks it down to his family's history. Speaking of history, the author doesn't even know about Kim Chun-dong's actual backstory, since it's a character he didn't even write in the novel. Let's take it to the headquarters of the Fiendish Group. Silicin reports her failure to successfully retrieve the Ring of Homer due to the intervention of a masked warrior. She's even more shocked that this warrior was capable of defeating Sidious. The leader of the group wants to know if this person was also a fiend by chance. But Silison is dead certain that he wasn't a friend nor a hero. With those possibilities narrowed down, he wants her to investigate the mercenary and hunter groups to connect the dots. Since he's dangerous, he reminds her not to track him on her own and prioritize informing him instead. The leader of the Fellowship of Evil Deeds is extremely annoyed that Silison openly advertises herself as a fiend, as if she's proud of the fact. She tries to feign ignorance, but he knows her well. He roars at her for not keeping her identity as a fiend a secret from the rest. She apologizes for her act and shifts her appearance into a human form, allowing her to blend in with the others. The leader wants her to investigate the masked warrior and asks about the magic sword that Sidious lost. Silison isn't exactly thrilled to reveal that they've lost the magic sword. Speaking of that light saber, it's resting in the author's hands, but he's yet to understand what he's going to do with it. He doesn't really have a proficiency in magic, and can only reliably use the stigma magic. It's basically a useless weapon all in all, and while selling it seems profitable, it would be a waste of a weapon. Inspecting the extremely rare Ring of Homer, Hajin reflects that unlocking the real capabilities of the ring requires someone to penetrate it with a large amount of magic. However, for his case, he can swindle past that barrier with ease. Just by spending a bunch of his story points, he could alter the properties and awaken it manually. With the purchase confirmed, the artifact gleams and shatters to become a silver ring. Its abilities include increasing the IQ of the user as a passive skill every day. It also amplifies magic to some effect. Hajin is proud that he can use it safely, and even trade it later if he doesn't want it. In his mind, he's thinking about giving it to Suho or Nayun, who would be far more capable of realizing its effects. There's the fact that Nayun is exceptionally advanced in magic without her knowledge, so she may be more suitable of the two. Curious about his personal stats, he checks the system and learns that he hasn't experienced much change beyond agility and sensitivity. It's starting to feel like Hajin's abilities are stagnating since there's only so much growth he can go through. However, he's confident in his tenacity to work hard and overcome the wall. While pondering the question, he wonders if he can face the bratty Nayun in his current state, which reminds him to investigate Chundong's personal history. After all, he's certain the co-author left some clues for him. Accounting for the fact that Chundong ended up in the institution, despite being an extra character, he's still classified as an exceptional cadet who is promised to become a hero someday. With that consideration, there's just no way he had normal parents. For the investigation, he decides to hire Yu Jin-hyuk, an expert people finder and background investigator. This guy is at the top of his league in his field, and his extremely high fee reflects his skills. But since Hajin doesn't really have any other options, he thinks he should hire the guy. Suddenly a bolt of realization hits our boy. He has emptied his bank account by investing all of his portions of money in stocks, leaving him broke. Suddenly, his eyes glance towards the seed he's been nurturing. He tends to its daily feeding, and the scene ends there. Next, we see Yeonha's view, who seems to be phoning Jin-hyuk, likely to investigate Hajin's background. Norway's chilly winter is here, and you might be wondering why we're here of all places. The author doesn't want to get into the nitty-gritty details, and instead gets his face bashed with a snowball. It's the pesky brat Nayun again with her precise aim. Hajin delves into his summary, reflecting how club activities resumed after the short break caused by the fiendish Sven incident. The hunting club decided it was best to go on a reunion event by renting a cabin in Norway. The senior cadet decides to explain the contents of the event. Numbered flags have been placed throughout the forest, and acquiring them rewards the finder with a gift, ranging from all sorts of valuable goods. The cadets are inspired to look for the flags because of the promised rewards. Like always, it's time to draw lots for team arrangement. Like always, rotten luck finds Nayun and she annoyingly ends up with Kim Hajin. At this point, she's convinced he's rigging the outcome to fuck with her mood. Pissed off, she demands that he doesn't slow her pace, while Hajin politely warns her about the boar trap she's about to step into. Poor girl gets caught in the trap much to his amusement. Anyway, Nayun is a little surprised Hajin isn't wearing heavier coats to cover himself. The cadet explains that his jacket is functional enough to survive the coat. What she doesn't know is the fact that he's using a special relic called the Royal Coat Jacket, allowing the user to manipulate the temperature at will. This coat was actually Rachel's happy gift to him for the midterms. She's just a sweet angel in his eyes. Funnily, he thinks he should have written kinder characters in the story just like her. A curious Nayun points to the flag just up ahead. Hajin confirms the number with his eyes, declaring it to be number 1. Still, he doesn't get why it's placed up so high. Nayun doesn't really give a damn about climbing and starts leaping up like a monkey. The author gathers something from his pocket and finds a blade attached to a bunch of wires. Nayun finds them ordinary and doesn't get his initiative. However, the author reflects that these wires have been particularly strengthened by the stigma's magic, making them powerfully unique. He throws the blade aiming near the flag, believing that its initial trajectory doesn't really matter. After all, he can manipulate it with his magic. The knife ends up hitting its target at the base, releasing the flag from the top. Nayeon is pleasantly surprised that his gamble worked. The flag pops down in front of the boy, who reaches out for it to inspect the prize while an excited Nayeon comes running. Hajin reads the note and learns that they've stumbled upon first place. Turns out it's Sunga's actual phone number. While it seems like an amazing prize to Nayeon, Bro is looking depressed and tells her to just take it. She yaps about her status as the vice guildmaster of an elite guild, but that doesn't matter, and Hajin isn't looking for her contact since he already has it. This unintentional display of kindness makes her flustered. She tries to return it, claiming that she did nothing to earn the prize. Hajin is okay with that and recommends they return to the cabin. The scene shifts to Yeonha, who remembers her inquiry to Hajin and his response. She's got a puzzled look on her face, trying to create an association on how Vettel could have ended up in Hajin's head. After all, he's a European criminal, so there's no way for them to know each other. So her second assessment is that he may have memorized faces of wanted criminals. But that doesn't make much sense either. Her main hypothesis stemming from all of this is that Yeonha believes Hajin has had a tragic past in his life, and because of that, he's probably finding the person responsible for making him suffer. That's why he memorized the criminals wanted list. There's the fact that he's an orphan too, which makes her wonder if his parents may have been assassinated in secret. It makes sense to her that he would memorize the faces of criminals and keep his true powers hidden from everyone. Yeonha believes his true objective is to keep a low profile, hunt the criminal, and eventually deal them the killing blow. But despite her contemplation, her thoughts are nothing more than a theory, and his past is still etched in mystery. However, if it's truly the case, then Yeonha thinks she can turn that into an opportunity for herself to one day recruit him in her guild. All that strategy dumping makes her feel depressed because she secretly hates calling Jin Hyuk. The scene shifts to Jin Hyuk's office, who picks up a ringing phone call for his agency. But when he hears Yeonha's voice, he's surprised and wonders why she's calling her uncle all of a sudden. She makes things simple and states that she's got a job opportunity for him to track Kim Hajin, a 17-year-old cube cadet. She wants everything there is to know about his past. Entrusting his brilliant detective capabilities, Yeonha thinks he's the only person who can confidently execute this job. The students are shocked that Hajin was capable of finding the number 1 flag as well as the 4th. Coincidentally, the 4th flag's prize is somewhat more useful as it's a VR headset rather than a chick's number. Anyway, the group enjoys their stay at the cabin. Food is top-notch and Hajin's helping prepare it for others. This way, he's actually gaining a positive image of himself, much different from the rumors that others presented about him at the beginning. Hajin remembers his aunt having her personal barbecue place, which is why he's adept with handling a grill. The students discuss the end of the semester, talking about how one shouldn't trust anyone during the finals because of the difficulty of the exam. What's worse than the difficulty is that it causes a lot of conflicts between friendships. Finals week is critical to a student's grade after all. A bunch of them bring up the remedial unit, drawing Hajin's attention. This unit is just like its name implies, a class full of cadets who became failures and couldn't advance. There's actually a scale of 200 students in that class. 20 of these people have decided to make deals with demons and have become fiends all in the name of passing their grades. That's also the reason this year's finals could prove to be troublesome. There's the lingering issue of the co-author manipulating the events of the story, causing the remedial unit to become larger. It would also be the reflection of the institution's current state, which is in crisis. One student shares her compliments to Hajin, who seems to be cooking pork belly to perfection. She even offers him to join them while they eat. But Hajin is okay with eating on his own. He also thinks it's rather strange of her to chat him up over grilled meat. It makes him wonder if it's really that good. With the cadets finishing their meals, it's time to rest and relax in the lodging. Nayeon's group bullies her thanks to Hajin messing around. After the meal, he enjoys the moment, remembering how it's been a long time since he laughed like that. Receiving a sudden system notification, the author learns that his client is searching for the scammer Jerome Miller. Hajin thinks it might have something to do with Vervet. Just to make sure, he activates the Book of Truth and requests a bunch of inquiries. The author learns everything there is to know about Jerome Miller, and it's so much information that it's hurting his head. A typical experience while using the Book of Truth. Punching keys on his laptop, he files the report and receives 5 million points for the information he shared. Easy money for him as he closes the laptop shut, enjoying the beautiful view of the aurora. Habitually, Kim Hajin picked up a habit of smoking in his real life during times like these. He remembers his smoking addiction for nearly half a decade, and yet, ever since he jumped into this world, he's forgotten about it completely. Nayeon silently observes him and is shocked to pick up on that detail. Hajin is startled to find her spying on him, but it turns out Nayeon had just arrived. She's a little underwhelmed. He had a smoking habit, and even thinks he must have had a terrible background in high school. Bro is getting hammered with accusations and tries to deflect them. Nayeon towers over him and decides to ask an important question. She wants to know if Hajin can truly best her. The author wants to know if she's prepared to leave her bow for good as part of the bet. With a sad look on her face, Nayun thinks there's nothing to worry about because she's going to win anyway. But it's clear from her body language she's uncomfortable and might actually cry if she loses, just like in the game earlier. She changes topics and shares the recent news shared in France. This guy is getting called the Korean Sherlock Holmes for solving the case of the wanted criminal Vervet. Instead of being impressed, she thinks it's an insult to compare a lousy smoker to Sherlock. Hajin thinks she's just bullying him at this point. Nayun bolts off in her typical style, being childish and petty as always. But before leaving, she stops to ask him what cigarettes taste like. Hajin's response isn't shown as the scene ends there. Let's explore the detective's side of things. Jin-hyuk is playing his part investigating Kim Hajin's background. He's using concealment to mask his presence and growing impatient. Suddenly, he sees a covered figure placing a baby near an orphanage. This person's identity is also a mystery, and before Jin-hyuk is able to piece together more information, the illusion melts into nothingness. He's getting increasingly puzzled about Kim Hajin's identity. Approaching his assistant's room, Jin-hyuk makes his return. He's still got no clue about the case. He's also got his priorities straight and wants to attend nature's call before splitting the details. So Kim Hajin grew up in an orphanage. Thanks to the detective's powers, he was able to revisit the past on the day Hajin was admitted in order to look at the person's identity. However, it seemed to be a child who brought the baby out of nowhere. Nothing more. Jin-hyuk couldn't really connect more dots because he sensed strong interference. The only way he'll be able to explore further is by maintaining full strength for a long time. Also, dude is literally shitting while he's thinking about these details. He wants to tell Yeonha but almost feels ripped off doing something for free. His cheeky assistant peeks in with an interesting revelation. One other person wanted a report on Hajin, and they could use the same information as a cash grab. This person is actually a Violet Haze website user, ranked just the same as Jin-hyuk himself. He reads the request, which is straight to the point without any fluff. They're willing to give up 100 million points as an advance fee and 500 in additional job completion. That's a lot of money for one guy. With so much money involved, Jin-hyuk has a rough idea of who commissioned them. It's definitely the criminal group, the masked syndicate. Jin-hyuk is starting to believe that this kid really might be special for being investigated so thoroughly. It's Friday's class, and the instructor announces the approaching final exams in 1 month. One part of the exam will be a practical portion even tougher than the midterms. The exam will encompass the use of the various hero skills the cadets have been learning over the course of the semester. The midterms sparked joy from the cadets, but Hajin explains that the finals won't really have any spectators viewing the matches. The test location is also designed to be on a remote island, teeming with dangerous monsters, requiring a week of survival. Without a doubt, Hajin just knows the co-author will make his life a living hell in this case with his numerous edits. Still, even without the edits, there's a bunch of problems that are going to surface. Hajin wants to stay sharp to avoid getting caught in them. The instructor refuses to delve into the details of the test, but emphasizes that this time, the testing grounds won't receive any outside interruptions. Many high-level heroes have made sure to avoid such a thing, so all the cadets have to focus on are the exams. With that, the cadets are told to be dismissed for the day. Our boy is preparing his stuff when Nayun comes reminding him about their bet. Hajin loves annoying her, so he reminds her she'll be losing her bow soon. In response, she wants to wipe the floor with him in the fight. It's finally time for their one-on-one. They head over to the archery center, where both cadets prepare to compete. Hajin is rather surprised she brought a crew along just to observe the outcome. Jonghyuk, Suho, and the class rep are stoked to see them brawl. Younghan acts like there's no bad blood between him and Hajin, especially with the hiccups they had in the past. Jonghyuk straight up yoinks him by the hair, clearly offended that Hajin told Nayun to give up her bow. So in return, he wants Hajin to leave the institution. Nayun isn't very crowd-loving and kicks them all away to start their match. The game is called target shooting. There's a trap thrower up ahead, launching a bunch of targets for both of them to shoot down. Nayun recommends they start at 100 meters. The range will increase by 50 meters each time a target is hit. With that settled, she thinks he must be pretty scared and intimidated by now. However, Hajin is as cool as a cucumber because he was expecting the challenge to be a little more difficult. Nayun is ready to break his confidence. Both archers get into position. Nayun activates the trap thrower, releasing discs of targets up in the air. Nayun releases her bow, smashing through the target with her perfect aim. She's pretty convinced he can't do any better. 100 meters is nothing to this girl. She's also surprised he didn't shoot anything. Turns out this lousy idiot wasn't expecting the discs to come out so fast, so he didn't even release his arrow. Hearing this, Nayun and the rest of the crowd is stumped. They all collectively break into a loud laughter, taking him for a joke. Interestingly, instead of picking on him, she's annoyed by their annoying chatter. She also thinks Hajin's stance is way over the place. Since she's convinced none of his attempts will matter, she lets him have a second try. Hajin gets into position and pulls the string. It's true that Nayoon has the better form of the two, but that's not the important thing in this competition. Hajin isn't the type to play by the rules in every situation, as there's plenty of things beyond the fundamentals of a sport. The deciding factor between the weak and the strong are one's abilities, and Hajin's powers aren't a joke. At last, the trap thrower releases discs, prompting Hajin to release the arrow with the aid of his marksman ability. A perfect hit, smashing through the disc. Hajin's raw skill has utterly baffled Nayoon and the rest of the naysayers. Now that he's ready to rumble, he requests for round 2. Let's explore the girl's background a little. See, Nayoon was often looked up to by others when she was a stern disciple. At the time, she made an awful request to transition into archery instead of using her sword. It was clearly related to her mother, but she tried to feel like it wasn't, pretending that she would be okay no matter what weapon she utilizes. She returned the magic sword and apologized to her master, provoking the renowned hero. He thought of it as her decision to ultimately make, and decided to confirm one last time if this was the right thing she wanted to do. After all, it might cause her a great deal of regret. Back to the match. Various discs are getting smashed one after the other, with Hajin and Nayoon competing equally. It's actually strange to others, seeing him match her skill. They've already progressed to 400 meters too. One of the cadets explains that this guy is not only just hanging, he's actually trying to pressurize Nayoon on psychological battlegrounds. The pressure is slowly building up inside her head, adding to Hajin's impressive tactic. At this point, they're shocked to accept the reality in which Hajin may come out as a victor. Jonghak's shitty face is enough to tell you that he's mad and pissed. He wants her to win. Unfortunately, Nayoon's recent shot is imperfect and doesn't hit a bullseye. Hajin times this as the perfect moment to remind her that she's not suited for archery. Nayoon is annoyed and tells him to just take his shot. Observing her personality, the author internalizes how she isn't a calm and collected type of person. She's easy to provoke, and this kind of personality is one deciding factor why ranged weapons shouldn't be her thing. And yet she became an archer. Hajin doubles down on her fears, calling her afraid and getting inside her head. This time, she's actually pissed for real, blazingly reminding him that he should shut his damn mouth. But it's not like he's backing down. In fact, it's the only right answer to him, as there's no reason to defend her choice. Everything she has said so far has been nothing more than just hubris she made for herself. Nayoon's composure is fading, and she quivers to hold her bow, once again reminding him that he should shut up. Hajin breaks her by reminding Nayoon that good isn't great, and that she'll never be able to defeat a fiend on her own or avenge her family. Now this was the kicker, as Nayoon releases her shot at the flying disc. The arrow completely misses the mark, much to the shock of everyone including Jonghak. She herself is stunned at how she missed that. In the end, Nayoon was defeated in a competition that was supposed to favor her. After the match, Yonha finds Nayoon sitting by herself and sulking. Considering her friend, she wants to know what happened. Nayoon only remembers one thing from their fight. It's the fact that he insolently brought up her family. He disregarded how it would make her feel, and hurt her feelings deeply. She feels betrayed for trusting him, even though she knew he wasn't the nicest person around. She thinks he's an asshole who refuses to give up on her. Yonha wonders just what Hajin is scheming to plot with his behavior. Knowing that she wants to scout both Hajin and Nayoon in the future, Yonha feels the sudden urgency to help them maintain their behavior. So with a heavy heart, instead of supporting Nayoon, she talks about Hajin's life as an orphan. She also thinks he shares a similar life and background to Nayoon, who lost her mother. This shifts everything for her. Yonha thinks that while she's putting out an assumption, it's possible he sees her as someone important, someone he wants to teach important lessons, hoping she lives a better life. Coming to this realization, Nayoon's eyes gleam while Yonha decides it's best to leave her be for now. With Nayoon left to herself, the girl remembers the decision she made in her childhood, claiming that swords were boring to her. At the time, her brother was there to support her decision, believing that she was capable of achieving great things. However, he wanted her to make one last promise. He wanted her to reconsider her choice when the time was right, which means that he also believed his sister was more suited for a sword. Remembering that promise, Nayoon feels some level of conviction now. As for the author, he's improved his story points massively thanks to his influence in her life. By the end, we see Nayoon's confident stride to a new beginning. Revisiting the detective, we come to find that Hajin's life shares a connection to crime. That's what he tells his niece, and requests if it's better to leave the investigation here. Yonha wants him to persist in his investigation, and claims that she's hell-bent on recruiting Hajin into her guild. This makes him beaming with happiness. Jinhyuk is prepared to do double the effort for the cause. Following the match with Nayoon, things got complicated because of the many people watching the match. This time, Hajin's afraid of what's going to happen once he enters his classroom. He even contemplates skipping and suddenly finds an unexpected early arrival. It's Nayoon, practicing with her sword, her hair now cut short. She's surprised to see him and embarrassingly hides the weapon. Not like it would make any difference. Hajin asks if she's practicing and glances at her hair. Nayun demands that he speak his mind. Hajin taunts her for going overboard and cutting her hair because he stepped on her nerves. Enraged, she excuses that she did it for the summer's heat. Hajin forms a genuine smile and praises her looks, asking if she's feeling good. Nayun agrees, so Hajin leaves her to her business and decides to go about his own training. She remembers the fact that Kim Hajin was supposed to be a sword user when he entered the academy. He threw away an entire life's worth of experience, risking it on a different weapon. The same as she is doing right now. She wonders why he chose to do that. Nayun's magic sword blazes with her powers, amazing herself with her reach. His comments now seem like heartfelt advice to her. She is now convinced that Hajin knew better for her ever since the start. Speaking of our boy, he's busy making a bunch of purchases right now. Right before final start, an inspection will be carried out on all of the cadets to check their gear and weapons. He's taking care of the camping stuff for the island. The seed disturbs Hajin with its request to feed her. Hajin inspects its size and realizes that it has grown in size, so hatching should also be around the corner. She's supposed to look like the typical 4-year-old straight out of birth. He thinks it should be alright to keep her hidden inside the dorm as long as she transforms her appearance. Inspecting the seed, it enjoys Hajin's embrace, and he hopes for it to hatch soon. Now let's head to the Masked Syndicate's meeting. Valorant is shocked that their leader is taking extra steps to transform her appearance into a cadet, just so that she could observe what's going on in the finals. She requires Jane's help, who still doesn't think it's necessary for her to go overboard. The captain explains that her objective is to verify someone's skills, as well as retrieve something from the testing grounds. Valorant has no choice but to obey, so she casts her magic and transforms her appearance. She's already prepared documents of the cadet she'll be impersonating. It's important for her to follow the cadet's personality to blend in. Valorant feels worried for her, which is out of character for someone so careless. The boss reassures her that nothing will go wrong. Back in the classroom, Ijin is being teased by her classmates. She's got an expressionless face which definitely doesn't suit the average student. She tries to play around with Ijin's friends just like Valorant advised. All of a sudden, Kim Hajin brats into the scene, right when she's delivering an Oscar-worthy acting performance. The funniest part is that this dude is literally dying inside, because he can see right through her disguise using his observation skill. Even the boss knows that he has figured it out. Bro tries to hurry the fuck away and takes his seat. He's demolished and can't figure out what is going on. There's no plausible reason for the captain of the Masked Syndicate to be here. Anyway, the written exams wrapped up quickly, which means it is time for the practical exam. The cadets are on board a ship as their transport. Hajin is eyeing down Ijin with keen precision, knowing that it's the captain in secret. He originally thought she wouldn't make an appearance again, but she broke the pattern from the original story and came anyway. Just to make sure things proceed smoothly, he's got his eye on her. He once tried talking to her, but received nothing apart from a beverage. He wonders if this is related to her investigation on Suho and Jonghak. The instructor demands the cadets' attention and explains the rules for their exam. They'll have to survive up to 5 days on the island and try to score points as much as they can. Their goal is to beat monsters or steal points from other cadets, and it's also possible to purchase and sell points. The ones who are hoping to get an excellent score are encouraged to try and steal a supervisor's name tag, earning them 200 points. Sounds like easy money, but Hajin reflects that it's impossible to try and challenge the hero supervisors. The exam is about to begin with the ship nearly arriving on the island. Having arrived at the shore, the cadets come through. Hajin finds Rachel immediately and requests that they complete the final exam together. She's surprised by his sudden invitation, but when it comes to the characters he created, Hajin is trying to take measures in the best way possible to counter any edits from the co-author. There's the looming threat of a powerful villain mage who is trying to hunt her down. So, Hajin believes she's the one who is at most risk in the exam, which is why he wants to protect her. Surprisingly, even this polite girl knows when to reject someone. The author isn't surprised that this happened, since top rankers prefer going about their business by themselves. So for that reason, he wants to exchange his location information just to be safe. He's definitely not in any mood to follow the storyline set by the co-author. Rachel receives his location and doesn't think much about it. That night on the island, one student is carefully treading by herself. It's Nayun, who comes to a stop as a monster leaps to attack her from behind. There's not just one, but a bunch of these ugly bastards. Releasing her magnificent magic sword, she slices them clean effortlessly. The fight has ended. Nayun giggles in annoyance because she's fed up with constantly fighting monsters without end. There's just no end in sight, no place to rest or eat and recover. Judging by her exhausted condition, she's afraid she'll be the first one to lose. A beam of light in the distance catches her attention. Filled with hope, she excitedly runs in that direction. She knows that someone is cooking some delicious food and thinks she's saved. That is until the girl runs into Hajin, who had brought his essential camping equipment and prepared for everything beforehand. Nayun's excitement died while Hajin is a little surprised she came to visit and reminds her they're not supposed to fight so soon. She's shocked that he was able to get all of this gear, but to the author, it was just the obvious thing to do. Nayun pretends not to care, but her rumbling tummy exposes her instantly. Hajin guesses that she must have acquired at least 25 points. He's happy to share the food so long as she exchanges the amount. Nayun is startled by his high demands, but it's not like she has a choice in the matter for being hungry. The author prepares some bacon for her. And that's how, instead of meeting with Rachel, this guy ended up with Nayun, who is happily chewing on her food. He's fidgeting with his laptop and just finished hacking the drone servers. This helps him see all of the footage of every cadet across the island. It helps him keep an eye on Rachel too. Since she's doing okay, Hajin wonders if there aren't going to be any changes this time. Seems like Rachel found a cadet group and requested to purchase food from them. One of them suspiciously told her that they don't want to charge her, but it's clear by his arrogant smile that he's hiding something. It's early and Hajin is already up to get started for the day. He spots the sky and wonders if it's supposed to be a polar night since the sun hasn't come up yet. Nayun also slept right next to him, and she's still out cold. As for the little seed, Hajin realizes that it's her feeding time and tends to her. He finds her extremely cute for being a tiny little thing. Hajin reaches for his pocket and places the seed inside. He asks Nayun if she wants to get up or not, but she hasn't responded yet despite his statement about packing up the tent. Hajin thinks it's best for him to leave after packing up his stuff. This is the part where cadets begin fighting each other, which also means it would be best for him to eliminate the best cadets to make it easier for him. Murdering isn't an option, but the cadets he suspected to be fiends haven't really shown their true colors to become demonic humans so far. There's one difference between fiends who have sold off their souls to other fiends and then those who have sold their souls to demons. Fiends relying on other fiends can be sacrificed, and they can also help recharge each other's mana to prevent immediate transformation. Their contracts are comparably lighter with each other. As for the fiends who have directly sold their souls to the demons, they have strict limitations as well as problematic side effects. Only one cadet comes to mind, and that's Ju Yo-hoon. Hajin prepares his luggage and believes he should search for high ground to get a strategic advantage. His first destination will be the World Tree right at the dead center of the island. Sensing the urge to act quickly, he bolts off, leaving Nayun unattended. We see her still sleeping soundly even after he left. As Hajin is making his way through the island, one cadet working with Yonha has located their target. She asks permission to strike this person down, but Yonha strongly opposes her decision and explains that they won't be hurting Hajin at any cost during the competition. It doesn't make any sense to her teammate since Hajin's ranking is at the dead end of the bottom rankers at Cube. However, Yonha knows what he's capable of and thinks that they would be unable to defeat this guy even if they challenged him. The author approaches the World Tree and descends to prepare for something. Rose doesn't get what he's doing by assuming such a position, and wonders if this maniac is going to start leaping the World Tree at this point. Preparing himself, Hajin defies expectations and does exactly that. With his incredible agility, he maneuvers past the World Tree, bouncing with extreme agility. It leaves Rose completely winded while Yeonha uses this as an example of why they shouldn't be attacking this guy. She reminds Rose that his rank is just a false assessment of his true powers. In fact, he's so sharp that he'll detect her arrows without even having to look at where they're coming from. Sei requests Rose to keep this information a secret because she wants to value Hajin's privacy with her future goals in mind. Rose understands and decides to keep the secret, while Yeonha receives a notification on her smartwatch, alerting her about Ijin. She decides it's best for them to head back now. Hajin is still navigating his way through the World Tree. He activates his special eye ability to get a good view of the cadets lurking nearby. One particular candidate stands out to be a noticeable issue. Hajin is locked in and has discovered one of the fiends. He thinks it's the easiest job in the world because now he just needs a stick to attach directions and imprint a certain message on top. With his preparations finished, Hajin swings the stick at full speed and manipulates its trajectory using stigma magic. The stick is aimed right for his target and approaching him full speed. The fiend seems to be unaware until the stick hits the ground just nearby. Surprised, the cadet picks up the stick to inspect what's going on. Then he scouts the direction it came from, to see where the person could be hiding. His immediate suspicion is the World Tree, where Hajin is sharply staring him down. The final aspect of his plan is to patiently wait as things unfold on their own. Let's go back to the sleeping Nayun. This girl is treating this competition way too lightly until she wakes up in a jolt. She wakes up to the thought of Hajin's words, making her feel embarrassed like a donut in love. It turns out that Hajin said those words right before leaving her. Nayun knows that people have always found her looks noteworthy, but the fact that he said those words while she was sleeping bothers her. The funny part is, Hajin was actually talking about the damn seed, and Nayun is out here thinking this guy was either talking about her, or a pet, or even himself. Still, The possibility of him actually saying those words to her makes her feel embarrassed as hell. She doesn't know what to do in that situation. Let's go back to our boy, who doesn't know what he just did, though he is getting the feeling that someone is mouthing off about him in the distance. The onset of the morning has awoken the rest of the cadets who are making their way. Among Rachel's group, she's worried because of what happened the previous night. She joined Ju Yohoon's group, and they didn't even ask for any form of payment from her. They were being overly helpful, which is exactly the kind of thing that troubles her. Her intuition about them senses that there's something wrong. The rest of the cadets are prioritizing splitting up and hunting for points. However, Yohoon's group in particular isn't focused on doing that. They really don't care about the points. What really troubles Rachel is that she can sense their deep interest in her. Realizing that there's definitely a problem with this group, she prefers backing away, wondering if it's best to rejoin Hajin. But right then, Yohoon addresses her and explains that he found a monster worth 10 points. He wants her help in taking it down. Rachel doesn't think much of it and decides that she'll leave them after the hunt. She follows him along, but for some reason the rest aren't following, making her feel uncertain about her escape. Arriving at the monster's location, Yohoon points out the big bear he was talking about. Well, instead of a bear, it's a masked assassin who looks like he's literally out for blood. Yohoon acts like he doesn't know this guy at all, but Rachel senses trouble. She quickly shoves him out of the way, dodging the lethal attack aimed for the both of them. Thankfully, they survive the crushing blow, but Rachel can't figure out what a fiend is doing all the way inside the island. Her first priority is to help Yohoon escape, so she tends to him. This guy is making a fuss over a sharp cut he received, even though it looks pretty damn tame in comparison to what Rachel has faced. Yohoon literally vanishes at the speed of light after realizing there's a fiend in sight. Rachel knows that he was bullshitting with worse acting than a YouTuber's apology. Still, her only option is to confront the fiend, so she points her weapon at him. Her suspicions proved her right, even though she never expected Yohoon to sell her out to a fiend. The demonic human happily takes her on and sends a wave of sharp strikes. Rachel evades them just in time, but leaves herself open to be attacked. She blocks the fiend's attack just in time, and realizes that she's facing someone incredibly powerful. However, this girl refuses to back down, and believes she can take on the threat despite the odds. Rachel's one-on-one melee duel elapsed until she found an opening to strike him down. Her sword cuts the fiend, but all of a sudden, she senses terror realizing that her own foot is caught in the ground. This allows the fiend to counterattack her right when she's immobile. Rachel is fearing for her life because another fiend has popped up from behind. She's exposed to both and admits that she's found herself incapable of dodging. As the fiend confidently swings its attack, a wave of light penetrates it and kills it immediately. The second fiend tries to finish the job by sending its wave of slashes at Rachel's direction. She can't avoid it, so Suho decides to make his entrance and slashes the attack down. The protagonist gives Nayun the signal to strike. Equipped with long-ranged weapons, Nayun picks up the bow again and unleashes a powerful magic arrow, finishing the fiend. Her friends come rushing to her aid, claiming how these guys were anything but supervisors. Thankfully, Rachel didn't receive any noticeable injuries. Suho observes that the fiend just now escaped the arrow by jumping off the cliff. Since they're under the threat of being attacked again, Suho requests they team up with Rachel for the time being. They decide to travel together as a group when Rachel is suddenly drawn to something close by. She sees a buried bullet and wonders where it came from. This makes her remember who took down the first fiend, especially with a barrage of light-focused attacks. Turns out it was our boy Hajin just doing his work. He's currently sniping the bastard Yohoon who ran off. Sharing a fireplace, Suho learns that Nayun has transitioned into becoming a sword user. Of course, she finds herself too embarrassed to admit the truth and claims it's just a secondary weapon. Meanwhile, the princess is still fixated on her suspicions about Hajin. No one other than him is capable of channeling a gun, let alone a sniper rifle. But it doesn't make sense how he was able to detect she was in danger, or why he bothered to help. Then again, she doesn't know why he would prefer hiding in that situation. Her contemplation is interrupted by Nayun, who had just offered to team up behind the scenes, since she and Suho are doing just that. She thinks about it for a moment and decides that it's best for her to leave the group, despite Suho's worry. The princess explains that it's necessary that she see someone at once, likely referring to the person who helped her. The author has gained 22 points in total from both Nayun and the monsters he killed. Still, he requires at least 50 more points to make it out safely. Just like Nayun, he's a little peeved with the amount of monsters he'll have to hunt. In complete surprise, one person comes to visit Hajin out of nowhere. It's the captain of the masked syndicate, hiding herself in Ijin's disguise. The author is shitting himself, wondering if she's really come here to battle him, since he knows the chick is too overpowered and can't be stopped at his current level. Hajin tries to regain his composure, and believes that she might be here for a motive of her own. He tries to chat her up casually, but the second she draws her sword, Hajin starts losing his damn mind again. He faces her with a smile, but internally, he knows he's about to get fucked in this fight. Ijin requests that he draw his weapon for the battle. Hesitantly, Hajin reflects in his thoughts that there's just no way he can take her down, so he attempts a different approach by buying himself time. Hajin thinks that there's only one deciding factor when it comes to duels. He releases the ether slime without her noticing. Ijin emphasizes that if he isn't going to use a weapon, she'll take him down. The thread reaches her and finally manages to catch her. Hajin has her right where he wanted. The captain doesn't get what he's doing, and realizes that he's choosing to surrender by taking off his smartwatch. The funniest part is that it's not even his own watch. Using the ether thread, he swiftly managed to catch her watch without notice. She's utterly shocked by this strategy. Hajin claims that cadet duels are always decided based on the person taking their opponent's smartwatch. This means, the second he presses the fingerprint recognition button, she's as good as defeated. The captain is stumped that he managed to catch her off guard like that, while the author thinks she should have done her research a little better. Deciding to be merciful on her, he tosses back the smartwatch, claiming that he's choosing to be merciful in this situation. However, the captain doesn't get what he's saying. Bro uses this opportunity to run the fuck away. Still, he has left a significant impression on the captain of the masked syndicate. Unfortunately, Valoran wasn't watching the scene unfold because she was distracted. Even though her senses have been cut in half after using Valoran's disguise ability, she was still outsmarted by a young cadet. For the future, she thinks it's best to have a spell-calling gate prepared in advance. Back to his camp, our boy is happy that he escaped in one piece. He was so close to death after encountering her. It's a good thing she was nerfed in her disguised state. Hajin has done his part for now and thinks he should refuel himself for the time being. While observing his points, Hajin's attention is drawn to Rachel, who popped up from out of nowhere. He wonders if she's trying to look for him. Turns out the girl is also hungry, so Hajin offers her a chance to grab a meal with him. To spark conversation, she wonders what he's been up to all this time. Hajin keeps it casual, explaining that he's just hunting points. Inside his mind, he knows she's trying to ask why he saved her, but she's too shy to say so. He also notices that she's injured, which is just obvious when you're facing a fiend. The food's preparing. Meanwhile, the seed of Evangel is acting crazy in his pocket. Suddenly, it darts out and dives right into Rachel's jacket, causing an awkward scene and causing her to scream. Finally, Rachel takes out the seed and is begging for an explanation of what an almond is doing inside her jacket. Bro is way too embarrassed to tell her that he's raising an almond, and clarifies that it's more of a seed. She returns him the seed, but Rachel is still pretty embarrassed by the awkward scene. As Hajin is checking on the food, Rachel finally makes the request she's been meaning to ask. She wants to team up with him behind the scenes like Suho and Nayun earlier. Hajin explains that Nayun said the same thing in the novel. Anyway, the princess explains that there may be a team out there hunting for her. She talks about Yohun. Hajin tells her not to worry because he won't be going after them anymore. The scene hints that Jonghak has already eliminated the group in his fury. Jonghak has brutally annihilated the rest of Yohun's teammates. He doesn't get what's going on, or why Shin Jonghak of all people is here. With a sharp grin, the man greets him with a powerful projectile, causing the stick to land right next to Yohun's face. The stick has a provocative message written on it as well as a location attached. Yohun tries to explain that it wasn't his doing, and that he's hunting down an innocent person. But Jonghak isn't the rational type and doesn't give a crap. This makes Yohun shit his pants as Jonghak grips his spear, claiming that he despises people like him. Grabbing the cadet's throat, he chokes him and mentions his annoyance with manipulating snakes like Yohun. The scene ends there, and we see a glimpse of the supervision tower governing the exam. A part of this team is Seonga herself, who seems to be busy in thought. Her friend comes to ask what's keeping her up. Seonga mentions Hajin's name, instead of fixating on Suho like always. She explains that while Suho is still the top candidate they're hunting for, she's managed to receive interesting information about this guy too. She was able to get her hands on a secret document called the Yeonha Report. Interestingly enough, in that report, Yeonha personally believes that Hajin is a stronger candidate even over Suho. While the document is likely to be fake, they've still discovered a special thing about the boy and his ability to use light magic. She thinks his rank is irrelevant in this particular case. She doesn't have proof for now, so she's planning on baiting him through her name tag. After all, stealing a supervisor's name tag can get you 200 points. Back at the campsite, Rachel observes Hajin's bullet, confirming her thoughts. She still doesn't get how he was able to find her in danger. Something about it seems strange, but one thing is for sure. She knows it was the mage Lancaster who perpetrated the attack. In a regretful thought, Rachel wonders if it was better for her to have died that day. Meanwhile, the author is busy hunting down monsters from the World Tree, the best location for his sniping. He thinks the hunting is going easier than expected. He found Rachel in a pretty depressed state earlier, but she quickly regained happiness with food. Hajin's eyes are drawn to something glimmering close by. He stumbles upon a beautiful lake, thinking that there's bound to be a bunch of monsters with valuable points. Casting a light sphere, Hajin thinks it's ideal to bait them. Suddenly he senses someone close and addresses them. Nothing responds back, but it's clear that this person is sharply trailing them. Hajin activates his special eyes and discovers Nayun passed her concealment skill. He fires a shot next to her, breaking her concealment by startling her. Nayun is almost pissed that he did that, while Hajin wants to know why she's spying on him. She tries to make an excuse, but nothing significant comes to mind, confirming his thoughts that she was following him all along. Hajin wants to know the real reason, so Nayun gives up and confirms that she's hunting Shunga. This surprises the author a little, but Nayun is really curious how he managed to cut past her concealment skill. Instead of answering, he gets on his laptop. Keep in mind that no one can see his laptop, so she doesn't know why he's kneeling all of a sudden. Hajin remembers Sunga's part in the novel, who observes Suho initially, and then focuses on observing other candidates. That means it's likely that Sunga could also be following him nearby. He uses his surveillance to see where she's hiding and finds her on top of the tree. This makes the author wonder if he's become a prospect in her eyes. Hajin is figuring things out while the short-haired brat is getting impatient. She's shocked how he was able to make the light sphere. Bro out here plays a charmful prince and thinks she shouldn't look further into it. He must have negative riz because it only ends up weirding her out. She no longer wants to care, and with both of them at odds with each other, they decide to go the opposite direction. Hajin knows that there's just no way he can risk telling her the truth. Explaining the stigma's magic would also include telling her their world is taking place inside a mere book that he wrote. Anyway, the author resumes his monster hunting. It's been 2 hours since she went away and he's acquired 15 more points in that time span. However, someone else is bothering him. This person decides to unveil their presence. Sunga remembers him well and prefers that he feel at ease around her. She explains her mission to test various abilities of the cadet with a small challenge. The rules of this challenge are simple. She's not going to do anything but stand in place with her left hand. Kim Hajin is supposed to attack her with whatever he can. However, if he manages to land even a single blow that isn't on her left hand, or move her even a single step from her spot, she'll happily hand over the name tag. It's quite the offer, but it's Seunga and Hajin knows it's not going to be easy. Still, it's tempting because the offer could gain him 200 points, jumping him straight into first place. The main obstacle is the fact that he's dealing with the brilliant Seunga, so it's going to be difficult. She wonders if he's going to reject her or take her on. Hajin reaches for his gun, implying that he's ready to fight her for it. He shoots a bullet aimed right at her. Sunga thinks this will be the perfect opportunity for her to gauge his skills. She wipes the bullet with a flick of her finger, showcasing her amazing senses and speed. She's already seen him pull off a light sphere, and while she wiped the bullet away, she can still feel her fingers throbbing from the impact. Sunga is happy that the report proved to be reliable after all. Hajin, on the other hand, is a little disappointed. He used a strengthened round, only for her to deflect it without even using magic. This means the direct approach will be impossible with this hero. He uses his stigma to craft 2 blades and swipes them at her. But this attack is rather easily dodged by Sunga, who notes how he used to be a sword warrior before his conversion. His variety of skills impresses her. The author arms his gun again and attempts to shoot her back to back, all for Sunga to speedily block every attack. She notes how his weapon is beyond powerful for a training weapon issued by the institution. This confirms to her that he's using a gift related to honing his guns. What she didn't expect was for the knives to come flying right back at her. Hajin is intelligently using an off angle to catch Sunga off guard, since she's only allowed to use her left hand. However, she wouldn't be a hero without her own tricks. Sunga ignites her aura, blasting away the knives from her spot. She didn't break a rule, since the attack didn't connect with her body and she didn't move. Now it's certain to our boy that he just won't be able to beat her. Seunga is extremely impressed that he can alter the trajectory of the projectiles using magic. She swooned like hell and wonders what kind of ability he used. She compares him to an onion with one new layer after another. She wants to inspect his entire arsenal of talents, but this dude is done as he puts away his gun and literally just starts walking away. Seunga's shocked as fuck. She struggles to believe that he's just leaving like that. She asks why he's headed the other way, right when things were beginning to enjoy her. Suddenly, the clever author turns back and reminds Seunga that she just lost for taking a step. She was careless and forgot about her condition not to move a single step. The sudden horrifying realization sets in for Seunga, who can't believe she's just been outsmarted. She's infuriated, but Hajin clarifies that he doesn't really care about it since their fight is a waste of time. He doesn't see anything working against her, so he's giving up. Bro just leaves after surrendering, while Seunga trails him like an ex-girlfriend who is still not over you. The reality is, Hajin wanted to see just how strong he was against Seunga, believing he had a small chance. But this dude now knows she's a monster in every sense of the word. Seunga is still walking after him and calling for his name. This whole scene was observed by Ijin, who is assessing Hajin's abilities. Droon asks if everything is going well, because she left her friend group just to come here. However, the captain believes she made the ideal choice. Suddenly, the island shakes as something greater is happening. The captain refers to this shaking as palpitations. We then catch a shot of a cocoon of a butterfly sapling which is about to emerge soon. Let's talk about the sapling butterfly. This is a kind of parasitic monster that nurtures its growth through trees. In the original story, Rachel and Suho were responsible for defeating the creature on the last day of the finals. This way, the main character Suho stumbles upon the sapling butterfly's powder, and Rachel receives an evolution in her own abilities. However, currently Rachel is stuck with the author. He has to find some way to indulge her into the events of the story so she can fight the sapling butterfly. There's one glaring issue though. Rachel suddenly asks where they're headed since they're aimlessly searching around. The problem is, Hajin has no idea where the fuck the sapling butterfly will emerge from. Let's visit Suho's group now, who have collected a pile of monsters, placing them directly in first place. 20 hours are left until the end of the exam. Suho is going about his business when all of a sudden, Nayoon intriguingly asks Suho's opinion on Hajin's abilities. She mentions that he acts like he's masking a ton of his powers. The first encounter at the museum, then in Paris. Wherever they encounter him, he's always insanely powerful despite his low physical stats and ranking. Suho suddenly remembers what Hajin told him. He thinks that he's got a crush on her, so this boy is just beaming like an idiot for no reason. Nayoon is upset and wants to know what he's smiling about. While they're carelessly chatting, a tree root erects from the ground to attack them. Both of them are shocked that the roots are moving on their own. At the same time, Hajin also sees the roots, giving him a good idea of the sapling butterfly's location. The roots dominate the cadets, leaving Rachel and Hajin to fend for themselves. Hajin lays out his plan. He has to uncover the source of the earthquakes and eliminate the monster, but he wants her protection on the way. It's a typical request, so Rachel accepts. This leads to the author's contemplation regarding the cadets. He knows they'll head right to the source, giving them the best shot to challenge the butterfly sapling. Meanwhile, Sunga is seeing things go down. She wonders if she should intervene or not, given that this creature isn't supposed to be a part of the exam. On second thought, she believes that this creature would be a great test of the cadets' capabilities. It may sound harsh, but it's just that she believes they should be able to handle a threat like a hero. Good heroes are always nurtured by adversity. We see Nayoon descending with her magic sword attack, obliterating one of the tree roots with a clean cut. She's amazed by her own attack, and even Suho's reaction is one of joy. Since he's a swordsman, he guides her how to use a sword and perform better slashes. This causes Nayoon to get upset because the dude is ruining her shining moment. The roots seem endless but not impossible to beat. Suho realizes that fighting the roots shouldn't be their focus. They'll have to kill the source leading to the trunk. Some of the cadets point out how the tree looks particularly strange. They can see a creature swirling around in the cocoon. Suddenly the shell bursts open, revealing the terrifying sapling butterfly in its true form. The sheer size of the creature alarms the cadets. The butterfly separates from the tree and takes flight. Its wings leave a potent powder in the atmosphere, spreading it all around the cadets. Nayoon is the first person to experience its dreadful effects, as the powder is reaping away her strength. The same happens to the rest of the students. Nayoon faints, but Suho catches her before she falls. For some reason, he's the only person unaffected, while the rest of the crew is drained of energy. The reason is revealed that Suho held his breath to make sure he wasn't affected by the powder. But he's struggling to keep up and wonders if he can safely take out the threat at that time. Suddenly, Suho senses two sharp cadets coming from out of nowhere. Rachel and Hajin are fast on their feet and have already taken countermeasures by wearing masks. They're going full speed to catch the monster. Rachel observes the fallen cadets and realizes that they've been affected by the powder. The really strange part is that Hajin was aware of everything that would go down, which bothers her. He calls for her attention and points to the monster hovering in the air. He wants to defeat the monster by himself and wants Rachel to take care of the roots. Preparing his shot, Hajin releases powerful bullets, shattering the creature's wing and inflicting incredible amounts of pain. The sapling butterfly cries in agony, causing the roots to emerge from the ground. Rachel has been waiting for this moment and dices them down with her exceptional sword skill. Her eyes turn back to Hajin as she realizes the roots are attacking from underground. A gigantic root pops out and it could have killed Hajin. But thankfully Rachel acted quickly and shoved him away. Unfortunately, however, one of the roots has caught her right foot. It snatches her away and propels her right into a tree. Hajin is worried for Rachel, allowing himself to get distracted. The roots target him next, and it looks like it's all over for him. All of a sudden, the main protagonist of the story, Suho, makes his valiant entrance, saving Hajin's life. Unfortunately, because of his previous attack, the poor guy compromised his breath. Hajin's attention is drawn to the defeated Rachel as he's afraid she is knocked out. Surprisingly, the seed wiggles its way out of his jacket and bounces away to find its mother. Hajin is literally losing his damn mind seeing this thing bounce in the air. The seed strikes Rachel's face and starts adoring her. Hajin is pissed right now while Suho calls for his help. His condition is also getting worse, leaving them with little options. Hajin reflects that he can only use 3 fire bullets using stigma magic, but that also means he's got only 3 shots to take the creature out. Turning to Suho, the author confirms he needs his help. Out of nowhere, someone casts an electrical strike upon the sapling butterfly, knocking it down to the ground. Hajin wonders who took it down. The figure is revealed to be the captain of the masked syndicate. Crackling lightning surrounds her figure as the sapling butterfly crashes to the ground. Hajin suspects that she might also be after the powder. Now that Suho is given the opportunity to strike, he uses his last bit of power to deal the killing blow. The monster plummets in defeat, while Suho's strength wanes from his body as he collapses on the ground. Ijin stands before the sapling butterfly and reaches for the object she came looking for. Suddenly, Hajin confronts her and demands her to stop, claiming that it's not something she should be taking. According to the author, not even the captain knows the function of the powder at this point in the story. In fact, she's just retrieving it to resell the product and make money. But that's going to steal Suho's powerful development. He needs a strength buff by acquiring the powder to take down future enemies. A disinterested Ijin checks her surroundings and sees that everyone except for Hajin seems to be knocked unconscious. With the effects of the powder wearing off, the captain can't believe that a typical cadet like Hajin can resist the power for so long. She's found him an object of interest and plans to observe him closely in the future. Speaking of which, Hajin is blocking out the effects by using ether to conserve his breathing. He tries to wear his mask again, but then all of a sudden, Ijin engulfs him in a portal of black. Inside this spatial dimension, the captain reveals her identity. She knows that Hajin always possessed knowledge that it was her from the beginning. He tries to play it safe and remembers the name she told him back when they met at the midterms. For a fast minute, even the captain can't recall that name, because she has so many aliases that it's hard to keep up. She remembers the card she gave him with a fake identity attached. Hajin wonders if she's some kind of test supervisor. The captain is suspicious and probes him for more information. He tries to gaslight her, but she issues a warning shot with a serious look on her face. The captain is prepared to eliminate him, but suddenly remembers she's supposed to act like a hero. The author is scared shitless and explains that he figured it out when he gave her the smartwatch. He adds that he's got special eyes, but even she knows that brilliant eyes won't just help anyone to see past Valoran's crafted disguise. As she stands before him, the captain theorizes that his magic ability might be inherently linked with anti-magic in attribute effects. In that case, every aspect of magic being produced from his body will wield anti-magic properties. This is the only way he would be able to see Valoran's ability, by concentrating the effects in his eyes. Believing that assumption, the captain is now completely persuaded by Kim Hajin's value as an asset. She breaks the illusion sphere, and in goodwill, decides to share the sapling's powder with him. The captain has a condition of her own, but Valoran stops her at the last second by reminding her not to blurt something stupid. Lo and behold, the simplest thing she could ask for was Hajin's phone number. After the conversation, the author feels a breath of relief. He was convinced it was game over for him. Still, he got what he wanted. The sapling's powder is his for the taking. The captain's intrusion messed up the timing of things. Hajin wonders how he can safely deliver the powder to Suho without racking suspicion. Suddenly, he remembers both Rachel and the seed that was tending to her. Her body is glowing in a beam of light. Hajin is scared because the seed is finally undergoing its hatching state. The beam of light blinds Hajin, while Rachel slowly wakes up from her dream. She spots a girl before her eyes, a girl who embraces her with love, healing all of her injuries. Something about this girl feels familiar to her. Rachel realizes that she looks like a younger version of herself. The girl tries to communicate with her, but Rachel couldn't comprehend her words. She wants her to try and repeat what she said. Unfortunately, her dream ends with Hajin rushing towards her. There's a mini Rachel sitting next to her. Evangel addresses the horrified Hajin as her father and tells him that her mom has fallen asleep again. Youngin and the others are knocked out and finally regain consciousness. They see the dizzy Hajin carrying Suho, while Seunga manages others. The 4th day of the final exam finally ended. They are on their way back to the institution. We see Hajin in a contemplative state, as the finals have ended. Though the sudden appearance of the butterfly caused some issues, additional points would be given to the ones who were involved in taking down the monster. Inspecting his smartwatch, Hajin realizes that she has yet to contact him. After all, the captain has taken his contact information for their plans. Still, he doesn't get what made her so interested in him specifically. While he's busy in thought, Nayun comes and asks how he was able to beat the sapling butterfly. The author doesn't get what she's talking about, so she reminds him how she was put to sleep because of the powder. She learned from Suho that he beat the butterfly by smashing its wings. However, it doesn't make any sense that he could smash a creature's wings with a handgun. Hajin also politely asks why she is suddenly invested in using a sword instead of her bow. Of course, he loves stirring the hornet's nest, causing Nayun to blurt out in anger on how he was the one who asked her to. Hajin tries to switch roles here and acts like she might face difficulty if she used a weapon with less experience during combat. However, she's fine with that, since she's quite decent with a sword, and won't be facing much trouble. Hajin is okay with that, so he asks how it felt like wielding a sword again. Seeing that she's dismissive in her body language, Hajin thinks it must have been a scary experience. This causes the girl to get hot and nervous, because she wants to sell the impression she didn't face any trouble adjusting. Hajin can easily spot whenever Chai Na-yoon is lying. After all, it's a characteristic he added in writing to her. He smiles, realizing that despite the changes in the story, nothing about her personality has changed by much. He thinks it will be okay in the end, and tells Na-yoon that she was born to use a sword, which is true considering the intentions of the author. The scene shifts to Yeonha, who is sharing a meal with Suho and Na-yoon. She's a fan of the Hajin x Na-yoon ship, which causes her to get embarrassed. Even Suho thinks that there may be something between the two going on, considering Hajin's words. The purple-haired brat thinks that the only people who try to get close to that guy eventually give up because of his unfriendly personality. This is in direct contrast to Na-yoon, who he has consistently shown interest in. Na-yoon tries to backfire and reminds Yeonha that she was the one who got close to him at first. But that only happened because she wanted something from him. On the flip side, Hajin's relationship with Na-yoon is different. Embarrassed like hell, she tries to mask her flustered reaction. They are wondering how she's going to handle this situation. Speaking of our boy, he's spotted standing nearby, causing poor Na-yoon to try and play it off like she doesn't care. Hajin gives her a glance before going away, causing Yeonha to tease her even more. Underneath, Na-yoon's defenses are starting to dull, evidenced by her face. Anyway, the author returns to his dorm to check on Evangel. She looks like a mini Rachel who is extremely excited to see her papa. She pounces on him to ask where he went. Hajin reminds the little girl not to call him daddy, as that would complicate their relationship and people would know. The little girl is stubborn and wants to know the reason why. Hajin is starting to realize the patience necessary to handle a young child. The cute girl innocently smiles at him with a radiant beam of happiness. Hajin can't help but smile back. Evangel ended up evolving by Rachel's side on the last day of the exam. He was extremely nervous when he found out about her. She also jumped him in joy for raising her with care. Hajin was losing his shit because a scouting helicopter was checking on the cadets. He requested Evangel to return to her seed state like she was before. Poor girl didn't want to do that and kept calling Rachel her mommy. She felt sad leaving her mother. In a flash, Evangel reverted to her seed state, and that's how he brought her back to his room. The monster child is roaming around causing destruction while this dude has become a teen father all of a sudden. It's lunchtime, and Evangel is sparkling in joy eating the yummy food. Hajin wants her to finish up, and shifts his focus to the butterfly saplings powder. The powder is a magical substance known for attaching itself to a target and revealing their hidden potential. The main target of the powder is the potential, and it can be applied to both humans and objects. The thing is, it should have ended up in the hands of Suho, but the captain intervened and made things complicated. Now, he's still got to think of a suitable way to get the powder in Suho's hands. The scene cuts to Rachel resting on her bed, pondering about the dream of a child she had. She vividly remembers feeling her, as if it were more than just a dream. She thinks it might be a kind of elemental tree altering her dream, or possibly even a hallucination. At the same time, she can't take her mind off of the hallucination. The very thought of it makes her happy and warm. She thinks she'll always feel that warm from now on, implying they might someday meet again. We go back to Yeonha, who is patiently waiting for someone. That person arrives at last, and it's revealed to be our boy Hajin, who she was expecting to cancel. She tells him that one more person will be joining them, but since they're running late, they should proceed ahead. At this point, the author is wondering about the identity of this final person. Yeonha congratulates him for performing well in the final exam, but Hajin thinks very little of his score. Yeonha teases him that he should have cut down on 20 points to enter the average line. Still, many other guilds are starting to take an interest in this guy, and she's aware of that. Hajin glances outside the window before getting shocked. Yeonha finally welcomes him to the majestic headquarters of the Straits of Essence Guild. Let's go back a few hours earlier. The author receives a message about the guild experience. Many guilds are going to be contacting certain cadets of interest via smartwatches. It's a system that provides cadets with an opportunity to see current heroes in action. Each guild is granted the right to select any cadet of their choosing. However, priority is given to the guilds with the highest ranking. Hajin is pretty excited for this day because he wants to see the heroes in action. Each guild is supposed to select 3 cadets from the first and second years. Consequently, the first-year students ranking below 300 rarely get a chance. And since Hajin's ranking was in the League of 900 when he got the admission, he thinks he's doomed no matter his test score in the finals. A sudden smartwatch notification shocks him. Hajin is actually stunned that he was picked by someone. Turns out that it's the Straits of Essence Guild who extended the theme of the invitation. Back to the present, we see Yonha and Hajin strolling around. It turns out that many heroes perform indoor work after careful analysis of dangerous missions before stepping into the field. He sharply glances at Yonha, realizing that she's the single reason he ended up for the guild experience. After all, she has the authority as the guild master's daughter to bend the rules a little. The group enters the research and analysis chambers. One of the heroes points out how Hajin played first in his theoretical exam, so he thought this place would be one of interest to him. Sangho is a middling hero and Yonha's most reliable assistant. He's responsible for conducting guild experiences for potential scouts. He appears to be a really nice guy, and if not for the fact that Hajin wrote the story as the author, he wouldn't have ever come to know that this guy would one day betray Yonha in a brutal manner. One person draws near them, addressing Sangho and the new cadet. Lee Jina knows about Kim Hajin, and she's another hero from the guild. She's quick to judge him based on his rank, eyeing down Yonha for abusing her power and arranging such a meeting. Of course, this woman does not want him to be here. She's the main supporter of the current Vice Guild Master Hosiak, which means she is in direct opposition to Yonha. However, her resentment towards Yonha is temporary and is supposed to shift in the later part of the story. She becomes the Vice Guild Master eventually and becomes her strength. Sangho tries to offer Hajin's merits as he placed first in the theoretical exam, but she thinks that's not an impossible feat. She doesn't see the importance of education at the cadet level and tries to get the better of Hajin. Gina thinks it would be a good idea to test his ability and hands him a report to solve. Sangho reminds her that she isn't supposed to be sharing confidential data. Gina thinks little of it because all she cares about is belittling Hajin. Bro is infuriated and thinks it's the best chance to prove her wrong. Extending his hand towards Gina, he requests for paper to jot down his thoughts. Gina continues to egg him on by poking fun at him, while he doesn't understand why she's being such a hard ass. Meanwhile, Yonha realizes that their second visitor has also arrived. Both she and her assistant decide to go visit that person, leaving Hajin to figure out the report. He assesses the dungeon raid variables and admits that its concepts are far advanced for the average cadet. However, thanks to his observation ability, he can swiftly calculate anything with ease and note down the answers. He's about to finish up the final part of his proof when suddenly Gina steals the damn paper from him. She's frustrated that he kept solving the report instead of following his friends. Bro is 1 second away from shooting her in the face. Anyway, Hajin leaves the analysis room, a little distraught that he couldn't finish up the conclusion. He's hoping to God that she doesn't ask him to retake the test. As he's about to leave the elevator, Hajin finds himself startled to run into Nayun. She is even surprised to see this guy here, and directly confronts Yonha about it. Hajin observes Yonha's reaction, and seems to have intentionally kept information about both of them from the other person. It's been a while since we checked on Jinhyuk's detective agency. He's out here exhausting himself, trying to string together every clue he can dig up on Kim Hajin. And yet, there's nothing promising or significant about him. His past is jaded and black, and there's no information on his parents or how he became an orphan. Jinhyuk is reaching his limits after his niece tasked him with an impossible job. At the same time, everything about this boy is making things interesting for him. We see a snippet of a report that mentions an accident that took away the life of a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Next up is the mobilization assignment for Nayun and Hajin to experience. Sangho wants to know what made the girl take her time. Nayun expresses that she had a meeting with her grandfather before bolting all the way here. Her grandfather is no joke. He's the great hero Che Juchul. Yona receives an important call and signals them to go on ahead. In the restroom, she talks to her uncle Jinhyuk and requests a report on the investigation. Jinhyuk teases her by saying that he didn't even get the chance to start yet. Yona is enraged hearing that, while Jinhyuk asks what's gotten her interested in the boy's parents to begin with. After all, it's not like Hajin is actively looking for them. Based on her earlier hypothesis about Hajin's interest in criminals, Yonha thinks he is looking for his parents, which makes her wonder if they were also linked to some kind of crime past life. This connects to Jinhyuk's investigation in the Gwango shelter massacre. He cuts her off and claims that he's got a client to handle. Jinhyuk drops the call on her and begins to wonder if there's a connection between the boy and the massacre. Speaking of the massacre, 16 years ago, a surge of monsters flooded Gwango and took many lives. The incident resulted in the death of 9 heroes and 87 civilians. Jinhyuk was responsible for investigating the incident in the past and was eventually expelled from his family because of it. The government came to the conclusion that fiends were behind the attack, but that was just a cover. Instead, the real perpetrators were hiding elsewhere. The president of the country at the time, Kim Seoko, the chairman of the Daehyun group, Juchul, and finally Yeonha's father, Jinung. They didn't bother hunting him down, and instead went with assassins to do their bidding. The incident didn't really matter all that much to them. This begs the question, what if there was a survivor from the incident? What if Hajin's parents lost their lives in the brutal massacre, leading to the boy's vengeful path. Sensing a critical danger, Jinyuk feels obliged to stop investigating the case. After all, if he becomes Juchul's target, he's the one who will be in danger. The story jumps back to Nayun, who is enjoying herself running full speed with the others. Unfortunately, Hajin has shit physicality, so he's barely keeping up with these guys. Sangho wonders if Hajin will be okay, but Nayun isn't worried about him. But for some reason, Yeonha is pissed as hell. She's mainly angered at her damn useless uncle who cut her off. They arrive at the monster destination where a bunch of golems are wreaking havoc. One golem is about to end the life of innocence. It swings its powerful fist into the ground when suddenly Yeonha's whip catches and stops it. This allows Sangho the opportunity to bolt ahead with his spear, releasing it with full power and destroying the golem. Meanwhile, Hajin has just caught up with the group thanks to his slow pace. Nayun prepares her arrow to shoot down the golem. She senses the need to use her sword instead. Reflecting that golems share one main weakness, she lunges full speed ahead to slice down its ankles. Nayun's sword supercharges with magic, and the moment she's about to deliver her strike, the golem catches her off guard with a powerful punch to her abdomen. Nayun receives a jolt of pain and falls to the ground with a thud. She can't believe that golems have become so strong. The creature prepares to finish her off when one voice calls out to her help. It's Hajin who manages to pull her away using his ether magic, but maybe a little too close for comfort. Surprisingly, just the mere thought of saving Nayun caused his ether to react on its own. This causes an awkward situation between the two. While Hajin is thinking of ways to resolve the situation with some kind of response, he decides to give her meaningful advice that she should fight from range if she finds herself in trouble. He even tells her that her sword is capable of longer-ranged strikes. Nayun doesn't take his words offensively and finds herself spaced out. She pretends to keep her tough girl act. Turning away, she thanks him for his help. The author internalizes that there is a crucial reason for her to continue wielding her sword, because it will allow her an overwhelming advantage of gaining 10 times the mana capacity of normal heroes. Nayun has an innate ability called the Mana Ocean, which she uses through her sword to channel its effects. In simple terms, she has a monstrous pool of mana and even surpasses Kim Suho's magic power in raw output. The mission is successful with the heroes taking down the golems. The relief teams are here to take care of the rest. Suddenly, Hajin feels a sharp stare from someone observing him. The moment he exchanged a look with this person, he could tell who he was facing. Nayun calls for him because they need to go, so he turns back and feels sorry for the person watching. Anyway, Gina is tired from working long hours in her office. Her friend recommends delegating the task, but this arrogant asshole thinks she's better than everyone. Her friend glances at the paper Hajin wrote. Gina, being a D1 hater, tries marking the exam for the cadet in order to belittle him further. But when she read the report, she was simply too stunned to speak. Her attitude towards him immediately shifts. She floods Hajin with messages and an immediate request to call her. Poor guy doesn't want to revisit the headquarters, and certainly isn't interested in meeting her again. In fact, he leaves a message to Sangho, claiming that he won't be joining the guild experience tomorrow. Hajin thinks of a spicy plan to ramp up the fun. Hajin sarcastically replies to Sangho, reminding him of his ranking in the institution and believing that he's unfit for an amazing guild like the Straits of Essence. This in turn makes the assistant mad because it's all thanks to Gina's blabbermouth that led to the boy's interest being shattered. Knowing that Yeonha is going to be mad and pissed at them later, Hajin believes this is the best course of action. He's starting to feel sleepy after the exhausting day, especially with how much he has to keep his little energetic child busy. He lifts up the girl and believes that he should take care of something else while Evangel is still soundly asleep. The boy reaches out for the powder and inspects it properly. Something has been busying his mind lately about the use of the powder. It's the fact that the powder is in great abundance, meaning he could use it to nurture many main characters all at once, including himself. So he decides to split the powder into 3 parts. The author reminds himself that he also has to survive apart from the main characters, and that's why he should be taking strategic advantage of each situation. With the powder split in 3, he takes one part and thinks that using it on his body would be the worst because he doesn't have any hidden potential to be awakened. That means the one thing he should be using the powder on is his ether magic, and that's what he does by sprinkling it on top of the golden sphere. Now the powder is going to take effect soon. Hajin receives a sudden message from Nayun at a late hour, prompting him to wonder what could be bothering her. She messaged him being thankful for his help, and for some reason she wanted to continue her message and kept our boy waiting for 10 full minutes. She tested his insanity all until he asked what she wanted to say. Nayun pretended that it was nothing and decided not to pursue the matter. Hajin just told the chick to sleep since she's going crazy. She laughs at his joke instead of feeling offended. The author fails to understand what's causing her to react this way lately. The fact that they're speaking casually like this is just one way of telling that something is wrong. He started off this story as an extra character with no influence or importance in the story. But now, he has become a vital piece among the important characters. This makes him wonder if he should classify himself as a supporting character. Still, there's a lot for him to solve, despite what he's done. The scene transitions to the hard-working Yeonha, who is exhausted regarding the amount of work she's been having to do lately. The Straits of Essence Guild has its personalized intelligence team, but they're lacking when it comes to information gathering. That's why Yeonha is attempting to recruit new agents for the role. Of course, she's still mad at her cheeky uncle who left the investigation halfway, leaving her to do the dirty work. Surprisingly, Nayoon calls her at the late hour. She picks up the call and explains that she's busy doing work. Nayoon keeps it simple and tells her that she and Suho were planning to attend a seminar and wanted her to come. This girl is such a simple person. She was going to refuse until she heard that Younghak was going to attend the event. Yeonha seeks to end the call and asks if that's all. However, Nayoon shifts the topic and talks about the drone footage that was recorded yesterday in their fight against the golems. Yeonha confirms that she did. After all, she's the one who has to write a report on the guild experience for management. Sharp as she is, she immediately realizes that Nayoon is trying to emphasize the moment where our boy caught her. The footage was able to capture a really good angle of the two against each other. Nayoon is begging to God she doesn't spread the shot around, but Yeonha continues to tease her by asking if she felt nice being held like that. Their girl talk ends with Nayoon getting flustered and Yeonha ending the call. We finally see Nayoon's perspective after the call ends, only to find out that she's a ball of pink embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yeonha is convinced that Nayoon is trying to stop herself from believing in the truth. She happily returns to her work, uplifted by the conversation she just had, until she receives a sudden message, which shocks her so much that she gets up from her seat in disbelief. Kim Ha-jin voluntarily decided to resign from the guild experience because of Gina's stupidity. She's now infinitely more mad and talks shit to Gina for ruining a spectacular prospect. She's also mad at Ha-jin for always doing the opposite of her expectations. Going back to the author, his story points are receiving a hit because of his increased influence in the story. Ha-jin wasn't expecting to receive many points lately, and thinks it's only best to spend these points on the right purchase. In a pensive state, the author admits that his physical stats are going to lag behind the rest of his abilities. His greatest strength is being strategic in the fights he chooses, like applying the powder on his ether magic. In the same manner, Ha-jin wants to spend his story points into his weapon. While it seems like a risky bet, it's worth the effect since his luck is always there to help him. Deciding to go all, the author confirms to awaken the ability, begging for things to go right. Tapping away at his keyboard, he confirms the activation, scared of what could happen. But when he opens his eyes, the system meets him with a sad outcome. The quality of his ability was reduced due to a lack of story points. However, his luck factor saved him at the last moment, so he didn't really lose that much. Ha-jin is relieved but not really satisfied with the outcome. It was a ridiculous idea, but he's glad that he didn't lose that much. With the preparation phase finished, he remembers why he's choosing to enhance his abilities right now. Peeping at his smartwatch, Ha-jin receives a notice from the travel club's next decided destination. It's about time the main storyline resumes from where it left off. The past whole week, Ha-jin has deliberately decided to go all in on his physical training. He didn't want to give up on his body despite spending points on his weapon. It always leaves him exhausted at the end of each training session, and he doesn't really find himself improving his physical stats to the level of a regular cadet. Activating the ether magic, he's glad that at least the development of his ether is finally complete. More information about the ether's properties is provided. It's basically a fluid that can be manipulated into any shape or use case. Thankfully, Ha-jin has raised its physical strength modifier to 0.7, and there's also a detailed materialization function now available, influencing the color and texture of the fluid. He plays around with it and decides against making guns since they're just too difficult. So in order to test the fluid, he manipulates it into a knife. The effect worked successfully and passed as a regular knife. However, one thing is different. Pop in the use of his observation ability, Ha-jin learns that each materialized object gains a strength boost up to 44%, so his current blade is way stronger than the real one. He throws it with full strength to test its strength, causing the blade to cut past the boulder, something a regular blade could never be capable of. The detail materialization is an amazing boost paired with the random boost system. Both abilities are pretty strong, despite being weaker than mythical weapons. Ha-jin wants to use this ability to deceive his opponents when the time's right. He mentions how careless people are prone to receiving injury from even a simple knife, which is a good thing for him in this case. The scene transitions to the lovable Evangel, who is playing around with the ether fluid. Ha-jin tells her to stay in her room while he's gone for his club activities, even promising to buy her something delicious if she promises him. He teases the cute potato before deciding to head off. Evangel waves at him with a cute smile and anticipates his return. Meanwhile, Rachel receives her servant who wants to come and ensure her safety. After the recent incidents, the institution has decided to place important personnel guarding her. There's also talks about the cadet who saved her life. The Royal Guild is interested in scouting Kim Hajin, which makes her very happy. After all, she knows for a fact that his fighting prowess exceeds that of a bottom ranker. She suspects that other guilds are probably already on their way to extending their offers. Of course, they can't do much at this stage since it's illegal to seriously offer an invitation at this level. The Royal Guild doesn't hold the same ranking as the best Korean guilds. However, they do have one of the best systems to approach cadets. This way, Rachel thinks they could create the most valuable offer for Kim Hajin compared to other guilds. Let's jump ahead to the travel club's president, who is introducing the group to England. Burning hot as it is, Nayoon's a little upset. Yeonha questions why she decided to swoop in with her cadet uniform on. What's more, the chick is shocked that our boy is chilling despite wearing a jacket on top of his damn uniform. Psychopathic behavior. Bro gives her a thumbs up stating that he's all well. What these guys don't know is that he's using the royal black coat he received from Rachel, which regulates body temperature according to the environment. Suho and Hajin are amazed by the architecture of the country. Turns out their final destination for the day will be a spot that doesn't exist in our world. It's the Clancy Islet, a floating island. The only way to get there is via the use of a portal. The author explains that this artificial island is owned by the government and is made out of floating stones. It's a place where currency flourishes, allowing for entertainment and opportunities, auctions, and even product launches. It's basically considered the Golden Island comparable to Las Vegas. Above all, it's the center stage for the story's next arc. Having hopped on the Clancy Islet, Nayoon is beaming with happiness. Suho is surprised to learn that both Yeonha and Nayoon have been here once before. Poor girl remembers that she last came with her brother, and right after that, he was caught in a terrible incident. Suho tries to help ease her mood and wants her to be the one to help him navigate the place. Nayoon is pumped to do that for her group. The club president explains that there will be an event on the islet in the evening. Thankfully, they've all been granted permission to join. He recommends they enjoy time by themselves until they gather around for the event. Nayoon excitedly raises her hand for a question, inquiring if they're permitted to check out the casino. This chick is a gambler. It turns out that the cadets are treated as adults, so they're allowed to explore the casino area. The four of them decide to head to the casino, with Nayoon being the most excited of them all. This casino is glittering with gold all around. Hajin wasn't expecting the place to be so bold in its appearance. Nayoon, being the gambling addict, wants to go right away and have fun. But before that, they need to show their ID cards with the receptionist. Thanks to Hajin's special observation ability, the dude immediately sees through Valerine's disguise and inquires how long she's worked here. He plays around as if it's nothing, but knows that Valorine has already made her way inside. The event that's going to happen at 7 is problematic for several reasons. There's going to be several demonic fiends gathering here for it. Clenching his fist, the author hopes to maintain his sense of reason and calm, even though he knows his anxiety will be testing him greatly. But not for the reasons you're expecting. This dude is low-key thrilled to go gambling to test the limits of his luck stat. The incident is going to occur at 7, leaving him with plenty of time to mess around. After a while, Hajin ends up cleaning out the entire slot machines thanks to his monstrous luck. He wonders where he should go next. Poor Nayoon, on the other hand, is on a losing streak big time. The man she's facing is called Bert. Annoyed at her losses, she's done with the game and tries to leave. Bert suddenly stops her to give 20% of her amount back, all because he feels bad for her loss. This kind gesture only makes her angry like a damn lunatic. She slams the table, mouthing off her annoyance at the game. The really funny part is that, in just about 2 hours, she's going to be crying around in the casino with not a single penny to her name. Unfortunately for her, the people at the casino are the ones to control the trajectory of the game. Their leader, Bert, is a side character with some level of significance in Hajin's story. The author sees her losing again. He thinks she can only do so much against a dude who gambles for a living and has tricks up his sleeve. So Hajin offers to become her hero and takes her spot, beaming with confidence because he wants to see how this game will go. Nayoon thinks he's the one being reckless since the minimum bet to be placed is at least 100,000 won. But Hajin joins in regardless, prompting her to get annoyed. The players are quickly dealt the cards and begin checking them. With everyone ready to play the game, one man turns to the boy, surprised to ask why he isn't flipping his cards yet. Hajin calmly tells him that he doesn't intend to do that. Thanks to his observation ability, he can see them even while face down. It seems like crazy behavior coming from a kid, so they wonder if the boy knows how to play this game at all. The author doesn't care much about his banter and intentionally reveals the card with the lowest value. The man is fed up with Hajin looking down on him and acting arrogant, but our boy reminds him that he's the one who decided to talk to him. It causes a scene until Bert calmly takes control of the situation and reminds his friend that they're dealing with a cube cadet, so they have to be respectful. Now when it comes to Bert, he's equally as stunned by Hajin's stunt. but he's a fine actor who is trying to maintain his composure, that is, until our boy breaks it, of course. A while passes at the casino. We see a shot of Valoran in her disguised state, having confirmed 6 members from the Fellowship of Evil Deeds and 3 heroes from the Association undercover. There's also a scammer and a hero acting on his own, though the last guy seems to be harmless. Speaking of which, she's also encountered Hajin, whom the captain is fond of. Still, she wonders if the boy will be able to recognize her, having previously encountered her before. The captain tells her that he can see past her disguise by using his special ability, but even she thinks he wouldn't do that on normal people. She couldn't be more wrong about this assumption since Hajin's ability is active all the time. Now let's go back to Bert's shitty face, who seems to be in a rut while Hajin is playing confidently. It's the 12th round and there's a huge jackpot of nearly 60 million won. Bert's card is the Ace of Hearts. Pair that with the rest of his cards, and he's got the full ace stack with him. Despite having amazing cards, Bert is an expert gambler who maintains his poker face. He swings for a call, which in gambling terms means to accept your opponent's bet and place one of equal value. Nayun chimes in and raises the bet higher than another player. Hajin trails her with the same choice. Bert's got 4 aces, which means the bare minimum requirement of beating this guy requires 4 of a kind. Normally this is considered impossible. Overcoming a full house with 4 of a kind has lower chances than winning a damn lottery. But Hajin's case is different. Bert points to the cadet who is placed all in. Surprisingly, he's got his eye set on Hajin's necklace ring, which is the artifact he acquired at the hall. Nayun is surprised and asks further about the ring. Hajin chooses to play dismissive and tells her it's not important. But knowing this love-struck fool, Nayun probably thinks he's keeping it for someone. She's done with the game and gets up to leave. Hajin wants her to stay, but Nayun knows the game is already over. She even wants to compensate him by paying him the money he lost. Instead of tossing an important ring on the bet, Hajin yanks her and tells her that it's fine since he's not going to lose. This unintentional move by him makes her feel embarrassed again. Hajin tells Bert that he's got his hands on a really expensive ring, so he wants the man to offer his bracelet in response. Bert is fine with doing that. Both artifacts are on the table now. It's time for the main event, to flip the cards. Bert is the first to do so, and reveals his 3 aces paired with 2 jacks. A full house, Nayun is dead and lost in defeat. Bert apologizes and immediately tries to take all the chips for him. After all, there's no way he would lose now, right? That is until our boy reminds him that he's yet to reveal his cards. The game's not over. Bert is almost offended at the thought, so Hajin reaches to flip those cards for him, revealing his 4 of a kind. Nayun's face is all you need to know about her reaction. She thinks it's impossible for him to pull that off, while Hajin acts like it was all luck in the end. Even Bert is done for. It's impossible to him how this could have happened. His calm composure is destroyed as he lashes out against Hajin. So much so that security has to come and restrain him. Security checked numerous times and proved that Hajin is innocent in his victory. She thinks of the guy as a loser while he's inspecting the bracelet. It's a special magic artifact with a magic seal, reducing the wearer's damage and restoring it as their mana. The funny thing is, not even Bert knew about its true power. The only reason for that is the fact that Obsidian Bracelet's wearer can't access the mana directly, which means the mana is left inside the artifact. While adding 1 or 2 magic seals could open the bracelet's mana for use, Bert wouldn't have found out until a year later in the original story. Nayun is curious and wants to know what would have happened if he lost. He calmly tells her that he would have accepted death in that situation. Also, since he's rich now, he even tries to offer her the money she lost. Nayun doesn't really care about it and tells him to keep it. She's only got one thing to tell him, a polite compliment that she found him really cool. This girl is definitely in love. Anyway, Suho and Yona are reunited with Hajin and Nayun. They barely manage to make it in time for the event. Bro is all dripped out like a fashion model, and even Yonha asks what caused the change. Hajin expresses that he just had to swing by an antique shop for some premium designer outfit. As for the money, Nayun talks highly of how Hajin won all of the games that involved luck like a crazy maniac. Their conversation is interrupted by a guy who seems to know Nayun. She wasn't expecting to meet him in this place and comes to learn that he just came here for fun. Hajin asks if he's her secret boyfriend or something, causing her to get worked up and flustered in a strong refusal. This guy is Kim Junwoo from the Forsaken Plains Guild, the same hero whom Valoran regarded as harmless. Yan has got lucky on him and greets the guy in a very businesslike manner. They chat with each other, while the captain of the masked syndicate is secretly eyeing them. She asks for Valoran, who materializes using her magic, ready to carry out her role. The event begins with a bunch of transmissions broadcasting it. Talks of VIPs having come from all over the world are surfacing about, marking the event's global significance. There's an announcement of the new white crystal usage method, and people are stoked to learn more. Arriving in her hot ride, Rachel steps out of the vehicle looking at the most majestic person there. She's met with a dozen interviews begging for an opinion. The princess ignores all of them and her guards step in to maintain distance. She slams the door shut, standing in front of what appears to be a spatial portal. Rachel is glad to have some peace all alone when Zelen, the CEO, greets her. Rachel isn't thrilled to meet him and asks if he's ensured safety from the fiends. Apparently, the Clancy Islet is highlighted as the safest place in the entire continent of Europe. The best of the best heroes are here to check for disruptions, so there shouldn't be any trouble. The Letton Corporation is also a huge supporter of the Royal Guild, which is why they're doing their best to highlight the Guild's reputation through this event. But something about his words sounds sinister and untrusting to Rachel. The man's mischievous smile is enough to say he's hiding things, but he does advise the princess to look forward to the event. Let's cut to Hajin sitting all by himself at the table. There are still 30 minutes until the event officially starts, yet the place is packed full. What's really bothersome is why they would ever decide to host a dangerous event right when the place is swarming with demonic fiends. The author created many evil corporations in the story, but perhaps the worst of the list is the Letton Corporation. While there isn't an abundance of fiends among the company, the humans themselves are disgusting. This same group holds the powerful white crystal, a gem that no fiend should ever be allowed to lay their hands on. According to the main storyline, Hajin believes at least 3 fiends will reveal themselves today. The first is the crystal carrier himself, Nade, the second is Silison, whom they faced for the Ring of Homer, and the last guy is the captain of the Fellowship of the Evil Deeds Collection Team, Hakpyo. At his current level, there's practically nothing he could do to stop these guys from doing what they're supposed to. This time, he really has to let the story unfold on its own. An unexpected visitor calls for his name. It's the captain of the Masked Syndicate, who surprises him with her sudden appearance. She uses security as her excuse for patrolling the area, while Valoran is teasing the captain for talking to her crush. Hearing that, she gets insanely pissed, and poor Hajin is left wondering if he's the one who made her mad. Regaining composure, the captain apologizes, explaining that she heard something strange in her earpiece. The funny thing is, Hajin apparently heard what Valoran said too, which is why he experienced double the shock. Suho catches Hajin talking to an unknown woman and asks about her. He introduces the captain as Xiao Feng, a personal acquaintance. Hajin extends his greetings by introducing his friends. The captain acts like she knows them thanks to their exceptional ranking. One other guest decides to chime in, and it's Junwoo. He's very much interested in knowing how Xiao Feng knows about the cadet. Additionally, he's interested in knowing about her guild association, which means this dude has probably caught on to her. We jump forward to the event finally starting. Both Suho and Yona are together, leaving Hajin with the other two. Xiaofeng doesn't answer his question and states that she is going to return to her assigned position. She quickly leaves, while Hajin is sweating bullets, hoping that this clown didn't figure out her identity just yet. We then see Rachel observing Hajin's table from the top. She also notices that he's wearing the same royal black coat she offered him, making her smile. The event takes off with Zelen introducing himself as the CEO of the company, highlighting his efforts to propel innovation. He talks about the source of power responsible for motivating the monsters in the first place. It's mana, and after receiving natural condensation, mana becomes a treasure withholding amazing power. From among such treasures, the white crystals of mana are extremely valuable. In the history of mankind, only 480 of them have been discovered. The only problem until now was identifying their usage. But now, Zealand has good news to share as he unveils the cloth from the artifact. Thanks to his corporation's exhaustive efforts, they've discovered the best way to use the white crystal. The big reveal is in the form of a white crystal resting in enclosed chambers, its purpose yet to be shown. The audience offers their applause in curiosity and amazement, while Hajin patiently waits. The vacuum cube chamber shares a connection to the Persian Empire and its rich history. While the announcement is going on, Rachel is sharply observing a bunch of shadowy figures who are suspiciously moving around. At first it seemed like these guys were security staff, but the princess is beginning to doubt that now. She knows something bad is about to happen, yet she can't act recklessly to confirm it herself. It's then she notices Hajin standing up and swiftly leaving without a reason. It doesn't make sense for him to go away when the event isn't even finished yet. This concentrates her chilling doubts on Hajin, who seems to always be caught in trouble and even has a mysterious vibe coming from him. It's hard for her to not see him as a suspicious figure. Rachel directs her guards to check in on suspicious activity taking place in the hall. Both of them dash away, leaving her unattended. Rachel plays around with her ring and activates Shadow Unfurl, allowing her to mask her presence. This allows her to freely move around unnoticed. Her primary concern is going after Hajin, knowing that something is definitely brewing behind the scenes. Both Zelen and Hajin considered something will happen in the Clancy Hall. An investigation regarding the Letton Corporation's internal documents has already been conducted. The item in Tay Clancy Hall is deemed a real artifact, and its essence is ancient earthenware. The thing is, no one knows why Zelen pulled out a risky move by putting the real artifact up for show instead of a replica. Hakbyo thinks that the man must be overconfident in his approach, and thinks that this will somehow influence the company's stock price. It seems like an okay idea in theory, considering the fact that the entrance portal of the Clancy Islet is properly monitored. The island was also created with the help of magic, which means artificial ports of fiends are also rendered useless in this domain. So in this situation, Hakbyo and his group used an aircraft to do their job, something no one would expect for fiends to do. Anyway, Hajin is walking his way to an unknown location with Rachel slowly trailing him behind. She's very cautious and wants to observe him from a distance. Thanks to her concealment skill, she catches brief glances of him as he's fiddling with the door leading to the rooftop. There's the fact that the doors won't open for security reasons. Hajin thinks for a moment and reveals a hammer, completely baffling Rachel with his approach. She wonders if this idiot is planning to knock the door down. The Clancy Islet strictly prohibits its visitors from carrying weapons, which is why a tool in this situation is the closest one could manage as a weapon. However, the idea of smashing a fortified magic door down with a hammer sounds ridiculous. This dude doesn't really care, and seriously swings the hammer full speed, obliterating the doors and leaving Rachel stunned to speak. She can't believe what the fuck just happened. This dude is just casually walking with Superman levels of strength. Suddenly, she hears the clamoring coming from the hall. Destruction has begun as various fiends have begun their onslaught. They're massacring people in cold blood. Even Zealand is pinned as one of the fiends gets their hands on the white crystal. The fiend is suddenly attacked by a hero. By the end of his attack, the hero is pleasantly surprised that he dodged the attack and casted a multiplication ability, making this guy a really annoying opponent to deal with. Jin Shangchen introduces himself as an elite hero, but for some reason, the copies of the villain choose to scatter and run away. Shangchen calls him a coward and doesn't even want to know which one he should catch first. Observing the scene is the captain of the masked syndicate, waiting to make her move. The monsters are wreaking havoc in the event, leading Nayun to wonder what just happened. There are not just fiends, but also monsters for them to deal with. Junwoo worriedly comes rushing to her aid, though he's covered in blood. He tosses Suho a sword to fight with, since he couldn't bring his own. Junwoo knows it's necessary for him to fight after all. He snatched it off a fiend and wanted him to make it work. At the rooftop, Hajin is observing what's going on. Like the original novel, Nate ended up duplicating himself into 8 copies and ran off with the white crystal. Now one hero is pursuing one of the copies, but that bastard doesn't have the crystal, so it's pointless. Valoran is also pursuing one of the copies, having disguised herself. But this Nade is also fake. And then there's the captain chasing the real Nade, who does have the white crystal according to the original story. She's jumped by a bunch of fiends who outnumber her in a surprise attack. But they keep forgetting how powerful this woman really is. She sends out a tiny little ball of black, which makes her opponents severely underestimate her skill. That is until they come in contact with the sphere that is sucking the very existence of the person near it. The man roars in pain as his body is expunged into the crushing weight of the black hole. The sphere pulls in the rest of the fiends as well, who all are swallowed by the attack. Even Nate is scared to find out the move she just used. A black whip swiftly catches him and impales his body, mercilessly holding him in place. Even though Hajin is the one who wrote about her abilities, he still thinks she has a deadly fighting style. Focusing on the original events, the white crystal will now end up in the hands of the masked syndicate. But then there's a shock. Turns out that in this timeline, this Nade was also a copy and doesn't have the real crystal on him. This immediately prompts the author to check on his laptop if the story has any planned changes. Still, there isn't any message about it, which means it shouldn't be a major or direct change. Rather, this change is caused by shifting the variables of the story. But there's the issue that Hajin is clueless on how to handle a situation he knows nothing about. That is until he remembers his stigma mark, his last hope in this situation. By casting magic power from the stigma and focusing on his eagle eye ability, Hajin could severely increase his perceptive powers. Using that, he's able to scan through walls and observe the surrounding areas with ease. The author has yet to find the white crystal and desperately searches for the person who has it. One vehicle catches his eye. The person inside has the cube vacuum, but something happens causing Hajin to jolt away. The author staggers as information is being flooded to his brain. He overexerted the use of his powers, but this is no time to rest as he jumps off to see the white crystal. Hajin lands near a motorbike and finds it convenient timing. He hops on and apologizes for stealing the bike. Hajin revs it up and rides away. The scene transitions into the reckless state of the Clancy Hall, where Nayun is doing her best to help evacuate the people. Hajin comes and asks for her, causing her to get irritated that he didn't arrive sooner. He tosses her something valuable, and it turns out to be the magic sword he stole from Sidious. He explains that it's supposed to be a weapon suiting her abilities after all. She can't fight fiends without anything to use. This magic sword is special in its ability to react based on the mana capacity of the healer. As previously established, Chase Nayun holds a monstrous pool of mana, which means she's going to rival any fiend she encounters with this powerful weapon. Nayun asks why he's giving her the sword of all people, but Hajin doesn't have the time to explain and decides to leave as he's got something to take care of. Nayun tries to stop him, but he's already bolted away. Having acquired some distance, Hajin tracks the location of the vehicle containing the mana crystal. He speeds up to narrow the gap as quickly as possible. The dude inside the car is curious about how long it will take for them to leave. Suddenly, Hajin comes crashing his bike against the car, forcing a powerful impact that flips the vehicle on its head. He finds himself catching a breath after putting so much strength into the tackle. The dude frustratingly kicks the door open to kill the bastard who put him in this position. More importantly, he's waiting for his escort to arrive. Hajin realizes that this guy always had backup on standby, which is why he was so confident just now. The escort is a cargo plane, but what they don't know is that the author is planning to spend the necessary story points to send it back. This greatly shocks the man holding the white crystal, since they're leaving him without any explanation. The aircraft simply zooms away, and now this dude doesn't have anyone to fend for his life, causing Hajin to draw near him. He pops a suggestion for them to have a small conversation. Suddenly, the author senses a sharp presence coming from another direction. Seconds after, an enormous blast descends from above, obliterating everything in its past. This dude is the same brute working for the masked syndicate, and he's already taken care of Rachel too. This appears to be the worst timing for this guy to show up. The author's advantageous situation has just flipped. He experiences an even greater shock when he sees Rachel's unconscious body by his side. Preparing to fight, he readies his ether magic. Hajin wasn't expecting things to get this complicated. Jong-young sees what he's trying to pull off and recommends that he doesn't engage in a fight unless he's looking to get hurt. But the author isn't ready to back down and aims his gun at the briefcase containing the white crystal, threatening his opponent. Jong-yun realizes that Hajin's concern is regarding the princess, and states that he only brought her along because he figured she was also tracking down the crystal. He doesn't get why she's important to this guy, but he does have a bone-chilling dilemma for the cadet. He asks Hajin if he's so confident about pulling the trigger before he rips Rachel's head off of her shoulders. The author refuses to back down and prepares to pull the trigger, reminding the villain that if he doesn't stop here, he'll just destroy the very thing they're after. Impressed by the boy's tenacity, Jong-young decides to concede and tosses Rachel's body to the ground. Now she's left in the middle of the battlefield, prompting the man to demand for the mana crystal now. Hajin swiftly throws the briefcase and the guy catches it without any trouble. The thing is, the author wasn't really going after the crystal as he knew it was going to be out of reach for him. At best, he could use it as a bargaining chip to save someone's life, which in this situation happened to be the princess of the royal family. He wants to ask her a bunch of questions, when suddenly, Jong-young reveals a sinister smile and attempts to catch the boy off guard with a fierce and sudden strike. Hajin's "oh shit what the fuck" face is all you need to know about his reaction, especially with a fist blitzing at him full speed. The powerful attack unleashes a shockwave, impressively implying Jong-young's raw strength. The smoke clears with the villain standing impressed by what he sees. His fist was stopped just moments away from the boy's face. Hajin didn't even hesitate or fear the upcoming attack. It's at this moment that Jong-young recognizes the boy's fighting spirit. He was just testing the kid, and is now convinced that he's someone talented. Calling his performance commendable, Jong-young walks away from the author, who finally releases a sigh of relief after he's gone. The situation was so tense that it makes Hajin collapse on his knees. It was the very definition of facing a near-death encounter. Right as he was busy in his thoughts, a fist was checked in his face just inches away from impact. There was nothing in his arsenal that could have saved him from the brutal attack. If he had even made the slightest mistake, his head was as good as gone. Well, Rachel is moving, which means she's awoken from her state. She doesn't get what happened as things happened too fast. Hajin tells her that the villain already left, so there's nothing to worry about. She doesn't understand what he's talking about, so he explains how they've acquired the white crystal. Curiously, the author inquires if she was also hunting for the crystal. Expressing the truth, she reveals that she was just trailing him. Extending her hand, Rachel shows him a bullet that she stumbled upon during the finals. Hajin realizes that it must have been when he used the sniper rifle. He tries to reach for it, but she quickly snaps it away, placing it back in her pocket. Rachel was worried for him, which is what made her trail Hajin, but unfortunately she got overpowered by the enemy and lost. Sensing the opportune moment, the princess inquires why he decided to help him out back during the finals. It wasn't just the midterms, but also the finals, which makes her wonder why he's going out of his way to help her out. Rachel thinks he's intently keeping an eye on her. It's a tough situation to answer, so Hajin slowly confesses an excuse. Bro says he's her biggest fan, which comes out weird. He blooms in his confidence and talks about how he signed up for her fan club online too. Deep down, the author wonders if he overdid it. After all, He can't just tell her the truth. Rachel happens to be one of the characters who is prone to face adversity from dangerous situations. In the off chance that she dies or gets seriously injured, the story would plunge to the point of no return. Finding herself worked up, Rachel strings together her words of confusion, asking if he actually likes her then. Once again, our boy is sweating bullets. He's got that troublemaker riz. Anyway, let's revisit the state of the Clancy islet, which is a mess. Yeonha's annoyed that her hair got burnt while Nayoon hurriedly asks if he saw what happened just now. The chick is confused and really doesn't get what Nayoon is talking about. She talks about how Junwoo was single-handedly annihilating the monsters with his monstrous fists, without even using a weapon. Then there was the swordmaster Kim Soo-ho with the ability to cut through anything, becoming an unstoppable force. Finally, there was Nayoon, now wielding a magic sword so powerful that it practically vaporizes any monster with a single swing. She's really excited about her new weapon. Nayoon points to Hajin's mysterious takeoff on a bike. Yeonha mentions seeing him for a second before he disappeared. Nayoon doesn't know where he went, but she's got her eyes set on that bike, and I can't blame her because I do too. Anyway, Blue Boy Suho anxiously announces about Rachel's missing state. Her useless agents are conducting a search while Nayoon fails to understand where she went. After all, she was just here prior to the attack. Yeonha faces a sudden realization that the fiends must have made her a target too. It could become a hostage situation to use the British government, bribing them to possibly surrender the Clancy islet. Like always, Yeonha is mad and pissed when suddenly people see the sight of the damsel in distress and her nervous experience on the bike. She backs by herself, relieving Yeonha until they realize that it's the same bike Hajin used to escape. The guildmaster's daughter assesses the situation. With everyone distracted, Hajin ran off in a rush, and Rachel is the one who came back. It only implies one thing only, causing her to overestimate Kim Hajin's incredible ability to defeat every fiend on his own. She's stumped to even believe that. She could always picture him strong, but now he seems out of reach for the cadet level. At the double-star premium hotel, Nayoon seems to be waiting for someone. Hajin comes to meet her, surprising that there aren't any other club members around. Turns out they all left to eat since he came so late. She wants to treat him and expresses hurry to leave. Hajin doesn't get why she's being so generous, and he really can't place what's going on. With every step Nayoon takes, her feelings grow stronger. She stops and decides to confront Hajin, facing him directly. But her confession isn't a lover's confession or anything. Nayoon embarrassingly asks if they're friends, and I have to remind you guys that this is quite significant considering her backstory. Instead of, accepting her words and simply saying yes, Hajin strongly declines with a serious look on his face. This causes her to get annoyed, so she turns away claiming that it was just an unserious comment. She paces ahead, hoping he forgets her words soon. Now here's the thing. Hajin likes her, but he can't be friends with her knowing the dark path he has to take in the future. This guy will become responsible for taking away the life of the one person she treasures the most, so he can't hurt her feelings by deepening their relationship. He lets out a silent confession that they were never supposed to become friends. The following day, our boy returns to the dorms, and Evangel is so excited to meet him. He brought her a yummy chicken meal, which is all the girl needed to excitedly run away. The author is starting to really appreciate her presence. Now with no distractions, it's time to get back to work before vacation starts. The first thing is syncing his smartwatch with the laptop. He always found it troublesome to hop over to the computer for unexpected story changes, but he's willing to make the feature purchase now. By the way, Jonghyung's fist didn't just stop because he wanted to. It was also paired with the author's insane luck stat, which intervened at the last second, preventing his death. Having gained story points from that, he's willing to spend nearly 200 for his smartwatch. And now, the syncing is completed. He can access every single feature with this thing, which makes him wonder why he delayed the purchase for so long. With that issue resolved, it's time to call his agent Soo-hyuk. Hajin asks his agent if he's got what he ordered. Turns out the dude ordered a bike. Soo-hyuk explains that the minimum purchase is going to cost him at least 150 million won, which is a lot. Hajin is prepared to go one step further by maxing out his budget range, causing Soo-hyuk to remind him about the ridiculous price. The author proceeds with the purchase, after all. This is the same guy who scored 2 billion won at the damn casino, so this is chump change to him. Also, the story is soon about to reach the part where the Packhorse Masters Guild will raid the Devil's Lair dungeon. Consequently, it will improve their stocks exponentially, and all of Hajin's investments just now will be worth it. Realizing that he's about to be filthy rich, the dude chuckles like a villain. The vacation eventually comes to an end, and we see Hajin observing the excited people nearby. Speaking of social media, it's been a while since he checked the main character's posts. He used to check daily to see if there was something noteworthy. Fast forward to this dude seeing Junghock's thirst trap with an edgy caption. Same dude just keeps annoyingly posting like he's making money on Instagram. Hajin is a little disgusted by him. When it comes to Suho and Yeonha, they keep a rare social activity. As for Rachel, you can just imagine that her account is run by the royal palace. Finally, it leaves Nayun, who has yet to upload anything at all since the events of the casino. The author understands that his words may have stung her, but it's nothing she can't get over. Joining class, Hajin is glad that things are progressing smoothly. Their memorable teacher announces the start of the second semester and explains the necessary changes going forward. First is regarding their rankings, and the second is regarding newcomers to the Cube Institution. There was a transfer ceremony conducted recently. This ceremony is responsible for bringing over some of the best mages from top-ranking magic academies. They're all aspirants who want to become heroes, which means 20 new students will be added in each class, completing a batch of 200. The author has already taken the extra step of memorizing their identities for now. The instructor announces their arrival. The students applaud and respect as the mages take space inside the class. Surprisingly, one of them is someone that Hajin fails to identify, which makes him question if he's seen this person before. When the newcomer exposes her face, it turns out to be Tomer. Her appearance may seem different, but the author is convinced that it's her. The bigger question is why she's here. The system suddenly offers him a notification about the story change. The co-author has conveniently decided to add her to the lineup of main characters, so her role seems more prominent. That part worries Hajin because now he has to deal with even more annoying changes in the story. From Tomer's evil smile, we can predict that something evil is brewing behind the scenes. Going back to Hajin's space, he's got a brand new dorm setup thanks to his promotion to the second semester. Rachel is beaming with joy as it is spacious as hell. Apparently he got this privilege with his upgraded ranking as the 334th student at the institution. This guy jumped over 600 ranks and now sits in the bracket of middle-tier cadets. He thinks it's good enough as Evangel can jump around freely with the new space. More importantly, he's got his mind set on Tomer, who he has yet to contemplate about. Hajin politely tells Evangel that he's heading to class and leaves for his business. The first class of this semester is conducted in an outdoor training session with their instructor. The goal is to help establish a connection between the newcomers and the old. This session is called the Dangerous Hike, and while there may not be dangerous monsters lurking on the mountain, there's the fact that many traps are cleverly hidden. These traps will mimic monsters created by fiends, but only this time, the stakes are higher as even the slightest mistake could very well drop the cadets into the hospital. This sends the cadets into despair. They will be divided into teams of 12 and start off from their designated locations. Nayun and Suho are paired together in the same squad, and it appears Rachel and Hajin are off on their own. With the formations made, the Dangerous Hike event begins. We catch a glimpse of Nayun's group, who are a little intimidated by the dark atmosphere. After all, it was morning just now. The protagonist Suho reminds them to stay clear of any traps since they may come to encounter one soon. Speaking of the devil, one student steps onto a trigger, causing a bunch of monstrous vines to catch him. The students each draw their weapons to combat the threat until eventually, all of them are trapped except for the two sword fighters. Nayun helps rescue them, and they're eventually scared to death by a chick who looks like she's from the Ring movie. Both Suho and Nayun are scared shitless, realizing they just had a haunting experience. Supporting as always, the blue boy praises her for her performance. This makes her want to ask him the same question she asked Hajin. She wants to confirm the friendship between the two. Surprised by the obvious question, Suho confirms that they are and asks what's up. The girl is visibly nervous and still bothered by Hajin's response, but she chooses not to say anything. She thinks that anyone in that situation would have said something normal like Suho just did, but Hajin is different. He rejected the mere thought of her. This makes the delusional girl wonder if he's out to confess his love and wants a relationship deeper than friendship. Anyway, they're surprised to run into Hajin's group at the same site. Gathering together, the cadets discuss the talks of an illusion barrier. After all, they've been circling the mountains for an hour now. Delic points to the author, who ended up taking matters into his own hands and freed them from the barrier. Delic praises Hajin for being a godly navigator with his impressive skills. He remembers that it's almost time for their team training session. Ji-yoon confirms it too. When asked if they've selected partners to team up with yet, both Nayun and Suho state that they have yet to decide. Ji-yoon has seen enough of the cadet Kim Hajin to conclude that she's going to pick him as her teammate. Her words catch both Nayun and Delic's shocking attention. There's the fact that the team has to be balanced, and when weighing the cadets among the mid-tiers, he seems to be the most intelligent pick of the bunch. Nayun expresses her frustration but doesn't have the words. She tries to paint him as a hard-ass who is annoying to deal with. In reality, even Nayun herself is a little confused that she's going so far as to say these things. Delic whispers and reminds her about the dark rumors surrounding the sharpshooter. Talks of him always leaving the campus and investing his time into his expensive purchases catches both Suho and Nayun's attention. Delic carelessly talks shit about Hajin, prompting a really frustrating reaction from Nayun, who is the most pissed she has ever been. She reminds the asshole that she wants to know if Delic ever even saw him doing those things with his own eyes. She and Suho are infuriated that these people believe in baseless rumors. They even try to stand up for Hajin, claiming that he's a good guy. Fuming with anger, Nayun steps away, while Suho recommends they return to the hiking mission. The scene transitions to Yeonha, who has just finished masking her voice. Considering her first meeting, she doesn't want to make the slightest mistake with these guys. The Falling Blossoms Intelligence Guild, a newly developed group of agents that are directly under her control. Yeonha wears a cloaked outfit and addresses her team. She thinks it's going smoothly so far. She's already divided the Falling Blossom Guild into 3 departments. The first team will actively gather information from different guilds. These are known as the spies. Their priority is to uncover the plans from guilds like the Holy Grace of God and the Desolate Moon. Let's talk about the second team, which will be responsible for searching exclusively strong monsters or dungeons. This team will be referred to as the Scouts. Then comes the third and final team. This group will operate from the shadows, away from the public eye. They will take care of any unusual activities, even things as brutal as murder. They're called the Shadows and they play a more passive role. Addressing Team 3, she tasks them with 5 people to conduct a research on. Their only condition is to ensure they are never noticed, and that they don't cause any harm to the people involved. The interesting thing about this test is that 4 of these copies are actually fakes. She's interested in seeing how these guys are going to react. She's looking forward to their findings. Among the 5 people she mentioned, the only real person is Kim Hajin, her object of interest. The alarm has finished beeping, and morning has come around sooner than Hajin expected. He's surprised to find the cute little Evangel resting on his bed, realizing that she's dead asleep. He pats her before hearing a cat's meow coming from outside. The author mentions how phantoms are easy to cast when it comes to witch magic. But the special thing about this phantom cat is that it's actually a real cat Evangel materialized with her powers. She seems like a cute visitor for the time being and might help him later. He decides to head outside for some breakfast, and finds himself surprised to run into Yeonha, who is curious to know where he's going. The dude tells her he's off to get some food. They walk together as Yeonha brings up how his ranking shot up by a lot. At the same time, he admits that it won't improve beyond this level, which makes her wonder if he's thought about his future. Hajin states that he isn't worried at all since they have a lot of time. But to Yeonha, time is of the essence as she reminds him of the probation period kickstarting in the 3rd year. In typical fashion, she invites him directly to the Straits of Essence Guild, the same guild that she is destined to lead in the future. It would be pretty easy for him to ride the wave and become successful. But shockingly, he tells her that he is interested in the Forsaken Plains Guild instead. Still, he's unsure if they'll ever accept him, but he likes their mercenary style. In an effort to persuade him, Yeonha claims that maybe she can help him change his mind if only she can find him something that he's desperately looking for. The author is a little creeped out by her words and asks what kind of information he would be looking for. Yeonha swiftly dodges the question like a cat, and also reminds him that she made sure to discipline the heck out of Gina who messed with him. Going back to the classroom, we see the author silently observing the protagonist Suho, who is soon to raid the dungeon. In the original story, after returning from the vacation break and climbing the Geomac mountain by himself, he stumbles upon a hidden dungeon. Raiding a dungeon on one's own seems like an impossible task. But Kim Suho challenges this idea as the main character of the story and becomes responsible for slaying the dungeon's boss. There, he receives an important weapon and a buff. With the butterfly sapling's power, that weapon helps him climb to greater heights. The only problem being, the Hajin's the one who has the powder with him, so that weapon won't be getting boosted anytime soon. That's why, in this timeline, Kim Hajin wants to accompany Suho on his journey while tackling the dungeon, because this version of the story does not favor the protagonist as much as the original did. Also, this greedy bastard is also in it for himself, believing that he'll probably strike gold too. By the evening and in his dorm, the author reflects on his strategy to handle Tomer. There's the cute Evangel resting on his lap, while he thinks of ways to come up with a solid plan before entering the dungeon raid with Suho. Tomer isn't exactly on good terms with the fiends, so if her father can be located, it's actually possible to convert her into an ally. After all, this dangerous mage has only one objective in sight, and that is to locate her father and end his life. Still, it's not like this guy knows about her father's location either, making things difficult. Interestingly, not even the Tome of Truth could help him in this situation. With the detective Jin Hyuk only limited to researching in Korea, it's hard to task that guy too. This leaves only one prospect. The only person in Kim Chundong's life according to the data system. The kid is called Kim Hoseop, and Hajin wastes no time getting in touch with him. Hoseop seems to be working his ass off in an intelligence-gathering agency, which is why Hajin wants this guy to find someone for him. Hoseop is a little worried his boss will catch him, but he accepts the job anyway. Hajin also wonders if their school bully still bullies Hoseop, since he's speaking like a zombie. He offers Hoseop a way out if he ever decides to quit his job. Hajin recommends that he join the Falling Blossoms Guild under Yeonha's command. With that, their call ends with Hajin believing that he's strengthened Yeonha's agency even more. It's time for the solo dungeon raid by Kim Suho, who is busy meticulously practicing with his sword and perfecting his slashes. Hajin comes out and talks to him, which makes the hero wonder if he's also training at the late hour. The author thinks that Suho might be overexerting himself by training this hard so early into the new semester. He cleverly asks if Suho is training for a dungeon mission or something. Initially, Blue Boy plays it safe until Hajin straight up name drops the Geomac Mountain dungeon, claiming to know about the same dungeon he's after. The protagonist is shaken and questions how he was able to figure it out. Hajin acts like he saw him when he found the dungeon. Pointing to his brilliant eyes, Hajin emphasizes that he's good at what they can do. He lays out a proposition for Suho, wanting to join him for the dungeon mission together, even willing to split the rewards in a 90-10 ratio. Hajin is fine with tagging along and letting Suho do what he wants. It's quite the proposition. Suho confirms that he did discover the dungeon last week. It looked smaller than the others, so he felt like the challenge was doable for him on his own. Recognizing the dangers of raiding alone, Hajin thinks that it would be wise to take someone else along. Suho claims that he's unsure about Hajin being a reliable teammate for the raid, so for now he wants to test Hajin's skills to see if he's up to good. Yeah, you can tell the author wasn't expecting his own main character to challenge him out of the blue. The only way Hajin remotely has a chance against Suho is if he's handicapped in some way. But even then, the difference in their abilities would be far too great. Still, he thinks it's better to prioritize evasion in the upcoming fight. Hajin accepts the idea. However, he has a complaint regarding the open ground since it would be pretty disadvantageous to him. Suho is in serious mode and explains that he's not here to test weapons, and there's no point for Hajin to try and win the fight. After all, he's going to stop on his own when he feels necessary. Hajin realizes that this dude is in some real testing mode and isn't willing to back down. He turns to use his intelligence as his only saving grace. The wooden sword he's using as a training weapon is infused with mana, immediately rendering Hajin's bullets useless. If he ends up doing that, he's about to get humiliated by Suho. That means the only reliable weapon in his arsenal right now is his luck factor. Suho wants Hajin to give them the green signal to start the fight. He's trying to drag this out while slowly fiddling with his stat system. With all settings cleared, Hajin thinks it's time they start. A serious Suho starts the fight by dashing right in his face at maximum speed. Hajin activates bullet time to get him a few seconds as a cushion to react to his lightning-fast speed. Thanks to that, he can see Suho's sword trajectory before his attack is even casted. With a few slashes dodged, Hajin manages to evade most of Suho's outlash. Still, even for him, he's getting chipped against the monstrous speed. Realizing that he can't be on the back foot forever, Hajin goes on the offensive by shooting a bullet in his face. Suho casually reacts, and this time, he's the only one going on the evasive. The fight is a really humbling experience for the author. After all, despite the activation of a literal time-slowing ability, Hajin can't evade Suho's attacks. The fight will continue to put him at a greater disadvantage if he lets it drag on. He's trying his best to manipulate Suho into making a small error. Sensing the opportunity, Suho vanishes and appears right behind Hajin in a flash of a second. Since his back is left wide open, he rushes to use ether magic to pull him away by attaching himself to a tree. The protagonist's monstrous attack shatters the ground, which impresses Suho's expectations. At the same time, Suho rushes with full speed to get right up in Hajin's face. Apparently this is exactly the thing our boy wanted, as he had been baiting Suho into stepping onto his jacket. The moment he sets foot, an explosion sends Suho flying into the air, totally catching him off guard. Thanks to that, Suho crashes onto the ground while Hajin timely gets the better of him. The fight is over with a Glock pointed towards the protagonist's head. Hajin assesses that while it didn't do any fatal or meaningful damage, the cadet's jacket he modified was a trap made using story points. The unexpected gimmick got the better of Suho, who senses Hajin's determination and agrees to go along with him for the dungeon raid. The two friends shake hands, marking the start of their partnership. Fast forward to one of the desolate factories in Suwon. A piece of glass shatters on the ground. Turns out Jongyong broke the relic according to Droon's orders. It's a calculated strategy to double the value of the relic. The only thing left is to activate the white crystal. Droon initiates the activation, causing the white crystal to send a beam of concentrated light. The light rearranges the material and reforms it into a weapon in the form of magic swords. These are copies of the original made from just mere fragments. Droon thinks they don't have to look for anything else, as the result of this test proves the creation of fake weapons that are stronger than low-grade relics. With one fragment, they could make 30 swords. As for the total amount, Droon estimates 600 swords to be made. Even if they sold one sword at 800 million won, they would earn a staggering 500 billion won in profit, which is one hell of an amount. That's nearly $400 million. Jonghyun realizes they've stepped on the most valuable lottery ticket. Valoran shares news similarly favorable to the group. She talks about the Pack Horse Masters Guild who intend to raid the dungeon soon. That guild is their next target, as the captain of the masked syndicate intends to seize everything from them. Conducting a battle analysis of their fight, Suho remembers how Hajin left a dozen openings in his movements. And yet, there wasn't a single time that he managed to strike him down. To make things even more surprising, he used an unusual attack at the end. Suho still doesn't understand what happened there. He wonders if it was the result of physical force driving him away, or perhaps a surge of mana. Coming to a smile, the lovable protagonist expresses his failure to understand Hajin's powers. Still, it's clear to him now that Hajin is actually quite powerful, and the only reason he's hiding his powers is for his own benefit. It helps him relate to someone other than him, as Suho is also muddled with hiding himself. He just wasn't expecting someone else to mirror him like that. Anyway, he hears a sound coming from nearby and realizes that it's Nayun practicing at the park. Suho's voice startles her out of nowhere, making her embarrassed. She's also surprised that he's going home at such a late hour. This sparks a brilliant idea in this guy's head. He casually tells her about his meetup with Hajin, which makes her wonder why they met up. To tease this balloon of embarrassment, Suho tells her that they were cheering for her. Nayun explodes at him, prompting Suho to reveal that they were lightly sparring with each other. It's quite the surprising revelation, since Nayun generally believed Suho to be way stronger than him, which means there's no point in sparring. Suho decides to keep their matters private, making her sad. She's done with his teasing and decides to resume her training. Being the helpful and supporting friend as always, Suho offers Nayun advice in handling her sword. He demonstrates just how fast one can swing their weapon by easing their grip just a bit. The beautiful slash leaves her stunned for words. She's so amazed that she requests another demonstration from him. In the end, Suho ends up training Nayun for a while. Fast forward to her resting in her bedroom. She remembers Suho's offer to help her out with her sword training. At this level, she's starting to get the hang of things. Nayun jumps up all frustrated and annoyed. She looks to gaming as her one means of escape from reality. She grabs the VR headset and equips it. This game is recently taking an uprising in this world for image training. The game is called the Gladiators of the Century. Tournaments about the game are held every season and broadcasted live, making the winners so popular that they could take up their household names. The game is particularly unique because unlike other games, it doesn't boast a status or item system. In effect, one has to fully utilize their strength to control the trajectory of the fight. Nayun has an impressive record of 98 wins with only 17 losses. She doesn't care about her rank for now and thinks it's best to find someone for a match. Her eyes are drawn towards a sword warrior called the Extra 7. This guy has an equal amount of wins and losses. He's also platinum tier, which makes it seem like the ideal target. She's expecting a couple of hits to finish the job. Requesting a duel with the guy, Extra 7 accepts her request. Their match is about to begin in 3 seconds. Nayun is actively assessing her opponent and is ready to see how this person will initiate their attacks. What she didn't expect was for this guy to start coming at her before the countdown finished. They exchange the first sword clash, which puts Nayun on the disadvantage. What's more is that this guy grabs her by the collar and then throws her off balance with a kick from underneath. Extra 7 renders the killing blow, and that's how Nayun lost to a guy with a 50-50 stat ratio. This makes her so mad that she thinks that guy is cheating. She requests for an immediate rematch, but winds up defeated a second time, so a third match follows between the two. The outcome stays the same as Nayun is defeated again. One more round would change things, right? No, the stickman Nayun is killed again. She's seriously annoyed at having to accept her helpless state, while her opponent stares her down. The guy wants to leave to get to sleep while she's begging for another rematch. She learns that he's usually active around this time, so Nayun requests that he teach her a bunch of new skills each time they run into each other. Extra 7 is okay with that and decides to log off. The author puts off his headset, not knowing why that kid was so stubborn just now. He won 7 times in a row. His goal was to test the random buff system inside the game, and he used it on the headset to enhance his stats immensely. The random buff system is proving to be more helpful than he originally intended. The investment was costly, but it strengthens the properties of any equipment, which takes his console experience to another level. This makes it feel like his senses have been sharpened, and as a consequence, boosted. It's a little underwhelming that the maximum boost is only 44%, but Hajin thinks it could soar higher with the luck effect. Evangel is out here eating a whole cake by herself. Hajin realizes that he has to actually parent the child and snatches the cake away. She sobs, begging for another slice, but Hajin pulls the ultimate anti-children attack. He puts it on the top shelf. Then he lifts her tiny little body and promises to get her something even more delicious in the morning. This relieves some of her sadness. Hajin promises to follow up with his words as long as she doesn't eat cake tonight. While she's fast asleep, he checks his smartwatch and finds a message coming from Suho, who invited him for the raid meetup. Wearing a smile, the author is satisfied with the date and believes everything is proceeding like he planned. The only thing left now is clearing the raid. A few days after that, his training session continued all the same. Classes were no different either. Finally, inside the game, he unknowingly ripped Nayun apart, but she just got all the more curious to learn his moves. Since he's a lousy teacher, Hajin doesn't have actionable advice. What's really confusing to Nayun is his 50% win rate, especially when he's so much better between the two. To come up with an excuse, Extra 7 tells her that he barely cares about the outcome of the fight. She admires this side of him because Nayun takes losses very personally. Extra 7 believes it's good to end things here for the day. She's hoping to see him tomorrow, as if she's dead certain he'll be here at the same time. Nayun's face is beaming with joy as she waves him goodbye. Hajin logs off, confirming he'll be back. The game has taken up space as a part of his daily routine now. He's actually surprised to find this person being so polite. Still, he doesn't get what to call her since her username looks like a keyboard mashing attempt. Yunanuto's Sixman. Yes, I did the extra effort of spelling it all out for you guys, so please like this video now. Hajin brainstorms what could possibly mean by her username. That's until all the puzzle pieces fit into one name, and that's Nayun. However, he just can't see herself behaving so politely like that. Their behavior is different, so the author is convinced that it might be a guy behind the screen. Going back to the brat herself, we see that she's getting better and better with her swings. Suho is similarly impressed. She talks about how she's playing a game and it's really helping her improve her skill. Blue Boy realizes that she's definitely talking about the gladiators of the century. He doesn't play the game but did hear from others about how useful it is. Nayun explains that she ended up finding a master inside the game with amazing skills. He helps her train each day. He's the one person who really makes her feel excited to fight against. She talks about how he has an aggressive and precise style to cut down his opponent. Each step is calculated and allows for a personalized close combat experience. Suho thinks this guy must be pretty sharp and probably is a hero of some kind. Nayun claims that she remembers asking, but it didn't turn out like that. Suddenly, Hajin's voice draws her attention as she gives him an embarrassed look. Hajin is surprised to find the two of them together and asks what's up. Suho tries to mention their training, but she smacks him shut by acting like they just met each other. Bro has a surprised look on his face, while Nayun cutely communicates with her annoyed face. Hajin thinks they should hurry and get going, prompting Suho to say goodbye. Curious, Nayun asks where they're headed. Suho acts like it's a personal matter and decides not to clarify details. Before leaving, Hajin tells her to have fun training. Nayun's a little baffled and finds herself really confused to see these two getting on good terms with each other. She knows that Suho was joking around when he teased her earlier, but now, it's really starting to make her wonder if they might be meeting because of her. Nayun's delusions are getting the better of her. She thinks it doesn't make sense for Hajin to do that, especially after he rejected her friendship. This hilarious girl acts like she doesn't care 1 second, but on the next, she's secretly tailing them behind. Nayun spots them chatting when suddenly, Hajin does bring up Nayun's topic, which surprises her a bit. This sells her delusions even more. The girl is now convinced that he's in love or something. Both Suho and Hajin share lunch before heading to the dungeon in Suwon. They'll have to be cautious since Suwon is considered the single most dangerous area in the capital. The emergence event of monsters and dungeons left a permanent ground deformation, reducing the place to nothing more than mountains. Because of that, the western part of Suwon became a restricted area. As for the Geomac Mountain, it's located right at the border. The author internalizes that he created many hidden pieces in the world yet to be discovered. For some of these pieces, he can't obtain with his one strength, but that would also create the risk of leaving them in the hands of the antagonists of the story. If he goes to the dungeon with a hero like Suho, Hajin is confident that he might be able to obtain one of the hidden pieces by himself. The mere thought of it attracts Suho's attention as they're finishing up their meal. Suho didn't bring any cash with him, so he's the one who's going to take care of equipment and preparation. Suddenly, one person enters the restaurant with a completely covered look. Their outfit puts Hajin at unease. The person physically shakes seeing him and hurries away to make their request. Seeing their state, Hajin realizes what's going on. This evil punk probably figured it out using his observation ability. Dude boldly calls out Yana based on her purple hair. He tries to be as loud as possible to attract her attention. Of course, Hajin knows that this has to be her, since she usually can't eat normal food without attracting attention. He requests her to come and share a meal with them, making her condition even worse. Being thoroughly humiliated like this, she takes her order and bolts off without even paying. Hajin decides to cover for the girl's bill and mentions how Yonha did her best not to show her face for 3 whole days. It's time for Friday and the day of the dungeon raid. Suho's all ready and leads the way. Deep in the mountains, they both make their way having walked many miles. The Geomac Mountain is a dangerous location since it's right next to the restricted area. Hajin wants to stay sharp for their surroundings until they arrive. Suho marks the location and shows the entrance to the dungeon. Hajin thinks it's reasonable to assume why it's hard to find because of the small entrance. Knowing that the opening is narrow, Suho reminds him that they'll have little chance of running back out. It's dangerous, and he wants his teammate to prepare for the consequences. But Hajin is as best prepared as always. He whips out his baby, the Golden Deagle, claiming that it packs quite the punch. Just to be safe, he invested some points to make light bullets. While they won't be extremely effective against the high-tier boss monster, the author thinks Suho will be more than capable of handling everything else. As they're about to head inside, Hajin extends his hand for Suho to hold. It draws a confused look from the guy because he doesn't get what he is doing. Hajin explains that the pathway inside is dark, so it will be tough to navigate otherwise. A flashlight is just going to draw attention from monsters. Suho loves the idea as the two clasp each other's hands, and yes, I can't believe I said that. Suho mentions how the cave unusually has a narrow entrance for how wide it is inside. It's also way too cold here. Suddenly, Hajin senses something and recommends they wait a moment. To his utter shock, there's a second opening to the dungeon. Something not even he knows about. There's just no way. Activating his perceptive eyes, Hajin scans the other entrance and discovers a bunch of intruders approaching. Hearing their every step, he knows they're drawing closer and closer from the other side. The scanning ability has revealed two men from the other side. Suho doesn't get what's bothering him, but he tells him to be quiet. Concentrating on their conversation, he fails to identify their association with any group. However, based on the evil energy radiating off of them, he can tell they're up to no good. At last, the system informs him about a critique from the co-author who has decided to edit the raid sequence. The co-author found the dungeon raid quite boring and small compared to the rewards promised. That's why they decided to modify the whole of the dungeon, by including it as the hidden stage of the Devil's Lair dungeon. What an unbelievable change. This means that the two dungeons have formed a connection in this timeline. Worried, he asks Suho about the date. It's the 14th of August, the worst possible date as it's the day the Packhorse Masters Guild plans to raid the Devil's Lair. With that in mind, he's almost convinced that both of these men belong to the same guild. He wonders if they just came here to scout for the day. Still, it's causing Hajin to get tensed up, which worries Suho. The author breaks the ice by revealing the location of the intruders. The Packhorse Masters Guild is known to be one of the strongest all around. These guys only have mid to high tier fake heroes. Even someone like the protagonist of the story would struggle in this case, which begs the question, what should they do now? Lady Luck is on their side, as it turns out the two fiends came here just to scout this part of the dungeon. They decide to regroup with the main party and head back. Hajin takes note of the situation and thinks that it's the only chance for them to defeat the boss as soon as possible. First, he activates his eagle eye and then infuses it with the magic powers of his stigma. Now he can see far and wide, even making the boss monster known. Having marked the navigation, Hajin jots down the location and places emphasis on beating the boss quickly. Around the same time in the Suwon Devil's Lair, the main party finds themselves exhausted from the hunt. The leader of the raid comes in contact with both of his subordinates that he sent to scout. This guy is Jink-young, the guildmaster of the fiendish group. They pass him the information about a secret opening leading to a hidden stage. Jink-young is satisfied hearing that and tells him to stay put. Instead, the main party will be coming to them. The situation is turning out really bad for our heroes, because Jink-young is more interested in exploring the hidden stage instead of the main dungeon. Before leaving, one of the group members points out how two members are missing from the main group. Tapping their earpiece, they draw attention from another. Kaling seems to have opened a giant portal of black behind him, even though no one asked him to. Kaling is irritated waiting for things to roll out. He doesn't want to explain the specifics of the portal to the person he's speaking to. Jink-young commands Kaling to close it shut at once, but he just casually plays with the earpieces. Jink-young is pissed and leaps forward to attack him, but with a point of a finger, the man is brutally murdered with a spike piercing his skull and then slashes his body in half. His scattered remains hit the ground, leaving the rest of the fiends to experience sheer horror at the sight. They confront Kaling's recklessness when the real perpetrator seizes the opportunity to come out. It's everyone's favorite bad bitch, the captain of the masked syndicate. She releases waves of dark energy before taking down every single one of them all by herself. The only reason she didn't kill them is because she's waiting for the stock prize to experience a boom. So now, the captain wants to explore the hidden stage connected to this dungeon, and she wants to do it on her own. Kaling questions if the plan changed to some effect. She expresses that the other two targets who entered the dungeons aren't their enemies, but rather, their candidates. This is a test to determine if they're worthy of being recruited. Morphing her body in a shadowy fluid, the captain proceeds to chase them down. Meanwhile, the hidden stage is teeming with low-level undead monsters. Hajin has been shooting them down one after the other with his gun. Since long range is more favorable in this situation, he takes care of Suho's side too. who can barely navigate in the dark setting. The fact that he was able to beat all of them with ease really proves Hajin's strength, impressing the likes of Suho. Still, they don't have enough time, so he urges them to hurry. The undead monsters are blasted and cut down by the unstoppable duo. There seems to be an endless amount waiting for them, but thankfully they're so weak that it isn't a problem to deal with them. At last, Suho stumbles upon some writing, which indicates to Hajin that they've finally found the boss's location. Something is scribbled on the wall in an old language. Suho wonders if their smartwatch would be of any help in this case. Hajin activates it for scanning and realizes that it's an elaborate riddle. Suho states that he's heard of many dungeons of the like. In the actual story, he wasn't able to solve this riddle and merely translated at best. That's why he had to seek Yeonha's help, who used her intelligence guild to work it out. But right now, they don't have the luxury of time. Since he's the author, the dude obviously knows the answer to the riddle since he made it. It's actually lightning, and the answer causes the writing to disappear. Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts to shake and the wall splits open with a loud rumble, leading to a pathway inside. Turns out the answer was correct. The riddle wasn't even his personal invention, as Hajin copied it from another story. He breaks down the riddle, mentioning that lightning and thunder both occur together but always perceived at different timings based on location. Lightning appears first, and then the sound of thunder is heard due to the difference in speed. Suho thinks this guy is a genius with his quick thinking, not knowing the truth about the situation. He readies his gun to finish the dungeon raid. The both of them head inside while the captain is once more impressed by Hajin's individual ability. She thinks his decision-making capabilities and forward-leaning approach makes him an amazing person. Despite being a small dungeon, he was able to navigate this far in the span of 10 minutes without help. This information is plentiful evidence, and enough reason for the captain to consider recruiting him to the masked syndicate. Still, one aspect seems to bother her. She has yet to see him kill anyone without hesitation in sight. She also overhears the two lunatics that were sent to scout the hidden stage. The captain realizes that Hajin isn't aware of these guys being fiends themselves, so she thinks they'll be perfect as her test subjects. The two cadets are prepared to confront the boss, who is sitting on his throne. He's the swordsman of ruin and the master of the dungeon. The swordsman is peering them down with his sharp eyes. He moves with a godly speed, concentrating his attention on Suho, who didn't even know what happened just now. He quickly rushes to grab his sword when Hajin roars his name. Turns out that he was spaced out, but Suho is convinced that the boss probably used some kind of teleportation skill just now. But then he realizes that the sheer energy coming from the swordsman of ruin is enough to destroy his composure. This is an upper intermediate level monster that is even capable of human speech, a creature far above the realms of other monsters he has previously faced. His confidence is flailing as the swordsman of ruin plunges his sword, promising them a quick and easy death. This sword is Hajin's object of interest. He tries to talk to the protagonist, who seems to be all good now because he's confident in sword fighting. Suho's talent primarily rests in swordsmanship, and he's supposed to reach true perfection in his craft. When facing another sword user, it's impossible for him to lose. Hajin explains an important detail to him. Apparently the sword is the real boss, and the voice from earlier also came from the sword. The knight is a common corpse. In the original story, Suho only figures this part out in the middle of their fight. But Hajin wants to rush things and hopes to end this quickly. He plans to target the knight and instructs Suho to concentrate on the sword. This way he can cover him. Before they're able to finish their chat, the swordsman of ruin leaps ahead to catch them off guard. It doesn't even make sense that this is happening according to the author. The attack leaves a crater, making Hajin worry about what happened to Suho. Being the main character, he ended up blocking it with his blade at the last moment. Their initial clash separates the two swordsmen. Suho dashes right back at the knight, who is impressed by his abilities. Suho catches him off guard with an aerial strike. The knight reacts timely and arrogantly assumes that he has caught his opponent. But when the smoke settles, his sword has only hit the ground. Suho uses his impressive speed to outmaneuver his opponent. He attacks the knight from his blind spot, aiming right for the sword just like Hajin told him. The stab connected, but not where he wanted. It only hurt his body, but that's not enough. The knight commends his swordsmanship, having blocked the attack by sacrificing his arm. Not only that, the demonic sword intends to possess Suho's capable body for itself. Suho struggled at his inability to pull out his sword from the warrior's body. It was at that moment Hajin came to his rescue and instructed his friend to dodge. He had fired a shot, allowing Suho to draw away and reclaim his footing. Furthermore, Hajin tries to warn him, reminding Suho that the warrior fighting against them already knew they would aim for his body. That's why he was confident in luring them in, trying to attack. Suho realizes what's going on and feels optimistic now that he's learned this new information from his friend. The shadow swordsman laughs before both of them, perplexing Suho because he didn't know what was going on. The monster is actually impressed by Suho's capabilities and roars in a laughter as if he's heard the funniest meme in the world. He has now fully decided that his goal is to steal Suho's body because of its capabilities. As for his lost arm, it regenerated instantly, causing Hajin to remind Suho that this guy's actual body is a sword, so there's no point actively attacking the fake one. Suho realizes that all they need to do is to take care of the sword to finish this fight. The round 2 of the fight begins with the main character lunging forth at full speed. His opponent, the devilish swordsman, awaits as they both prepare to clash against each other. Both swords conflict with a strong pressure that reaches Hajin. He sees the two swordsmen going at each other, but even the author knows that he doesn't have anything to worry about on Suho's front. Still, it would be troublesome if the battle dragged on. Unfortunately, he can't pull out the American farmer shotgun to finish the battle in close range, since Suho might get caught up in the blast. The same goes for his badass sniper rifle, which is pointless at this range. So he sticks to his old methods of shooting melee warriors with the good old handgun. Suho's fight against the swordsman continues, and it's favoring him greatly as he's beginning to overpower his opponent. Even the shadow sword can't believe that a normal blade is pushing against it with so much power. And yet, Suho's seemingly normal sword hasn't even been chipped at the slightest. It's actually because of the special golden mana possessed by the hero of the story, allowing him to defy the odds of the fight. Caught in a pinch, the shadow sword overextends in a fit of rage, lashing against Suho with stronger hits. Blocking that last attack was problematic even for the hero, as he finds his hand trembling from the impact. Then again, Suho is as confident as ever, even in the face of this opponent. It's as if he's growing more certain of his chances the more the fight continues. Gripping his blade, he shines with unfathomable determination that only he will be the victor of this fight. Bro really said, "Nah, I'd win." Suho backs up his claims as he swings his sword, believing that his trusted ally will back him in this fight. Hajin shoots the swordsman's arm at that moment, allowing Suho to capitalize on the opportunity to finish the fight. He only needed one mere moment, which Hajin created for him. And while this swordsman is actually way stronger than he was in the original novel, Suho's strength as the hero is no match for him. He easily tosses the demonic sword into the air, and then lunges above to slice the blade down with a final swing. This causes the demonic sword to chip and shatter, reducing it to fragments of what it used to be. Consequently, the avatar formed by the sword also fades into nothingness, his final words expressing the impossibility of the situation. The fight is over, and Hajin is happy that they only need to collect the rewards now. But something catches Suho's attention as the author comes rushing towards him. From the remains of the demonic swordsman, they discover a stick. Ah yes, the SSS class Ultra Omega Super Wooden Stick of Destruction. Suho is alarmed because he tries to scavenge around to see any other clear rewards. But in the end, he's left isolated with the damn stick in front of him. He can't accept the realization that they did all of that just to acquire a regular-looking branch. Bro is in shambles while Hajin laughs at him for being depressed. As he's about to explain the true specialty of the branch, the two guys from before return to the scene. Hajin instantly senses danger with their arrival. These demonic humans are from the troublesome guild that he so wanted to avoid. He was confident that they were heading back to their group, so it doesn't make sense why they returned. The kids are both asked a question, the Baldy inquiring how they got here. The other guy expresses that their guild has tasked them to raid the dungeon, so they're not sure what these kids are doing here. Hajin excuses that they didn't have any clue and ventured inside as cube cadets. They then explain that they killed a monster. As for the reward, they didn't really get anything, which is funny enough. The truth because all Suho could locate was a branch. Hajin excellently makes use of the information. The man decides to pitch in with the guild leader, explaining the situation at hand. He tells them that they found a bunch of cube cadets, but the only thing their leader tells them back are strict orders to dispose of the cadets at once. Shit is about to get real because the two demonic humans are fully intending to eliminate the kids for curiously venturing into the cave. He overpowers them with a surge of his strength, separating both Suho and Hajin away from each other. By the end of the strange attack, Hajin is left alone to himself. He catches on quickly that the fiend set up a barrier to separate them. He's really worried about Suho's fight more than anything, but Hajin's got an opponent of his own to deal with. Andrew Tate from Temu over here calls Hajin a boring opponent, feeling disappointed that he didn't get to face the #1 cadet instead. The insignia on his clothes is enough to regard him as a hero. Hajin points this detail out to see Tate's reaction. He tries to pry for information, asking what business some heroes have to eliminate a bunch of cadets. Gripping his axe, the man emphasizes that he's got no reason to comply or give answers. After all, the demonic human fully intends to end the boy's life anyway. Playtime is over, and negotiations are thrown out the window. The situation is going at 15 what the fucks an hour, and Hajin knows it. He knows the gap between their strengths is enormous. to the point that this guy should have no trouble just severing the author's head clean. Regardless of the power gap, Hajin believes there is some salvation to his current situation. The man draws a blank face when he sees Hajin reach for something behind his back. The fiend is cautious and confused, until the boy pulls out a tiny little pebble. The dude is literally stumped. Not only is the kid grossly underpowered compared to him, he just pulled out a tiny stone on top of it, as if that was his saving grace. The egghead laughs in his face, which is what Hajin wants from him. He thinks this tiny little stone is more than enough to deal with a guy like him. Finding his remark as an insult, the fiend scoffs at him. But Hajin's smile is unwavering. The demonic human analyzes the kid's shitty mana flow, which means he really doesn't have a bag of tricks with him. So he's curious why Hajin's so confident. The cadet chucks the stone at him, which Baldy dodges with ease. But that's not the point. That was just a distraction. Hajin's real attack and purpose was to pull the stone back using the ether thread. That golden thread, now pulled back, blitzes the stone at full speed and crashes against the fiend's skull, giving this guy a reality check. It was just a tiny stone, and yet it hurt like hell. And since he was caught completely off guard, the guy was instantly knocked unconscious. Now you guys might be wondering, what sorcery did our boy pull? You see, Hajin is weak, but he's not stupid. He knew he could strengthen normal everyday objects thanks to his recently acquired skill, which makes for a perfect lure for strong opponents like this guy. Anyway, our boy is about to deal the killing shot with his gun. He knows that time is of the essence, and he's dealing with a fiend with good recovery speed on top of that. Using the farmer's shotgun would have instantly ended the fight, but he's running low on mana. The boy pulls the trigger, releasing the bullet. But to his great horror, the round didn't even fully pierce the guy's skull. It chipped away and bounced off his head. Bro is looking at him from the ground with the meanest side-eye. Hajin realizes that he made a critical mistake and should have used a shotgun. He attempts to shoot again, but it doesn't matter as the demonic human's sheer might sends him crashing to the nearest wall. The fight is looking seriously bad for him because he's severely outmatched. The pain is getting to him despite the fact that he used ether to cushion the damage. Egghead gets up, pissed as hell that a little pipsqueak got the better of him. He's done wasting time and transforms into his true state, despite being unwilling to use it at first. Hajin's face is reduced to hopelessness as he sees the demon's size grow multiple proportions. He needed to end the fight quickly, but now that the fiend has activated his special ability, it's game over for him. Let's explore Suho's perspective now and see how he's holding up. He tries calling out Hajin's name multiple times but reaps no effect. The hero understands that he's been cut off completely, and now there aren't any exits in sight. Only one person is with him, and this guy's radiating bloodlust. This means his only shot at this is to fight his way out. Suho, still confused at the situation, questions why the man is trying to eliminate them. James plays it pretty chill and thinks the kids should treat it as an unlucky situation. Now fixating on Suho's face, he's starting to realize that this kid is the #1 cadet from the academy. He could have been an enormous talent if recruited to their guild. But now, things don't matter as he's going to be eliminated without remorse. James instantly jumps his sword against Suho's neck. If not for Suho's godly reflexes, his head would have been sliced clean just now. He got away with a scratch, and countered with a kick to his head. But James is so unfathomably fast that he disappears instantly and appears behind Suho. Even the boy is confused how James managed to get behind. Not only did he evade his strike, he also left Suho with a serious injury around his calf. It was a short moment when he tried to kick him. If anything, Suho has now gained an understanding of his opponent's abilities. And his confidence is wavering because he's severely outmatched here. Suho still plays optimistic and intends to focus on this guy's movements. James is alarmingly fast and appears right before Suho, sending him back once more with a powerful clash. Luckily, the kid was able to block the first strike. But that's literally all he can manage to do here, because the second he tries to return the attack, James will catch him. Even while on the defensive, Suho finds his face getting slashed again. James is finding this fight annoying and realizes that the boy managed to counter him. He tries to dash away using his incredible speed, but despite his escape, encounters a wound on his leg. That was impressive, sure, but Suho understands that his attack was too shallow to give him any realistic advantage in the fight. While this guy's attacks aren't as powerful as the swordsman he fought earlier, his speed is on a whole different playing field. Gripping his blade, Suho realizes that he could have closed the gap if only Hajin was there to help him. Still, he knows that it's pointless to think of those thoughts, so he goes all in on facing this nemesis alone. Suho expresses that he talked a big game taking on the dungeon on his own, but this has led him to reflect on how poor his strengths are. His only talent, the thing he is proficient at, is handling a sword. That is why, as long as he is facing a swordsman against his opponent, it is the absolute and utter truth that Suho will manage to find a way to beat any opponent. The hero crystallizes his focus into doing his best, determining himself to bend the odds and overcoming the impossible situation. He radiates with a golden aura, surprising the demonic human greatly. At first, James thought of him as nothing more than a desperate cadet, but now he's starting to realize that dragging out the fight will be troublesome for him. He intends to finish the battle in the next attack. To counter him, Suho's blade and determination are ready. Suddenly, the hero feels a strange sensation, something that didn't just come from his opponent. It's the same feeling he encountered upon stumbling across this dungeon. To describe it, it's as if something is calling out to him. You guys remember that seemingly normal-looking branch? Yeah, that thing is about to show its work. But let's go to the more desperate situation, Hajin's crisis. He's out here with nothing and no one to fend for him. The demonic human is overjoyed to finish the cadet's life. There's no chance of winning this fight or running away. Hajin grits his teeth, accepting the situation to be his demise. The demonic human unleashes its claw and it seems like it's all going to end. But then, a moment of silence ensues before Hajin reopens his eyes. He sees a spike pointed right next to his face. A larger and more cunning force impaled the monster, saving his life. The silhouette of the demonic human is replaced by the face of a calamity in the form of a human. It's the captain, and she just saved his life. Hajin's having one of the worst times of his life because of his injuries. And now there's the leader of the most dangerous organization just approaching him. He knows that there's no chance he'll be able to survive her attacks. In the situation where her group was connected to the demonic guild, it would be problematic for him. Hajin is baffled as he stays speechless before her. She prepares her hand, not to prepare an attack but to extend it to him as a greeting. This comes across as a jolt of shock to the boy, who wasn't expecting this turn of events. Hajin recalls how they just so happened to run into each other a lot. The leader confirms, this time fully informing him with her true goal, which was to observe him all this time. Hajin is surprised and asks what she means by that. Just then, it seems the demonic human hadn't been fully defeated, and tries to attack her from her blind spot. Hajin tries to inform her, but this goddess of death doesn't even move from her spot before annihilating the monster with one attack. She doesn't care for what happened and focuses on their personal discussion. Addressing Kim Hajin, she mentions a few words close to his face, and before the boy is able to comprehend the meaning of those words, he reflects that this exact situation occurred in the novel. Only that time, it involved Yonghak instead of him. But that begs the question, did the plot really shift because of his influence? Because if the story took this kind of major twist, that would only mean the real story would deviate a lot from this point onwards. Hajin wants to stop her for more questions, but the captain has judged this to be the end of their discussion. She shoots him a smile, hoping that he will consider her offer well. Then she disappears into a purple trail, vanishing away. Our boy is at a loss for words when suddenly, Suho catches up to him, which means both of them manage to get out of their battles in one piece. Suho is worried about seeing him in such a shitty state. He offers him a hand, assisting Hajin to stand on his feet. He's injured to the point a few days of rest is needed to fully recover. As for James, that guy is on the ground, defeated. But it occurs to the author that he may not be dead. Suho insists on reporting this matter to the association, coming as a shock to Hajin's system. He tries to stop him, explaining how there isn't any proof so they'll be the ones to suffer from the false report. The thing is, Hajin played his cards right and spent millions just to get the demonic guild's shares. He can't exactly expose these guys after that, as it will only harm his investment. Suho, being easy to fool, doesn't question much as to why, but he's curious about the outcome that emerged from Hajin's battle. For that, the author explains that the woman ran away, which works as an excuse. Anyway, both cadets come out of the dungeon alive. They had so many twists and turns in there, and Hajin had to use way too much stigma just to survive. Suho's actually interested in the stick. He tells Hajin that this may not be an ordinary stick. It's good enough for the author that he brought the stick outside the dungeon instead of forgetting it. Suho expresses the kind of energy surge he received during his fight against James. It was as if the object was calling out to him. Suho understands that his words seem ridiculous right now, but instead of doubting or denying them, our boy agrees with him. After all, he could sense the greatness of the stick right upon receiving it as a reward. Now let's talk about the real specialty of it. You see, the author intended this stick to be the most special stick in the world, only to be recognized with one's knowledge about mythology. Excitedly, the author tells him about the mistletoe. This divine object was conceived from European mythos, known as the weapon responsible for bringing down Baldur, the god of light. Hence, the mistletoe became known as the Godslayer stick. Oh my god, this stick has a more epic backstory than most characters. Suho is stumped, but even for a divine weapon, it needs to be fully awakened to convert into its true form. Suho realizes that they're just dealing with an incomplete version of what this thing is meant to be. Suho was disappointed at the ordinary stick at first, but he's impressed now. The author reflects that this same Kim Suho still fought against the demonic human, and won without really drawing significant powers from an awakened mistletoe. In order to awaken the object, Hajin tells him to put it on the ground. Then, he reveals the sapling powder that he collected from the butterfly. This is supposed to be the catalyst to drive the awakening of the divine object. Suho's amazed by Hajin's knowledge and findings. The thing is, this powder was supposed to fall into the hero's hands in the original story anyway. Hajin wonders if he should make light of the situation and force the hero to be more grateful. So this man straight up calls the powder his parents' relic, which makes it seem like Bro collected his parents' ashes. Suho's face turns to horror, and he's questioning what the frick he just heard. From this interaction alone, Hajin has learned that he's terrible at making jokes. The seemingly heartless joke has the hero in shambles. Anyway, the powder's specialty lies in the fact that it boosts your power to your best potential. The point is to sprinkle the powder on the legendary stick of destruction for a change to occur. Hajin couldn't outline the exact details of what would happen, so he tries to demonstrate his point. But Suho stops him, believing that it's an invaluable item to Hajin that shouldn't be used on something like this. Hajin plays his cards and tells him it's fine to invest the powder on a mythical item. Their shared moment comes to an end as Hajin places the powder on the artifact, causing it to experience a change in color. Also, the branch has leaves now, so there's that, I guess. At last, the awakening process of Mistletoe has met its completion. Now, Suho can grow and destroy his opponents in the future to come, and this object will significantly amp up his powers by shifting into a sword. As part of their agreement, Hajin decides to keep a small fragment of the stick. He's fine with taking the leaf. As they're going back, Suho feels uneasy about him keeping the majority of the rewards. But Hajin emphasizes that he's fine with his decision. He insists on his point and sways Suho. Let's talk more about the leaf he just extracted. This leaf, if consumed, allows one's body to become stronger. Or it could even blossom an entirely new weapon depending on the user's choice. It seems like a tiny thing at first glance, but it's actually an amazing reward. Our boy is thinking about the ways to use it when once again, he stumbles upon something hard and trips over. Suddenly, his eyes darted back to the object of his demise. This same exact situation has happened once before when he discovered the rare ginseng. And just now, our boy has earned himself yet another lottery ticket. Suho comes around to see if he's okay. Hajin tells him it's nothing and sings a happy tune, having obtained the ginseng. Anyway, let's shift our perspective to the captain's analysis of Hajin's powers. They witnessed him perform a miraculous feat by knocking down a demonic human with a mere whip of a stone. Then there's the fact that he was ready to pull the trigger, and even shot the fiend in the flash of a second. The funny thing is, they believe that Kim Hajin was unaware of the fact that he was fighting a demonic opponent. Since he's the author, he knows that detail. But to these guys, they think he's a natural killer with how fast he tried eliminating his target. Their analysis has confirmed that the cadet Kim Hajin definitely has potential to join their organization. The captain tells Jane to stop the video. She's uninterested in what happens after the demonization. For some reason, she weirdly finds their transformation disgusting. Back to our boy. He's out here looking like a zombie, having returned to his dorm. His entire body is sore and he's about to collapse any moment. Until his daughter comes to meet him, forcing him to pick her up so he can carry her back to her bed. As he's doing that, the author catches a beautiful glimpse of the night sky, serenading the scene. Let's rewind a few steps and see what happened with Suho. He wanted Hajin to return to the institution because he wanted to pay a visit to his family. Also, Suho's is indebted to Hajin and cracks him a pleasant smile, thanking him for everything he did. His smile captures the author's full attention, who has to remind himself that Suho's the main protagonist, a man that refuses to make compromises or let his light fade. He's supposed to be the ideal hero, walking the righteous path of good. But in the real world, nothing, and no one like him truly exists. People are different, but that's actually the main reason that drove the author to create a character such as him. The perfect good character, so to speak. In fact, he named him Suho because it means to protect something or someone. The protagonist who will one day protect this world from doom. Hajin grew silent then and there, before returning him a smile, admitting that Kim Suho is the only person in this fictional that he can trust in a heartbeat. That aside, let's talk about the big bad evil villains of this story. The Hero Association likes to call them the 9 Evils for being the most powerful, a nickname that was considered a compliment to the villains. The third evil, called Defiance, ended up creating a secret sanctuary in the Hamgyong Mountains. And this sanctuary, it's got its own operatives. Currently, they're surprised that one particular girl is showing interest in the missions. She's a demonic human that comes off strange. The girl, Tomer, is interrupted, and she finds it a great annoyance. Tomer is handed a mission file. Her skills being top-notch, she finds it annoying to execute a small mission. Tomer asks about the details of the mission, but she's told to read the document on her own. After taking a sneak peek, she's astonished that the mission will involve her role as a surveillance operative. Shifting perspective back to Hajin, he ended up making an appointment for a magic inspection. The mage confirms this from him and introduces himself as Jean. Hajin is glad to be in his care, especially since he's a 4-star mage who specializes in artifact inspection. While Jean seems to be eyeing him down based on his outfit, he shows him the way. Hajin knows that mages are materialistic by nature, which is why he took safe measures of dressing formally, looking high class and all. In his office, Jean asks what kind of magic engraving he desires. Hajin expresses that he's looking for a physical strengthening type suited for defense. Hearing that, the mage snaps his fingers and showcases a ton of options for him to review. Hajin takes a look, reflecting that engraved magic aspects consume little mana, usually because of limitations. But the obsidian artifact is exempt from that rule. Currently, he requires something that uses extreme amounts of mana, so that he can only use it once a week. But at the same time, it should be paired with an amazing function. However, he analyzes Jean's dismissive attitude, barely paying any attention to his customer. Hajin realizes that he's being looked down upon, and wonders how he should handle this arrogant asshole. After all, if he doesn't teach him a lesson, the mage might half-ass the job. Hajin tells him that he's uninterested in insignificant items, and asks if there are any in his inventory that require more mana to use. Something like enhanced protection energy, for example. Jean confirms that it's doable, but Hajin goes off the extra mile in being a douchebag, questioning if the job is beyond the capabilities of a 4-star mage. Jean grows silent, before questioning what he means. Hajin pretends that he's leaving since he sees no value in the meeting. This causes the arrogant mage to spiral into panic, and he tries to stop him. The mage has been fooled, and suddenly starts wondering if the kid is actually wealthy beyond his outfit. Jean confirms that his request can be executed, but there's the catch that it might be too expensive for him. Hajin finds it offensive, putting Jean on the back foot even more. He butters up to his customer and nicely asks if he's got a budget in mind. Hajin whispers his range, causing the sleazy mage to erupt in greed. He's beaming with joy and wants to show our boy only his best pieces. This man really played him like a fiddle. At the academy, the students are engaged in conversation while a satisfied expression rests on Hajin's face. He'd accomplished both of his objectives, and now he was also done with the magic engraving quest. While he isn't the type to flex his money, it was necessary to get the arrogant mage to act. Anyway, the teacher ends the class and demands their attention, explaining how the students will each form a group of 5 to work as a team. This event is called team play, and Hajin remembers writing it down. The teams are supposed to conduct tower raids and handle skirmishes, even bonding together. The cadets are told to form teams of their own choices, but for people like Hajin, it wasn't so simple. Unfortunately, if he didn't make the decision for himself, the decision would be made for him by the teacher. Suddenly, his eyes glanced over to Rachel's seat, who had been gently tapping her desk. She was one of the few students bearing the same situation as his. The only difference being, she chooses to be alone most of the time because of her background. Still, the idea of joining her team sounded pleasing, as Hajin already has a mission to give her the sapling powder he obtained. In the original story, she would have received a hint of her enlightenment to come, and if this ends up delaying, then the power creep between her actual story will suffer. To perform countermeasures, he texts Rachel to team up with him. Then he confidently waits for her reaction. The blonde princess is shaken by the notification on her watch. Hajin is awaiting her reaction, when suddenly, a student approaches Rachel. It's Tomer, who extends her offer to team up with Rachel all the same. For a moment, Hajin is at a loss for words. His brain is grinding out the gears, forming any explanation for Tomer's sudden involvement with Rachel. It's clear that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, which draws the safe conclusion that Rachel is their main target. It also confirms to Hajin that this person is likely Lancaster. Anyway, Rachel doesn't know all of that, so she puts Tomer's invitation as a matter of consideration. With her gone, she checks her messages, finally noticing Hajin staring at her from his seat. The princess turns away, maintaining her poise expression. It scares the author for a moment, making him wonder if he's about to get his ass rejected. Just like the response she gave to Tomer, she wants to take her time deciding whether or not Hajin should join her team. It's good enough for our boy, though. Much better than a no. Anyway, Nayun is out here seriously conflicted on who to pick in her team. She's already decided on 2 members, but she found herself troubled when choosing a cadet out of the top 100 cadet list. The teams would all be granted extra points for including lower-ranked cadets among them, but at the same time, finding capable cadets like that was rare. The only person that comes to mind is, of course, Hajin, who is currently being scouted and approached by a ton of cadets inviting him out to join their teams. Even Nayun can't believe that he's that popular all of a sudden. She also amuses the idea of him being a perfect contributor, as his grades are also amazing. Nayun is so sure of herself that she thinks he'll easily agree if she does approach him. But there's one small thing that bothers her. It's the hypothetical future in which Hajin will interpret her invitation as a confession of her love. While she's troubled, Younghak asks what's keeping her so busy. He didn't take his time because he believes every other cadet is the same, recommending her to pick decent cadets and make up for the rest on her own. Nayoon refuses to take his advice, causing him to tease her by snatching her notebook. Nayoon quickly rushes to stop him from flipping open the book, knowing that it's about to ruin her life. Jungkook confidently reads the names out loud, until he finally comes to a baffling shock. He can't believe his eyes and loudly shouts Kim Ha-jin's name, mentioned among the candidates. This instantly annihilates what was left of the girl's self-esteem. Meanwhile, the authors seeing this scene unfold, the rest of the students have all drawn attention to Jungkook. The students are kind of surprised to see Nayoon hunting for Ha-jin as well. The whole thing causes her to be so embarrassed that she chucks a powerful fist in Jungkook's belly, knocking this man out in a heartbeat. She's pissed that he invaded her privacy and caused a scene like that. Even Jungkook's friends are out here wondering if the dude is dead. As for Nayoon, she flinches at the sight of Ha-jin noticing her, before turning away in annoyance. Our boy doesn't know what made her so upset, but he couldn't care less. After class, she actually does end up approaching Ha-jin, grabbing his arm. He's a little surprised, until she's about to explain her offer to team up. But right before the words could come out of her mouth, the princess cock-blocked their moment by stating that they've both decided to be on the same team. Nayoon's eyes widen, she experiences a jolt, her entire body spasming in terror. Poor girl not only lost the fight to Rachel, but she also lost her crush now as well. She tries to act like a girl boss, appearing unfazed and unbothered, as if he needed her. Nayoon exits the scene wishing both of them farewell. But as she draws away, thoughts flood her mind. She knows Rachel is an amazing sword fighter, just like her. Then, she also shares the top grades, also just like her. The fact that Ha-jin chose her instead of Nayoon causes her to frown in embarrassment, because deep down she wanted to be picked instead. Homegirl is deep in love at this point. Back to the author sharing his walk with the princess. Rachel stops him before asking if he's planning to switch teams. She's clearly worried because of Nayoon's recent invitation, but Ha-jin has no intentions of jumping ship. Hosung, the class rep, catches up to them. They're all on the same team, and some of them really wanted to join in with Ha-jin, who ended up getting dragged along. Among their team, the only problematic person is Tomer, but our boy is as cool as a cucumber and thinks he'll handle her when the time is right. They explore some options to grab some food. Rachel says she's okay with anything, but only the author knows that her favorite restaurant is actually the Hangyu Garden. Just one mention of it makes her beam with happiness. This man is flirting with his own characters. Dude is overpowered. While those guys are going out to eat, Nayoon is bed-rotting exploring her team comp. They've got 2 warriors, a ranged weapon user, a support, and a mage. And then there's Nayoon, who's got the attributes of being a melee and a long-ranged fighter herself. It's a good team until Hazuki asks if Ha-jin doesn't have any plans to join. This question stops her shut. Nayoon, acting like the tough girl, states that she could have invited him over, but didn't want Rachel to be left with a trash team. Hazuki still insisted on him joining along, but Nayoon's ego couldn't comply. She's fine with submitting the current list. The call comes to an end, and she flops to her bed, bellowing the moment. The brat can't sleep, knowing that she wasted her chances. It pains her on the inside that she didn't ask him out sooner. The reason she lost was because of her own hesitation. It reminds her of the time she challenged Rachel during the midterms and lost to her badly. And after that, she switched to a sword, so fighting her now would be unimaginably harder. Nayoon punches her pillows, a cute pout forming on her face. She fears the possibility of losing to Rachel again, and this time it will cost her Ha-jin. Speaking of him, he and his team have gone out to explore their first dungeon. This dungeon is unimaginably cold, so they're freezing their balls out here. Upon a dungeon's first discovery, an advanced team is dispatched for investigation of its interior. Well, that's exactly their mission for today. They've walked in here for 20 minutes and they're shivering like maniacs. Even Ha-jin is cold despite his special clothes. Rachel notices the 5 passageways splitting up the dungeon. Tomer points to one of the passageways and recommends they go that way. But Ha-jin strongly opposes the decision, without really attaching any reason to it. She argues against him, questioning why he's so certain of his words. It's clear to the author that she's luring them into a trap, so he's doing everything in his powers to prevent that. Ha-jin reveals to her that he's got good eyes so he can tell. To counter him, she leaves the decision up to the captain of the team. The princess thinks for a moment and recommends they follow Ha-jin, causing Tomer to get annoyed. Exploring the passageway, they come to spot a Yeti sleeping shut. Turns out Ha-jin made the right call. Funnily enough, despite his initial interruption, Tomer continued to act like a bitch and tried to lure them into traps many times. But the author was there to shut her down every single time. Poor girl couldn't do anything to get what she wanted. She found herself incredibly peeved that she couldn't harm the group. Not even one person, so that she could at least cause a retreat. Tomer understands that Ha-jin is the main culprit and decides to go for a more aggressive approach. Donning a bold expression, she goes up to Rachel and demands the princess to come with her. She reasons that it's better to split into teams of 2 for faster exploration. Rachel is about to speak up her objection when Hajin comes right in, taking the opportunity and forming a group with Rachel. He straight up manipulated her in her own plan. Tomer, now even more forceful, snaps at our boy for being overly confident. You see, Hajin has already activated his sight skill to locate the right path. He knows the safest path possible and leads them the way. The sight of the instructor confirms that they passed. The princess, having been dragged all the way here, reminds our boy that he's gripping her hand too tightly. Hajin instantly lets go at the realization, causing her to be a little embarrassed. This guy's unintentional riz is off the charts. The instructor demands the team to submit their report on the sightings. They jot down all the exploration goods they could find. Hajin even outlines that the dungeon boss should be classified at least at an intermediate 3 level. His perfect assessment gets them a perfect score. Team Rachel celebrates for absolutely killing the mission. All except for one, the antisocial murder chick in the background. She's making a face of defeat and frustration, as if she stepped on a Lego, and that Lego was Hajin. Let's go back to the details of Tomer's actual mission. Having been told to observe and injure Rachel, she was promised that some of the executives of Cube would even assist her in this mission, so it won't be the hardest thing ever. After removing Rachel from her daily routine, the rest of the agents will deal with her. At the time, Tomer was extremely confident and thought that the cadets were just a bunch of immature kids. Fast forward to the present, the annoyed murder chick is regretting ever calling it a simple mission. She received a message from her agent asking about the mission details. This caused her even more annoyance, since they'd already asked for a report when she had just engaged with Rachel. In a wave of frustration, Tomer confirms that the surprising and unexpected obstacle was one student, the bastard bodyguard Hajin, who was protecting his princess like a boyfriend. Reading over his profile, she can't fathom how a lower-ranked cadet has the balls to act so arrogant. He's always spotted around Rachel, so it pisses her off even more. She even makes fun of him for ever thinking that she could get the attention of the majestic princess by simply being clingy. Tomer's eyes widen when a realization dawns on her. Kim Hajin may just be in love with Rachel after all. If that is the truth, that changes everything. After all, she could exaggerate the rumors, stir up the waters, and use that to break them apart, causing Rachel to get isolated. She'll become an easy prey, allowing Tomer to make her move. At least that's what sounds like in her little noggin of a brain at least. Following this realization, her next plan of action is to deepen her connection with the team. Jumping ahead in theory class, the instructor informs them that each team will be choosing a small dungeon in the upcoming week. Their task is to present a rating strategy. A sigh of frustration can be heard from the cadets. They're peeved to deal with so much homework, even in their off time. Well, Hajin and Rachel are calm as ever, while Hosung is chilling because he intends to use the top 2 students to come up with the plans. The cadets are shortly informed about a team leader meeting next week as well, comprising all the team leaders. Packing his stuff, Hajin turns to the princess and invites her to the cafe for a strategy session. Rachel is okay with the idea, while Tomer is unusually cheerful, agreeing that it's best to know each other deeper. Her sudden change in demeanor can only be explained by Hajin's "What the fuck happened to her" face. He asks what she's here for. Stating her intentions calmly, Tomer believes they should bond as a team. But that's not what he was asking at all. Anyway, she leads the way, gathering everyone and probing Rachel and Hajin's personal meeting. The author can just smell that some shit is about to go down with how she's acting. Anyway, they find themselves at the cafe. Just for safe measures, the author thoroughly scanned the entire place down, but for some strange reason, couldn't find any lingering traps. Rachel draws his attention, jolting our boy to discuss their roles. Hosung and Bokyu are assigned to look for information regarding the dungeon, and as for Tomer and Rachel, they'll both calculate its mana density. With their roles decided, Hajin claims that he'll be the one to do the presentation for them after sorting the information they collected. With the strategy session wrapped up, Tomer urges for a different topic. The team is really appreciative of our boy, who has to put on his thinking cap to do all the thinking for them. It's the definition of one dude doing everything in a group project. Hajin swats away any attention, claiming that he's just a normal guy even after the attention he's receiving. One of them points out that he's been approached by a famous guild, which instantly catches Rachel's attention. Grabbing his sleeve, she whispers and asks Hajin if he's been approached by the England Imperial family, which of course is her guild. Strangely enough, he hasn't heard anything from them. He checks his watch and recalls that he did get an email from them. The only reason he forgot about it is because he doesn't like to check his email frequently. Checking the email, he's surprised to learn that the guild offered him a full-on scouting offer, even writing the message down in Korean for him to understand. The terms are 100 million won for annual salary and a separate commission rate. But these terms are straight up ass for his level, and even he knows it. Rachel requests looking at the email, finding herself visibly stunned when she sees the diabolical terms. She's so embarrassed that she wants Hajin to just forget the email as a whole. Distraught by the guild's actions, the princess gets up to leave, which as you can expect is bad news for the party pooper Tomer. She's whining inside her head because her plans were thwarted. Rachel's gone and the author is clueless what made her leave. The same goes for the rest of the team. Tomer assesses the situation, seeing Hajin's reaction, who is still pretty confused. She scores the opportunity by drawing one of their teammates' attention and secretly whispering that Hajin seems to have some feelings for Rachel. It's the typical gossip route, the one that happens in every friend group and then explodes into Kingdom Come. Anyway, we're not here for Tomer's silliness, so let's jump up ahead at the gym. Here, Hajin has just finished his stressful workout. His physical capabilities are hot ass, so he needs to mitigate that. His muscles are so sore that he can't even open the can. So an unexpected face drops by, opening it for him. It's Nayun, and she wants to speak to him regarding something important. Seeing her here and so unexpectedly at that, Hajin doesn't know what's up. A little worked up, the short-haired tsundere explains that her team is dealing with her own assessment of the dungeon. But unfortunately, they don't have information, which is why she came here to ask him. The funny thing is, Nayun unfortunately ended up choosing the hardest dungeon thanks to her shitty teammate. Recalling what happened, one of the mages stubbornly urged that they take on the dungeon for God knows what reason. His insistence led one thing to another, and now they're stuck with a hard assessment. Recalling her team composition, Hajin wonders if it's Junsik she's talking about. This loudmouth does have skills, but he's extremely arrogant because of his family's background. It's for the same reason he doesn't give a shit to Nayun's intimidation at all. Deciding to help her out because of that, Hajin expresses that her team will likely receive bonus points for picking the hardest dungeon. Junsik just so happens to also be doing a presentation for their team. Knowing that her grades are about to get annihilated, Bro insists that she switch the presentation to another teammate at once. He reasons that Junsik is nothing more than a tough guy on the outside and an idiot who won't do well in presentation in front of people. Someone like him could seriously jeopardize their results. Nayun listens like his loyal student, agreeing with Hajin all the same. She's really annoyed and wants to get rid of him, because his snobbish act is even worse than her own. Knowing that Hazuki is good at this stuff, he vouches for her to do the presentation instead. Nayun did think of that, but she fears the loudmouth noble won't agree with that. Their casual conversation causes Hajin to space out for a moment. It's the realization that both him and Nayun are having a casual conversation for once, as if they're long-lost friends. It causes an unnatural silence between the two. The day of presentations is upon us, and just like our boy predicted down to the very last letter, this fucking clown of a noble got stage fright in front of the audience and could not present at all. Bro is looking at Junsik like a disappointment, and he can only imagine Nayun's reaction, whose anger currently rivals the scorching heat of the sun. After the presentation, the bastard plays it off cool, making it even worse for his team. Seething and boiling with anger, Nayun wants to kill him for apologizing with a laugh as if he didn't just murder their team's progress. Hazuki cools her down when the next team is called up for a presentation. She's actually quite shocked, seeing Hajin step forward while wearing glasses. It causes her to stammer for a moment. He takes up the podium, starting the presentation. His confidence is radiant, his composure calm. Little by little, he explained every single part of their team's findings regarding the dungeon. As the presentation went on, a realization came over to Nayun. She seriously didn't expect him to be so good at speaking up in a presentation like this. When the professor raised a question to test Hajin's integrity, our boy merely smiled at him before clapping back with an instant answer. He didn't stutter for even a moment and resolved the confusion. Talks of Kim Hajin's amazing communication are discussed among the students. As for Nayun, the girl's heart is beating like crazy. She thinks her crush is looking cool as hell while slaying the presentation. By the end of his presentation, he celebrates with Rachel, who is really happy with how he handled that. Nayun glances over, seeing the princess score the moments that she should have gotten with Hajin instead. This jealous tsundere doesn't know what she wants. The perspective switches exclusively to Rachel, who has just finished working out. Her schedule's all cleared and her team did brilliantly. She also managed to hand Hajin the modified terms of their contract. The team really wanted an after-party to celebrate how far they'd come, but both Rachel and Hajin declined. He wanted to leave when she quickly remembered something. Rummaging her bag, she took out the contract, handing him in person what he should have gotten the first time. Perplexed, he takes it and learns that it's a preliminary contract from the guild. The princess adjusted the terms to sort out his benefits even better. She was seriously ticked with the way they handled him after falling for his lower ranking among the cadets. That's why, the radiant princess requests Hajin to reconsider the proposal, this time with a more serious approach. Recalling that scene, Rachel finds herself pretty confident with how she handled that. She wants to hurry back to her dorm and sleep, but as she's reaching for the door, she comes to a pause. She hears a bunch of students talking about Hajin's huge crush on her. It freezes her for a moment before the princess is completely devastated. She can't believe that Hajin actually likes her that way. Rumors have started to spread, and they're stabbing Rachel with Cupid's arrow. What's really bothering her is why other people seem to know about this information. The girls discuss his recent stalking behavior surrounding Rachel, causing her to get angry at their baseless claims. Everything up until this point has happened because they were just a team. So there was only the expected outcome that Hajin revolved around her. That's until his words raced through her mind. He once told her that he was a big fan of hers. Anyway, she's trying to listen more when suddenly Nayeon bumps into the princess. Yana's with her too. Rachel attempts to feign ignorance, not knowing that she's pressing her full weight on Nayeon's foot. She apologizes and takes it off, causing the annoyed tsundere to reach for the door. Suddenly, the princess realizes that things could take a serious turn if these two discover the rumors too. The moment they went in, the girls started talking about the same subject. Rachel's composure melts into a marshmallow because of that stupid rumor. To stop them, she slams the door open to clear the misunderstanding. The entire room is eyeing her down, waiting for her to speak up. The girls are wondering if Rachel ended up hearing all of that. They scoot away because now it looks weird. Nayeon wants to know what they were about to say about Hajin, but unfortunately both of them disappear into thin air. Rachel is just glad that neither of them were able to know. Yeonha is sharply observing her reaction while Nayeon is throwing a tantrum. Yeonha addresses Rachel and points out that she shares the same team as the important person. The important person being Hajin, since for some reason Yeonha struggles with saying his actual damn name. Anyway, Yeonha, being the sharp stud, inquires how it went down. Confused, Rachel questions what she's talking about. Forming a smile, she cunningly points out her knowledge about the Imperial Family Guild's contract. Rachel is stunned, while Yeonha laughably admits how silly they were to try and scout a lower-ranked cadet. It would only make sense if someone knew about Hajin's secrets. Boom, the room goes silent. It's a girl fight, while Nayeon is out of the loop, not knowing what's going on either side. The princess is relentless, stating that they have every right to contact Hajin. Yeonha cuts her off then and there, playing it off as a joke. Acting all snide, she emphasizes that it's best not to make enemies with the people around her, which she's obviously referring to herself. Rachel reads between the lines and knows she's being wanted by Yeonha, who probably shares the intention of taking Hajin for her guild. That's why she wants her to back off. At the same time, Rachel isn't looking to force him if he does reject them down the line. Yeonha is fully expecting the princess to back down with a warning, so she tries to switch topics to relieve tension. To her astonishment, Rachel speaks up, unwilling to admit defeat. With her cool attitude, she accepts the offer of sharing a discussion. The three of them share a table, tension slowly growing with the silence. Nayeon, on the other hand, doesn't know what the flip is actually happening. They're both speaking in vague terms after all. Yeonha still can't believe that Rachel took her up on her offer to share lunch. It was just supposed to be a formality and now she's stuck here. She asks the princess if she's interested in some juice, only to get rejected flat in the face. The atmosphere grows dark, until finally Yeonha gets up, turns around and pours some juice anyway. She then asks Rachel a question she's been meaning to ask, desiring to know how she came to know of Hajin's capabilities. To this, the princess responds vaguely, which is enough of a hint to confirm that she doesn't know Hajin's background the slightest in the way that Yeonha does. She teasingly asks if she knows the answer to Hajin's reason for concealing his talents. To that, Rachel has no clue, giving Yeonha the upper hand in the discussion. The princess reflects that she doesn't really know a thing about him, but she does know that it matters very little. Yeonha counters that it's actually pretty relevant. After all, their guild specializes most in information gathering. Cutting her off, the princess bolsters her resolve. She believes that Hajin will one day spill his secrets on his own, and she's willing to wait for that, instead of stalking his background information. It's quite the blow to Yeonha, and I kind of agree with Rachel here. The purple-haired chick is way too adamant in hunting his information for some reason. Anyway, the princess is done with the discussion and walks right past Yeonha, as if she was the victor of that little argument. The door slams shut. Nayeon has had enough and explodes with her frustration. They were speaking in Korean, but the conversation was far from simple. The following day, Tomer's rumors have taken afloat to the point that other girls are coming up to mention Rachel and Hajin's rumors. She knew all along since she's the mastermind, but pretended not to know. This girl was reading books on how to make friends and inviting people out on coffee just for the cause. The girls entertain the idea of Rachel merely using Hajin as a stepping stone, as an acquaintance for the future. After all, her future is set in stone to become the leader of her own guild. The discussion spirals to Hajin's ranking, which matches with the guild's reputation globally. All of a sudden, the careful rumors she planted are falling apart. His intention was to get close to the cadets and spread even more rumors using the chain effect. But these rumors had such a terrible lifespan that they're falling apart already. Tomer does her best to create interest, to spiral the excitement. She talks about how Hajin's eyes are always full of life around the princess. The girls bought into her words, and they begged her for more information. Tomer talks about even more bullshit, and later receives a message from her agent. She is to receive a special item to help her on the mission. Luckily for our boy, he's already hacked her all the way down. Dude is spying on her conversation, having confirmed that she came here for a mission. Interestingly, they bumped into each other at the convenience store only last night. She tried to make conversation, but the only thing racing through Hajin's minds was the frequency of their recent encounters. His eyes suddenly glanced at the smartwatch, which just looked off compared to the standard model. He later confirmed that it was a fake, and that's how she's been able to maintain contact with her agent. It's a good thing because now he's certain about her plans for Rachel. Even though he had to spend a whopping 80 story points to ensure safe hacking, it was a wise investment. Hajin checks her inbox because she's received new orders regarding the upcoming fake relic competition. The item they wanted to provide her is placed at the lowest floor. Realizing that the competition is right around the corner, the author senses the urgency to act. He receives a sudden text message of his own. At first he thinks it's Rachel, but it's actually Nayun, who is struggling with solving a question. She was pulling her hair out in anger at her pitiful state. The calculations are destroying her front and back. Then she spots Rachel, who also seems to be struggling to solve the questions. Nayun drifts off to her own thoughts, admitting that even a difficult question like this would be a breeze to our boy. It's embarrassing, but she ended up reaching out to him for help. Girl had an overthinking problem with phrasing her message, hoping not to come across as rude. She settled on her message and hit the send button. Nayun then deludes herself, thinking she could always solve it on her own too. 20 full minutes passed, and she was now certain that he ghosted the shit out of her. Getting up in frustration, Nayun's about to leave when suddenly her watch receives a message. The girl goes from cursing at him to giggling like a damsel in distress. As for Hajin, the reason it took 20 whole minutes to write it out was because he was doing his best to simplify the answer in a way that Nayun could actually understand. Admitting that she works incredibly hard, Hajin knows that she is for certain going to become a better hero than her brother. And that little thought drags him to the pits of despair, reminding him that it's his role to target and assassinate Chae Jin-yoon one day. It really makes me sad that he has to purposefully alienate himself from Nayun because he doesn't want her to feel betrayed later. Anyway, the author understands that Jin-yoon's state will spiral into chaos as he'll soon become a demon after the incubation period has ended. Right now, there aren't heroes strong enough to beat him in his demonic state. Then there's the fact that he could erupt awake at any moment. That's why, before it could come to that, Hajin has to deal the killing blow. It sucks because he's the only one with the knowledge of Jin-yoon's state, which also means he can't seek anyone's help or trust a person to handle the job for him. The author understands that he can't openly take out Jin-yoon either, not unless he disguises himself. Which leads him back to the captain's offer, the one he received back when she saved him. She offered him to join them, handing him their business card. Of course, this was yet another fake identity, the group called Geronimo Mercenaries. It's one of the best mercenary groups all around, but the reality is, it's just a disguise for Captain's actual group. While he's still confused on why she's choosing to scout him instead of Yonghak, it's clear that he could get help from her to easily kill Jin-yoon. And this way, none of his connections at Cube would ever come to know. Hajin snaps out of his thoughts at the sound of his daughter. The sleepy-head Evangel came out because of the lights. He carries her back, causing him to remember that his patience is necessary. There's still 1 year to go, and he's confident that he'll find a way to resolve the situation by that time. The next day, the mock relic competition is announced. Many students are excited, while some are afraid of how it will affect their ranking. To give you an idea of what goes down, let's talk about relics. When a nation discovers relics, they automatically become their owner, but then there's the fact that many countries have already been destroyed by various raids. It's because of that the relics discovered in those destroyed countries end up in the hands of the lucky finders. To obtain them, guilds and demonic humans go as far as to fight amongst each other. This is called a relic war, and today's competition is a sneak peek of the real deal. It's supposed to simulate the experience. The instructor tells them about the size of the excavation site. It's supposed to be extremely large, and the selected theme is melee combat. And then, any information regarding the relic is unknown, which is why the students are required to make good decisions in the heat of the moment. During the training exercise, the white team will defend the artifact, while the black team will invade them. Each candidate will be disqualified if they encountered a terrible injury, or if they chose to forfeit. That aside, he snaps his fingers, casting a veil over the cadets. They all panic in fear, having just lost their sight. The instructor explains that it's nothing more than an expansion of his mana. He intentionally covered their eyes so they could assign each of them in random locations. The students follow his lead. Hajin thinks it's impressive, but for him, reality is different. His brilliant eyes are able to cut past the veil's obstruction, so it doesn't matter to him. The relic excavation sites are usually regarded as pits, but in reality, it's more similar to an underground bunker. The author arrives on the first underground floor, judging 15 cadets to be on the same floor as him. On floor 2, there are 25 of them. Floor 3 has Nayun and Rachel, alongside 15 more. This guy knows the girls are definitely going to clash against each other. He moves forward until suddenly, the color of his clothes changes to black. He's been assigned to the 4th floor of the invading team. He wanted to know about Suho and Jonghak's location, but now it's no longer important to him. Judging this place to be the residential area, he suspects someone from a room nearby. The instructor properly announces that all locations have been assigned to the cadets. The relic thereafter is guarded by a so-called NPC. The white team will defend the relic, while the black team will try to steal it. The countdown initiates from 5 all the way down to 1. The match finally takes off as the veils are lifted. Loading his gun, Hajin recalls Tomer's mission to collect a relic of her own at the lowest floor. Now, the lowest level is supposed to be floor 7, which makes it hard for him to navigate. Then there's Yeonha in the room nearby, and she's on the opposing team too. She has no idea that Hajin is on the other side of the door, and there's just no way for him to get past her without a fight. Yeonha acts all cocky, announcing herself as someone from the white team. After he served his silence as a response, she concluded that her opponent must be on the black team. Reaching for the door, she almost feels bad for the other person. But the second she pulls it open, Nayun faces the devil himself. She wasn't expecting to run into him of all people. The author is a little surprised because he was fully expecting this girl to release her whip against him. But for some reason, she's more tense than ever. Terrified even. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. She really didn't expect this outcome to occur. Hajin raises his hand, provoking Yeonha to get jumped up. Bro was just trying to scratch himself to get rid of an itch, and here she nearly attacked him for it. Yeonha assesses the weapons at his disposal, knowing that he's more than capable of producing shots that can pierce enchanted shields. There's just no way to fight him, so she glances behind, wondering if she can escape. Unfortunately, her escape option is extremely limited. I mean, the girl is right, she can't outrun a damn bullet. In an effort to regain her composure, Yeonha convinces herself that it's a good opportunity to really assess his true skills. After all, so far she's only been assuming the extent of his abilities. Hajin stands there clueless, until suddenly her whip smacks the gun off of his hand. His only weapon ends up in her hands, and it was easier than she ever expected. Yeonha is starting to wonder if her assessment of his abilities was exaggerated. She waves the gun in confidence until the idiot realizes that it's no longer there. Bro retrieved his gun in a matter of seconds, invisible to the eye. Yeonha confronts him about it. The reality is, Hajin had already tied an ether string to his gun, knowing that shit like this would happen. So now he aims his gun towards her. There's actually no realistic way of escaping his shot in this narrow range. Yeonha's terrified of the pain that will come with a few bullet holes. Hajin's about to pull the trigger while Yeonha simply freezes up to get shot. We don't get to see what happened because Hajin comes out from that encounter with a seriously bruised hand. He's just lucky his hand didn't get fractured because of her strong strike. At the time, he found himself in an empty lobby. Checking on the map, he wonders if the others have already navigated to different areas. Each participant in this competition is armed with a life-signaling device, indicating their health bar and other stats. This is enough to ensure the cadet's state of exam continuance. Hajin's goal is to use his laptop to collect the data of that device on every student, allowing him to get information on the fly. Right now, he knows where Tomer is located because of that. She hasn't moved an inch, which means she's probably looking for the item in the same area. The author then checks on both Rachel and Nayun's locations, who are currently navigating in floor level 3. They're supposed to fight each other. At level 5, there's combat between Suho and Jonghak, who are going at it against each other at their strongest. Hajin cleverly uses the CCTV to check the footage. Bro is witnessing absolute cinema and watching the fight like a movie. Hajin finds himself startled and notices the passageway to the next area. It also reminds him of his real goal to keep tabs on Tomer. Now that he's free, he plans to pay her a visit. Let's go over and observe Nayun's situation. She's been knocking out opponents left and right. She's gotten way better after only spending 3 months sharpening her sword skills. Her talent is shining through. Her teammate Ji-yoon latches to Nayun, thanking her for saving her. She could barely escape the black team on her way here. Ji-yoon is a support, which means she struggles with taking on combat-focused opponents. She'll be more effective with her enhancement buff skills. Nayun's excited to hunt down more players when Ji-yoon reveals Rachel's location on the same floor. It catches her off guard for a moment, before Nayun's attention is drawn to her surroundings. Sensing an attack, she urges Ji-yoon to get behind her. Interestingly, there's no attack at all. It's just a terrified Yeonha who probably broke Usain Bolt's records just to escape from Hajin. Nayun wonders what happened to her, and she immediately reveals that she was faced against Hajin. Ji-yoon is expecting to hear news of Yeonha curb stomping the shooter due to the difference in ranks. But that couldn't be further from the truth, and Yeonha knows it. Back when she froze up, Hajin walked right past her, bumping her shoulder. He didn't want to defeat her, stating that it's better to take it easy. My glorious king is so forgiving even though I would have loved to see him destroy her smug face. Yeonha doesn't even have the courage to explain what happened, knowing that it was her who nearly lost. Intrigued, Nayoon asks about his activity. Yeonha suspects that he's probably going for reconnaissance. Hearing that, Jiyoon teases the possibility of Hajin looking for Rachel. This leads to Jiyoon openly stating that Hajin likes Rachel. The news rocks the ever-living shit out of Yeonha's soul, crushing her spirit. Nayoon freezes up, visualizing the romantic life between both Rachel and Hajin. She's finding it hard to believe until Jiyoon claims it's a rumor that is taken up quickly. Yeonha, being allergic to bullshit, calls it out as merely stupid. More importantly, she doesn't want to focus on something so irrelevant in the important competition. But Nayeon, that girl's knocked out in a daze. Jiyoon confirms the location of the relic, so their plans are to move forward to the first floor. Nayeon, still bothered by what she heard, tells Jiyoon that the rumor isn't true at all and probably started because of their connection on the same team. Yeonha is actually witnessing her troubled expression and knows that it's clearly upsetting Nayoon to entertain the idea of Hajin ending up with someone else. It's also at this exact moment she catches an attack aimed towards Jiyoon. Yeonha swiftly reacts and destroys the arrows in a single swing. With Nayoon on high alert, she demands the assailant to reveal themselves. Like a true boss, Rachel is standing up on top, looking down on the enemy team. Nayoon roars at her for taking a coward's way out. But this princess is full-on ruthless. She orders her team to attack, and within that moment, all of them lunge forth to strike the white team down. Yeonha urges Jiyoon to immediately take cover and hide, but the archers are making it really hard for her to evacuate to safety. Nayoon wants to help her, but she's really busy dealing with multiple fighters at the same time. The duo is confident that they can outclass Nayoon in a 2-on-1 situation, but she's so pissed that she literally defeats them in a single swipe of her sword. Yeonha, on the other hand, is panting from exhaustion. She's doing her best to defend Jiyoon, making the most sacrificial play. That's until the black team member suddenly realizes that Jiyoon has already acquired the relic. Their secret's out, and the white team is in serious trouble because they'll all be targeting her now. One of them discovers Jiyoon, so Nayoon dashes to catch him. Unfortunately, her path is obstructed by an incredibly strong attack. Only one person comes to mind with a perfect technique. It's Rachel, and she's on the offensive. Nayeon evades her sword strike, surprising the princess with her reflexive maneuver. They both engage in multiple clashes, with Nayoon being forced on the defensive against Arkahel's heavy attacks. It's clear she's facing an opponent that can drive her in a corner. Nayoon struggles for a bit until she breaks away their clash, powering her sword, refusing to accept defeat. She activates her ultimate ability, doing anything in her power to beat Rachel of all people. The magic sword renders pulses of mana. Even Rachel had to avoid the attack and notices the change in Nayoon. While it's true that her ability is impressive, it's also clear that she's inexperienced. Hence, Rachel's looking for an opportunity to strike her down. What she didn't expect was stumbling over her own feet, giving Nayoon the one opportunity she needed most. Nayoon dashes full speed to take her out with a final attack. Her sword cleaves the ground underneath. Rachel still avoided the attack by a fraction of a second. The princess wants to resume her strategy of being on the offensive, when suddenly, ripples start forming on the floor. Rachel finds herself falling as the floor level completely shatters, her team calling out her name in worry. The giant crater swallowed Rachel, but luckily she didn't incur much injury. The floor level collapsed with Nayoon's single attack. Instead of being amazed, Rachel remembers her objective. But before she's able to return to the floor level, she spots Suho, smiling at her while sheathing his blade. It's unfortunate enough that she ran into him in a state like this. The hero wastes no time, quickly jumping towards her to attack. Now let's see what's going on with floor 6. Hajin's activity is limited with the number of CCTVs around. He doesn't want to appear suspicious, so this fool decides to put on a goofy act. His whole play is to look for the toilet, wondering if the relic could be located here. Having arrived at the restroom, he can see a silhouette of someone hiding inside. To his shock, the real relic is seriously here. He safely acquires it from the simulated NPC, who runs out before vanishing into thin air. Hajin's just glad that he was able to obtain the relic, and now his objective is to knock Tomer out of the equation. From where he's sitting, Tomer is sitting on the floor under him. Remembering the details of the message he found on her watch, Hajin has 15 minutes to act. Suddenly an idea springs to his mind. He could use the vents that are connected to floor 7. The author uncovers his stigma mark, manipulating its special magic to become sleeping mana smoke. Fumes of white are unleashed from his mark, causing Hajin to celebrate. He succeeded, and the smoke reached all the way down to Tomer. At first, she was irritated, but her useless attempts didn't matter. Hajin manipulated the smoke and forced his way inside her mouth. She struggles to breathe before the effects of the smoke come into fruition, causing Tomer to experience a spell of sleepiness. She does her best to resist, but eventually succumbs to the effects and crashes on the floor. Mission complete. Hajin's troubles are all taken care of now. He checks to see if someone's around before entering the designated room. Hajin opens the box only to find an enchanted weapon inside. This gimlet looks like a rare find, so rare in fact that it's worth hundreds of millions. Hajin is as happy as he can be, becoming the new proud owner of the artifact that Tomer was supposed to receive. I'm starting to think that his one true love is money, instead of any of the girls. Anyway, to cover his tracks, he went the extra mile of erasing the CCTV footage. Now he's got nothing to worry about. That's until he spots Rachel, who looks like shit in her state. Calling out her name, he startles the crap out of her. Poor girl looks traumatized, encountering one opponent after another. She explains her plan to ambush the white team, which ended up being hard countered. Then she had the unfortunate encounter of running into the #1 candidate Suho, barely escaping from his clutches. Even after escaping Suho, the poor girl was shot with spells by a mage. She's been living through hell so far. Hajin expresses that he hasn't taken down any opponents, while Rachel is embarrassed to admit that she's only defeated one so far. Seeing her in this state, he understands that Rachel will suffer a terrible loss in the war. That's going to hit her ranking overall, and that's not something he can tolerate. After all, she has ambitious goals in life, and she needs to perform well to achieve them. Hajin becomes the voice of hope, revealing that he's found the relic. He wants her to transport it to the highest floor with her speed. But Rachel doesn't understand why he's doing this for her. Hajin simply tells her that he wants to help her out. The princess is speechless, while the author goes on to reveal the location of the emergency staircase, which would help transport her to the top floor in one piece. Yes, before you guys jump me in the comments, the one piece is real. Rachel asks him if it's really alright. She has little choice in the matter because Nayun's white team is currently charging at her with the full intention of taking her down. 6 full members are coming this way, enough for Hajin to be worried. Nayun spots him as well as the relic in her hand. She knows for a fact that she must have taken it from someone. The author emphasizes Rachel to leave immediately, vowing to buy her the most time he possibly can. His generous, sacrificial pact hits her like a truck. He not only entrusted her with the relic, but also decided to stay behind for her sake. Rachel thanks him before escaping. An archer attempts to take her down with her projectile, and it nearly reaches Rachel before getting swiftly deflected. Kim Hajin has made his move, and he's as serious as he's ever been. The team members want to split up to chase Rachel, but Yeonha of all people knows the kind of monster Kim Hajin truly is. She doesn't want them to think of him as a pushover, deeming him extremely strong. The odds are 6-1. This man is about to pull up a squad wipe. Nayun is funnily confused that he's arrogant enough to believe he'll beat 6 people, but Hajin is casual about it, not even afraid of the odds stacked against him. He's thankful, as this specific floor level is advantageous for his positional play. He could always escape using the parkour skill. Hajin prepares himself, reminding him that the goal is to buy time, and not necessarily beat his opponents. A nobody from the white team strongly underestimates Hajin, deciding to recklessly charge at him first. In response, our boy resorts to his American ways, shooting him down and forcing the idiot to go on the retreat. Yeonha follows up with her whip and the archer also shoots an arrow at him. The combined attack is about to reach Hajin, but don't worry. Our glorious king is like, come catch this smoke. He activates bullet time, dodging the whip and then shooting his bullet to deflect the arrow. The deflected arrow comes flying back full speed at the clown who rushed ahead. Bro gets headshotted and gets knocked out. Even Hajin is a little stunned because that was way too powerful. It left a crater in this dude's forehead. While he's lashing out against his team, unfortunately his health bar reaches 0 and he receives instant disqualification. Anyway, Yeonha's all the more certain now that they can't underestimate this guy at all. She thinks Sherlock Holmes over here calculated the exact angle for the deflection, which is not at all what happened. Poor girl doesn't know about his bullet time ability. Back to Rachel. She's out here fighting the stairs, and in her present condition, the stairs are probably her toughest opponent yet. Girl is internally conflicted about the rumor, and if it bears any meaning. She once thought of it as a malicious rumor, but with his actions, nothing makes sense anymore. Fast forward to her reaching the top floor and reuniting with her team, she shows them the stolen relic. The team is really happy that their captain returned with the relic. But Rachel feels bad. The credit wasn't supposed to go to her but rather Hajin. Unfortunately, the princess didn't have any choice in the matter. Her family is relying on her progress inside the cube, and the same goes for her future with the Imperial Guild. Rachel sacrificed everything for her goals, but she's not ready to back down and leave Hajin on his own. She gathers the team, ordering them to regroup and assist someone in floor 6. Funnily enough, when they do arrive on floor 6, only the defeated bodies of the players are squirming around. Their help was unneeded. Even Rachel's team is confused. She wonders what happened, and can't believe that Hajin single-handedly fought 6 people at a time. She tries to look for him, but instead of him, she finds Jonghak casually approaching them. It was only a while ago at level 5 when Suho faced off against Jonghak. Their fight began with some witty banter coming from Jonghak, who threatened the hero to escape. But the brave and righteous Suho stood defiant, choosing to fight this battle head-on. Jonghak was prepared to mop the floor with Suho, who excitedly made the first advance to test Jonghak's resolve. Their weapons clashed, with Suho emphasizing that he won't be holding anything back, only for his rival to retort that he better not put up a pathetic performance. Jonghak thrust his spear, which slashed Suho's uniform. The spearman thought that he'd found an opening, but alas, his attempts were futile as the attack went straight to the ground. He can dodge quite well, but Jonghak is struggling with pulling out his weapon. It's stuck, making him look like a damn rookie. Suho uses this opportunity to kick his opponent, which Jonghak blocks. Still, it's his clear defeat with Suho emerging victorious. However, stubborn as he is, Jonghak refused to give up and unleashed the brunt of his powers into the ground. Suho quickly lost track of him as he escaped out of the place. And that's how this guy prevents himself from getting defeated. He wants to settle the score with Suho at a later time. In the present scene, he's found Rachel, but thankfully they're both in the same team. To act like the tough guy, he confirms having beaten all the guys here. Let's time out for a second and see what happened. Jonghak escaped Suho's wrath after being beaten, then he saw Nayoon and Yeonha fighting someone incredibly fast. He tried to help out by launching a surprise attack, immediately taking down 2 cadets from the white team. Basically, he finished off Hajin's opponents, but it is indeed true that he beat them. But Rachel for some reason is upset. He's happy to lead the black team now that he's around. Hearing that, Rachel chooses to separate from the team instead of sticking along. They want her to come, but she's too adamant about her position. Rachel draws away from the group, internalizing that she despises those who steal credit from others. This means she is under the assumption Hajin beat all those guys on his own. Poor Jonghak ended up appearing as the bad guy for no reason. With that, the black team managed to steal 2 more relics. Rachel did her own part, contributing and picking off the white team one by one. This allowed them both to achieve what they set out for. As for the white team, Suho's leadership remained strong. They were able to safely transport 5 relics overall. Finally, Hajin somehow managed to survive the skirmish of having 6 people fighting him. He managed to survive in his own way by hiding for the remainder of the competition. But for some reason, he seems to be forgetting something. That something is actually a someone that he forgot about. It's Tomer, who is only just waking up from her long nap. She remembers her mission until she realizes that it's 3 p.m. At first, she thinks her watch is glitching. But then, the time matches up exactly with the cadet watch as well. Tomer is still unaccepting of reality until she receives the confirmation message from the school. The relic war concluded with the white team's victory. A wave of horror succumbs Tomer. She comes outside only to find pitch black in the floor level. There's no one around, the site has been closed. She's the only one here. Ever since she arrived, she has achieved 0 progress in completing her mission. If you ever feel like you're having a bad day, just remind yourself of how shitty Tomer must feel. The cadets are resting, while the instructor is going crazy questioning where the hell is Tomer hiding. He wants to announce the result. The black team retrieved 3 relics. The 2 MVPs were Rachel and Jonghak. The white team's MVPs were Nayoon and Suho with 5 relics. Decisively, the white team won. Nayoon found herself extremely annoyed despite their victory. She really wanted to beat Rachel, and then she couldn't even beat Hajin despite the numbers being stacked against him. And then there's the damn rumor Ji-yoon told her about. Reading her like an open book, Yeonha comes around and asks if she's still upset about the rumor. Nayoon is startled, while Yeonha eggs her on, stating that she might just lose him at this rate. Nayoon acts like she doesn't care, but Yeonha knows she's seriously bothered. While it's true that Yeonha doesn't believe in the rumors, she thinks it's possible Hajin only joined Rachel's side because of Nayoon's continued resistance. In response, Nayoon silently replies that she doesn't want to aim for him if he's easily swayed like that. In the mood to cause trouble, Yeonha giggles before offering Nayoon a dilemma between Suho and Hajin. It causes her to act up in the typical tsundere style. Meanwhile, Jonghak joins them. He likes Nayoon while Yeonha likes him. This really is a dysfunctional friend group, my god. Jonghak doesn't really care about losing since he was branded the MVP of the team. He also thinks it's logical they lost because Nayoon was on the opposite team. Receiving that compliment, she's back to normal. It's very easy to sway Nayoon. The trick is to brush up her ego. Meanwhile, Tomer is out here getting her ass scolded. The instructor has never been so pissed before. She's the only student who managed to stay in one spot throughout the entirety of the exercise, and she better have a good reason for it. In response, Tomer looks like a zombie, completely robbed of her soul. The instructor is voicing his frustrations and demanding an answer, while Yeonha and the others can't wonder what happened. Jonghak wants to leave and only says goodbye to Nayoon, causing Yeonha to feel upset. She wonders if Nayoon likes Jonghak instead of the other 2 guys she mentioned. But just hearing the mention of his name, Nayoon's face is reduced to disgust. It's a clear answer this time at least. Yeonha expresses how envious she is of Nayoon's position. In her mind, she feels sad that Nayoon openly has the option to choose from 3 love interests, while she herself doesn't have anyone in her position. Okay, that actually made me feel sad. Then again, Yonghak is red flag, and as smart as Yonha is, she's thinking out of her ass for choosing him. The practical training of the midterms came to an end with the conclusion of the Relic War. Returning to his dorm, Hajin is reduced to jelly. The author never intended to write the Relic War in detail, so he was afraid something unusual would happen. He lucked out regardless, but his tiredness makes him wonder if he should have disqualified himself early on. Evangel, like a beaming ball of a light, immediately recharges him with her contagious energy. He carries her and finds himself shocked to see her various spirit animals. He allowed her to keep as many as she desired, so long as they couldn't escape outside. Evangel quickly scans his body before asking about the food. This is a real oh shit moment for the author, because he completely forgot about bringing her some. Evangel makes the cutest freaking face. She's devastated that he didn't bring anything. There, he immediately orders fried chicken and pizza. The order's cleared and so are his worries. Hajin was so wrapped up in his troubles he totally forgot about his stocks. He's really scared of what became of the 1.5 billion amount he invested. To his absolute amazement, their value increased over tenfold, becoming a whopping 13 billion in amount. The dude is even richer than before. While he could wait a while for them to go up even more, Hajin doesn't want to risk it. Right now, he's got so much money in his pockets that he doesn't have to worry about a thing for the rest of his life. Now that's a man's dream right there. Regardless, the happiness lasts for only a few moments, until he remembers that this amount that he collected with so much joy will inevitably disappear back in the real world. Let's head over to the Geronimo Mercenaries office, which means the Chameleon Troops office. Jane is working out some missions to assign to the trainee. A requirement is always involved with a test mission for joining their group. The target in question has killed many people, so he's a bad guy that deserves to die. Deeming him to be a great fit, she informs the captain. The request involves the Italian mafia, a guy who is suspected to be a demonic human. Receiving those details, the captain is satisfied. Jane is curious if Hajin reached out to her after their last encounter. The captain confirms that he's already signed his approval. Curious, Jane asks about the details. The captain reveals that he mentioned contacting her when the time is right. Long story short, dude hasn't hit them up ever since. A whole 2 weeks have passed. The captain thinks he should be contacting them very soon, so she wants Jane to sign him up for the mission. The call ends, giving Jane a headache. She really can't tell why their captain is so clueless when it comes to normal things. Still, she executes her request and approves Hajin for the mission. In the next scene, we see Hajin walking past the female dormitories for the first time ever. There, he notes a familiar person. It's actually Rachel with her hair tied up. He learns that she's heading to the library for preparation for the finals. As for the author himself, he's got some business of his own. The one thing different about Rachel is her disorientated state. She looks exhausted, and there's so much time until the finals. It makes him wonder if she's studying too hard, likely because our boy is the top student in theory class, and she just so happens to be his runner-up. In any case, Hajin inquires why Rachel is avoiding him with the study questions lately. She flinches for a moment and forms an excuse, but in reality, it's actually because Rachel is trying to avoid him. He still assures her that he'll be there to help with any questions she's having trouble with. Rachel appreciates him and quickly scoots away at the speed of lightning. Our boy is lost in thought, curious to know if she was in a rush to study. Hajin finds Yonha to discuss a bunch of things. It seems that he's the one who called her out today. Hajin reveals his knowledge about her pharmaceutical company in the works, which makes Yeonha shudder for a moment. Hesitating, she thinks it's only natural for him to come to know about it since her closest friends do as well. It's been a couple of months, but that doesn't matter. All she cares about is why he's interested. Tossing her a package, Hajin waits for her to take notice. Yeonha is astonished at the sight of a 5-year-old ginseng, a precious little token of luck that our boy discovered on the mountain. He was deep in thought, wondering how to make use of the ginseng. Since he already had plenty of money, he decided it would be better to convert it into an elixir. That's what he thought, at least. But his stigma magic failed to execute his request. With that approach shut down, he widened his search to find someone with connections and the ability to create elixir. That's how he judged Yeonha to be the right person for the job. She's in a state of shock that he just gave her something so valuable like that. The author tells her that she's allowed to use it for research purposes, and then repay him in the long run with an elixir. Normally, it's extremely hard to discover mountain ginseng. The fact that Hajin got his hands on one has her completely speechless. He asks if she can follow up with his request, which of course is an easy one. Beaming with happiness, she assures him that she'll return his favor with interest. Of course, Hajin only predicted that. It's an offer she couldn't refuse. The thing about her upcoming company is that it's literally supposed to soar its way to the skies in the future. However, that's going to take about a decade to fully come into effect. Yeonha receives a sudden message and requests Hajin to wait for a moment. Her serious-looking expression makes him wonder about the person on the other side of the phone. Being the cheeky little stalker, he activates his senses to listen to the conversation. In a shocking turn of events, Hajin learns that the purpose of the call is to update Yeonha regarding Chae Jin-yoon's condition. According to some rumors, his damn fingers moved. This news probably seems like a good thing to any person except for the author, who knows what's coming. Yeonha ends the call, and Hajin outright asks her about the details. But she puts up an excuse and doesn't tell him the details. To Yeonha's surprise, the current expression on Hajin's face is full of horror, despair, and disappointment. He turns away in a sudden motion to leave. Returning to his room, the first thing this man does is activate his Book of Truth. He gets to the point and asks about Jin-yoon's progress as a devil. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough mana to conjure the full details of that. So he asks a second question, rephrasing it and spending stigma magic on it. You guys might be expecting him to be at 50% or something. And I believe Hajin thought of that too. But when he sees that Jin-yoon's 90% of the way there, he feels worried. He knows that the devil seed from the original story didn't fully emerge for a full 5 years. And it's already been 4 years at this point of the story. Based on that, he may not have more than 6 months to finish the job. I really feel bad for him, guys. Show some love for him in the comments. At this moment, he stares at the message from Xiao Ping, the alias of the captain. She reached out to him first because he was delaying it. Gripping his head, Hajin struggles to declare his intentions for the winter to come. Before the season transitions to spring, he has made up his mind to kill Chae Jin-yoon for good. By the end of his monologue, we get a perspective of the unconscious Jin-yoon, his pulse rising, and his fingers moving. This moment perfectly sets the tone for the next part of the story to come. Let's take it easy and return to class. The teacher announces the class competition for the week. Each cadet is required to participate in one event at the bare minimum. A lot of them are riddled in thought, wondering what competition they should join. Let's explore the intricacies of the class competition. Don't have to go full Sherlock on this one. It's just one class fighting against one another. There are various events to compete in, and they are all to simulate actual combat abilities. They've got all sorts of categories for the event. In a formal class, Hajin would be interested in fighting for the most part. However, this is Cube, and for cadets, things don't really make a difference. It's just everyday work. The author learns that Rachel is doing quiz class, but the instructor roars at her, stating that too many cadets are already participating in quiz, so she should switch up. Hajin is at a loss because only 2 categories remain. They're both singing and archery. It's the perfect thing for our boy, who eyes down Nayoon to see her reaction. She doesn't want any part with the event, so he's good to do it instead. Hajin signs up for it in her place and then glances at Tomer. Recently, she made a request, and the agency only approved it after a long while. She wonders if the truth agency is reliable at all. Tomer is pissed. Everything she's done so far has gone up in flames, but she's still adamant about her goals. Hajin sees her, internalizing his thoughts. Only yesterday, Hosep messaged him, explaining the details of how he quit his job and applied for the information agency. This was obviously good news for the author. Also, Hosep explained that he managed to uncover the identity of Benjamin Arthur. This man is supposed to be Tomer's father, and that's why Hajin requested extensive details about him. In a surprising turn of events, the boy learns about Benjamin's passing. The man that Tomer is chasing after has already been deceased. Let's fast forward to the day of the competition. Hajin was informed that he passed away 4 years ago, which is surprising to him. He's still busy in his thoughts on the day of the competition. It's only natural the Book of Truth failed to find him anywhere. Casting that aside, from this point onwards, the main story will resume its course. The author wants to quickly dismantle Tomer before she causes more disruptions. And right after that, he's got his own plans. He leaves the stands, only Yeonha taking note of the fact. Surprisingly, Hajin ends up at the church. He sits there, waiting to feel a calling, a special sensation, even any kind of respect. But nothing comes through. Checking his watch, he reviews the conversation with Xiao Ping, who promised amazing payment, protection of identity, and complete anonymity. The Geronimo mercenaries, the fake cover of the Chameleon Troop, they're supposed to be a villainous organization. They follow one strict rule, and that is not to kill unless absolutely necessary. They're similar to the evil society group, who targets the wealthy and steals their wealth. Hajin entertains the idea of joining the Chameleon Troop. Suho, who arrives at the same church, finds himself pleasantly surprised to believe Hajin being a Christian. The author clarifies that he's not anything like that. Suho isn't one either, but it reminds him of his past. He kind of alludes to the fact that he attended church, but Suho denies it being a Catholic one or any other kind of religious structure for worship. Prying for information out of curiosity, he wonders what it was. Hajin asks a thrilling question, inquiring if Suho worshipped some religion from another planet. Of course, Suho swipes away this ridiculous guess, but the hero of the story is curious to ask a question of his own. He wonders if Hajin believes in the possibility of there being another world. Giving it some thought, the author reasons that the outcall event occurred over 50 years into the past. Just recalling the events of the world in Anno Domini or AD, monsters didn't ever exist for about 2,000 years. The fact that monsters began invading Earth out of the blue, way into the future, seems off-putting. Enough for Hajin to entertain the possibility of their arrival from another world. The author pairs his thoughts with one of the popular theories that their professors like to think about. Suho is surprised to learn that. Hajin goes on to say that it sounds absurd, but it's possible, and he believes it strongly. Like a good friend entertaining another's honest thoughts, Suho smiles and agrees. Turns out, Kim Suho is an isekai protagonist who arrived into this world at a young age, obtaining a new family and life to go along. Unknowingly, he can relate to Hajin's thoughts, and it's also why the author mentioned religion from another world. Still, Hajin thinks that the difference between the hero and the writer is that one of them won't ever have to worry about being lonely. He gets up to leave, but Suho wants to stay for a while. Also, Hajin wants to recommend him to an agent, and of course, it's the one guy that just so happens to be his real agent in the actual story. That aside, Hajin leaves, and in his thoughts, strongly believes in Suho's required growth for the story to come. Even stronger this time than the events of the original story. After all, the protagonist of the story is his only insurance for Hajin in the story. The only way for him to handle obstacles out of his control. Okay, let's circle ahead to the archery competition. In current first place is Justaz Heim, a guy who struck his target at over 300 meters. Nayeon, watching this live, finds herself ticked off. Yona is confused, but she doesn't explain anything. Nayeon wonders why there are so many mages among the stands. There's the fact that only 300 mages are classified as 8-star mages in the entire world. So this is one way for them to link up. Finally, it's their class's turn to shine. The two contestants step forward. Veritas' class is represented by our boy, and his opponent is Morin from the cultivation class. The rules are made crystal clear. Both representatives will take a turn-based approach to shooting their targets. The longest and most precise shot will be the determiner of the final score. Each target will only receive one opportunity to be struck, but there's also a catch. Anyway, Hajin is told to start at 50 meters to take his shot. As he's about to unleash the arrow, his entire body experiences a sudden quake. Apparently there are mages who will introduce handicaps to each contestant, distracting the archers and making it harder for them to aim. Hajin finds it incredibly annoying that the spectators just can't have fun watching a normal archery match. Also, the magic effects are actually stronger than he anticipated. The perspective shifts to Archduchess Ahine, a scarlet-haired 8-star mage with immense magic capabilities. She may look young and beautiful, but fighting against Hajin is actually her nephew. She thinks of Hajin as nothing more than average-looking and unimpressive. My man is being dissed on top of the magic effects he has to endure. She notices that his form with the bow seems intriguing, and intends to start messing around from the 350-meter range, believing that no one will be able to cross that to begin with. The assistant mage is having a hard time with her, but agrees that it's more of an event and not a test, so the cadets should be honored to be in her presence alone. Anyway, the author manages to strike his targets all the way up to 300 meters. He's having a seriously tough time with the magical handicaps, though. Even his opponent is impressed by our boy's skill. Hajin finds him a bit too relaxed, considering that it's the final match. The redhead disses him, stating that it's just a way to tell the difference between their skills. This low jab irritates the heck out of our boy, who only asked a simple question. Hajin goes on to bluntly state that his aunt, the 8-star mage herself, is intentionally hindering him in this match. The stupid redhead calls his excuse as a bunch of bullshit, when in reality, our boy suffered various effects. Bro was even frozen shut at one point. Both contestants have managed to break the previous records of archery. But from the 350-meter distance, the speed of the target will increase immensely, and even their position will change. Morin's given the chance to shoot on his turn. The author knows that he's dearly loved by Ahine, but he certainly wasn't expecting her to bend the rules just to make him win. Well, surprisingly enough, Morin experiences sheer horror as plants erupt on his side of the field. It's just a child's play spell for an 8-star mage, but these plants seem to be so kind in comparison to what Hajin faced. Regardless, Morin is scared shitless and releases the arrow prematurely, missing the fast-moving target. He's horrified to find himself in this position, while Hajin returns the jab by reminding him how archery is all about being calm. Even his aunt is extremely disappointed by his mess-up. She thinks it won't pose a problem since the other boy will also fail, and that will result in a draw, or that is what she thinks. Kim Hajin steps up and the same condition is applied for him. Only this time, these plant fuckers look way more menacing than what Moran had faced. It's like unlocking the boss monster before and after defeating him. Anyway, he doesn't care much about how they look. All he has to focus on is hitting his target. Initially, he didn't plan to take this competition seriously, but Hajin has now decided to use one of his core abilities. Bullet time. Time stops momentarily, stopping the flow of the moving target. The only obstacle being, a vine is placed directly in front of the target, which means even a perfect shot won't be able to hit the bullseye. Hajin can't even properly see the target from a distance, so he makes amends by activating the Identify skill. His random enchantment system kicks in, allowing him to identify up to 5 pieces of equipment for a stat increase. Selecting his bow and arrow, he increased the elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the arrow. With both enhancements finished, he releases the shot, which beautifully swerves across the vines, bending all the way to meet the perfect target. To this miraculous feat, the Archduchess is at a loss for words. Even his competitor can't believe that the arrow is curving. It destroys the target, seizing the victory. After witnessing what happened, Maureen accuses our boy of using mana, only for Hajin to sigh. He's got the best excuse. If he really did use mana, then the 8-star mage would have noticed. It's technically a truth, because the stigma magic is special and different from the typical mana. Hajin tosses the bow onto the field, before roaring at Moran, reminding him of what a true difference in skills looks like. Saying that, he leaves and becomes recorded as the star of the archery competition. Leaving the field with a determined face, he catches Yeonha and Nayun in a pinch. Nayun, more importantly, now that she's started to take notice of him more, she finds him even more attractive to see his strengths. Poor girl is having a serious lover's problem, and even thinks she must have gone crazy for her to behave this way. The class competition concluded with the Veritas class seizing many of the first-place medals. You won't believe this, but Hajin even sang in the singing competition. They enjoyed an after-party, but our boy wasn't there. And as usual, Yonghak was trying to be a Sigma male on his profile like always. Finally, Hajin received his well-deserved rest. All he wanted was to spend some time with Evangel. Peeking at the computer screen, he sees a new message from the captain's group. Revealing the message's contents, Hajin learns that he's been assigned an apprentice mission with a staggering reward. His only objective is to kill Siemens, a man who has committed atrocious deeds and is rumored to be a demonic human. The Korean group, which Siemens is a part of, actually plays a good part around the middle part of the story. Still, Hajin only approved the test because he wanted to play by his own story events. But now, this mission isn't of the easy category, not for a trainee mercenary. Then there's the faint mention of this guy being a demonic human, lessening Hajin's guilt, as he won't have to feel the burden of taking a life. His contemplation is broken by Evangel's cute little request to eat more fried chicken. Being a good papa, our boy allows her to eat to her heart's content. She sings and hums and enjoys her food. Returning to his thoughts, the author believes that it's time for him to make arrangements, preparing him for the mission to come. Using that as an opportunity, let's talk about the Constitution and what it means in this world. Constitution can be compared to one's talent. For example, a good constitution could be faster regenerative abilities, great digestion, or mana control. They're the talents of the body, kind of like how some people are genetically better at some things. The constitution that he's written for himself is an intriguing one. Hajin's body can't use mana, an extremely unique authority. There's a difference though. His body does possess mana, he just can't discharge it. And the benefit of it is, it will boost his overall physical stats and vitality points. Bro must be feeling like Toji with how he's restricted to using his mana. But at the same time, the effects of vitality and strength are good rewards for it. It may seem like it's a curse of some kind, but for Hajin, who doesn't even have the regular mana, he doesn't experience a typical loss from it. Also, the skill would prevent him from an instant death in case he encounters one. So he makes the transaction without a second thought. Within an instant, his luck stat also kicks in, boosting the process. The curse turns into a blessing, and his new modified constitution allows him to maintain the boosted stats permanently over time. Even though only a minuscule amount will increase his stats, it's better than nothing. Hajin celebrates in excitement, while his daughter has to remind him to respect their food. Next up, he went to receive the bracelet from the 4-star mage, its enchantment also complete. He thinks the investment was worth it, as now, the relic allows him significant damage absorption capabilities, converting the damage into the mana, later to be used again. Recalling his conversation with the mage, he learned that he can only use the second skill, enchanted magic power, only once, so it's best that he uses it in a life-threatening situation. Of course, not even that mage knew about the bracelet's first effect, the recharging ability that replenishes its function. Hajin also thinks the dude has matured from their first interaction. He was a complete douchebag the first time. As he's busy in thought, the author is approached by his agent, Soo-hyuk. They've come together for a meeting. Soo-hyuk shows him the new office, looking better than ever. The company has 11 employees already, and spots for hunter contracts. Yana invested money for their office. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the main female lead of this story, a badass bike. It's just like Hajin requested it. Augusta Vigilante has been modified with magic power, and even has the capacity to go faster with imbued mana. It's expensive for a reason after all. He thanks Soo-hyuk for acquiring the premium vehicle. The agent is startled when he sees a small puppy pop out of Hajin's bag. She looks like the most adorable puppy in existence, swooning Soo-hyuk instantly. Of course, keeping pets is completely opposite to Hajin's personality, but it was the only way he could bring Evangel out. Soo-hyuk gets an important call and decides to leave early. The author is fine with that and sees him off. Sleepy Evangel yawns, while he turns his attention to Augusta, the baddest bitch around. He wants to take it for a test run, somewhere where he can't be spotted easily. Arriving at a specific location with no CCTVs around, Hajin modifies some of the aspects of the bike by spending story points. First, he activates portability activation, allowing his bike to convert into a briefcase like it's a freaking transformer or some shit. The briefcase weighs well over 20 kilograms, which is pretty heavy but still convenient enough to carry. Then he turns to the puppy, thanking Evangel for behaving well. She wanted to visit Seoul, so he brought her along. Hajin thinks they should go out and get some nice food while they're out. Around the same location, Yunha is walking by when she runs into her mother. Honestly, her mother just looks like a copy-paste of herself with wrinkles. She reminds her daughter of the wealth and power she will possess one day. Yunha replies that she's already planned multiple ways to make use of her strengths. Her mother is really proud of her, and finds her husband a fool for not knowing how to correctly invest. Yunha takes it easy and lightly chats. Her attention is thwarted away from the conversation and into the crowd. The people are actively praising the little doll-like girl walking right past them. She spots Hajin with his sunglasses, shocked that he's accompanied by a little girl. Yunha has 12 trillion questions about the mysterious girl and tries to call for their attention. Unfortunately, her mother grabs her hand, stopping her from leaving their meeting. Yunha clearly has an even more important task to tend to, but she can't escape her mother. Hajin disappears in the distance, so she couldn't have any opportunity to talk to him. Yunha is forcefully dragged away, annoyed that she blew up her chances. Evangel, looking like the most adorable potato on the planet, chomps down on her food with delight. Hajin even offers to cut up some of the food for her. He's such a proud dad for having a cute baby daughter. As she's about to take another bite, Hajin asks if she can manage a weekend by herself. This immediately makes her stop, as she looks at him speechless, a face full of despair and sadness. She's seconds away from crying, so Hajin flinches and acts immediately, offering to buy her toys and anything she likes. The little girl accepts his words, still feeling sadder than ever. She looks depressed and Hajin feels bad for killing the mood. That's until they're presented with a glorious tomahawk, revitalizing her enthusiasm. She requests him to cut it up immediately. After the food, they go on a toy shopping tour. The little girl wants to buy puzzles and Legos, but she stops seeing an actual cat. The little odd-eyed creature is an unexpected sight for them. Evangel grabs his arm, requesting to play with the little fur ball. She's already decided Whitey as its name. It nibbles on Hajin's fingers in a playful manner. There's no trouble with him taking in a house cat with the new space he's acquired. As for Evangel, he's worried that Whitey over here might end up fighting her spirit animals, but she intends to make sure they all live in harmony. Hajin extends his pinky finger, helping her make a promise with him. This is so cute. Or that's what everyone thinks before they take in their first cat. Right after Evangel took Whitey in, she ruined her stuffies. It was time for Hajin to leave as planned, and he wanted Evangel to play with Whitey during the time being. She's so busy with her new pet that she doesn't even regard Hajin's presence. But this is assuring for him, because he's got someone else to take care of her in his absence. Fast-forwarding ahead, Hajin arrives in Turin with a fake passport. He was panicking at first, but his cleared verification only proves the skills of the chameleon troupe in forgery and fraud. Eyeing around the place, he finds it rather enticing. It's Italy after all, and specifically in the author's version of the story, Italy was modified to fit the narrative. It's actually related to the mafia's effects, as they're different from being a criminal organization, like they're usually depicted. They actually help the government during monster invasions, and have created a guild of their own, allowing them to operate conspicuously and in secret. They're an independent organization for the time being. The Korean group is actually the toughest among the mafias, and Hajin, a new mercenary, is supposed to kill one of their members. It's certainly no easy task. He wonders if this request was issued from one of the internal members of the mafia. Hajin panics when he hears the captain's voice, who had been waiting for his arrival. She's also dazzled to see his case turning into a damn bike, which I bet is as impressive as Tony Stark's portable Iron Man briefcase suit. He learns that she won't be assisting him on this mission at all. Without answering any of his questions, she demands that he begin riding the bike. She's interested in a drive to take a good view of Turin, an odd request from her side. Switching perspectives back to the academy, Nayun's exhausted after her daily training with Suho. She wonders why Yona isn't bothering to train at all. This girl still can't forget the thought of Hajin walking with a little kid. At first she assumes it's his daughter, but that's highly unlikely. So the next assumption is nice. But it doesn't make sense either, as he's an orphan with no relatives. Nayoon hollers at her for being so ignorant and lost in thought. Girl destroys her by suggesting she got dumped by Jung-hak. That actually did happen when she asked to study with him. Yeonha bites back by spreading lies about Hajin's hatred towards Nayoon. Suho, being as gullible as a damn stick, bites into that as well. Yeonha continues the teasing, agreeing that Rachel is a way better choice than Nayoon. Dude, is it me or does she have a death wish? Yeonha wonders why Nayoon is so upset, recalling how she's the one who said she hated Hajin in the first place. Her mouth is zipped shut with Yeonha egging her on while Suho is seriously confused. He doesn't know why they're arguing so hard, especially when they were chilling just a moment ago. That interaction aside, the captain rides with Hajin. They honestly look so cool in this shot. The author is a little bummed out by her request, until she provides him with important information about a society gathering. It's a clear hint. The location of the gathering will be at Liaron Mansion, and his target is the host of this gathering. The ideal position is an abandoned cathedral nearby, high enough to make it the perfect sniping position. Navigating their way, they arrive at the location. Hajin observes the abandoned and run-down state of the cathedral. Without wasting a second, he dashes all the way up to get a clear view of the mansion. It's the perfect spot, just like the captain told him. She makes a request to watch him execute the mission, but our boy is done with her stalking him and tells her to leave this place. Imagine being the captain and your own trainee rejects you. She decided to leave, still annoyed that he said that. With her gone, Hajin activates his ocular skill, assessing the ideal distance for him to take the shot without being detected. Judging that he's only got a minute to make his escape, Hajin learns that there's a protective but weak barrier around the mansion. He wants to make his preparations before the event kicks in. Activating his stigma magic, our boy whips out his glorious rifle. Then he uses the identification skill, modifying its stats. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side as much, so it didn't boost the stats immensely. Regardless, he intends to use the stigma magic to buff his bullets. He's also made sure the bullet will oxidize right after the assassination, leaving no traces of evidence. Long story short, he's got nothing to worry about. Hajin declares his intentions of killing this man in one shot, his fingers hesitating at the thought of taking a life. Jumbled thoughts come crashing down his mind. He knows that his target could very well be a human, as his identity as a demonic human wasn't even confirmed. In the case that Siemens isn't a demonic human, Hajin questions if his actions will brand him as a murderer. It's a deep, dark, and unsettling feeling for him. He understands that in his own novel, the world is full of characters and nothing more. But right now, they feel less fictional and more real than ever. Thoughts of his original life with his parents resurface for a moment. Hajin confirms that the people of this world feel just as real. He's going to spend a decade in this world at the bare minimum, even longer. That's why he wants to make himself used to these types of situations. Despite his characters appearing human-like and real, he deludes himself, persuading his mind to believe that they're nothing more than a bunch of characters in a novel. With that sickening justification, the bullet cuts through the skies at last. A headshot, immediately killing Siemens and leaving the rest of his assistants in jeopardy. The captain is there to witness the scene, remarking that demonic humans never bleed blood. Ladies and gentlemen, your boy has officially become a murderer. After mission completion, he sits all by himself. The captain approaches him. She was able to track him down. For some reason, she's always capable of doing that. She applauds him for his mission performance, but seeing his quivering hand, the captain understands that it must have taken a toll on his mind. She understands that it's his first time actually killing a human, so she asks how he feels at the moment. Hajin responds that he struggled because of his first experience. The captain doesn't soothe or comfort him, stating that earning large amounts of money isn't easy, and yet it is the only thing that can be trusted in the world. She highlights that it's the only thing reliable for people like them, the ones who lead lives without any family to soothe them. Hearing all of that, Hajin's body trembles. He agrees in the moment with her, while the captain is glad that he's got a fast mental recovery rate. She's liking him so far. Now, seeing him obliterate the mana barrier at the mansion, the captain has ascertained that he used some kind of anti-magic, proving her initial assumptions right. This cadet, Kim Hajin, boasts the capacity to become her wild card, so that she can kill someone in the future. Back with her own group, Droon was curious and asked why it had to be Hajin of all people. There were a few people in this world with anti-magic abilities, and he was just an inexperienced cadet among them. He didn't object to his selection, but just wanted to know why. Pondering for a moment, the captain settles on her answer. She declares that it's his eyes that make him special. They think she's fallen in love or something. But the reality about Kim Hajin, from what she has seen, is that his eyes are full of solitude and distrust. It's not similar to the same eyes she wielded when she lost someone very important to her. The captain wonders if that's the main reason she finds so drawn to him. It's as if she doesn't want the boy to follow the same path as she once did. Hajin questions her at the moment, requesting to receive rewards in the form of an item. She thinks it will be easy to meet that request. Hajin is fine with just about any item. He's actually an excellent manipulator, making use of the captain's weaknesses here. She only has expensive items but doesn't get how valuable they are. That's why there's a chance he'll end up with a more expensive item than planned. The captain concludes that it's a good celebration gift for his recruitment. Our boy cuts her off, shocking her when he admits that he hasn't actually agreed to join them just yet. He believes it's much too early to make that decision so soon. The captain finds it irritating. He's always so unpredictable and hard to read. Later that night, Evangel woke up from her sleep to find her papa returning home. Hajin is surprised she was sleeping on the sofa. The cute girl waited all night for him to return and even thanked him for working so hard. Get you a supporter in life like Evangel, she's the best. Hajin feels comforted by her warm embrace and wraps his arms around her tiny body. He continues his thoughts from before, admitting that these aren't just characters, but actually living people in this world. He experiences a jolt of trauma from what he just did today. His arms tighten, his body shaking. He's scared, truly afraid that he'll have to commit so many heinous acts to find his way back home. I really feel bad for him. He's not the kind of cliché Sigma male who can easily kill people without feeling the consequences of his actions. The midterms of the second semester are underway, but things are different from the first semester. There's been an increasing number of incidents at the academy, so outsiders are now forbidden from entering or spectating. It's different from the original storyline, but the author thinks it's inconsequential, as this part of the story wasn't written in detail. Observing his surroundings, he spots cadets whining about the difficulty of the exam. Well, Hajin, being a Chad, ended up taking first place in the theoretical exam anyway. He wants to visit the nursing home according to Hosup's information. Surprisingly, Nayun bumps into him, asking if he's heading to the study room. He tells her he's going outside, which comes as a shock to Nayun as he doesn't seem to care about studying at all. She requests summary notes from him, which he again denies. This man is brutally rejecting her at every step. Nayun, extremely fragile in her state, expresses that she messed up badly in her exam. She thought memorization would be enough to save her from the mess up. Like a helpless child, Nayun begs him. To that, Hajin suggests she ask Yeonha, but of course, because of their recent argument, she clearly can't. She tells him that and offers to buy him a good meal in exchange. But our boy is already gone. This dude disappeared faster than Batman's parents in his life. Nayun roars his name in defeat. Attending his real purpose for the day, the author arrives at the nursing home. He knocks and finds an elderly woman greeting his name from the get-go. It comes as an utter shock to him. After a moment of silence, it all clicks. His identity as Kim Chun-dong, the extra character that he hijacked, was here. Chun-dong was warm and had relationships of his own, and this woman just so happens to be one of them. Hajin pretends to know her well and takes a look around the nursing home. He spots a bunch of patients but doesn't know a thing about them. The woman asks what he's come here for. Hajin doesn't say much and briefly mentions Agus's name. She knows him and recalls how he used to talk to him. Yet another surprise, Chun-dong shared a connection with Fernand. Of course, this is an altered part of the story added by the co-author. Thankfully, it's not as hectic as other times. The woman goes in deep in thought, wondering if the man left anything behind. Coincidentally, both of them mention the word letter at the same time. Hajin is glad that this part is the same. The lady is confused, but he wants to see the letter immediately. He has no idea about Chun-dong's actual personality, but it's clear from the reactions of the people that built good relationships with people. Taking off her glasses, the lady thinks it's only natural for Fernand to leave something behind for him. Chun-dong never discriminated against anyone and comfortably spoke to people. She tells him to visit the Seoho Memorial Park. The letter is parked in his remains. Hajin arrives at the park and gets to experience something that he didn't in his previous life. Locating the correct row, he spots the envelope. It's the letter left by Fernand. The author tries to reach for it before coming to a halt. The thing is, he's aware of the contents inside, so he doesn't really have the need to open the letter at all. Well, not until Fernand's daughter Tomer gets the right to do it. However, he can't risk changes in the story because of the co-author, so he pops open the envelope, fearing the change in its contents. The scene ends with Hajin glaring at the letter. Shifting to Yona's perspective, she's surprised to learn that Hajin took part in volunteering work at multiple orphanages. It comes as a shock to her, and she wonders if that's part of the reason he goes out so often. She knew about negative rumors circulating around him, but in reality, he seems so kind. A boy who grew up in an orphanage and joined the military academy. His life story was so twisted and twisted. In his place, she would have tossed aside his past, but she believes he is governed by it. And perhaps he's reaching out to others to find more information. There's the fact that he never uses his powers for attention, and only uses them when others are endangered. Yeonha respects him deeply, remarking him as an incredible person overall. She wants her agents to look more into his background. They address the second subject, which is the assassination of Siemens. They've been tasked by the mafia to track down the killer from Karai. She had already intended to approach this group, so Yonha believes this is a great opportunity to reform connections. She learns about Hosep as their new recruit as well, who is doing incredible work. The scene ends with her reviewing her file, while Hajin stands still. The contents of the letter haven't changed, thankfully at least. He won't have to worry about the Truth Agency messing things up. Tomer receives a sudden message from the agency, her expression darkening at the mention of her father's sighting. In order to issue a proper report, they want her to transfer the payment. The instructor congratulates them for winding up the written exam. The cadets are granted relief to enjoy their days. While he's buying a drink, Nayun spots Hajin, excited to ask how he'll spend his holidays. The casual boy replies that he's going to prepare for the practical exam, which comes as a shock to her since it's an entire week away. She rummages through her bag, realizing she should return him to the study guide. Hajin actually prepared one for her, even though it seemed like he completely vanished during their meetup. The guide helped her a ton. The funny thing is, it's not even his own. He just hacked Yana's profile and acquired it from her hand. Nayun wants to treat him with food since he helped her out. She suggests going to Hanjonggak, a name that freezes him in place. This restaurant is of the finest quality in all of Korea, enough to make our boy's mouth salivate. He plays it chilly and rejects her up front, reflecting that he's got to make preparations for the main incident after his exams. He even tells her to go with Suho if she wants to. Nayun interprets this as him being jealous, and faintly asks if that's what this is about. Bro immediately regrets saying that as he splashes his drink all over his mouth. Hajin is at a loss for words and wonders where that came from. Nayun switches topics and expresses that she just wanted to treat him well for his help. Hajin walks away, stating that he's uninterested. As he's walking away, she attempts to lure him in by mentioning the free full-course meal he'll be getting. But unfortunately, there's nothing from his end. This girl is going straight to Delulu Island because she thinks Hajin only rejected once she brought up Suho's name. And she feels flustered going with him alone. On his way back, our boy is thinking of buying his daughter a bunch of snacks. Typical W-dad behavior. As he's walking along, he hears a familiar voice. It's Tomer speaking to her agent, who is incredibly upset by her mission performance. She also ended up losing the important artifact that they sent her. Our boy conveniently stole it, of course. Tomer begs her agent for money because she's running low, only to hear him roaring at her for the phenomenal fuck-ups she's been involved in lately. The call ends with her accepting that nothing seems to be working out for her. She bumps into Hajin, someone she certainly didn't expect to encounter here of all places. She's afraid that he might have heard everything, not that it matters by much. Tomer keeps up her tough girl act until Hajin states that he could help her borrow some money. She's a gold digger who switches up immediately, but still thinks our boy won't have enough to cover her problems. Hajin wonders why she's having trouble. Being a mage comes with a great salary after all. He's fine with lending her money. Tomer is still arrogant that a supposed lowlife like this guy won't have enough financial resources. But Hajin flips out his credit card, stating that his looks can be deceiving. Bro is secretly worth 13 billion won. That's no joke for a cadet. In the second battleground, the first practical exam is taking place. Adopting rules from the individual battle of the first semester, this time the only difference is its team composition. For example, Rachel's team will be on the attacking side for the first day, while Yohei's team will focus on defense. Hajin points out the complicated terrain, but for him, it's the ideal environment to shoot his opponents down. Rachel lays down her orders. Hosung and her will be at the forefront, the rest of the team will play the support side. To her surprise, our boy's already quick on the move, adopting a position on high ground. Rachel is a little perplexed on what he's doing. He tells her to carry on with the rest of the team, as he's confident from up high. Understanding his goals, she leads the team ahead. Hajin's leaping from one branch to another, switching positions like an expert assassin. He's minding his own business when suddenly, he's attacked by another shooter. Hajin evades the shooter, realizing that the enemy team must also be nearby. And the person leading the advance from the defending team has to be someone important. In the wildest turn of events, Yohei from the enemy team is literally chilling. Bro sends Hajin into panic mode because he's practically begging to be gangbanged by Hajin's team here. He spots Rachel quickly on the move. Yohei is still as casual and carefree as ever, not feeling the need to lift a finger. The princess initiates her first strike, and from his inconvenient position, Yohei excellently counters her blade, surprising even the likes of Hajin. With Rachel on the back foot, Hosung advances forward to cover for her. His attack misses Yohei, but it leaves devastation in the area. Hajin sensed the fight to be difficult. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and yet, Yohei's not even being pushed back at the slightest. It makes him wonder about this guy's actual strength, and if he's always been this powerful. The rest of her team can't fathom how this guy is keeping up against a rank 3 cadet and a disadvantage in numbers. They assume it might be because of buff magic. but Hajin's already gotten a rough idea of what's going on. He's keeping up with the enemy on the front lines, and their shooter is covering for him in long range. The rest of the team consists of mages, and they're casting a ton of buffs on his body to boost his stats. At last, there are warriors protecting those mages as well. It's supposed to be a strategy focused on Yohei taking on everyone else. It seems like a good approach for the defending team. But you know how it goes, Hajin's got even more sinister plans. He leaps away to snatch a kill on one of the mages. Having flanked the team successfully, Hajin prepares to shoot them down. Unfortunately, he's noticed right away, and the team goes all in on attacking him. It makes him wonder if he's a shitty infiltrator for messing that one up. The warrior on the team talks big, but our boy doesn't have enough time for his yapping and responds with the trusty Glock. They're forced to defend, while the author maintains his pressure from a distance. The supporters on the enemy team are doing well so far, keeping their mages well hidden from the shooter. Hajin switches strategies and decides to make them vulnerable from the top. One of the warriors gets cocky and attempts to attack the shooter on his own. A big mistake, since it works in favor of Hajin, who uses the terrain to his advantage. Dodging his strikes, the shooter casually leaps away, even mocking his opponent. Since they can't catch him easily, the enemy team casts an iron fortress to strengthen their defenses. The protective barrier coats the entire space. Hajin has a new obstacle to deal with, and his not-so-friendly attacker is also on him. He leaps away doing parkour and flips from the top down. Bro is Peter Parker or some shit. He sees past the shields because he's Michael Jordan's long-lost son. Hajin carves an opening and shoots his shot. The feeling reaches all the way back to Yohei, who senses that one of the mages has been taken down with a headshot. Yohei is having serious issues since his powers will be nerfed to an extent. Hajin thinks the mages made the mistake of conserving mana, and it cost them in the long run. He receives slack from the enemy team for using cowardly tactics, even though it was just a great strategy to take care of Yohei. The current Yohei is in big trouble. He knows he's done. Bro is about to get sent home packing. He's out of stamina, and Tomer is obliterating the rest of the team using her magic. The team battle basically concluded with the author being a tree princess who could never be caught, acting like a pest for the enemy team. Rachel's team wiped the floor with Yohei. That concludes day 1, with the princess extremely satisfied. He spots her happy face. She turns to look at Hajin especially for contributing the most. He eliminated the mage, which allowed them to overturn the battle. Hozung grabbed him too, pointing out his great achievements. The team has wholeheartedly agreed that it was a solo carry executed by him. That's right, put respect on my boy's name. After the exam, Hajin finds his muscles sore as hell because of excessive parkour. Nayun pops out of the blue to inform him that Suho sends his regards for his performance. She's also curious how he managed to make the bullet curve. The author keeps it simple with her, stating that it's his talent. A pointless explanation if anything. Her own fight is later in the afternoon, and she's bored out of her mind. Just up ahead, Hajin spots brain-dead Jonghak and his simp Yeonha. He's looking at him with a murderous glare for even speaking to Nayun. She calls him out for it and wonders what's up. Just hearing her voice, this dude folds under zero pressure and smiles as if he's the nicest guy in the world. He turns into a literal puppy around her. I guess everyone is a simp in this group. Hajin learns that Yeonha's fight is up next. He leaves her with a request, issuing 600 bullets for an assault rifle. She's curious why he's asking for them. Hajin believes they'll come in handy very soon. The worst part is, even a single high-quality magic bullet is crazy expensive, and this guy is out here asking for 600. But he thinks it's a small price, and even mocks her for freezing over a tiny expense. Yeonha knows she can't refuse, so like an excellent waiter, she asks if he's got anything else added to the list. Hajin instructs her to fetch the bullets as his only request. To his surprise, he learns that a potion from the mountain ginseng is nearing its completion, but unfortunately, she's curious if he has any more on him. Hajin states that he can't guarantee anything like that, but he's fine with trading them for stocks in her company when he does acquire a couple. Yeonha is delighted by this idea, while Nayun's having her little argument with Jonghak, who is pissed to see her hanging out with nobody. Yeonha prefers Hajin to play deaf, stating that Jonghak has no idea about his truth. But our boy is a nonchalant king and doesn't give a crap about the dog. Aside from that, he's worried about the story taking a gradual shift. Jonghak's the descendant of a prime minister who served the king. If that wasn't enough, he's the grandson of Myung-chul, the great hero single-handedly responsible for saving Korea after the devastating outcall. It's clear that he feels prideful because of his background. Hajin returns home to his daughter. The marshmallow with limbs comes rushing to him with her sobbing little face. Guys, we need to string together every last penny and get this girl everything she wants. He asks Evangel what happened. Turns out it's a kitty problem as Whitey ended up scratching her. It's an incredibly small scratch. Now Hajin is an expert dad and knows that he must not show agitation in front of his child. Hence, he carries her and asks for details. Evangel calls Whitey a menace even though she didn't do anything to hurt her. Also, Hajin recently discovered that this damn little cat has a grade 4 mana affinity. You can see his what the actual fuck expression because beasts with great mana affinity are overall superior in every way. They're so intelligent that they'd never attack without reason, until he comes across the reason behind it all. Cat treats scattered all over the place. Hajin strictly told Evangel to feed Whitey treats only once per day. All of a sudden, he realizes what the frick is going. Whitey is not the culprit. It's freaking Evangel. This girl was downing the cat treats like crazy. Hajin's reaction is funny as hell in this sequence. The little girl musters up an explanation, telling her papa that she was a victim of her curiosity. It's no reason that Whitey got upset with her actions. Suddenly, Hajin receives a text from Rachel. It's his birthday today, and she remembered it well. She even sent our boy a cake set as a gift to enjoy, even inviting him to a karaoke session after the exams. Checking the date, he realizes that it's in fact his birthday. Over to Nayun's side. She's out here scavenging the socials right after the test. Yeonha's posting is consistent, her team scored well. She's pretty close with her teammates, which gives Nayun a feeling that she should do the same. At the same time, she recalls how Yeonha hasn't spoken to her since their argument. Nayun was the one who exploded in her face, which makes her feel guilty. Nayun rolls around in frustration and confusion. Gripping her watch, she decides to be brave and likes Yeonha's post for now. Next up, she spots Jonghak, who is out here posing like a mafia villain. Typical teenage hotshot behavior. Finally, Nayun is stumped to see Suho posting a picture with Hajin, making him the spotlight of the post. Even Sunga has commented on the post, remarking on their brilliant performance in the exam. Nayun's fed up with doom scrolling and lazily checks her messages next. She's surprised to find Hajin's profile decorated in a birthday theme, kind of like Facebook. For a moment, she thinks buying him a cake set would be nice as a digital gift. But then she denies that thought, believing she should offer him the gift in person. She gets up, but her brave little confidence crumbles at the thought of handing him the gift in person. She slashes away the thought of giving gifts and thinks a simple message should be enough. This idiot types a stupid message and gets ignored. Hajin isn't the type to be on his socials all day, so he literally doesn't reply. It's only after a second message that he ends up sending a simple, "thank you," for a response. Nayun's a little underwhelmed by what she got. Then again, it's not like she put in a lot of effort. Love-struck, she pouts at his stupid and simple message. In the next scene, we find the conclusion of all the tests. Hajin didn't exactly do his best on individual tests, but he ended up scoring well for his team, allowing him to rank among the top 200 cadets. He thinks this should be enough to get him a bigger room for his second year as a cadet. Aside from that, he's reviewing his preparations, wondering if this much will be enough. His duffel bag alone is premium, capable of holding up to 200 kilograms or one fat friend inside. Hearing a buzz on his watch, Hajin learns about a break period given to the cadets. There won't be any classes because of an external investigation going on. But here, not even the investigators will be able to find anything remotely substantial. The demonic humans who have infiltrated the cube will have to keep their actions on the down low for the meantime. The only important thing from the announcement is regarding their upcoming field trip. Over to his daughter's side, Whitey is terrorizing her by eating her fried chicken. Evangel cries not because her cat could potentially have an upset stomach, but because she wanted to eat the chicken instead. In the next scene, Yeonha brings him a briefcase of all the bullets he asked for. She even included 300 extra as a bonus for him. Apart from that, she offers him a special wrist guard, knowing that Hajin's weapons involve strain on his wrist. She also recalls that his birthday passed a few days ago, and while she intended to hand him the gifts on time, she was busy with exams. Hajin thanks her. Their business relationship is blossoming well. Yeonha leaves, giving him an air of satisfaction from her actions just now. He was so focused on their meeting just now that he forgot about his appointment. The author rushes over to meet up with his friends, specifically Rachel's team. He ended up going late. The princess beams with joy with his presence around, eager to go in and have fun. They come across the karaoke room, while Hosung takes care of the tickets for them. Rachel looks around for room 17, their assigned room. Having located it, Hajin trails behind the group. What he did not expect was Nayun coming right out of room 16. Hajin stares at her, while her jaw is open in surprise. Nayun freezes up, her mind questioning why he's here. She wanted to look pretty in front of him and regrets coming in normal clothes. When he asks if she's also interested in singing, Nayun gleefully responds in agreement. With the conclusion of the written tests, she brought her friends along to have some fun. Of course, she didn't expect him to be around. Well, until she spots Rachel inside and causes her great annoyance, killing her mood. The author asks if she's going on the field trip, which she confirms as a yes. Hajin tells her that he's also coming along because he's free. Ji-yoon comes to inform Nayun that it's her turn, which is motivation enough for Hajin to carry on with his own group. As he leaves, she expresses mild irritation. The author joins up in room 17, reflecting how it's been a while since he attended a karaoke event like this. He wasn't the type to sing in his real life either. Unexpectedly, Bro gets his arm grabbed. Hosung shows up looking grim as hell, imploring Hajin to save himself and run away. Our boy doesn't get what he's talking about until he spots Rachel in the distance. The princess has murdered every single one of her friends. And her weapon of choice? Her singing? You see, Rachel loves to sing, she really does. Here's the thing, she's fucking abominable at singing. It makes our boy wonder if he was on drugs when he included this quality in her character design. Back to his room, Hajin believes that he's concocted the perfect plan for Rachel receiving the sapling's dust. The only problem is, he has no idea how to give her the enchanted bracelet. His original plan was to experiment with Suho for a while. But with the pacing of the story, Hajin feels the urgency to act faster. There's a second problem. Even if he does give her the bracelet, it won't just activate the effects upon wearing it alone. Speaking of the devil, he receives a message from her out of the blue. This time, she has come with a request, wanting to achieve better control over her magic power. It causes him some amount of shock, but he thinks this situation falls right into his favor for what he's got planned. They decide to meet up in the evening, with the princess surprised by his early arrival. She's grateful for him volunteering for a last-minute request. Funnily enough, Hajin thinks he's the one who should be grateful to her for this situation. He's not really confident in his abilities to teach, but the princess thinks otherwise. She thinks there are a ton of areas where she falls short, and it's only thanks to his performance that they did well in the team event. Backed into a corner, she begs him to help her out to become as strong as him. Hajin wonders if her request is related to discovering his personal training routine. Like a dedicated coach ready to bestow his knowledge upon his student, he emphasizes that his training will be like hell. But Rachel can take it, though she's terrified of what he's about to say. In an anticlimactic fashion, he instructs her to sit down cross-legged. But Rachel's not even flexible enough to do that. He tells her to sit however she pleases. But this stubborn princess really wants to sit like him. That is, until her confidence breaks and she's forced to sit in another position. Now sat, he asks for her hand. Rachel extends it before he wraps a bracelet around her arm, stating that this present will help her out a lot. Rachel's a little confused that he's being nice despite training her. Hajin tells her not to mind it. The training begins with the author instructing her to straighten her body, maintaining a good posture with her head pulled upwards. It's basically a meditative state, and in this state he outlines her goal. She will focus on the movement of mana, allowing its continued flow across her body. Rachel thinks it's a little tedious, but that's just proof she's following his instructions well. Deep down, Hajin's out here dying in laughter. Because this is nothing more than a gimmick, the position itself doesn't really mean anything. With his mental trap set, he asks her to circulate her mana starting from her left hand. Rachel understands that he's talking about the bracelet here. Hajin confirms that she should feel the energy of the bracelet spreading throughout her body. Focusing on circulation, Rachel achieves the desired effect, describing the familiar feeling as something stronger than before. It's as if the sacred nature around her is communicating with her spirit. The princess is stunned to see phantoms of white, which she remarks as spirits. She's stumped, while Hajin explains that she has now officially become a spirit summoner. She once checked her affinity with spirit summoning at a young age, but gave up because she couldn't find a proper school to train the skill. The author believes her personality and skills are a great match for this ability. She's only limited because spirit summoning is fairly new, so not much can be learned from it at this stage. Thankfully, Hajin's achieved his purpose. The dust allowed Rachel to act as the medium to communicate with the spirits. The princess, satisfied with her new powers, thanks him dearly for all his help. He thinks he didn't even do anything worth commenting. For some reason, Hajin is startled to see Rachel, more specifically, a Rachel who is aiming a freaking blade at him. Bro is questioning what the frick he just did. The swing ends in an explosion, cleaving the nearby boulder. Hajin's defenseless on the ground. Rachel warns him about the intruder in the distance, who has been spying on them. The author didn't expect this to happen. Not enough people know about him in this world. So they're definitely targeting the princess. And what do you know? It's the same maniac Lancaster, whose presence was exposed because of the spirits. Lancaster looks at the princess with an air of disgust, remarking that she's worthless on her own like always. As for the boy, he leaves a dear warning, stating that his affection for the princess will be his own undoing. These words stab Rachel in the heart, but no fear, as Hajin jumps ahead to her defense. He thinks Lancaster lost his opportunity to strike them down while they were distracted and vulnerable. Furthermore, Hajin doubles down in his interrogation, questioning Lancaster's methods and goals regarding Rachel. Rachel butts in, telling Hajin that this man shares a deep grudge against her. Lancaster smirks at her pathetic attempt to clear her name. He taunts her for ever thinking that his frustrations stem from hatred alone. The princess questions what he's after. Lancaster states that she doesn't even deserve his attention for a petty revenge. His real targets are the people who ridiculed and humiliated those who serve the throne every day. His main target is the entirety of the imperial family. She's nothing more than one of the instruments of their demise, reminding her of the fate that he was handed after serving someone specific. He lost someone really close to him, and Rachel is all too aware of that. His goals for today only included a simple chat with the princess, but as a farewell gift, Lancaster commits a terrifying act by releasing a defeated dead body of a man. Both cadets are horrified to see him bloodied up and wasted. He made sure to assassinate one of the agents that protected Rachel from the dark. It's his way of saying that he'll always be looking over her from the shadows. Lancaster disappears after his bombshell of an act. Hajin still looks around to confirm if he really left. He had a hunch that this guy was going to make his move targeting Rachel soon. But the original story was different. He sent assassins. Rachel defeated them with her evolved state. He certainly wasn't expecting the scumbag to go as far as killing one of her agents. Hajin knows he has to report to the institution, and yet, what good will that be? The higher-ups consist of demonic humans, so that won't be much help either. They're going to cover this incident instead of resolving it. Later that night, the princess informs the imperial family, updating them on Lancaster's actions. She can't believe that he sent assassins just to toy with her in the past. Recalling what happened, Rachel expresses that she was training in the park, and right when her friend gave her a bracelet, Lancaster came out of hiding. The butler is surprised that she received a gift like this, and analyzes the situation. He's come up with an actually solid guess, suspecting that Lancaster has come to a misunderstanding about her relationship with her friend. After all, he himself lost an important person in the London incident, which means he's likely aiming to make her experience the same pain of loss. Rachel is put at unease, fearing for the worst, fearing that this misunderstanding could needlessly put Hajin in trouble. She understands why Lancaster thought of them as a couple, but it's clear that she doesn't have any feelings for anyone. Those words of his haunt her mind. She was unable to see Hajin's reaction upon hearing those words. She wonders if she has earned his hatred. Shaken to the core, the princess reflects that maybe this is a good outcome. If Hajin stays away, he won't get hurt after all. The butler chuckles, remarking how much she's changed. She always liked being reckless and uncaring as a kid. Back to the topic at hand, he informs her that a meeting will be placed to have more bodyguards protecting her. The princess is okay with that, but she's curious about the agent's family, the one who lost his life for her. When she learns that he had no one in his family, Rachel expresses her desire to attend his funeral, showing him respect for his noble actions. The call ends as she plops to her bed, feeling extreme guilt of what happened. She wonders how many times other people will have to lose their lives just to protect her. Her only hope is to become stronger, which reminds her of the bracelet he gave her. Rachel smiles, knowing that this special gift will help her. She slowly drifts off to speech, embracing the little gift. The perspective switches to Lancaster, who knows Rachel so well that he understands her intention of avoiding affection. However, Lancaster knows that affection can't just be avoided so easily. That closes the page for him for a while. Let's see Hajin's side of things. It's finally time for another main event of the story after all. He's grouped up with the rest, but he's 2 minutes late. Enough for Yonghak to want to kill him for being entitled. All our boy can do is muster a small apology. The rest of the main characters are the same as the original story. He's the only person new to the field trip event. Their destination is the Wind Mountain, located in the outskirts of the capital. Suho offers him some jelly, causing Nayun to jump with excitement. Let's summarize what's about to happen according to the main storyline. Suho and the rest of the main characters will be tangled by the Wraith of the Past. This Wraith will regress everyone back into the past, around 1970, when the Outcall event occurred. It's basically a magic dimension simulating a part of history, instead of actual time traveling. Nayun's curious and wonders about their plans once they arrive. Yonghak states that they've got plenty of things to work with. Bro is so rich his family owns the Wind Mountain. The density of mana on the Wind Mountain is comparably high thanks to a magic explosion event. He suggests meditation and sparring on top of the mountain, something Nayun is looking for. Hajin doesn't know if he should share her enthusiasm, but he knows for a fact that shit is about to go down. It's true that every single one of the main characters struggled in the original story, but with the author himself involved, he thinks it should be chill and easy for them this time. Bro is so proud of himself he's acting like a god. I mean, he kind of is when you really think about it. His stupid-looking pose just now disgusts Yeonha to the core. I bet it's the first time she's seen Hajin acting like Jonghak. The author was acting all confident here, only for the event to end up in total shambles. The funny thing is, when they got on the mountain, the group quickly felt lost. The mountain was reduced to flat ground, and Hajin was nowhere to be found, causing instant panic to set in. But that's for later. Let's circle back and explore how things went down the way they did. Upon arrival, Yeonha was stupefied to see the beauty of the Wind Mountain. Nayun was humming in enjoyment, finding the field trip to be comparable to a picnic. She even teased Hajin for acting annoyed like Jonghak. a poor guy who caught the stray for no reason at all. The tour guide tells them to reach the top of the mountain to rest in a house. A master has been called by the Jinsung Foundation, who will arrive by night. Nayeon is bubbling with curiosity and excitement, questioning who this master is. It's safe to say that Jonghyuk is proud of whoever it is to come. The group senses the urge to climb fast. As they're moving along, they chat with each other for a while. Interestingly, despite their incessant walking, they just can't climb up. Even Jonghyuk finds it weird and wonders if they lost their way. The bombshell drops when the group realizes that they're actually standing on flat ground, even though they were climbing the mountain for a while. Suho is the first to question Hajin's disappearance, causing both Yeonha and Nayoon worry. He was only just behind trailing them, and now he's gone. She thinks he's messing with them and roars into the distance. But nothing comes back, terrifying Yeonha. Jonghyuk thinks the girls are overreacting to an idiot who probably lost his way or couldn't keep up. They think it's best to locate him first before moving on ahead. Or so they thought, as the ground beneath them starts shaking beyond comprehension. Yeonha takes a look at the sky, only for the group to fade away. When the earthquake stops, the five of them are at a loss for words. It's dark out, and they wonder if it was some kind of environmental magic. Even the weeds have reached their body height. Suho tells everyone to stay quiet because he sees someone approaching near with a flashlight. It's a searcher, a man who thought some magic beasts were circling the area, but it's only a bunch of kids to his astonishment. He asks if they lost their way, highlighting the dangers of the zone they're in as the mana explosion event is soon to occur. Yeonha questions if this guy is talking about the same event they all read about in their history books. Mana explosion occurs when unstable energy is let loose. It happened a good number of times after the outcall catastrophe, but now it has settled down and rarely occurs. Suho's confused and thinks it's only best to follow this guy for now, believing that this should be enough to help them locate Hajin. Arriving in a wasteland of urban destruction, Suho questions where the hell they've come. The man explains that this location is the safest. He's rather surprised they know nothing about the Gwangmyeong City Hall. Nayoon recognizes the name off the bat, but it doesn't make any sense as they'd already passed this location on the way to the mountain. Suddenly, reality clicks for Suho, who asks for the date. Unfortunately, the man has no clue as they don't have the luxury of keeping track of dates. Suho's okay with a rough idea if anything, causing the man to ponder. The second he reveals that it's 1972, the entire group of main characters faces utter shock. The pieces finally connect. The mountain became flat ground. Then there was the mana explosion, and the atmosphere is different from where they came from. Without a doubt, they've all regressed to the past. That's what Suho strongly believes. Nayoon gets harassed by filthy Four Eyes over here, only to get shoved by a murderous Jonghyuk who demands he let go of her. The man they met before reveals his true intentions. It turns out that he's a bad guy with a bunch of goons. All this time, they were led into a trap. Suho prepares his legendary stick of destruction to save the day. Man, I'll never get bored of calling it that. But he can't channel his mana. None of them can. Not a single person among their group, rendering them defenseless. The goons are ganging up on them, surrounding the cadets from every direction. Suho demands to know the man's intentions. This guy's merely afraid they'll become a threat to them. Well, lucky for the main characters, an intruder shoots the leader with a flashy entrance. Apparently, this intruder is nicknamed the monster that eats humans. In reality, it's nothing more than a guy with his American ways. The scumbag commands his men to run and report to Asura, but this ruthless biker ends up killing every last one of them. Suho questions who this guy even is. Jonghyuk rushes ahead to take off his helmet forcefully. Captain Helmet over here gestures at him to stop, but Jonghyuk ends up swinging at him anyway. The helmet is tossed up into the air and down onto the ground. It was a heavy hit, and he's irritated that he couldn't even speak before getting attacked. The mystery man in question is our boy in the flesh, donning a longer hairstyle. Hajin internalizes just how wrong he truly was. He was wrong to assume he'd be sent back in time in the exact same period as them. Bro's eyes widened the second he lowered his guard and was trapped in the past all by himself. Actually, he arrived 5 whole weeks earlier than they would have arrived. It was a shitty situation that turned out despairing at first, but then it made sense. The main story wants to maintain 5 main characters as the center of the event. That's why Hajin was pushed to the side to keep the essence of the real event. It's bad news for him though, as he's got to deal with demonic humans all on his own and clear the path before the rest of them arrive. Naturally, he set up a base close to his enemies for easy observation, and then he frequently killed some of them, making sure they didn't get out of control. For 40 full days, he had no one. He sustained himself, shot at his enemies, became stronger, and kept himself alive all on his own. And now he's here with the rest at last. To their horror, he truly confirms their greatest fears. They've arrived into the past, to an environmental hell where the outcall happened only a year apart. They ask how long he's been surviving on his own. Bro is in the mood to fuck around, so in typical movie fashion, he tells them it's been a year. Someone needs to tell him this ain't Jumanji. The group falls silent before he admits that it was a terribly placed lie. I'm convinced Hajin's sense of humor is fucked up. He clarifies that it's only been 5 weeks, but his group is just too stunned to speak. Jonghak doesn't give two flying fucks about his situation and questions what caused the regression. Hajin confirms he's got a good idea, but urges them to return to his base for a proper talk. Bro leads them to a destroyed site. Even Suho's teary-eyed to find out that Hajin survived in a scrapyard for 1 year. This is just funny, because now they don't want to believe that it was only 5 weeks of survival. Yonha and Nayun are pale and wounded in the soul. They can't believe he survived in nothingness. Nayun realizes that the only living thing nearby is a freaking cockroach. She whines like a little bitch and offers her respect to Hajin for having persevered this hard. He tells them to wait and infuses stigma magic into the tent. That causes the structure to form out of nowhere. Finally, it looks like he isn't homeless. Hajin offers food to his lost children who are dying to eat. Of course, there's the main problem. He doesn't have resources, so they're going to have to slaughter the animals for him. He's not going to take any part in slaughtering, because as it turns out, he's a softy at heart who can't hurt animals. Suho volunteers, Youngin also wants to help. Jonghak remarks that butchering is the perfect role for someone like Suho. As for him, Bro gets handed a bunch of buckets to fill some water, a mundane and humiliating task. Every fiber of Jonghak's being wants to crush Hajin, so our boy excellently plays him like a fiddle by calling Nayun to help out. It turns the musclehead into a simp and takes care of Hajin's troubles. Yonha's the only person who really hates not being handed the same job. She wanted to go out with Jonghak after all. To cheer her up, the author states that he's going to cook some ramyeon for them. The girl freezes up, asking to confirm if she heard him correctly. Hajin taunts her for being so rich she can't appreciate ramyeon. Anyway, Yonha ends up preparing the table for them. She's been meaning to ask why they can't use any mana to simplify the process. To that, the author explains that they can't use mana from the future in a time period of the past. The mana density here is extremely rich and in abundance, but it's also unprocessed and harder to control. He knows from experience that it will take them a week to recover their powers. For the meantime, my guy has whipped out a delicious platter. Of course, both Jonghak and Nayun, being spoiled wealthy kids, are nervous at first glance. Hajin tells them to eat well since the beasts are rich in mana, and it will help them recover. Jonghak takes a bite, surprising Nayun a good bit. She's worried she'll get a stomachache after this. Accepting the situation, Nayun takes a bite into the meat. Her nervousness is turned into delight. She can't believe that it tastes delicious. Hajin thinks it's only natural thanks to the mana density. It's the most premium quality meat they'll ever have. Nayun is so greedy she takes a chunk out of Yonha's meal, a savage criminal she is. With the food all finished, it's time to discuss what's going on. Hajin takes charge and expresses that a wraith was responsible for bringing them here. Jonghak calls his explanation bullshit, because clearly a wraith can't just perform the impossible. To that, the author agrees with Jonghak's counterpoint. However, he reminds Jonghak about the Tower of Time, which exists on the Wind Mountain, a place that his grandfather conquered in the year 2000. The second the tower was conquered, high levels of mana were packed shut in the present world. It's quite similar to the phenomenon of the floating crystal of the Clancy Islet. Hajin showcases the crystal that became the catalyst. These were the remains of the tower, helping the wraith transfer them back. The mana expunged from the tower leaked out and solidified into crystals. Hajin dubs this world as the recorded or historic world, which Suho immediately calls into question. The author keeps it simple and explains that they didn't actually go to the past. It's more like they're in a pocket dimension-like state that rebirthed the same events of this specific area. A demonic human was also snared by the wraith just like them, and that demonic human, Asura, has been using the mana crystals to get even stronger. Yona raises her hand for a question. She brings up how mana crystals were only developed in the year 2000, so it doesn't make sense how Asura has been using them to become stronger in the past. To her interesting question, Hajin answers simply by basically saying, "The bitch ate the crystals." Of course, this ridiculous act would endanger anyone's life, but Asura's case was different. He was capable of digesting the crystals without trouble. Hajin suspects that he may have partnered with a wraith for a unique ability, making him dangerous to deal with. Now here's the thing. Even Hajin knows that there's nothing for them to fear about Asura himself. The demonic human is stronger than his novel counterpart, but Hajin's still got a clear advantage regardless. Anyway, it's time to discuss the solution. Hajin highlights the crystals again, which are responsible for holding up this dimension. Demonic humans are etched in multiple locations, but everything goes back to these crystals. If these crystals are gone, they can't do anything about the past. Jonghak realizes the goal is to steal the crystals. Hajin confirms, while Nayun and Suho have a good understanding of what's about to happen. The author shares that the crystals are scattered in 6 different locations, with each location guarded by Asura and his men. They'll be taking them all down and stealing the tower remnants for themselves. The following morning, our boy's out of his tent, surprised to find the cute Nayun sitting on his bike. He wanted to see if she was holding well on watch duty, inviting a distrustful look from Nayun. He shares that he was just teasing her, and unfortunately just can't sleep like he used to after spending 5 weeks in this shithole. Nayun wonders if it's because of him having to stay on guard all night. Without answering her question, he tells the chick to buzz off from his pretty bike. Nayun sidetracks and asks if the longer hair experience has been annoying so far. Hajin confirms that it does get in the way, but he's been keeping it like this for a reason. He fears a cursed sorcerer will attack him if he does. Nayun's shocked to learn about their existence among Asura's group. Turns out he was able to spot a couple of them carrying curse dolls around. Nayun, looking mesmerizing in this one shot, gazes at Hajin, asking if the St. Mary's Hospital is nearby. Surprised by her question, he explains that it's about 30 minutes away on his bike. He wonders why she's curious all of a sudden. Nayun, deciding to be vulnerable, expresses that her mother was actually born in that same hospital in the same year. She's curious if she's still at the hospital. Hajin understands, but he knows the bitter truth. The manifested dimension is limited in its scope. That means they'll never be able to cross into downtown Seoul. It's an unfortunate truth for Nayun to accept. She doesn't make a big deal out of it, just feels disappointed. Anyway, the following day we get to see both Suho and Nayun refining their sword skills and getting back on track. Nayun surprisingly pushes him back with a good attack. It's thanks to Hajin's instructions that she's gotten a small understanding of what it feels like living in the past. It's only a matter of time until they return back to full strength. Hajin sees them sparring, but Suho's not worried at all. With a single whip, he reminds her who's the #1 cadet and puts her on the ground. Nayun catches Jonghak's jacket out of the blue. He wants to act cool as usual and even looks down on her for being a damsel in distress. The entire group celebrates in happiness the second they see Hajin returning with food. They're so happy and curious about what he brought this time. Yana's going mad with hunger just hearing the bike engine. The author brings them an endless delight of options to eat from. They all thank him and eat enjoyably well. Among them, Nayun thinks she'll only get disappointed in the future's food at this point. Hajin recommends they eat and move as much as they can to restore their mana levels. Also, Nayun has been experiencing heartburns as of late. It happens every time she uses mana. The author answers that it's thanks to the mana abundance. Hajin reflects about the time difference here compared to the outside dimension. 1 year in this place is an hour in the present, and from the 4th week onwards, they're going to have to look out for an invasion. Hajin lays out his plan to secure the crystals. He brings up Kim Mingyo, who will be guarding the Northwest Water Tower, and they'll be rolling out in 3 days for it. There will be 2 teams. Suho and Jonghak will be team leaders of both. 3 days passed. Jonghak's throwing a tantrum that he's paired with Hajin of all the people. Nayun thinks it's reasonable and tells him to grow up. Suho's team is more focused on numbers. Jonghak turns to our boy with a murderous glare, questioning one good reason he's being dragged. Hajin struggles to come up with an explanation. The thing is, Mingyo's pretty solid of an opponent. Hajin can't beat him alone, and if he takes anyone else along, they will hesitate to kill the demonic human. Hajin musters up an explanation that strokes Jonghak's ego. He calls himself the weakest and Jonghak the strongest, making up for a reasonable pair. Those words were like music to Jonghak's ears. He switched up so fast, acting like he's the one who has to take the burden for his team. They both depart with Hajin arriving at the tower where Mingyo's resting. The bike turns back into his briefcase and he wants Jonghak to hurry along so they can catch up with the others. But this guy's nearing the point of vomiting. He just sat behind Kim Hajin. It hurts his pride to have ridden the same bike as him. Their conversation draws attention from a random dude who warns the kids to step away from Asura's territory. Jonghak blames our boy for being the loudmouth, which is pretty hilarious when he's the one who wouldn't shut up. They ignore the dude shouting at them in front, so he comes swinging his nunchucks like a Bruce Lee knockoff. Jonghak's not having it today and takes care of the clown in a second. Since there are 20 guards around the tower, Hajin plans to deal with the ones outside, while Jonghak will stay at this location. Jonghak's pissed that he's being ordered around. Like an expert gaslighter, our boy tells him that he's taking care of the little guys and clearing the stage for Jonghak to shine as the mightiest of them all. Shortly after, a bunch of guards are killed in cold blood by Hajin's expert marksmanship. He's taken 5 of them down and feels little regret about killing fake people. Still, you can see it in his despairing eyes, that if there was any other way, he wouldn't have gotten blood on his hands. I feel bad for him. The author wonders how the rest of the group is holding up on their side. Over to Suho's side, he's curious how they should proceed with their own plans. Yonha thinks about it for a moment. The tower is imbued with magic, and dealing with that without weapons will be hard. There are roughly 40 enemies in the distance, all nearly equal to the strength of a cube cadet. All of a sudden, this seems impossible. But here's the thing. Even among the heroes, there's a rank and grade difference, which means a person of a certain rank could beat at least 10 people a grade below them. But the issue is, they're not really at an advantage here. since they're not incredibly strong. That is, with the exception of the hero, Kim Suho. Yonha wants him to be the bait, to lure as many of their enemies as possible. Some will stay at the tower for security, but most will leave their post. Then they're going to take care of the remaining forces at the tower while he's running from them. Nayun thinks it's a dangerous mission for one man, but this man Suho is a menace. He wants all the smoke and agrees with the strategy. Reinforcing his legs with mana, he dashes away at an incredible speed, heading straight for the goons. Suho takes down the first guy with his legendary stick of destruction. Imagine being beaten by a stick, couldn't be me. The rest of them are alert and concentrate their attention on handling the enemy. This gives our team the chance to make their own move. Skipping ahead, we find out that Yeonha and the others have defeated the tower guards. Youngchan is tasked to take care of the tower, while Yeonha and Nayun prepare themselves to help Suho. Both of them are running in the distance when suddenly, one guy, someone who wasn't fully defeated, manages to strike Yeonha, ripping some of her hair. She deals with him immediately afterwards, pissed that he messed up her beautiful long hair. She's borderline about to kill this guy, but spares him at the last second to prevent tainting her own conscience. Youngchan's out here shouting at the top of his lungs at the tower because he's being chased by Spider-Man or some shit. 2 full hours later, the mission is complete. The group reunites at the camp and celebrates their success. Hajin turns down food, while Suho and Nayun are eating like wild maniacs, as if they were starving for weeks. The author commends them for handling that well, and recommends maintaining the momentum. Suddenly, Yana's condition takes a hit. She's having a chest ache despite eating mana-rich food. Hajin immediately realizes that something bad is happening to her, even though she doesn't appear injured on the surface. That's until he notices her slashed hair. He learns that it was ripped off while fighting. Hajin despairs because he knows he made a major mistake. He didn't give them a proper heads up about the cursed sorcerers. Their enemies retrieved Yeonha's hair, and now, her body is at their mercy. It's likely the curse of weakness. She wonders why he's jumped up all of a sudden. Hajin explains the issue regarding the cursed sorcerer, and clearly highlights the threat posed to Yeonha's very existence. Nayun trembles at the thought. She knows he's telling the truth because of their conversation. She feels guilty, but Hajin thinks it's mainly his fault for not telling all of them sooner. The group falls silent, while Yeonha cracks a smile, believing that there's no confirmation of this being a curse yet. She's confident in her magic persistence and thinks she can overcome this on her own. Her lord and savior Yonghak shows consideration and instructs her to keep them updated. The girl switches up like crazy while the author's standing there like he's seen some gay shit before his eyes. Jonghak's in a fit of rage and believes they should use their free time to annihilate the rest of the locations by morning. He's looking for the rest of the team's approval. Interestingly, the author agrees with his ideas, because they can't possibly afford to wait for Yeonha's condition to take a hit. Evna Suho agrees, while Yeonha pleads to be taken too. Her friends don't want her to come, and Hajin emphasizes that they'll return soon anyway since they're all going. Then comes in Yonghak's special trait coming in clutch. His physical abilities increase according to his levels of anger. Bro is out here acting like the Hulk or something. Anyway, Jonghak and company reach the next locations, clearing them all down. Now Asura is overviewing what happened. He has discovered that 3 crystals were stolen in one night. His henchmen apologize for the issues caused, but he's not too worried, as he's already uncovered the identities of the perpetrators. Right off the bat, there are Suho and Jonghak to worry about, as they're at the top of the Academy's rankings. He thinks this is a great opportunity for him. If only he could present their dead bodies in front of the Wraith, he might finally gain access to the powers of destruction. Asura orders his minions to gather the rest of the crystals and consolidate them all into the city hall. Let's see how Yeonha's holding up the next day. Her body is consistently weakening, and they couldn't exactly recover the rest of the crystals, learning that Asura had already taken them away into the city hall. On day 2, her condition worsened, showcasing her lifeless eyes. From the 3rd day onwards, she couldn't even stand. Hajin was having trouble concocting a proper plan in the meantime. 1 week passed, and well, Yeonha could barely swallow any food. She was completely out, and at this rate, the situation had gone critical. Suho and Jonghak reported that they couldn't find anyone coming out of the city hall. This means that Asura intentionally ordered the henchmen to wait inside the city hall. It's actually a different strategy from the one that was used in the novel. Hajin wonders if their entire plan is to bait them. But the thing is, just like Jonghak points out, they really have no other choice here. They're running out of options, and the only way out is through. It seems like a suicidal strategy because they're just a group of 4 facing against a big number of troops. Hajin counters that they may not face much trouble because the gathering of the crystals has already caused some instability in the past. This means Asura's men have all gotten weaker, with only up to 200 people left to fight, and the only person they need to worry about is Asura on their own. Hajin thinks they've got a pretty good shot of winning with those odds. Nayun, pissed as hell, doesn't give a damn about any number. She's ready to bring down an army if that's what it takes to help Yeonha. One small issue, as Suho points out. They can't leave an already dying person behind, not in her condition. There's the possibility that Yeonha will be attacked, so at least one person has to stop that from happening. They can't just bring her to the dangerous battlefield after all. Then it clicks. Hajin realizes that they could actually use the magic crystals at their disposal. The author makes his plan known. He's the one to stay behind all on his own, even though it sounds reckless. There's a whole bunch of enemies that could come for him behind their backs, but Hajin thinks it's all good since he's got an escape vehicle. He'll just evacuate with Yeonha in the worst case, and that's unfortunately their only play at the moment. Suho's expression clearly shows dissatisfaction. Deep down, he doesn't want Hajin to make the sacrificial play, but it's the only choice they got. So that's settled. The plan will be executed at the crack of night. They're told to warm up before that happens. Jonghak is seething in rage and determined to shred the demonic human to pieces. In the next scene, we find their group traversing closer to the city hall. Nayun takes a look at their surroundings and notes that the simulated past is weakening. Suho identifies the city hall nearby, but there's no one around so far. He already knows their enemies have seen them from this distance, and they're patiently waiting to lure them in. Suddenly, one goon with the rest of his lackeys pops out of the blue, reminding the kids that they're in an unsafe location. This guy is actually Asura's right-hand man, Yu Dong-suk. But Jonghak doesn't want to deal with a second fiddle and demands to know Asura's location. In a horrific turn of events, Dong-suk happily tells them that Asura isn't even around here. This is taken as a joke by an enraged Jonghak, who's no longer intrigued and asking nicely. His aura turns a dark red, and he stampedes forward with his spear in hand. He roars at Dong-suk to reveal Asura's location, his attack just now destroying the structure. Dong-suk was able to dodge it and thinks the kids got heart. Still, it won't change the reality that Asura isn't here. At first, Jonghak is in disbelief, but then an enlightenment reaches him. Dong-suk looks at them with a sinister smile, knowing that the kids left the crystals back at their camp, and even their injured friend. He thinks they're stupid for making such a decision. All of them realize they need to return and help Hajin, since the main leader is heading straight to target him. Unfortunately, they've gone too far in. The four of them are surrounded by enemies large in number. Jonghak and Nayun are angered, but they can't do anything about the situation. She fears the worst for both Hajin and Yeonha. But get this, Suho laughs. Have you guys ever seen a hero laugh like a villain? Yeah, this dude finds the situation ridiculously hilarious for some reason. Even Nayun is like, is he on drugs or something? Dong-suk questions if the kid has lost his mind out of fear. Finally, his expression turns into a calm smile. The fact that Asura went to Hajin personally is actually a good thing for the cadets. That's because Suho knows Hajin is smart as hell and prepared a trap of his own. Asura's bolting head first for the magic crystals, so he knew the demonic human would come after their base. The bait was successfully taken. Yeonha drags her lifeless body around, begging Hajin to save himself in this dire situation. Poor girl doesn't know she's talking to LeBron Jr. Hajin looks at her with a confident smile, stating that he's got everything covered, a sentiment that Suho also shares. The main protagonist then shares an interesting little fun fact for everyone. Kim Hajin is actually stronger than him. I don't know about you guys, but I just felt chills from that. Suho and Hajin are both standing on business. Okay, so Asura's having a face-off against Hajin. So far this is going according to plan. This boy has the crystal fragments on him, and the injured person is in sight. From the looks of it, the fight seems like a gentle breeze, if anything. Asura pities the human, defenseless and alone on his own, their emotions bringing upon their own downfall. But our boy isn't looking for a second-rate villain speech and tells him to shut up already. He asks if Asura came with his goons. The demonic human, now peeved, responds that he's prepared an army under him, but Hajin continues to shit-talk Asura down, stating that talking is for pussies, despite having an army of 2,000. The author's continuous taunting gets on Asura's nerves, causing the demonic human to get worked up and impulsive. To teach the kid a lesson, Asura unleashes his ability. The author finally gets to see their talent springing into action. Asura's whole gimmick is consuming their mana to summon a powerful demon from the demonic realm. Right now, a wave of magic beasts has been brought forth, looking just as ugly as the summoner. Seeing this situation play out, Yeonha clings to him, begging him to just leave her alone. But Hajin calmly tells her that there's nothing for her to worry about, as everything will be over soon. Yeonha faints, hoping for his words to be true. Now that he's all on his own, our boy whips out the trusty strap and activates stigma magic to transform the Desert Eagle into his assault rifle. Thanks to his recent buffs, he doesn't need to consume stamina or mana. The only action is to pull the trigger. To further enhance his weapon's capabilities, he uses the Identify skill, hitting the jackpot with a 44% stat increase. Next, he infuses some of his stigma magic inside the mana crystals of the tower. This unleashes a wave of energy, causing his surroundings to react strongly. Right now, Hajin has collapsed parts of the ground and erected an arena for himself to use. The demonic human looks around, impressed to find the kid's talent. However, they're really confused how changing the scenery will affect the outcome of the fight. Little does Asura know, Hajin's confident that it will be enough. While this is happening, let's explore Yeonha's ambitions to climb higher. Her family is nicknamed the Hunting Dogs, adopting a fierce reputation among society. They were often mocked for it, but Yeonha aspires to change that, to bring even greater fame to her family's reputation. It's something she has been desperately chasing after all alone. She wonders if this overconfidence stemmed from Hajin, who always seemed to handle everything all by himself. Even right now, a surge of demons were pouncing on him, while he stood there, ready to shoot them all down. Hajin finally pulls the trigger, sending a ray of bullets across the battlefield. She points out how incredible his combat IQ truly is. The reason he altered the terrain was so that he could never be surrounded by his enemies easily. Then he's targeting specifically the vital points of each demon. The wave of monsters is getting obliterated like they were never even here. He's not giving them any chance to react, a perfect strategy. Right now, being protected by him like this makes Yeonha feel peaceful and warm. Finally, she doesn't have to face her battles alone. Someone else was protecting her. Switching over to the City Hall's fight, Kim Suho is destroying his enemies with the Mistletoe. Dongsuk is still alive and kicking, and he meets Suho in an equal clash. It's really funny to me that we're seeing a showdown between a metal bar facing off an overpowered branch. I bet you guys weren't expecting that on your screens today. The clash is going equal, but Dongsuk is interested in a different matter. He wants to know if Suho is being truthful about his claims, about Hajin being stronger than him. The charismatic protagonist replies that he doesn't like lying. Dongsuk learns that they fought each other once. Their battle is interrupted by a loud scream. Apparently Yonghak is just destroying everyone in his path. Dongsuk is beginning to wonder if they're all as strong as Suho at this point. He internalizes that his own men are pretty powerful, but these kids are packing up a great fight against them. With their plans ruined, Suho argues that they shouldn't even be fighting anymore. He even tells them they're just possessed, like that's going to change anything. Suho understands that his words are meeting no results, so he takes it up a notch and radiates with a beautiful golden mana, channeling his powers into his weapon. It impresses Dongsuk, who also decides to go all out with a scary transformation of his own. Asura has entered a state of contemplation. Nothing about Hajin seemed special at first glance, an ordinary boy if anything. And that's also why he's so frustrated. Hajin timely reacts to a projectile from a flying demon, and then proceeds to shoot down the rest of the wave near Asura. It's inconceivable to the demonic human how a group of demons is getting eviscerated by one boy, someone who has yet to receive their first injury. There's nothing explaining the kid's incredible reaction time. He doesn't know it, but Hajin has been spamming bullet time, allowing himself the breathing room to take care of struggling fights. He shows no openings in his attacks, causing Asura trouble. It's only a matter of time before the demons are all killed. At the same time, Hajin questions what motivates Asura, if it's revenge or even success. It matters very little, whatever the reason may be. The only thing that my guy cares about is putting a bullet through the monsters. He regards that nothing will change, and right as he's about to take his final shot, nothing comes out. Bro's out of ammo, and the demons are just staring at him in the distance. Hajin quickly checks his jacket. There's only one magazine left. The author admits that he completely understands Asura's motivations. It's relatable, as they couldn't do anything but rely on getting stronger. The reason Asura became a demonic human is all too simple to him. After all, that's how their character was supposed to be written. Hajin looks at his magazine, reminiscing that he didn't provide any backstory for Asura's sake. Their entire purpose of existence in the story was to propel the main character's growth. Hajin draws the bottom line for his opponent, stating that their story will now come to an end. Asura thinks he's bluffing and stalling for time, seeing him pull out a tiny magazine after all. Using this moment, Asura signals the demons to kill him, but before they could even advance, they're all ripped to shreds. In the end, reality is harsh for a character like Asura. To the author, this character was nothing more than an extra in the story, carrying no weight. Hajin converted to his handgun to take care of the demons, and internalized how he feels bad for ending Asura in this manner. Shortly after, Nayun and the others rejoin Hajin. They arrived at the perfect time, and it turns out that Dongsuk is also with them. They're all shocked to see Asura's defeat. I really like Dongsuk. He seems chill for joining up with the good guys. The demonic human laments having exhausted so much mana on one annoying kid. Now that there's no sight of victory, Asura's body converges in a wave of red, reacting in a corrupted manner. It's probably influenced by the Wraith, who has judged their uselessness. The terrifying entity manifests into its true form, leaving Suho and his friends speechless. Hajin emphasizes that the Wraith is pretty much harmless in this state, and urges Suho to act. His weapon, the Mistletoe, has a growth factor, allowing it to become stronger by devouring souls. Suho calmly chants abracadabra, making light of the situation, and consumes the wraith into his weapon. Hajin finally takes a break. He can't believe that Suho somehow managed to convince the people of the past. Still, the ending of this event was similar to the original story, so it's fine. The author is exhausted. My guy soloed the boss fight after all. The system's got a whole bunch of message notifications for him. Some of his abilities leveled up, and he acquired a whole new darkness attribute to his ether magic. He also gained over 300 story points, a satisfying reward for his tiresome efforts. He's overall glad that his sharpshooting skills also advanced a level, and he can see the effects taking over on his weapons. Hajin's sitting on his own, but Nayun's got a grudge against him, looking all mean. She's pissed as hell, wanting to know what the hell happened with the transformation of the terrain and the pile of dead demons. The author sways her concerns, stating that the demons will soon fade into nothingness anyway, but that's clearly not what she was asking. Nayun turns all cute, admitting that she was worried about his safety. Hajin sees this, countering that it's just thanks to his firearm talent. He also whips out his fancy new rifle for them to see. What a show-off. Nayun and Youngchen are bedazzled. Hajin thinks he just got an easy matchup for an opponent like Asura. Instead of swinging his sword incessantly, all he had to do was pull the trigger for a long while. He turns his attention to Suho, who has retrieved the crystals safely. Hajin grabs them, but unfortunately they can't leave yet. First, they need to return the crystals to their original positions, which seems like a strange idea. Suho wonders why, but Hajin argues that it's to make sure they can reuse this place in the future for training purposes. So, they'll be here for 2 more days, an announcement that makes Nayun really happy. Glancing towards Dongsuk's group, he thinks it's a good time to spend some company with the people of the past.